in Jiangbei Prefecture at dusk. I finally made it back alive. Lin Rong panted heavily, and on his slightly pale face a trace of relieved joy emerged. The black robe embroidered with golden patterns had long since turned into a few ragged strips, stained with blood and loosely draped over his body. He walked into a small tavern and grabbed a teapot, pouring the tea down his throat in great gulps. Only when he had drunk his fill did he slam the teapot onto the table with a heavy thud. Zhang Xiaocai stew an old hen for me, add 2 jin of blood goji berries and 10 ginseng roots. Lin Rong called out in a loud voice. The shopkeeper behind the counter saw him, and for a moment his face was filled with both delight and shock. Lord Lin, so you are still alive, I thought. The shopkeeper, dressed in a long robe, his temples frosted with white, carried that unmistakable musty air unique to failed scholars, and hurried over to greet him. He was after all an old scholar who had never achieved success. Quick, please, to a private room. Lord Lin, I heard that on this mission of yours over 100 men died, and even Zhao Baihu fell in the line of duty. Zhang Xiaocai led the way ahead while speaking in a hushed voice. Oh, don't mention it. If I hadn't been quick-witted this time, my life would have been left there as well. Knowing that the other man had a tight mouth, Lin Rong did not bother to be overly guarded. When he had first crossed over into this world, his body had been only 5 years old, and he had already known this man. After his mother died early, and while his father was busy with official duties, this was where he came to resolve his daily meals. 5 years ago, after his father's death, the other man became the only person still willing to chat idly with him. He was after all a modern man, and many of his views placed in this era could practically be called outrageous and rebellious. Yet this pedantic scholar always listened with great interest. This was a bizarre and fantastic world, filled with endless mysteries and dangers. Martial cultivation deities and demons all truly existed. In this world, those who commanded overwhelming power could cleave mountains with a single strike and sever rivers with a single sword. The gap between one person and another was greater than that between a man and a dog. The strong stood aloof above, possessing everything, while the weak were worth less than grass. Only after the current Emperor Shunren ascended the throne and carried out bold, sweeping reforms did this situation begin to somewhat improve. Of course, he was still relatively fortunate. After his father died from a cultivation deviation, the court, in recognition of his diligence and devotion, incorporated Lin Rong into the Yinglong Guard, a department equivalent to the Genie Guard. Relying on the experience of living 2 lifetimes, he climbed to the position of Zongqi in just a few short years. When meeting others, he could now refer to himself as this official. This time, however, his luck was not so good. His direct superior Zhao Baihu was ordered to lead a team to encircle and suppress the cult on Yinyan Mountain, but they fell into an ambush. Not only was Zhao Baihu killed in battle, even among the Shi Baihu, 3 lost their lives. As for the Yinglong Guard under them, there was even less need to speak. Thankfully, he was quick-witted, seeing that the situation was hopeless. He did not fight to the death, but leapt into the river in advance and escaped. That was truly close. Heaven itself spared you so that the Lin family would not be cut off. After listening, Zhang Xiaocai sighed with emotion. Hurry and tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. Having fled all the way back, Lin Rong was already famished. All right. Zhang Xiaocai rose to make the arrangements, but just as he reached the door, he turned back with a look of utter astonishment. Lord Lin, are you sure you want 2 jin of blood goji berries and 10 ginseng roots? Sigh, you have no idea how drained I am right now. As he spoke, a heavy, murderous aura suddenly surfaced on Lin Rong's face, his eyes filled with humiliation. Just how drained can you be? Zhang Xiaocai looked completely confused. By rights, I should have been back already yesterday, but halfway along the road. As he spoke, the teacup in his hand was crushed to fragments. What happened halfway? Zhang Xiaocai, full of gossip, hurriedly pressed him. You are not allowed to breathe a word of this, or do not blame this official for showing no mercy. You know how tight my lips are. Who would believe it if I told them? On the way back, I was grabbed by the Hahuan sect again. Lin Rong's teeth ground together audibly. What was most critical was that after abducting him, they knocked him unconscious before doing their deed. When he woke up in a mountain cave this morning, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could scarcely stand for quite some time. Without a doubt, this would become a stain on his life that could never be erased. Are you talking about the Hahuan sect, one of the great demonic sects that His Majesty wiped out in the first year of Shunren? Lord Lin, that should be impossible. Even if the Hahuan sect favors robust young men, they would not dare target you from the Yinglong Guard. Zhang Xiaocai's expression clearly said, go on, keep spinning your tail. If it wasn't the Hahuan sect, who else could it be? When I woke up this morning, even my underpants were gone. Apart from those remnants of that demonic sect, who else could have such a twisted taste? Hurry up and get the dishes ready. Lin Rong slammed his palm onto the table. All right. Seeing that Lin Rong was truly angry, Zhang Xiaocai dared not gossip further. He quickly closed the door and slipped away. After a bout of reckless eating and drinking, Lin Rong finally felt a bit of his strength return. As usual, put the meal on my tab first. I will settle everything next month when I receive my pay. He picked his teeth as he spoke. Lord Lin, there is something I wish to say, though I am not sure if I should. Zhang Xiaocai hesitated. Speak. Lin Rong nodded. On this mission of yours, even Bai Hu himself died in battle, yet you returned alive, and on top of that a day late. It is hard for people not to think otherwise. Before you report back to the Yinglong Guard, you should be prepared. Zhang Xiaocai reminded him. Hiss. Lin Rong clutched his forehead in pain. Naturally, he had thought of this as well. In his current situation, he was clearly the very picture of an internal traitor. Damn that Haoan sect, one day, I will wipe you out completely down to the last root. If not for the day's delay, he could have easily dispelled the suspicion weighing on him. Just then a line of subtitles suddenly surfaced within his mind. Detected that the host has become a true man. System activating. System activation complete. The novice gift pack has been issued. The host may claim it at any time. For a moment, Lin Rong was stunned. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew what a system was. So the condition to activate the system was to become a true man. So this is what you mean by a true man. Damn it, you could have said so earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know how I've lived all these years? If I had known earlier, I could have tricked some pocket money out of my old man at 8. No 7. And taken a trip to Xiantian Pavilion. Lin Rong gnashed his teeth in hatred. With a single thought, he saw 3 orbs of light hovering within his mind. Zhuyang Divine Art, great perfection. A Xiaolin Dragon Claw Hand, great perfection. Snow Stepping, without a trace, great perfection. He sprang to his feet. Zhang Xiaocai, I am heading back first. With that, he turned and left. Unintentionally, a tattered sleeve brushed across Zhang Xiaocai's face. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaocai turned to stone on the spot. Only a long while after Lin Rong left did he come back to his senses. That scent just now. How did it smell? Like feng dai fragrance, the kind that only imperial consorts or princesses are allowed to use. I can't be mistaken, absolutely not mistaken. That was definitely feng dai fragrance. Lin Rong's home was a small courtyard not far from the Shijie Tavern. Bang! After entering the house, he hurriedly shut the door, leapt onto the bed, and began calming his agitated mind. Inside the novice gift pack were actually 3 famed martial arts manuals. The 9 Yang Divine Art needed no further introduction. Once this internal art was fully cultivated, the true qi within the body would become nearly inexhaustible. While greatly unlocking the latent potential of the human body, it would also render one immune to all poisons and specialize in countering in-cold martial arts. Not only could it rebound powerful attacks, it was also a supreme internal art for healing injuries. As for Xiaolin Dragon Claw Hand, it was one of the 72 supreme techniques of Xiaolin, the grand culmination of all grappling methods under heaven. As for treading snow without a trace, it was without a doubt one of the most top-tier lightness arts. Those who mastered this movement technique could walk across snowfields without leaving the slightest footprint. What delighted Lin Rong most was that these 3 martial arts were all at the great perfection level. Having transmigrated for over a decade, he understood all too well how arduous it was to cultivate martial arts in this world. Only those with exceptional talent, abundant cultivation resources, or extraordinary encounters could hope to progress easily. For ordinary people, even entering the threshold of a single ordinary martial art would take 1 or 2 years. Without 7 or 8 years, one could forget about achieving great accomplishment, let alone perfection or great perfection. What was great perfection? It was the realm of the very creator of the martial art. Due to the differences between individuals, later cultivators could only reach this realm in theory. Fuse the 9 Yang Divine Art. Once Lin Rong had steadied his mind, a mere movement of thought caused the glowing sphere to gradually disperse. It dissolved into countless points of light that merged into every part of his body. At the same time, streams of information flowed unceasingly through his mind. These were the myriad martial profundities of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Crackle, crackle. Within his body, faint popping sounds kept erupting one after another. Meridian after meridian, acupoint after acupoint were being forcefully broken through. The true qi within his body grew rapidly denser and more robust. After roughly 2 hours, a thunderous boom resounded within his mind. The 2 bridges between heaven and earth were opened. He felt as though the very level of his life had been elevated. His own perception had already merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Second layer of the innate realm. Lin Rong opened his eyes, his gaze filled entirely with delight. Relying on the mentality of someone who had lived 2 lives he had bitterly cultivated for over a decade, yet had only reached the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. Now, merely by fusing the great perfection, 9-yang divine art, he had actually stepped into the second layer of the innate realm. In this world, whether martial cultivators, spellcasters, or gods and demons, their realms were unified. They were divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate. Above, that was the postnatal realm. After the postnatal realm was perfected, when one refined both true chi and the fleshly body to the extreme and reversed them into innate, that was the innate realm. Above the innate realm were Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Saint realm. The realm above Saint was known as the longevity, immortal realm. However, such existences were but legends in this world. No one had truly seen them. Having broken into the innate realm, his heroic spirit surged, and he almost could not resist tilting his head back and letting out a long howl. Of course, this did not mean that the 9-yang divine art could only support him up to his current realm. Cultivation was like water grinding down stone, work of long, patient effort. Simply fusing the art and opening his meridians and acupoints had already brought him such immense benefits. His future cultivation speed would naturally advance by leaps and bounds. In this world, the innate realm was already the mark of a rare powerhouse. Within the Heavenly Sun's personal army, the Yinglong Guard, such a realm was enough to serve as a 100 household officer or even as a deputy 1,000 household officer. Of course, if one wished to be promoted by the court, cultivation was only the foundation, one also needed sufficient merit. At this moment, the stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. In this world, strength was what mattered most. Moreover, his combat power would certainly far surpass what his realm alone suggested. When the time came, anyone trying to force filth onto his name would first have to weigh their own measure. He then proceeded to fuse the other two supreme arts. Once the Xiaolan Dragon Claw hand fusion was complete, a large number of meridians and acupoints in his arms were opened, and his strength increased by more than 300 jin. The fingers with which he executed the Dragon Claw were now filled with mighty force. After treading snow without a trace, also fused successfully. Whooshed! He felt his body as light as drifting catkins, unbelievably weightless. With a single flicker of movement, he floated out through the window. Bang, bang, bang. As his hands moved in rapid succession, a row of holes swiftly appeared in the courtyard stone wall. In his hands, the hard stone bricks were scarcely stronger than tofu. After gaining a clear understanding of his own strength, he brushed his hand across the wall, stone dust cascading down as the pits were quickly smoothed over. Drawing several buckets of water from the well, he swiftly washed everything clean. There were no maids or servants in the courtyard. All these chores had to be done by him personally. After all, service in the Yinglong Guard carried considerable risk. He had no desire for spies to be inexplicably planted at his side. After adjusting his breathing for a while longer, he changed into a brand new Yinglong Guard long robe and spirits high walked toward the 1,000 household office. At this time, within the Jiangbei Prefecture 1,000 household office, nearly all Yinglong Guards who could come had already arrived. The unit led by 100 household officer Zhao had been almost entirely wiped out, an exceptionally rare incident for the Yinglong Guard. It was also a humiliation. The Yinglong Guard served directly under Emperor Shunren. Overseeing officials, suppressing martial sects, and slaying evil gods and demons were all among their duties. They were granted imperial authority to execute first and report later. At the same time, the Yinglong Guard represented the very face of the emperor. In light of such a vile incident, the higher-ups responded immediately. The former 1,000 household officer of Jiangbei Prefecture was directly demoted to deputy 1,000 household and recalled to the Guangzhou Town Suppression Office to reflect behind closed doors. Though called reflection, it was certain he would not escape investigation. A new 1,000 household officer was about to assume office. Everyone wished to leave a good impression before their colleagues. After such a disastrous defeat, those above will surely look down upon our entire Jiangbei Prefecture. It will be difficult for us to seek promotion in the future. What can be done about it? Who could have imagined that those fiends of the blood god cult would be so cunning? If this official discovers their lair, I will wipe them out to the last man. The blood god cult's cunning goes without saying, but I fear we have no small problems within as well. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, thoughts churning. All understood one thing: without an inside man, the blood god cult could never have set such a flawless trap. The traitor is hidden very deeply. The few who managed to escape alive were subjected to overnight interrogation, and nearly all have been ruled out. Yes, digging out the traitor will be difficult indeed. We can only rely on the methods of the new 1,000 household lord. Whoever can ferret out the traitor in Jiangbei Prefecture will have established great merit. Bang! In the midst of their discussion, a dull thud suddenly sounded. Everyone hastily turned to look, only to see a dark-skinned, burly man spewing blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Xiong Tyson, what are you doing? To attack a colleague without cause. If you cannot give a reasonable explanation, we will certainly impeach you before the new 1,000 household lord today. Two squad leaders shouted angrily as they rushed forward to intervene. Damn you, Xiantian. What kind of hero resorts to sneak attacks? If you have the guts, let's fight Onion. Hu Bugue got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and unsheathed his waist knife with a clang. Seeing this, Wang Cheng and Lu Hui hurriedly drew their weapons as well. They were well aware that Xiantian and their direct superior Lin Zongqi had always been at odds. Now that Lin Zongqi had been killed in battle, the other side would surely suppress the three of them. They had not expected such shamelessness from them. To actually launch a surprise attack in front of numerous colleagues. Although Xiantian held a higher official rank than them, they could not just be slaughtered. Someone take them down. Xiantian sneered, and with a wave of his hand, several small flags rushed forward surrounding the three. Stop! At a critical moment, a deep voice rang out. Bai Hu Fengming stepped forward, staring down Xiantian. Xiantian, I know you have Lu Fu Qianhu backing you, but if you don't provide an explanation for this matter, even Lu Fu Qianhu might not be able to protect you. Reporting to Lord Bai Hu, I have already gathered sufficient clues. These three must be spies from the blood god cult infiltrating our Yinglong guard. Xiantian bowed and spoke affirmatively. Oh, what evidence do you have? Instantly, everyone around hurriedly gathered closer. Reporting to Lord Bai Hu, Lin Rong is not dead, he is still alive. Xiantian dropped a bombshell. Indeed, as soon as the words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. In contrast, Hu Bugue and the others revealed expressions of surprise. Although they were all much older than Lin Rong. Initially, when Lin Rong was their superior, they were certainly filled with resentment. However, after handling several cases, they had completely submitted to Lin Rong. There was no other reason, just in terms of intellect, they believed that even combined they were no match for. Working under Lin Zongqi not only helped them avoid most dangers, but also allowed them to reap substantial rewards each time. What? Where is he now? Immediately, someone anxious inquired. Everyone, please don't rush. I have already dispatched experts to keep a close watch on him. As soon as there's any movement, we can make the capture. Now let me analyze this slowly. Xiantian appeared confident. Lin Rong is not dead. He returned to Zhangbei Mansion last evening. Let's calculate the time and distance, shall we? At this point, he smiled proudly before continuing to speak. Most importantly, after he returned, he did not report to the Qianhu office immediately, but instead went to feast at the Shijia Tavern before returning to his residence. Everyone does this seem normal. Xiantian spoke slowly. Therefore, I can be certain that Lin Rong is definitely the spy. This time he returned, there must be some ulterior motive. If we observe in secret, we will undoubtedly gain significant insights. Moreover, think about it, this time Bai Hu Zhao suffered almost total defeat, yet the three small flags under Lin Rong happened to not participate at all. Based on this alone, I can conclude that these three definitely have issues. Xiantian sneered. You're talking nonsense. Hu Bugue fumed, his nostrils flaring, ready to strike. However, weapons were already pressed against their chests. Colleagues, think carefully. How many evil cult members has Lin Zongqi captured over the years? How could he possibly be a spy? Exactly, everyone knows Lin Zongqi's integrity. This Xiantian is clearly seeking personal revenge. Enough dare to argue. Xiantian slapped the three hard across their faces. Take these three spies to the prison. In no more than a day, the truth will come to light, Xiantian ordered coldly. It didn't matter if the three were actually spies or not. Once they were in prison, what Xiantian said would be considered fact. With the evidence provided by these three, Lin Rong would be like fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, the pent-up frustration in his heart was released, and he couldn't help but want to laugh wildly. Lin Zongqi, you're here. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Everyone quickly focused their gaze, and for a moment expressions turned strange. The atmosphere became tense as experts prepared to act at any moment. However, they saw Lin Rong striding towards Xiantian. In an instant, everyone was baffled. This guy seemed to be very confident. Even those holding weapons against Hu Bugue and the others stepped back upon Lin Rong's arrival. Old Hu, are you injured? Who did this? Lin Rong asked coldly. Everyone, don't hesitate, take Lin Rong down. Xiantian shouted loudly, being the first to smack. In the next moment, his body flew backward, a palm print on half his face, blood and teeth spraying out. At the same time, a line of subtitles appeared in Lin Rong's mind. Mission issued, take revenge for your subordinates. Mission completed, reward martial art. 5 senses breathing technique, great perfection. Based on the perfection of mission completion, rewards of corresponding blind boxes will be given. My people, are you able to touch? Before Lin Rong's voice faded, he was already beside Xiantian, kicking his right arm off. Then came a flurry of kicks, bones cracking loudly. In an instant, the sound of horrific screams echoed as this guy had long harbored deep-seated hatred for Xiantian. It wasn't that he actively provoked the other party. It was just that the cases he handled inevitably involved many injustices caused by Xiantian, thus a grudge was formed. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly retreated. Those who were prepared to capture Lin Rong also involuntarily relaxed their tense nerves. Mainly because which spy would dare to be so brazen in the lair of the Yinglong Guard? Wouldn't that be like a rat behaving wildly in a cat's den courting death? Moreover, everyone knew what kind of person Xiantian was. If they followed his line of thought, they would certainly, "We welcome you, Lord Xianhu." The crowd hurriedly adjusted their robes and bowed towards the entrance. Lin Rong, left with no choice, stepped heavily on Xiantian's foot before quickly standing still. Lin Zongqi, this is a serious problem. Indeed, you were too impulsive. There was no need for you to confront Xiantian for our sake. The newly appointed Lord Xianhu, it seems the first fire will likely burn you. Hu Bugui and the others whispered, feeling both touched and worried. No need for such formalities. With a voice neither heavy nor light, a somewhat thin man walked in. On the left chest of his robe, there was indeed a four-clawed golden dragon. This is a mark exclusive to the Qianhu official of the Yinglong Guard. In the Yinglong Guard, the uniform is a unified black robe with golden patterns. However, only at the Qianhu level does one receive the golden dragon insignia. It represents the supreme imperial authority. After all, the Qianhu of the Yinglong Guard is already a high official overseeing a prefecture. Moreover, they are of a rank higher than typical officials. From now on, I am your Qianhu. My name is Lung Qianlu, and I believe some of you know me. Lung Qianlu strode to the high platform above and sat down heavily, prepared to continue speaking. At this moment, Xiantian was nearly angered to the point of spitting blood. Did you not see that I was beaten like this? Oh. He let out a dry, pitiful scream. What is happening? Lung Qianlu's expression darkened. Report to Lord Xianhu, there was a small conflict between Lin Zongqi and Xiong Zongqi. A Baihu spoke to explain. You tell us. Lung Qianlu glanced at the woman standing beside him. She was his secretary, responsible for handling his paperwork and naturally a trusted confidant. Report to Lord Xianhu, as soon as I entered, I saw Lin Zongqi attacking Xiong Zongqi. Qi Yu said. As a secretary, he had long been familiar with the identities of everyone present. Everyone present was someone she recognized. Xiantian, you explain what happened. Lung Qianlu pointed to Xiantian. The two smaller flags quickly supported Xiantian to the front. Report to Lord Xianhu, this Lin Rong is an undercover agent of the Blood God sect. Xiantian hurriedly embellished his reasoning. Is that all? Lung Qianlu asked. I believe Lord Xianhu has keen insight and must have seen through Lin Rong's true nature. Be quiet for now. Lin Rong, I came to ask you, why did you return late for a day? Report to Lord Xianhu, I narrowly escaped an ambush and by chance made some progress in my cultivation. To avoid being hunted by the Blood God sect, I found a cave and hid for a day. Then why did none of your three subordinates accompany you on this mission? Before receiving the task from Zhao Baihu, my three smaller flags were borrowed by Wang Baihu. Wang Baihu, is that so? Indeed. That seems reasonable. Lin Zongqi, you may return to your team. Lung Qianlu nodded. Xiantian was nearly driven to death by anger. Is that all there is to it? Report to Lord Xianhu, I am also doing this for the public good. He continued to scream. Lin Zongqi, we are all colleagues. How could you be so brutal? Lung Qianlu had to hold him accountable. Xiong Zongqi is a swift blade. Even if you disabled his left arm, it would be acceptable. Crack. Lin Rong struck like lightning. Oh. Xiantian screamed like a slaughtered pig. His left arm hung limply. I accept the command. After speaking, Lin Rong was about to return to the lineup. Wait a moment, was that my intention? Lung Qianlu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Very well, I didn't express myself clearly earlier, and let's put this matter to rest. Lin Zongqi, you have injured a colleague. That is a mistake, and you will be fined for 3 months. Someone take Xiong Zongqi away for proper treatment. Go to the storehouse and fetch a bone renewal pill to send to Xiong Zongqi. This matter ends here, and I do not want to hear any more about our guard's internal discord. Lung Qianlu's stern gaze swept across the room. We understand. The crowd quickly bowed in response. At the same time, they began to grasp the underlying implications. Clearly, there is some connection between this Lord Lung Qianhu and Lin Rong. Their guesses were correct. Lung Qianlu originally had a somewhat shallow relationship with Lin Rong's father. After Lin Rong joined the Yinglong Guard, through deliberate efforts, this relationship was considerably strengthened. His rise to the position of Zongqi was not without Lung Qianlu's assistance. Such things are quite common in the officialdom of the great martial empire. Subordinates need a backing to act boldly. And superiors, of course, need loyal subordinates to get things done. Lin Rong did not expect that the person taking over would be him. Thus he dared to be a bit reckless. Otherwise, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Task completed. The 5 senses breathing technique has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. After a round of bureaucratic speeches, Lung Qianlu stood up and said, "Everyone, you may return to your duties, and please do not cause any disturbances recently. I take my leave." The crowd dispersed. Lung Qianlu thought for a moment and added, "Lin Rong, come with me for a moment." In the back courtyard of the Qianhu residence, "Uncle Lung, congratulations on taking charge of Jiangbei Prefecture." Lin Rong hurriedly congratulated. Although Lung Qianlu was also a Qianhu in the Guangzhou Town Pacification Office before, the Qianhu of the Pacification Office is not the same as the Qianhu overseeing a region. The former is always under scrutiny, while the latter is purely a local emperor. Furthermore, Emperor Shunren understands how to utilize people. If there are promotions, they prioritize Qianhu from external assignments. This is because they worry that subordinates who interact day and night will form a tight-knit group. If that happens, imperial authority will be weakened. What, Uncle Lung? Addressed by title at work. Understood, Lord Qianhu. Lin Rong quickly replied. Your matters will not be so easily resolved. After all, there are many eyes watching me. Lung Qianlu took a sip of tea before continuing. I believe everyone is well aware that we have a traitor among us. Uncle Lung is mighty. Such traitors deserve to be dealt with harshly. Lung Qianlu was taken aback, then his expression darkened. What nonsense. Lin Rong, I recognize your abilities. I have never feared being accused of nepotism. I am willing to promote you, but you must also achieve results for me to elevate your position. However, as of now, you still bear suspicion. Then I will assign you the task of identifying the traitor in Jiangbei Prefecture. You may investigate boldly and without reservation. No matter what support you need, just go to Qiyu. I will provide whatever assistance I can. Task issued: find the traitor within the Yinglong Guard and completely clear your own suspicion. Upon completion, reward of martial arts. Duga 9 Swords, Great Perfection. Rewards will be given according to the perfection level of task completion. Lin Rong did not return home. Instead, he found a room in the backyard of the Qianhu office to rest for a while. Where should I start my investigation? He couldn't help but rub his nose. Investigating traitors is a highly sensitive matter, especially since it involves colleagues. For other suspects, even officials from Jiangbei Prefecture can be detained and questioned first. After all, first strike, then report, authorized by imperial power, is no joking matter. After the interrogation, if the person has no issues, even if they are unhappy, they would not dare to show it. Not only that, but they might even prepare a generous gift to express their gratitude under the pretext of thanking the Great One for proving their innocence and preserving their reputation. And in reality, this is indeed the case. Even the Yinglong Guard could not find any problems with my official conduct, which rogue would dare to say that I am not an honest official. However, it is different when it comes to the internal matters of the Yinglong Guard. What? You actually came to question me first. It turns out you think I am the most like a traitor. All right. Don't say anything more. You handle your official business, and I will fully cooperate. Once it's done, we will sever ties. It seems that I need to lure the snake out of its hole. Having formed a preliminary plan in his heart, Lin Rong shifted his focus to the system space and directly acquired the 5 senses breathing technique. With the 9 yang divine art and the foundation of being at the second level of innate cultivation, in just a stick of incense's time, the light sphere of the 5 senses breathing technique was completely integrated. Lin Rong's thoughts stirred. While the system is indeed impressive, he couldn't help but smack his lips. The perception at the innate level is already quite strong. Now, with the addition of the 5 senses breathing technique, his perception has been enhanced by at least tenfold. The 5 senses are smell, taste, hearing, touch, and sight. Not to mention that he can easily see the patterns on the ant's body under the stone at the other end of the yard. Even with his eyes closed, relying solely on his hearing, he could construct a 3-dimensional layout of the nearby area in his mind based on the differences in the sound of the wind. This is an incredibly powerful trump card. Not only does it provide nearly godly assistance in solving cases, but having such strong perception during combat also gives him a significant advantage. Open the blind box. Lin Rong thought to himself. The host opened the blind box and received 10 cleansing pills. The host opened the blind box and received a pair of perfectly fitting beast skin boots. Cleansing pills. Good stuff, but unfortunately they are of no use to me, Lin Rong thought. With the perfected 9 yang divine art, does he still need to consume cleansing pills? What effect can cleansing pills have that surpasses the 9 yang true qi? However, this is still a significant fortune. Each cleansing pill is worth 500 taels of silver. He took out one cleansing pill and inspected its quality. This is definitely a top-grade cleansing pill. Selling it for 600 or 700 taels of silver is quite easy. It must be noted that in the Great Martial Dynasty, the purchasing power of silver is extremely strong. As the captain of the Yinglong Guard, his monthly salary is only 100 taels. Generally, an ordinary person with no cultivation can only earn about 2 copper coins a month from a job. Even that little is enough to feed a family of 4 if they live frugally. Even a third-rate warrior would find it hard to earn half a tael of silver in a month. As for the boots, many unnecessary regulations have been abolished since Emperor Shunren's reforms. The uniform of the Yinglong Guard only includes a robe. As for weapons, shoes, and other items, it's up to each person to handle them as they see fit. Thus he changed into the new boots. Indeed, they fit perfectly. After sipping a cup of tea and finalizing his plans, he went to see Qiyu. "Captain Lin, what assistance do you need? Please tell me, and I will jot it down." "Then thank you, young lady. First, notify all members of the Yinglong Guard at the Qianhu office that I am responsible for investigating the traitor. I ask all my colleagues to cooperate." "Wait, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't this telling the traitor that you are going to investigate him? I still suggest you proceed secretly," Qiyu kindly reminded. Lin Rong felt helpless. He indeed wanted to act secretly. Unfortunately, he currently has no leads at all. "No need, let's proceed as planned," Lin Rong said. Secondly, before the announcement is made, seal off the Jiangbei Prefecture's prison and the archives of the Qianhu office. Without the order from Cold Qianhu, no one is allowed to leave. As for the colleagues working in there, let them endure a little. Until the restrictions are lifted, they should just stay at their posts. Everyone has some cultivation. It shouldn't be a problem to not go home for a while. Finally, I would like to trouble you to gather all communication records from the Qianhu office in the past 2 months, as well as the records for reviewing documents. I want to go through them one by one," Lin Rong said. Now, with no useful leads, he can only first lock down the prison and the archives. The prisoners in the prison are all serious offenders, including several connected to the Blood God sect. Moreover, many cases are interlinked. As long as the prison is cut off from the outside world, it will be enough to make anyone think wildly. As for the archives, the entire Jiangbei Prefecture's Qianhu office includes all incoming and outgoing communications, including every record of the Yinglong Guard reviewing information. There is still a possibility of finding some clues in there. In any case, regardless of whether there are jujubes on the tree, it's better to take a few swings first. "All right, follow me." Qiyu said nothing more and directly led the way. Upon arriving at the archives, Lin Rong dove headfirst into the paperwork. Soon 2 hours passed. Captain Lin's several hundred adults have already looked through these materials, but there were no findings. "I advise you not to pin too much hope on this," Qiyu reminded him. "Understood. Is the prison secured?" Lin Rong asked. "I have already handled it with the order from the Qianhu adult. However, Captain Lin, I must remind you that the prisoners in the prison are involved in cases held by various adults. In the short term, it's manageable, but if it drags on, it may delay our entire guard's case-handling process." Qiyu reminded him again. "Understood." Lin Rong stayed there for 2 days. Every moment, he kept flipping through documents. At the same time, with the 5 senses breathing technique fully activated, he was monitoring every action of everyone present. Unfortunately, after 2 days, he still gained nothing. "I must stay calm," Lin Rong thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, picked up a large stack of documents, and walked out. "I will take these documents with me. If you notice anything missing when you archive them, just note it down here." After giving his instructions, a faint smile of relief appeared on his lips. As soon as he exited the Qianhu office, he saw Hu Bugue and the others. They seemed anxious and were pacing around. From the appointment of the Qianhu adult, they could easily deduce that Lin Rong's suspicions had not yet been completely cleared. "Captain, any leads?" The 3 of them quickly asked. "Let's go to the prison." "All right. As long as we catch a lead, I have 1,000 ways to make those guys talk." Lu Hui immediately grinned fiercely. He came from a background of prison officials and was selected to join the Yinglong Guard. He prides himself on being a leader in the use of torture. The imperial prison is a deep dungeon. Upon entering, the temperature abruptly drops by several degrees, and the surroundings are chillingly gloomy, sending shivers down one's spine. "My lord, I am wronged. I am truly innocent. Kill me and grant me a swift end. Do you know who I am, young man? Dare you treat me this way? Once I am out of this prison, I will annihilate your entire clan." Along the way, there were threats, pleas for death, and pathetic displays from the prisoners. The guards had long grown accustomed to this, lifting the dragon whip without a second thought and delivering a barrage of fierce strikes. They couldn't be bothered to utter a single word. "Which fool is it?" Lu Hui kept stretching his muscles, eager to try. "None of them. Let's go have some tea," Lin Rong replied indifferently. Thus the 3 spent another 2 days in the resting room at the bottom of the imperial prison. Finally, Lin Rong spoke again. "You 3 continue to await orders here and do not leave." Leaving his trusted subordinates in the imperial prison further indicates that he had gained some insight. Now it was a matter of seeing how strong the opponent's resolve was. "My lord, why is this?" The 3 were utterly bewildered. Don't ask, just do as you're told, came the reply. Understood. Lin Rong returned to his courtyard, activating the five senses breathing technique. As expected, he smiled faintly. Though the traces at home had shifted slightly, they hadn't escaped his observation. Someone had indeed come to search his residence. It's good that they are uneasy. He knew that his plan was already moving toward success. After a restful sleep, he visited the imperial prison again. Subsequently, the order from the Chindu manor was issued once more. The imperial prison would no longer accept prisoners temporarily. If there are new prisoners, they should be detained in the state prison first, and only after the ban is lifted will they be transferred to the imperial prison. In a dimly lit room. From the current situation, Lung Qianlu must have grasped important clues. A slightly hoarse voice echoed. That Lin Rong, though his cultivation isn't very high, possesses exceptionally cunning methods. In several cases that caused significant losses to our holy sect, he was involved in 3 of them. He returned a day late. This matter cannot be as simple as he claims. The person spoke slowly, clearly thinking as he spoke. Indeed, there are 2 important figures within the imperial prison. However, their identities have not been fully revealed, and the Shenlong guard is unaware, which is why there was no targeted interrogation. If Lung Qianlu has already locked onto his targets, then soon those 2 will surely spill their secrets. I share this sentiment. If Lung Qianlu so easily reveals Lin Rong's suspicions, it is likely that the 2 have already prepared extensively in secret. Regardless, we cannot wait any longer. We must take countermeasures. If a core figure of the holy sect is captured, leading to the exposure of our highest secrets, we will all face dire consequences. At this point, the room fell silent. It took a full incense stick's worth of time before someone spoke again. Lung Qianlu is a master-level powerhouse. We have no means to deal with him. For now, we can only target Lin Rong. Let No, 9 and No, 10 act together. If we can extract information about the situation in the prison from Lin Rong, that would be best. If not, eliminate him. Then we will withdraw all potentially exposed core members from Jiangbei Prefecture. Better to proceed slowly than to make a single mistake. With that, the words had barely left his mouth. Several figures swiftly departed from the scene. Time passed, and another 2 days went by. Lin Rong entered and exited the imperial prison daily, as if he had some sort of connection with a certain presence within. That night, he lay in bed, breathing steadily. Anyone with cultivation could tell he was sound asleep. Yet suddenly he opened his eyes, his breathing rate and rhythm unchanged. The door of the room was quietly pried open. 2 shadowy figures arrived at his bedside in an instant. One of them formed a sword with their fingers and swiftly pointed at several vital points on his body. Finally, you've come, or I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Rong struck like lightning, employing the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique to directly seize the opponent's wrist. With a twist, crack, then with a burst of true energy, half of the other person's body was shaken apart. The Dragon Claw technique is the pinnacle of seizing techniques. In an instant, it rendered the other party incapable of action. Hiss! The second person seeing this showed a fleeting ripple in their eyes, and their dagger swiftly aimed at his heart. This indicates that both individuals were extremely seasoned assassins. Their hearts were as hard as iron. Unfortunately, they were facing Lin Rong. Crack! Lin Rong instantly sat up. While dodging, he had already tightened his grip on the wrist of the attacker, using just a bit of force to cripple one hand and seize the dagger. Just as he was about to capture both of them completely, their bodies suddenly went limp. He quickly got up and tore away the black cloth covering their faces. Before his eyes were 2 faces marred with scars, completely unrecognizable. Blood oozed continually from their mouths and noses. 2 innate assassins, once their assassination fails, they instantly use a secret method to sever their own heart veins and die. Even their appearances have long been ruined. Even if the bodies fall into others' hands, no one would be able to find any clues based on their looks. This is undoubtedly a highly secretive and terrifying assassin organization. This was the first time he had encountered such professional and decisive assassins. The clues obtained by drawing the snake out of its hole had thus been severed. For a moment, Lin Rong's thoughts spiraled. Having missed this opportunity, all his previous efforts would not only be wasted, but nearly all of it. This left him extremely dissatisfied. In just an instant, a cold smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth. The fact that they could send assassins of this caliber indicates how much importance they placed on this assassination. Thus, the mastermind might be lurking nearby. With that thought, he forcefully released his true energy. Bang, bang, bang. The room instantly erupted in a cacophony. Tables and chairs shattered, splintered wood flew out with tremendous force, breaking through the doors and windows, shooting out into the open. It was as if a fierce battle was taking place inside. At the same time, his sleeping robe was torn apart by the true energy. As he stepped down, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed from the mouth of a corpse, splattering all over him. There are assassins. Help! There are assassins. After doing all this, Lin Rong anxiously shouted as he ran outside. He looked utterly disheveled. 2 top innate assassins couldn't kill him. On a loft by the street, a middle-aged man wore an expression of disbelief. The assassins didn't pursue him, which surely meant they were dead. Lin Rong's frantic escape was undoubtedly due to concerns that there might be other assassins here. His gaze swept across the street, finding it devoid of pedestrians, and Lin Rong's escape route was precisely toward him. Instantly, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Rong, gravely injured, fled toward him. Wasn't that throwing himself into the net? This was heaven's. The 2 innate realm assassins failed to kill Lin Rong. What does this indicate? It only shows that Lin Rong is deeply concealed, and it also implies that his significance is greater than they had previously imagined. He must not be allowed to live. Without hesitation, he dove down from the loft like a great bird. Little did he know Lin Rong fled in this direction precisely because the view from the loft was excellent. Seeing the bait taken, Lin Rong couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart. Only when the opponent approached did he suddenly raise his head and offer a mysterious smile. What's going on? The middle-aged man froze, immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had fallen for a trap. Unfortunately, it was already too late. His fierce palm had already struck out, and being in midair with no leverage, he had no time to withdraw. In desperation, he could only elevate his palm's strength to its utmost. However, in a mere flash, Lin Rong's arm, like a swimming snake, effortlessly evaded the palm force and coiled around his arm. With a light grip, a pull, and a caress, the next moment the middle-aged man's eyes bulged. He felt unbearable throbbing pain throughout his arm's veins and joints, unable to move even a bit. What martial arts is this? Boom. He was a decisive man, and at a critical moment, he actually self-destructed an arm. Seizing this brief opportunity, he rapidly turned and fled into the distance. Stepping on snow without leaving a trace, Lin Rong waved his hand to disperse the blood mist his body, turning into an afterimage as he closely pursued. In just a few breaths, Lin Rong caught up to the man from behind. He knew he had finally hooked a big fish. He suddenly punched down on the man's back. With this strike, he was confident he could disperse the opponent's true energy, making it difficult for him to take his own life. Bang! The middle-aged man crashed down in the center of the street. Lin Rong dared not delay, quickly pouncing over and grabbing him. As he removed the mask, he exclaimed, "Trial 100 Officer Wu Song, it's actually you." Lin Rong was astonished. "The holy cult will not let you go." Wu Song sneered, his eyes filled with cruelty and determination. After struggling to finish this sentence, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. "Did you poison yourself?" Lin Rong frowned. These people were simply too decisive. Each one was an elite among the elite, unafraid of death. Even though Wu Song did not sever his own heart vein, he still swallowed the poison and died. Lin Rong thoroughly understood. If he wanted to capture a live one, he could not leave them any chance. This fish can still be fished. Lin Rong hardened his heart and directly engaged him instantly, devising a new plan. He quickly struck Wu Song on the neck, pretending to knock him unconscious. Then he hurriedly carried Wu Song's corpse to the Thousand House. Lord Thousand, a great catch. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Rong couldn't wait to shout. The internal spy has been found. Who is it? Cold Qianlu, who was cultivating, rushed out upon hearing the sound. Lord Thousand, let's talk inside. After saying this, he entered Cold Qianlu's room, first casually tossing the corpse onto the ground. Cold Qianlu turned the body over, his brow furrowing sharply. Then Lin Rong detailed the events of the encounter. You did well. This also clears your suspicion completely. No one can speak ill of you in this regard from now on. Cold Qianlu nodded, clearly satisfied. Cold uncle, I wonder if you have heard a saying. What saying? When you see one cockroach, there are countless others that you cannot see. Lin Rong stroked his chin and smiled. I know this too. However, Wu Song is already dead, and this line has been cut off. Your tactic of feigning confusion to draw out the snake has yielded unexpected results. As for the remaining rats, I will eventually catch them all. Cold Qianlu looked at the corpse on the ground, sneering. Cold uncle, now only you and I know that Wu Song is dead. Lin Rong reminded. Cold Qianlu's eyebrows raised sharply. Are you saying this fish can still be fished? That depends on whether Cold uncle can act convincingly in the upcoming play. You always manage to come up with new tricks. Huh. The next day, news spread throughout the Thousand House. Trial 100 Officer Wu Song was actually an undercover agent for the Blood God cult. Fortunately, Lin Rong designed a plan to lure him out and capture him, otherwise who knows how many incidents like Zhao 100 officers would occur in the future. Wu Song has now been imprisoned at the bottom level of the prison, and it was Cold Qianlu himself conducting the interrogation, which had yet to conclude. Lin Commander, congratulations. With such a great achievement, your promotion to Trial 100 Officer is a done deal. Yes, after getting promoted, don't forget to treat your brothers. The accomplishment is secondary, but capturing Wu Song with your own hands must mean that Lin Commander has already broken through to the innate realm, right? If I remember correctly, you're only 23 this year, aren't you? A 23-year-old innate, my heavens, the future is boundless. In the future, when you get promoted to 1000 officer, or even as the leader of the Yinglong Guard, don't forget to promote us. A group of colleagues came over to congratulate him. You all are overpraising me. All of this is due to Lord Thousand's clever strategies. Lin, brother, you need not be so humble. While they were chatting, cold Qianlu walked in, still carrying a strong smell of blood. This was enough to show how miserable Wu Song had been the previous night. I've met Lord Thousand. Everyone bowed. No need for formalities. Cold Qianlu raised his hand, and then turned his gaze to Lin Rong. Since Wu Song was captured by you, let's take turns guarding and interrogating him. I obey. Lin Rong bowed. Now you go to the prison to keep watch. I have some matters to attend to, and I will find you to switch shifts after I'm done. Cold Qianlu nodded in satisfaction. Remember, Wu Song is of great importance. To pry his mouth open, we need to boil the frog in warm water, slowly wearing down his will. You must not let him die, or I will hold you accountable. I understand. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Lin Rong headed straight to the prison. In the following days, the entire Thousand House was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Lin Rong and Cold Qianlu took turns guarding the prison every day. The security of the prison also became increasingly strict. An assistant 1000 officer led 200 officers to guard the door, and not even a fly could fly in. The Yinglong guards also became taciturn. No one dared to inquire about related matters. Even if they were curious, they had to hold it in. Everyone understood that this matter was extremely sensitive now. If anyone couldn't control themselves and went to inquire, they would immediately be suspected of gathering intelligence, thus bringing disaster upon themselves. As time slowly passed, some people just couldn't sit still. That fool Wu Song truly ruined my grand plan. Oh, dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. It would be fine if the assassination failed. We could withdraw the potentially exposed core members, but he had to meddle and was captured alive. In the dimly lit room, the speaker's voice was suppressed with endless rage. Wu Song was a trial 100 officer of the Yinglong Guard. His involvement was far greater than those already captured in prison. Now, even if they wanted to sever their ties for survival, it was too late. The impact on the overall situation was too great. The Jiangbei Prefecture is of immense significance to our sect. It cannot afford any mishaps. At this point, Wu Song must be dealt with quickly. Calm down, my lord. Could this possibly be another trap? Wu Song's loyalty to our sect is well known. He should have committed suicide by poison. Someone reminded him. Naturally, I have considered this point, but right now we cannot take that risk. We must assume Wu Song is still alive. Immediately arrange it. At all costs, Wu Song must die. You must understand that the clues on him may— In the lowest level of the Zhaoyi prison, continuous screams echoed. It was impossible to discern that these were sounds made by a human. Even the guards, who had long grown accustomed to such noises, turned pale upon hearing them. Even the notorious criminals in the prison had now become obedient. They lay in their cells pretending to be dead, fearing that they might attract attention. Indeed, you truly deserve the title of Lord Qianhu. Such methods are simply those of a living Yama. Of course, this is the Zhaoyi prison itself, a hell on earth. However, that Wu Song has a truly tough mouth. He has held out for so many days. I've heard that there is a martial art from a cult that is exceedingly sinister. After cultivation, it makes one fearless of death, pursuing the bliss of rebirth as one's lifelong goal. Unfortunately, the harder his mouth is, the greater his value, and thus Lord Qianhu cannot possibly let him go. Entering the Zhaoyi prison and still hoping for blissful rebirth is simply a joke. I truly cannot imagine his current wretched state, a few senior guards whispered after finishing their patrol. Of course, they could only speculate. The lowest level of the Zhaoyi prison was the most tightly controlled. Without Lung Qianlu's permission, not even the Vice Qianhu could enter. In the lowest level of the Zhaoyi prison, Lung Qianlu sat elegantly in a reclining chair sipping tea, while Lin Rong sat on the other side of the table. The one being interrogated was a burly man, over 2 meters tall, bald with a scar on his head. However, he was no proper monk. He took pleasure in devouring humans with a particular fondness for live 3-year-old boys and girls, and he did so in front of their parents. The degree of his perversion was shocking. The number of children who died at his hands exceeded 300. Many parents of those boys and girls went mad afterward. The Yinglong Guard had pursued him for over a year before finally capturing him. The reason this guy was still alive was not because he held any value. It was simply that the emperor himself had ordered that he should not die too easily. Thus, this man had been imprisoned in the depths of the Zhaoyi prison, serving as a training tool for the newly recruited Yinglong Guards. As for the screams, they were undoubtedly coming from this man. Now it was a case of utilizing waste. Uncle Lung, it should be enough now. If we drag it out any longer, the act will lose its authenticity. Lin Rong stood up and said, "You are so confident that the fish will take the bait." Lung Qianlu glanced sideways and asked, "I wouldn't say the other side will definitely take the bait, but I do have a fair amount of confidence. I can see that you believe yourself to be an excellent angler." "Uncle Lung, I may not be a good angler, but I understand one principle," he said. "Go on. I only know that whether or not one can catch fish depends not on the angler, but on whether the fish are hungry." "Ha ha, good lad, your future achievements will certainly surpass mine." "All right, you can go ahead boldly, Ao. As I said, I will back you up." Following Lin Rong's arrangement, several Yinglong guards led the prison guards to take action immediately. The blood monk was knocked unconscious and tossed into another cell like a dead dog. Lin Rong then strode towards the upper levels of the Zhaoyi prison. "Convey the emperor's decree. Send 2 people to the Qianhu office to fetch 2 bowls of returning essence soup for Wu Tsong." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards all lowered their heads. After a while, someone accepted the order. Lin Rong did not say much. Seeing the 2 leave, he hurriedly made his way to the lowest level. What a pity such a good thing as returning essence soup costs 50 taels of silver a bowl, and yet it has ended up benefiting that traitor Wu Tsong. "Oh, it seems you also want a taste." "Hee brother, don't joke, I don't have that kind of luck." Saying this, the guard who spoke first was drenched in cold sweat. He certainly did not want to end up like Wu Tsong, unable to live or die. "Wang Chung, I heard you know disguise techniques." Lin Rong asked as they arrived at the lowest level of the Zhaoyi prison. "Reporting to the general, I can't say I'm proficient." "It's fine, that's already enough. Transform me into Wu Tsong's appearance, and remember, it must look sufficiently miserable. Do you understand?" "Understood." Wang Chung then began to busily work. The Qianhu office. After the 2 guards delivered the order, no one suspected anything. After all, even the governor of Jiangbei Prefecture would not dare to invoke the name of the Lord Qianhu. "Cooking the returning essence soup takes about half an hour. Follow me. Wait here. Remember, do not wander. Otherwise, no one will care if you die." After the general left, 2 dark figures slipped in through the partially open window. The Zhaoyi prison was not far from the Qianhu office, and there was no opportunity for contact along the way, so they had to seize the current moment. This was a chance created specifically for them by a lord. "What is the situation in the Zhaoyi prison?" Reporting to the lord, the 2 guards quickly recounted the events that had transpired. "Very good, you don't need to worry about the next steps." As they spoke, their bodies and appearances rapidly began to change. In a short amount of time, they had already become identical to the 2 guards. "Take off your clothes quickly. Someone will lead you out of the city later. After leaving, return to the holy sect. Based on your merits, the leader will surely promote you to the post-heaven realm." After saying this, the 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. However, this movement was something that the 2 first-class martial artist guards could not possibly catch. "My lord, we have brought the returning essence soup." At the entrance of the Zhaoyi prison, the 2 guards said cautiously, "Handed over, routine inspection." The vice Qianhu Yuang said coldly. After searching them, he opened the food box, first using a silver needle to test for poison, but still not at ease, he added, "You 2 each take a sip." "We dare not. If I tell you to drink, then drink." "Yes, yes, yes." The 2 trembled as they picked up the soup spoon, and each took a sip. After waiting 2 cups of tea's worth of time, "Very good, no issues, you may enter now." Yuang finally nodded. If they wanted to eliminate Wu Tsong, they had to use a potent poison. A slow-acting poison, even if administered to Wu Tsong, would soon be discovered. With the means of the Yinglong guards, they would quickly be able to save him. If that were the case, it would be a complete waste of effort. Seeing that the 2 posed no threat also proved that the returning essence soup was poison-free. As soon as they entered the Zhaoyi prison, a barely perceptible disdain appeared on their faces. They had already thought of this. The Yinglong guards truly underestimated the resolve of the holy sect. From the moment they entered here, they had no intention of returning alive. "My lord, the returning essence soup has arrived." The 2 reached the entrance of the lowest level and hurriedly offered the food box to Hu Bugui. "You 2 go down and directly administer it to Wu Tsong." Hu Bugui commanded with a face full of disdain. Instantly, the 2 were filled with wild joy. Indeed, these Yinglong guards have grown accustomed to their lofty status. Dirty work and laborious tasks have always been pushed aside whenever possible. After entering the lowest level, the 2 kept their heads down, appearing meek and submissive. In the end, they turned around with a face full of pleading. "My lord, we only possess the strength of first-rate warriors." Wu Tsong has been rendered powerless, his hands and feet shattered. In the end, they turned around with a face full of pleading. "My lord, we only possess the strength of first-rate warriors." Wu Tsong has been rendered powerless, his hands and feet shattered. "What are you afraid of?" Lung Qianlu waved his hand impatiently. Then the 2 approached Lin Rong and flipped him over. After confirming their faces revealed uncontrollable joy. Die. The two immediately revealed ferocious expressions. One struck directly at Lin Rong's Bai point, while the other clawed toward Lin Rong's heart. These were lethal moves. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Yet in the next moment the person before them suddenly disappeared, leaving them dumbfounded. Pain shot through the joints and meridians across his body. Wang Cheng, what in the world did you rub on me? Are you trying to suffocate me? Lin Rong jumped up, his true energy surged, and all the filth fell away. He also regained his original appearance. Lord General, this is not realistic enough. Wang Cheng hurriedly ordered someone to fetch hot water. The two on the ground finally saw Lin Rong's true face, momentarily horrified. Unfortunately, both of them had been dismantled by Lin Rong, their powers completely wasted, and their meridians shattered, lying on the ground like a lump of mud. Now, aside from blinking, they could do nothing else. Lin Rong had prepared for so long, and he had to wait until the enemy believed they had succeeded when their guard was at its lowest to strike. This was to deny the enemy any chance of self-destruction, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. Even if the enemy had a poison pouch in their mouths, they currently lacked the strength to break it. Lu Hui carefully checked to see if they still harbor any poison within them. Lin Rong instructed. Understood, my lord. You can rest assured, I am an expert in this field. Lu Hui quickly got to work. Clap, clap, clap. Lung Qianlu couldn't help but stand up, applauding. Even he had to admire Lin Rong's skill. The art of capturing was truly at its peak. Lin Rong, I truly did not misjudge you. As long as we capture a live one, the subsequent matters will be easy to handle. I will record your contributions, and you will receive everything you deserve. Lung Qianlu's face was flushed with excitement. Taking this opportunity, he would undoubtedly root out a large number of traitors. The merit was secondary, the significance was unparalleled. You must know that he had just taken office. This Lin Rong was definitely his lucky star. He needed to quickly pull him up to the position of 100 households, or even deputy 1,000 households. He had already made up his mind. Uncle Lung, you flatter me. Capturing these two live ones entirely depends on your adept coordination. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lung Qianlu couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. This Lin Rong was definitely worth cultivating. He must be trained with full effort. All right, you have worked hard these days. I will give you half a month of time off to rest. On the first day, Lung Qianlu ordered all Yinglong guards to drop their cases and return to headquarters, forbidding any commands to leave. Those who disobey the order shall be executed without mercy. Immediately, several Yinglong guards who had not returned were branded as traitors. Following the clues, more than 20 were uncovered. 5 days later, over a dozen captains, 5 small flags, 3 generals, and even 100 households committed suicide. The situation continued to escalate. Another 5 days later, 7 officials from Jiangbei Prefecture were arrested, and Yunzi County in the northwest was thoroughly investigated by Lung Qianlu. This matter directly reached the desk of the old emperor. The old emperor was furious. A message was brought back by the Chuaning Xue, which contained only 3 words: execute without mercy, stamped with the imperial seal. In Jiangbei, Prefecture heads rolled. Aside from those who fled, at least over 1,000 lost their heads. In a dimly lit great hall. Useless, useless. The voice was like a night owl's wail, extremely unpleasant to hear. Report to the deputy leader, this is all Lin Rong's fault. We truly did not anticipate it. Useless is useless. There is no need to make excuses for yourself. An old man wearing a bronze mask had a killing intent in his eyes, almost palpable. On the mask, 2 blood-red fangs glowed ominously. With a wave of his hand, a stream of bloodlight burst forth from the bodies of those below, directly merging into the mask. Only after the bloodlight disappeared did the old man emit a groan of satisfaction. Thank you, deputy leader, for your punishment. The crowd knelt down, bowing and thanking him profusely. Their power had been drained, indicating that this matter had passed. Otherwise, they would feel uneasy. The holy sect's methods of punishment were no less severe than those of the Yinglong guards. Report to the deputy leader. I am willing to bear the blame and achieve merit by killing Lin Rong to avenge my compatriots in the sect. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Oomph. As soon as this was said, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying over 10 meters, crashing into a pillar and spewing blood. Fool, an absolute fool. I will personally make a move to sever the ties, thus calming this disaster. The holy sect has suffered such great losses. What we must do now is to endure, lie low, accumulate strength, and wait for the right moment. You still want to kill Lin Rong now? Good, good. That group of Yinglong guards is just waiting for you to deliver yourself to them. The old man nearly died of anger from this remark. Seeing this group of fools, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. With such characters in the holy sect, when could they achieve great things? I know my crime. The crowd hurriedly bowed their heads. West Street Tavern. Zhang Xiaocai 3 cold dishes, 5 hot dishes, a stewed chicken, and another jar of your specialty, immortal drunk. Lin Rong called out. Oh Lord Lin, you're here. Zhang Xiaocai quickly came over to greet him. As usual, please to the private room. Lord Lin, your expenditure this time is quite generous. Such a huge incident has occurred in Jiangbei Prefecture. It must be related to you, right? Honestly, did you achieve a great merit? Zhang Xiaocai leaned closer, his old face approaching Lin Rong's. Tell me in detail, this meal is on me. This is what you said, oh no backing out. Lin Rong sat down with a bold posture. No backing out. Then add another jar of immortal drunk. In an instant a look of pain appeared on Zhang Xiaocai's face. A jar of immortal drunk was worth 2 taels of silver. Only high-ranking officials and nobles could afford it. Soon the dishes were served. To minimize his losses, Zhang Xiaocai shamelessly sat at the table, as well starting to indulge in food and drink. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Xiaocai's old grievances flared up again, particularly when he mentioned the officials involved in the case. He ground his teeth in hatred. Sai, what kind of world is this? Since Emperor Shunren ascended the throne, he has worked diligently for 50 years, allowing the common people of Dawu to enjoy a few days of peace. Yet that old emperor suddenly changed his mind. For over 20 years he did not attend court, leading to a neglect of governance, with corrupt officials and wicked ministers and power cults running rampant, and demons and monsters rising. If this continues, the nation will be in peril. If the barbarians and demons take the opportunity to invade, the divine land will be lost, and countless lives will be in jeopardy in an instant. Actually, it still hurts quite a bit. Zhang Xiaocai's face flushed as he hurriedly withdrew his hand into his sleeve. You mentioned Emperor Shunren. Lin Rong was also inspired to continue the discussion. Arts. Lin Rong calmly asked. Well, considering that the common people are about to suffer from calamities, what does my little pain matter? But why are your hands trembling? Actually, it still hurts quite a bit. Zhang Xiaocai's face flushed as he hurriedly withdrew his hand into his sleeve. You mentioned Emperor Shunren. Lin Rong was also inspired to continue the discussion. He is actually considered a good emperor. In his early years, he grew up amidst the turmoil of court intrigues, deeply understanding the hardships of the common people. Thus, after his ascension, he incorporated the divine path into the legal system, established the 3 departments to suppress the local tyrants, disseminated various arts to enlighten the populace, and introduced new taxes to alleviate the burdens of the people. These are his 4 great achievements, and it is precisely because of the strong implementation of these measures that the lives of the people have improved significantly compared to before, Lin Rong said, feeling a sense of approval in his heart. Before Emperor Shunren, the divine path was always intertwined with imperial power, even surpassing it. Even the human emperor had to spend countless resources each year to worship the heavens, offering sacrifices to the deities of the world. The deities, the royal family, and the subordinate bureaucratic families were intricately bound together, ruling over the world. The common people not only had to support the royal family and bureaucrats, but also bore the greatest burden of offering sacrifices to the deities. It should be noted that to worship the deities, aside from offering pigs, cattle, and sheep, the main offerings were humans. The number of young boys and girls mattered greatly, and how many virgins were sacrificed was crucial. Only when the deities were satisfied could the common people find peace and experience favorable weather. Otherwise, the deities would bring down calamities. This was the norm. After Emperor Shunren ascended the throne, his first act was to vigorously suppress the divine path. He abolished human sacrifices and the practice of human entombment. If the deities wanted to continue enjoying the incense and the energy of the human race for their cultivation, they had to obtain an imperial decree, enter the great martial law system, and engage in fair trade with humanity. You guarantee a favorable climate and prevent plagues, and only then will the people worship you. As for wanting to consume humans, don't even think about it. Otherwise, you'll be deemed an evil deity and will be eradicated immediately. As for the second achievement, it was the restructuring or establishment of the factory guard, the Yinglong Guard, and the 6 gates to suppress the major sects across the land. This greatly reduced the massacre of ordinary people by those wielding powerful military forces. The third achievement was the establishment of academies in various states and counties where various arts were taught for free. This naturally included martial arts. The common people of the Great Wu, regardless of their wealth or status, could go to study. Although the teachings were not of profound martial arts, they were still invaluable to ordinary individuals. Before this, all martial arts texts and even introductory books in the entire Great Wu Dynasty were strictly controlled by the major families. Ordinary people qualified to access martial arts, or those who could read and write, would not exceed 1/10 of the population. They could only remain at the lowest levels, and those with exceptional talent had only one path available: to serve as dogs for the noble families. At the same time, Emperor Shunren also established a selection and promotion mechanism through the academies. Although the lower-class people still faced challenges, they finally had a path for upward mobility. This greatly broke the monopoly of the noble families on power. To enhance the confidence and dignity of the people, Emperor Shunren even abolished the kneeling ceremonies between officials and the public. As a result, there was no longer any kneeling ceremony between superiors and subordinates, or even between the emperor and his subjects. As for the final point, the introduction of new taxes. He abolished the head tax on the common people and instead imposed taxes on land, property, and business. The landless would not be taxed. Because of this, within just a few decades, the population of the Great Wu doubled. These four achievements, any emperor from ancient times who accomplished even one would be regarded as a renowned ruler throughout history. Zhang Xiaocai, what more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Lin Rong said calmly. I never said anything about his past actions. I am talking about the last 20 years. Zhang Xiaocai's voice became noticeably weaker, yet there was an imperceptible glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. What could be done then? Lin Rong shrugged. The old emperor's four policies offended all the divine path, noble families, sects, and alliances. Consequently, more than 20 years ago, when the 5 fierce barbarians invaded Great Wu, was forced to fight back. In the Battle of Ma Bei, the elite forces of 800 were annihilated, severely damaging the nation's strength. What do you expect him to do? Are you saying that the defeat in the Battle of Ma Bei was due to internal strife? I never said that. Zhang Xiaocai, do you want to lose your head? Lin Rong shot him a glance, startling Zhang Xiaocai. Such words should not be spoken. Even so, he can't just give up and ignore everything. After all, the country and the people matter, Zhang Xiaocai muttered quietly. He will manage if he can, but primarily he focuses on survival. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, he won't act rashly lest he provoke a desperate counterattack from opposing forces. Lin Rong grinned. For instance, take this incident in Jiangbei. If he truly did not care, would there be so many heads? Dog. Zhang Xiaocai was confused, his face darkening slightly. It means to endure, to wait patiently for the right moment. If one does not act, they will occupy the moral high ground. When they do, taking the lives of enemies, rooting out threats, without leaving hidden dangers. Lin Rong patiently explained. Oh, I see now. Zhang Xiaocai suddenly understood. Lin Rong was in a good mood, his face flushed from drinking. Zhang Xiaocai, tell me honestly, what did your ancestors do to brew such fine wine? I went to the imperial city once, and even the wine in the Grand Tavern there didn't seem as flavorful as yours. Lin Rong changed the subject, asking. This is my secret livelihood, so please don't inquire further, Lord Lin. Zhang Xiaocai immediately became cautious, rubbing his hands and smiling as he left. By the way, Lin Rong's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaocai. Regarding my abduction by the Hahuan sect, I must emphasize again that it must not be leaked. Otherwise, I will definitely take you to the prison for a few days. That was a stain on his life. Now that he thought about it, he regretted telling Zhang Xiaocai. But now that the words were out, it was too late to feel remorse. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiaocai hurriedly nodded. However, his expression was somewhat unpleasant. What's wrong with you? Why does your face turn so pale when I mention the Hahuan sect? Could it be that you couldn't keep your mouth shut and let this matter leak out? Lin Rong glared at him, his expression stern. No, absolutely not. Zhang Xiaocai protested in outrage. That's good. Look at your face, it's as if I didn't give you a bride price and just slept with your daughter. Could it be that you are ill? Quickly find a good doctor to take a look, Lin Rong advised. Look at what Lord Lin is saying. If I had a daughter, and as long as Lord Lin liked her, what would I care about a bride price? That would be a sign of my ancestors being honored. Unfortunately, I lack that fortune. He'll go urge the dishes for you. Zhang Xiaocai said this, and then went out. What Lin Rong did not know was that Zhang Xiaocai's hands, hidden in his sleeves behind his back, were tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles already turning blue. After eating and drinking to his fill, he returned home to sleep. It was not until long after Lin Rong had left that Zhang Xiaocai slowly loosened his fist. My path is not lonely. He calculated that the time for rest was also over. Early the next morning, Lin Rong got up to report to the 1,000 household office. Lin Laudi, congratulations, the rewards from above just came down. Lord Xinhu wants you to go find him directly. As soon as he arrived at the guard post, he encountered Feng Baihu. Lin Rong expressed his gratitude and headed straight to the courtyard where Lung Qinlu was. You've arrived? Please take a seat. Cold Qinlu set aside the dossier in his hands and gestured toward Lin Rong. Qi Yuyu, bring over the imperial rewards just issued from above. Cold Qinlu said with a congratulations, Captain Lin. Your outstanding contribution in apprehending the traitor has been reported by Commander Qian to the Office of Discipline. In recognition, the Imperial Court has granted you 10 marrow cleansing pills, 1 advanced palm-based martial art, and 1,000 taels of pure silver. Chi Yuyu approached bearing a lacquered tray. Such a reward was extraordinarily generous, though the Jiangbei Prefecture purge had relied heavily on the Yinglong Guard's efforts. Lin Rong himself had participated only in its earliest, most limited phase. Imperial rewards prioritized pills and martial arts, with silver serving merely as supplementary recompense. There was no hidden logic. Martial arts carried negligible production cost, and those bestowed were strictly forbidden from transmission beyond one's own bloodline. As for pills, though exorbitantly priced on the open market, and some high-tier varieties virtually unobtainable, their principal expense lay not in rare herbs, but in the alchemists who refined them. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau maintained a vast retinue of such adepts. Thus, for the throne, pill production incurred minimal cost, making this reward system both politically astute and fiscally prudent. It secured loyalty while conserving resources. Very well, set the trade down and withdraw. Cold Qianlu waved dismissively. Chi Yuyu bowed deeply and retreated. In truth, when I submitted your commendation, I recommended you for promotion to 100 Commander. After all, Commander Zhao's post remains vacant. Yet the Grand Marshal remained deliberately ambiguous. He approved lavish rewards, yet made no mention of your appointment, nor did he assign anyone else to the post. Do you know why? Cold Qianlu lifted his teacup, sipped quietly, and asked. He held the rank of 1000 Commander. Within his jurisdiction, he possessed full authority to appoint officers below captain, including acting commanders, whose appointments required little more than his word. But 100 Commander was different, an official post of full authority, entitling its holder to govern an entire county and act autonomously. I do not know, Lin Rong replied. He shook his head. You must be surprised. I recommended you directly for 100 Commander, not even as an acting appointee. Correct. Cold Qianlu smiled faintly. Many thanks, Uncle Cold, for your unwavering confidence in me, Lin Rong replied. The Yinglong Guard differed markedly from the Jinyui of his past life. For instance, in the Jinyui, even acting 100 Commanders occupied rigidly defined positions. But within the Yinglong Guard, only formal posts were so constrained. Deputy roles, such as acting 100 Commander or Deputy 1000 Commander, could be conferred freely upon those whose cultivation and merit met the threshold. This was in fact the old emperor's deliberate strategy to win over elite martial artists across the realm. Yet real power resided solely with the formally appointed. Put plainly, authority could not be casually dispersed, but prestige and remuneration would never be withheld. Enough suspense, I'll tell you plainly. Within the Yinglong Guard, acting 100 Commanders abound, and many wield considerable influence. Who wouldn't vie for a formal appointment? You are currently only a captain. Though your cultivation is certainly sufficient, your accumulated merit remains insufficient for direct elevation. To promote you outright would invite criticism, and the higher echelons prefer not to antagonize unnecessary factions. The fact that they've delayed naming 100 Commander speaks volumes. The post is reserved for you. Otherwise, such extraordinary rewards would never have been issued. Recall, aside from myself, your reward surpasses all others. Even the 200 Commanders who slew enemies in battle received only 5 marrow-cleansing pills and 500 taels of silver each. Cold Qianlu explained. Lin Rong found the reasoning sound. In the past, confined to the post-heaven realm, his accomplishments, though genuine, had been inherently limited by his cultivation and strength. By contrast, acting 100 Commanders had amassed merit over years, achievements far exceeding his own. Even adding this recent triumph, the gap remained insurmountable. Moreover, he was still only a captain. Direct promotion to 100 Commander constituted exceptional advancement, demanding achievements truly worthy of acclaim. Time waits for no one. Take this. Cold Qianlu tossed the dossier resting beside him. Lin Rong caught it and unfurled it immediately. The Bloodrobe Elder, a criminal beyond pardon, has evaded capture repeatedly. Now credible leads place him in Tao County. This matter falls to you. It was unmistakably a gift of merit. Lin Rong studied the dossier, carefully cross-referencing it with his prior knowledge of the Bloodrobe Elder, and began a meticulous analysis. The Bloodrobe Elder was a remnant of the demon sect blood-refining cult, practicing a vile art fueled entirely by human blood, especially that of robust young adults. So abhorrent was this practice, so grievous its violation of celestial harmony, that the blood-refining cult stood among the few demon sects expressly ordered by the emperor for total eradication. His exposure came solely from several newly discovered desiccated corpses in Tao County, whose condition matched the cult's signature methods precisely. Thereupon, the Yinglong Guard's secret archives and the 6th Division's bureau launched covert investigations, until 5 days ago. A cargo vessel sank in the Raoshan River, an event unremarkable in itself, for sailors knew well that ships capsize where rivers run wild. Yet the anomaly lay in this: though over 100 oarsmen were aboard, not a single soul survived. These men were seasoned rivermen. None were ill-equipped to swim. Even if fierce winds and towering waves drowned them all, at least a few bodies should have surfaced. Yet none have been recovered, to this day. Act swiftly. Cold Qianlu cautioned, should this indeed be the Bloodrobe Elder's doing, he will require time in Tao County to complete his blood transformation cultivation art. If he succeeds, he will vanish without trace, robbing us forever of our chance to apprehend him. And even if this case proves unrelated, solving it thoroughly will earn you immense merit. Hearing this, Lin Rong nodded thoughtfully. If the Bloodrobe Elder were truly responsible, he must still be hiding somewhere within Tao County. Transporting over 100 men across borders would be no trivial feat, especially for a pariah hunted relentlessly by every authority whose every movement drew suspicion. Moreover, the Yinglong Guard and 6th Division's Bureau had maintained constant surveillance over all merchants entering or leaving Tao County, leaving little room for subterfuge. Uncle Cold, I depart immediately, Lin Rong declared. Very well, take my official edict with you. You may command any Yinglong Guard personnel stationed in Tao County at your discretion. However, Commander Qin of Tao County sustained injuries during the previous campaign against the Blood God sect. He will be of little assistance. Also bear in mind the 6th Division's Bureau is investigating this case concurrently. Cold Qianlu nodded. At that very moment, characters shimmered into existence before Lin Rong's inner vision. Mission assigned: uncover the truth behind the Tao County shipwreck, apprehend or eliminate the mastermind. Mission completion: reward martial art, 6 meridians divine sword perfected. Additional blind boxes awarded based on mission execution excellence. The 6 meridians divine sword. Lin Rong's heart surged with elation. In the Tianlong world, it ranked among the supreme, peerless arts, projecting sword light from fingertips razor-sharp and awe-inspiring, both devastatingly potent and spectacularly magnificent. Yet first he needed to return home and integrate the solitary sword art. After instructing someone to notify Hu Buguwei and the other 2 to prepare immediately, he rushed straight home and promptly claimed the perfected version of the solitary sword art of 9 forms. As the perfected solitary sword art of 9 forms merged with him, cascades of information flooded his mind. A hazy figure appeared, single-handedly wielding a sword, and began demonstrating the techniques. 10,000 sword forms distilled from complexity into simplicity, ultimately coalescing into 9 supreme strokes. Simultaneously, numerous minute meridians and acupoints within his body gradually opened under the art's resonance. Once the integration was complete, a voice echoed inward: primordial realm 3rd tier. Lin Rong beamed with delight. After all, the solitary sword art was no internal cultivation manual like the 9 Yang divine art. Yet its successful fusion still unblocked many of his meridians, elevating his cultivation to a higher level. This peerless sword art had been forged by Dugu Qiubai himself. Formlessness triumphs over form. It shatters all martial arts under heaven. Exquisitely refined, beyond perfection, beyond description. Mastering it dramatically amplified Lin Rong's combat prowess. Next comes the blind box draw. The host opened a blind box and obtained 1 primordial pill. The host opened a blind box and obtained 100 refined steel sword. The host opened a blind box and obtained a vial of soul-tracking incense. The host opened a blind box and obtained 2 primordial pills. After opening all the boxes, he acquired a total of 6 primordial pills. These were far superior to marrow-washing pills. Within each primordial pill pulsed pure primordial qi. Upon refinement, it could be directly transmuted into primordial true qi, rapidly accelerating cultivation. Without hesitation, he tossed 1 pill into his mouth. The 9 Yang divine arts surged at full force. Soon his true qi swelled dramatically. By the time he had fully refined all 6 pills, his cultivation soared to the 5th tier of the primordial realm. 2 pills advanced me to the 4th tier, but the remaining 4 barely pushed me to the 5th. Lin Rong inwardly marveled. Beyond the primordial realm, each successive tier widened exponentially in difficulty. To advance swiftly, he would need not only perfected martial arts, but also rare heavenly treasures and earthly essences. Cultivating martial arts was inherently an extravagantly costly pursuit. He would need to amass wealth, steadily and substantially. With a mere gesture, a gleaming steel longsword reappeared in his hand. His wrist flicked, a dazzling flourish bloomed in the air. The primordial realm suffices. Then he withdrew another jade vial. This was the soul-tracking incense. Soul-tracking incense, a viscous, colorless, odorless liquid condensed by the soul-tracking jade as it absorbed ambient spiritual energy, impervious to water or wind, enduring for 3 months. Within a radius of 100 zhang, should this incense appear, the soul-tracking jade would emit a sapphire glow. The closer the source, the more intense the radiance. A truly extraordinary artifact. Lin Rong's eyes sparkled. This was a peerless tracking treasure, its applications boundless. After lunch, a voice called from outside. Senior Commander Lin. Is that you? A knock sounded at the door. Lin Rong opened it to find Hu Bugui and the other two standing before him. Senior Commander Lin, we are ready. When shall we depart? All three brimmed with excitement. Previously, they had merely run errands for Lin Rong, yet each had received a marrow-washing pill as reward. Thanks to those pills, their cultivation had noticeably improved. Serving Senior Commander Lin was quite simply exhilarating. Change into plain clothes. We leave now. After a brief preparation, Lin Rong mounted a blue-maned steed. With a light crack of the whip, the horse shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, racing toward the city gates. This was a mount of the Yinglong Guard, its pedigree impeccable. One day later, a series of soft pink hills rose into view on the horizon. They were covered in peach trees, the very origin of the county's name, Peach County. It was the season of blossoms. Ahead stretched a great river, the Raoshan River. Originating in the northern reaches of Guangzhou, it wound around the Xiantian mountain range, flowed here, then curved eastward along the Dongguo Mountains until emptying into the sea. The shipwreck had occurred precisely within this river. The settlement ahead was a town, and the sole location within 300 li possessing a bridge across the river. Elsewhere, crossing required ferries. Hence the town bore the name Jianxiao Town. 50 li remained to Peach County. Will arrive shortly, riding hard. Wang Qingdao spoke. I hear the 6th Division's office has dispatched a silver badge constable, a disciple of a legendary divine constable. We must not let them outpace us. Indeed, the 6th Division's office, though one of the 3 bureaus, answers solely to the Ministry of Justice. We, however, are the Emperor's personal guard. Letting them solve the case first would be an unforgivable disgrace. Hu Bugui and the other nodded firmly in agreement. No rush, let us rest first. Lin Rong pulled sharply on the reins, halting the horse. They secured their mounts at a nearby and then strolled leisurely through the town. The wreck site lay not far from here. Gathering intelligence in advance was never unwise. More crucially, according to the official dossier, the sunken merchant vessel belonged to the Chun family of Peach County, a clan whose enterprises centered on 2 pillars: timber and shipping. Of the two, shipping constituted the overwhelming majority of their profits. All members of the Chun family connected to the incident had already been apprehended. That made them the sole viable lead. Yet Lin Rong paused, considering matters from the Chun family's perspective. Were he in their position, he would never entangle his family with remnants of a demonic sect. Still less would he gamble his family's most lucrative enterprise on such peril. Even if secret dealings existed with the blood-robe elder, surely simpler pretexts existed, such as mountain woodcutters vanishing or lumbermen snatched by wild beasts to supply disciples for cultivation. Thus he doubted that rushing to Peach County for interrogation would yield meaningful results. Senior Commander Lin, there appears to be a wedding ahead. Outside the town, Hu Bugui's eyes lit up. Let's go feast. Lin Rong led the trio to a rustic farmhouse courtyard. Elder Sir, greetings. We are merchants en route to Peach County, drawn by festivity. Might we join your banquet and partake of a modest meal? As he spoke, Lin Rong extended half a string of copper coins, his token of respect. Of course. My son's wedding day. Your presence honors us beyond measure. The elder hurriedly ushered them inside. The courtyard bustled with his kin and neighbors, all farmers, so the banquet table held no delicacies. The grandest dish was the final braised pork knuckle. Later the elder returned, repeatedly anxious not to slight his distinguished guests. Elder Sir, rumor says a ship sank nearby recently. Is that true? Lin Rong asked. My lord, you must have misheard. No ship has sunk here. The elder, white-haired and guileless, answered plainly without artifice. Doubt it. Step outside. You'll see this stretch of the Raoshan River is the narrowest and swiftest. That's precisely why the bridge stands here. Most merchant vessels avoid it entirely. Cargo travels overland to the upstream sector where ships await transfer. The wreck lies near Lue village, nearly 50 li downstream. Though martial cultivation existed in this world, constructing bridges across vast rivers remained immensely difficult. Thus spans were built only where the river narrowed. Ah, I see. Lin Rong feigned sudden comprehension, then asked, I've also heard of a benevolent Qin family in these parts. Might you direct me to their residence? I wish to pay my respects. At that the elder hastily thrust out his calloused hands, shaking his head vigorously. My lord, you've surely been deceived. That Qin family wears virtue like a mask. Their hearts and entrails have rotted long ago. They're rumored to consort with a heretical sect. Fortunately, the 6th Division's office has sent a peerless master to root them out. Surely he'll purge them utterly. Then perhaps at last the string of unexplained disappearances plaguing Peach County these past years will end. At these words, all four exchanged sharp, knowing glances. So, Peach County had suffered mysterious vanishings for years. Even this simple farmer knew of them. That meant the number of missing persons was substantial. All right, esteemed sirs, enjoy your meal and drinks. This old man must attend to other relatives. The elder said, then clasped his hands and departed. After the four had a simple meal, they bid farewell. Lin Zongqi, this family may be in danger, Wang Chung said, narrowing his eyes slightly as they stepped outside. I noticed it too. When that young couple was greeting, two individuals arrived outside the courtyard. They should both possess the cultivation of first-rate warriors. Upon seeing the veiled bride, their gazes were lewd, undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. Lu Hui also spoke. Why did I notice nothing? Hu Bugue grinned widely, appearing utterly bewildered. Just focus on your pig trotters, they hardly have any good dishes. The whole table of guests is waiting for this dish, yet you ruined it all. Lin Rong was furious. Hence, before leaving earlier, he felt quite embarrassed and secretly placed 2 coins of silver into the elder's pocket. Hee. Hu Bugue awkwardly shrank his neck. Since we've seen this, it's unreasonable not to intervene. Well, stay here for the night and head to Xiantian tomorrow. In the simple bridal chamber, the candlelight was extinguished. 2 bare-chested men quietly approached the back of the room. Silently, the window was pushed open and the 2 moved swiftly and decisively, flipping into the room. The groom was startled and hurried to pull up his trousers. Before he could make a sound, he was swiftly incapacitated with a single touch and fell to the ground, unable to move. To deal with ordinary people, a warrior just needed a light strike to render them soft as mud for half a day. Big brother, I've been pent up for so many days, let me go first this time. Get lost, you idiot. Are you trying to reverse the heavens? The 2 cursed quietly at each other. As for the bride, she had long been subdued, her face filled with terror. Upon hearing their conversation, humiliation filled her eyes with tears. Don't cry, little lady. I'll take you to the heavens later. Crying won't help. Those eavesdropping friends and relatives of yours will secretly cheer me on. They acted with complete impunity. Clearly, this was not their first time engaging in such acts, and they felt no psychological burden whatsoever. After they finished, there was nothing more to do, and the events here wouldn't be leaked the next day. For these farmers, the male side couldn't afford to marry another wife. If the matter were to leak, it would only add to their disgrace. As for the female side, they could bear the weight of such gossip even less. At that moment, the door was kicked open with a bang. Hu Bugue, furious, stormed in. Who are you? Dare to ruin my good deeds, and I'll feed you to the fish in the river. The 2 were instantly enraged and attacked. Hu Bugue merely extended his hand, twisted lightly, and snapped the neck of one. The remaining one, witnessing this, nearly wet his pants in fright and hurriedly turned to escape through the broken window. Pak! Hu Bugue spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at him before rushing to rescue the newlyweds. Had Lin Rong not instructed to leave one alive, neither would have escaped. Lu Hui notified the local constabulary to retrieve the bodies, after which the entire family naturally showered Hu Bugue with gratitude. When Hu Bugue returned, he found Lin Rong squatting beside the corpse, meticulously examining it. Lin Zongqi, where's Wang Chung? He asked. He went to follow that thief, Lin Rong replied without turning his head. He firmly believed one principle: the scum of the underground world would always have some connection. Even if 2 people didn't know each other, they could still be linked through certain events. Once Wang Chung found their lair, he would eradicate them in one fell swoop and follow the clues to further leads. Step by step, perhaps, he would unearth the blood-clothed elder. One must understand that a large cargo ship sinking with all bodies disappearing could not possibly be solely the work of the blood-clothed elder. It would require reliance on certain underground forces. Even if the blood-clothed elder was not found, it would still be a way to eliminate harm to the people, which was not in vain. Do you smell that? This person has a particularly strong scent. Lin Rong inquired. Upon hearing this, the 2 hurriedly leaned closer to the corpse. A strong smell of sweat and foot odor. Lu Hui covered his nose. Upon further inspection of his hands and feet, the calluses are very thick, especially here on the thumb, different from those formed by swords. Coupled with the calluses on his feet, Lu Hui concluded this person likely travels frequently on mountain paths using an axe, probably a lumberjack. Smell again. There's a very peculiar scent. Lin Rong frowned. Hu Bugue leaned and took a deep breath, making Lu Hui feel nauseous. It's just the scent of sweat, foot odor, and drool, nothing else. Hu Bugue affirmed. Lin Rong could only facepalm. He forgot that these 2 did not possess the 5-sense breathing technique, so their sense of smell could not possibly be this keen. Until dawn broke, Wang Chung finally returned. Lin Zongqi, I lost track of him, he said, embarrassed. Old one, you always brag that your lightness skill is extraordinary, yet you lost track of even a first-rate warrior. Enough explain in detail, Lin Rong interrupted. I chased him to Xiantian town, and that person seemed very familiar with the terrain there. I lost track of him when I wasn't paying attention, Wang Chung explained, his head lowered. Xiantian town. That's the Chun family's territory. Most of the timber from the Chun family is produced there. That farmer was right. The Chun family is double-faced breeding scum like this. Moreover, this person is basically confirmed to be a lumberjack. There's no escaping this. Because there's no concrete evidence, the authorities have only captured Chun family's brother Chen Gui. In my opinion, the Chun family's head Chen Ying is the biggest mastermind. Lu Hui appeared somewhat excited. I agree with what old Lu said. Lin Zongqi, let's go directly to capture Chen Ying. Once we apprehend him, just you wait. In one day, everything will be clear. Hu Bugui was even more excited, his face flushed. But Lin Rong remained silent for a long time. He stroked his chin, suddenly smiled slightly. Let's go set off for Taoxian. Soon the four arrived in the county town, heading straight for the county magistrate's office. Who goes there? Halt! An official in black uniform raised his hand to block their way, shouting with vigor. Inglong Guard. Hu Bugui displayed his badge. Immediately the official shrank his neck and his expression turned sycophantic. Quick, please come in, he hurriedly bowed. Only after the four entered the office and walked far did he let out a sigh of relief, muttering, Goodness, this might affect my career. I am Zhang Renjia, the county magistrate of Taoxian, paying my respects to the four gentlemen. A stout middle-aged man hurriedly ran out from the inner court to greet them. This is the Inglong Guard, which not only outranks officials, but also possesses the privilege of acting first and reporting later. He did not dare to offend them. Chen Gui and the others must have been interrogated already, right? Lu Hui asked. Reporting to you, my lord, they have been interrogated. We questioned them once and Master Bai has questioned them several times, so it should be foolproof by now. Bring out the confessions, we need to review them immediately, Lu Hui instructed. Gentlemen, shouldn't we meet Master Bai first? Zhang Renjia said cautiously. The so-called Master Bai must refer to the silver badge captain Bai Yuntao. Zhang Renjia found himself in a difficult position. He was well aware that both the Six Doors and the Inglong Guard had their eyes on this case, each vying for credit. He did not want to offend either side, making it quite uncomfortable for him. Forget it, let's head to the prison directly. Lin Rong did not bother with trivialities and had the captain lead the way. It was only after the four disappeared that Zhang Renjia hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. These four Inglong Guards clearly seemed displeased. Master Zhu, come here, he quickly arranged matters. After arriving at the prison, in the innermost cells there was a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young man and woman. This was the Chun families. The cargo from the sunken ship was entirely managed by Chun Gui and his son Chen Liang, making them the prime suspects. Had it not been for the Chun family's connections in Jiangbei Prefecture, it was likely that the entire family, including Chen Ying, would have been arrested, even the guard dog. Lin Rong's gaze swept over the four individuals, noticing that they had endured multiple interrogations, their bodies covered in blood, lying on the ground in a pitiful state. My lord, shall we begin the interrogation? Due to the gravity of the matter, the legal advisor was personally overseeing the cell to prevent any mistakes. He wore a fawning smile as he looked at Lin Rong. Ba dog official. Chen Liang's face was pale, but upon seeing the four he defiantly spat, his face full of defiance. Impudent beast, shut your mouth. Chen Gui, locked in the same cell, turned pale with fright at this. My lord, my son is young and ignorant, he speaks without thinking. I hope you won't take offense, Chen's mother. I will ask and you will answer. Do not be afraid, nor should you think of anything else, just speak honestly, understood? Lin Rong, sitting on a chair brought by the legal advisor, casually asked. The moment these words fell, all four changed their expressions drastically. If what they said this time differed from before, they would undoubtedly face torture. Thinking of this, Chen's mother began to sob quietly. Lin Rong did not interrupt. After a long time, Chen Gui and his wife exchanged glances, both showing a hint of determination on their faces. Reporting to you, my lord, we confess. The shipwreck incident and the disappearance of the strong man were all planned by us and have nothing to do with our son and daughter. We hope you won't implicate them and allow them to escape with their lives, Chen Gui spoke. Then tell me about your crime process, Hu Bugui said. My lord, why go through all this? Just write it down and we will sign it. Chen Gui smiled bitterly. You speak nonsense. We are the Inglong Guard, the emperor's personal army, monitoring all officials. Acting first and reporting later is a privilege granted by imperial power. What do you take us for? With your status, how dare you expect the Inglong Guard to bow to pressure? Hu Bugui was enraged and immediately revealed his badge. What? Inglong Guard? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Gui's eyes. I will not use torture on you. Just answer honestly, say what you know. If you don't know, don't be clever and embellish. Understand? After Lin Rong finished speaking, he glanced at the legal advisor. From now on, no one is to torture them, do you understand? But we have no control over Master Bi's side, the legal advisor said, looking troubled. Lin Rong had no words and could only take out a hand letter from Lung Qianlu instructing Wang Cheng to dispatch several Yinglong guards to oversee. He also did not directly move this family to the Yinglong guards prison in the county. Firstly, he did not want to hear rumors from Six Doors, and secondly, based on the current situation, it was indeed unnecessary. Seeing Lin Rong make such assurances, the Chun family finally felt relieved and began to confess everything. Lin Rong, meanwhile, operated the five senses breathing technique to the fullest, missing not a single subtle expression from the four. Soon half an hour passed. He had asked everything he wanted to, and they had said all they wanted to say. Lin Rong stood up and left. What they said does not seem like lies. Could there truly be a grievance here? Hu Bugui muttered softly. It cannot be confirmed yet. Return to the county office and gather the county maps and case files of incidents that occurred in the past month. I want to review them personally. Lin Rong instructed. Understood, I'll get on it immediately. Hu Bugui replied, leaving first. Once in the inner hall of the county office, Lin Rong began meticulously reviewing the case files. Afterward, his gaze fixed upon the map and did not move for a long time. Could it be that the lair of the blood-clothed elder is hidden deep in the mountains? If it were merely the missing individuals from the sunken ship, it might still be possible, but there have been continuous disappearances in Taoxian County for several years, with each instance leading into the deep mountains. The possibility seems slim. Lin Rong pondered while stroking his chin. My lord, this is a case that just surfaced a few days ago and hasn't been filed yet. I brought it in as soon as I discovered it, Wang Cheng said, presenting another case file. The incident took place in Luwei village. Lin Rong quickly unfolded it for review. Interesting, quite interesting. After reading, Lin Rong's brows gradually relaxed. This case was quite peculiar. A fisherman died from illness, yet his son firmly believed he was murdered, as his father had been in good health 2 days prior to his death, able to lift a basket of fish weighing 100 pounds with one hand. However, after the coroner's examination, it was confirmed that the man indeed died from illness. The sunken ship must also be near Luwei village, right? Lin Rong asked. Yes, Captain Lin, the three nodded. Captain Lin, there's also this. The bookkeeper secretly handed it to me, Wang Cheng added, presenting a stack of paper. Among them was indeed the confession of the Chen family. This county magistrate knows how to handle affairs. He quickly skimmed through it, then curled his lip and casually tossed it onto the table. Let's go, we need to check out Luwei village. Just as they stepped outside, they saw several officers in black. The leader wore a silver badge at his waist. Without a doubt, this person was the silver badge captain of Six Doors by Yuntao, a disciple of a divine investigator. Are you Lin Rong? The Yinglong guard really acts with such arrogance. The confession we've painstakingly organized, you just glanced at it and tossed it aside. You completely disregard us at Six Doors. The foolish actions of that county magistrate naturally did not escape his eyes. Although it was not a big deal for the confession to be shown to the Yinglong guard, had it not been for his tacit approval, that bookkeeper wouldn't have had the chance to transcribe a confession. But Lin Rong's behavior was something he simply could not tolerate. Haven't you noticed that the testimonies from several interrogations are completely inconsistent? Lin Rong couldn't help but frown. What do you know? This is merely due to their organized crime. Each person only knows a part of them. Once all the involved parties are captured and their testimonies compared and analyzed, the truth will naturally emerge on paper. Bai Yuntao spoke confidently. Then I wish you an early resolution of the case. Lin Rong, too lazy to waste words with him, left with Hu Bugui and the others. Riding swiftly towards the east from Jianxiao town, they soon arrived not far from Luwei village. Lin Rong pointed to a body of water ahead and said, that is where the sunken ship is. Lao, you are good at swimming, go take a look. Hu Bugui, upon hearing this, immediately splashed into the water. Of course, as a congenital expert, Lin Rong's swimming ability was also exceptional. However, such menial tasks of little value were better left to subordinates. According to the case files, the ship has been washed away by the river. What do you mean by this, Captain? Wang Cheng and the others were puzzled. That was a cargo ship who, once it sank to the riverbed, it would soon be partially buried by the sediment washed down. In such a short time, it is impossible for it to leave no trace at all, Lin Rong explained. But what if the Chen family did this deliberately to eliminate evidence and dismantled the cargo ship? Wang Cheng inquired again. Then where are the fragments of the broken ship? This is the very purpose of our trip, Lin Rong clarified. Finally, Hu Bugui came ashore. Reporting to the captain, as stated in the case files, there is nothing here. Understood, let's go check the Lao Yu family in Luwei village. Luwei village is a water village surrounded by lush reeds. At this time of year, the reeds have quickly sprouted green shoots. Is it at the home of Yu Danyu? Lin Rong knocked on the door. As the thatched door opened, a thin, dark man stepped out. "We are from the Yinglong Guard here to investigate the case of your father's death. My father's body was burned by you all under the pretense of preventing a plague. What significance does discussing this now hold?" Udaniu said with a stern face filled with resentment. "I want to hear what your father said in the days leading up to his death." Lin Rong narrowed his eyes slightly, an imposing aura pressing down as he said, "Speak truthfully and swiftly. You must be aware of the consequences of deceiving the Yinglong Guard." Udaniu was immediately frightened, his face losing color, and he hurriedly spilled all the details like a broken bean. "You must not leave your house today, or we will rest here with you," Lin Rong said in a deep voice. Naturally, Udaniu dared not disobey, and could only nod repeatedly. Water ghost. The four sat in the humble room. Even Hu Bugue noticed something was amiss. Udaniu's father Ulausi on the night before his death encountered a water ghost while returning from fishing, and there was more than one. The villagers, simple and unsophisticated, naturally regarded it as a supernatural phenomenon. Moreover, this world indeed had ghosts and deities. After that night, Ulausi dared not go out fishing again until his death. Calculating the time, the night Ulausi encountered the water ghost almost coincided with the sinking of the Chun family's ship. Then it stands to reason that Ulausi's death was a murder to silence him, Wang Chung suddenly realized. After all, a simple villager like Udaniu could not possibly lie in the face of their might. "Once we find the fragments of the sunken ship, the truth will be revealed," Lin Rong nodded. "But the fragments should have been washed away by the flood long ago. Where are we supposed to find them? Even if we find one or two pieces, they won't reveal much." Hu Bugue was troubled. "Have you heard of a poem?" Lin Rong smiled faintly. "A poem?" The three were completely baffled. They focused solely on martial arts and could handle writing case files, but when it came to poetry or literary works, they were complete novices. In August, the autumn winds rage, sweeping away the 3 layers of thatch from my roof. The thatch flies across the river, scattering along the riverbank. The children of the southern village bully me for being old and weak. I can only face them as thieves. Lin Rong explained, the hardships of life for the lower class are beyond our imagination. Even thatch is fought over. What if the timber from the broken ship was discovered by them? Indeed, they fear someone will come to reclaim it, so it must be hidden somewhere. Moreover, in such a short time, it would be impossible to completely clear away all the timber from the broken ship. That is why we are resting here tonight. Lin Rong nodded. That night, several strong young men in the village quietly gathered together. Then they rowed a boat deep into the reeds. After pulling up a large hidden plank they had prepared earlier, they worked together to row the boat to the other side. Naturally, Lin Rong and the others had been following behind early on. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a muddy area deep within the reeds. "Indeed, it's here," Hu Bugue exclaimed with delight and rushed out shouting, "Yinglong Guard is on the case. Hey, everyone squat down and cover your heads." As the light from the torches illuminated the area, the villagers saw the badges in the hands of the four and were immediately frightened, kneeling on the ground, trembling like chaff. "My lord, these things are all we picked up. Please investigate fairly," they cried out in fear, afraid of being mistaken for thieves. "You need not fear. These items are related to a case. Once the case is resolved, they will naturally belong," Lin Rong said. "However, before that you must guard them well and must not let the information leak out, or you will be held responsible." "Is what you say true?" "Of course it's true." Lin Rong finished speaking and let the 3 go check. Soon Hu Bugue spat out, "This ship was indeed sunk from below. This shows that the Chun family was also a victim. But where do we go to find that group of water ghosts next?" The 3 were troubled again. Without finding that group of water ghosts, they could not locate the lair of the blood-clothed elder. Naturally, it's Sand Mountain Town. Lin Rong said this and immediately performed lightness skill, stepping on the water surface to leave. Could it still be the Chun family? It was noon, Sand Mountain Town. The Chun family estate was surrounded by a large number of constables. Although the Chun family could not be considered a noble family, they still held considerable power. They certainly would not surrender so easily. Realizing that if things continued this way it would lead to the ruin of their family, they might as well fight back. By Yuntao, my Chun family has always been law-abiding and has never dared to overstep the law. We have done many good deeds, and Huantao County does not know our good name. Do not push us too far, otherwise we will have to fight to the death. Chun Ing, the only congenital master of the Chun family, stood on a watchtower confronting Bai Yuntao. What a joke. Just because you are a wild fox and master, do you think you can threaten the 6 doors? You better recognize the reality. We are the shark hunters while your Chun family is just a fathead fish. Are you truly going to thrust this pile of filth into the Chun family's lap? Chun Ing cried, face twisted with indignation. You have one instance time to consider. If you do not surrender and submit to questioning, do not blame this official for being merciless. Bai Yuntao, weary of words, ordered an incense stick to be lit. At that moment a figure came hurtling toward the Chun estate's arrow tower. Bai Yuntao, you have no martial virtue, cried Chen Ying in alarm, and sprang into a blade technique, swinging hard at Lin Rong. Lin Rong merely shifted his body and used a dragon claw hand to seize the attacker's wrist, subduing him. Chen Ying stared in terror. Lin Rong's skill left him hopeless. Lin Rong, is that you? He murmured. Upon seeing who had arrived, Bai Yuntao's face flamed. Even to steal credit, you have no shame at all, he spat. Shameless, utterly shameless, one of the men barked. How dare you falsely slander us, Ing Longwei, the emperor's own troops, another shouted. Those who had just arrived, including Hu Bugui, hurried to reprimand them. Once they understood the truth, they all glanced at Bai Yuntao with contempt. Compared to Commander Lin, this man was utterly inferior. Calling himself the heir of a divine constable. What a disgrace to those words. Who dares obstruct the Ing Longwei when they are conducting their duties? Seeing the constables ready to surge forward, Hu Bugui produced his badge and swept his glare across the yard. At once the constables fell back. Attacking the Ing Longwei was a capital offense. Chen Ying, this official has no ill intent. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Have your people put their weapons away. Lin Rong released Chen Ying and spoke. Seeing Chen's hesitation, he coldly smiled. If I wished to seize you, one man would suffice. I could even leave you with only one hand. Try me if you do not believe it. Men, have everyone lay down their arms and offer no resistance, Lin Rong ordered. Chen Ying had no choice but to submit. They entered the reception hall. Lin Rong inhaled once and his face brightened. What is that scent? He asked. Sir, your honor, replied Chen Ying, it should be the smell of pine resin. Our home raises pine trees, so the resin scent is strong here. I have smelled pine resin before, Lin Rong said, but there is another scent, something like pine resin, yet not the same. He frowned. Chen Ying paused to think, then a look of sudden understanding crossed his face. Are you referring to this smell? Follow me, he said, and led Lin Rong and the others to a workshop on the other side of the estate. Yes, exactly that smell, Lin Rong exclaimed with delight. Sir, this is pine wood treated by our Chun family's secret method. After our special fumigation, the wood gives off a peculiar fragrance for a short time. After a month, the scent fades, and to an outsider, it looks like ordinary pine. Yet houses built with this treated pine are preserved from pests for a century, Chen Ying said with a faint pride. Have any outsiders come here and handled this scented wood? Lin Rong asked. Outsiders? Chen Ying answered, no, absolutely not. The fumigation technique is a Chun family secret, and no outsiders are admitted. Then recently, who bought your newly fumigated pine? Lin Rong pressed. We generally wait until the scent has dissipated before selling, Chen Ying replied, but if you must know, there was indeed one buyer. Tell me, Lin Rong said, his voice lowering. It is not truly a secret, Chen Ying protested, only a private family matter. When my son was young, he was reckless and dissipated. After marriage, they bore no children, so we went to Yuanguang Temple to pray, hoping the Bodhisattva might grant offspring. What do you think happened? Chen Ying continued, his face filled with satisfaction. After just one visit, my daughter-in-law conceived. To fulfill our vow, we plan to honor the temple by rebuilding 2 Bodhisattva halls. Do you think I am here to flatter you? Lin Rong snapped, his expression darkening. No, Chen Ying hurried to deny. Because we lacked enough of the specially treated pine, we used timber whose scent had not quite dissipated. But rest assured, even if the scent remained, it did not affect the quality. I am not here to inspect the safety of your merchandise, Lin Rong said, barely restraining the impulse to slap him. He drew a deep breath and continued in a more patient tone, so the pine was delivered to Yuanguang Temple. Who did you employ to transport it, and are their backgrounds clean and above reproach? Lin Rong asked. We did not hire outsiders, Chen Ying answered. The mountain roads to the temple are difficult, and our hands were few, so the temple itself dispatched some Huagong Daoren to assist with moving the timber. I can guarantee these people are all clean and respectable, Chen Ying assured them. Lin Rong said inwardly, and now he understood. Huagong Daoren were the temple's odd job men, cutting wood, laying bridges, mending houses, the usual work. He turned to leave. Sir, please wait, Chen Ying pleaded, trying to detain him. Since you have intervened to stop the conflict, and must know we are innocent, this is a small token of gratitude, he said, and a woman brought forward several wooden boxes and a bundle of silver notes. The lids of the boxes were open. Inside lay ginseng no less than 300 years old, and the bundle of silver amounted to at least 3,000 taels. There was no doubt the Qin family had spent lavishly. Hu Bugui, chest swelling with official gravity, strode forward and then returned with his sleeves bulging. As always, he accepted everything on the list. My brother is still in the county jail. Can you see to his release? Chen Ying asked anxiously. Hu Bugui ordered Sin Chuan Yunk with a dispatch, have the Ing Long Wei release him at once. At once Hu Bugui prepared to carry out the order. At that moment, Bai Yuntao arrived and heard that Lin Rong intended to release the prisoner. A vein bulged at his temple with fury. Lin Rong, you would release him? Are you not afraid that Lu Shanmin will file a complaint with his majesty against you? He thundered. Do as you please, Lin Rong said lightly, and did not pause in the slightest. The Chuan Yunk beat its wings and flew off. Very well, Bai Yuntao snarled, his anger consumed. You must have taken the Chun family's bribe and perverted justice. You are courting death. Now I have every reason to suspect you are in league with the Bloodcloth Elder, he shouted, and before the words had finished he lashed out with a lightning-fast kick aimed at Lin Rong's head. You dare! Wang Chung attempted to intervene, but before he could approach he was swept aside by the fierce wind generated by the kick. His cultivation was merely at the acquired stage, while Bai Yuntao had already reached the 6th layer of the innate stage. The combat power of both sides was simply not on the same level. Be careful, Commander. Lu Hui shouted just in time. In the next moment, Bai Yuntao's ankle was caught in Lin Rong's dragon claw, followed immediately by a sharp crack. On my foot! Bai Yuntao screamed in agony. His ankle joint was crushed by Lin Rong. Such an injury would take at least several months for even an innate expert to fully recover. Bang! Lin Rong's gaze was icy as he swung Bai Yuntao and slammed him hard against the ground. Lin Rong, you dare treat me this way? You're finished, you're doomed. My master will not spare you. Bai Yuntao roared. Lin Rong simply walked over calmly, placing a foot on his face. Do you know what the 6 gates are? The court's hounds. Do you know what court hounds are? In the martial world, they're called. Lin Rong sneered, asking and answering himself. So do you know what our Yinglong guards are? The Emperor's personal troops. Do you know what the Emperor's personal troops are? Let me tell you, they're called dragon lackeys. You, a mere lackey, actually wish to ride atop us dragon lackeys. Aren't you afraid of breaking your own back? If you dare to babble one more word, do you believe this officer will show you what imperial authority permits? With that he waved his sleeve and left without looking back. The 3 behind him, Hu Bugue and the others, followed closely, gazing up at the sky at a standard 45-degree angle, stepping right over him. Lin Rong had long taught them that if you are to be arrogant, then you must be arrogant to the end. It's you I'm stepping on. Commander, what should we do next? Outside the estate, the 3 focused their attention on Lin Rong. While split into 3 groups. Hu Bugue, you immediately head to Taoxian, and with the order of the 1,000 household captain, gather all available Yinglong guards and await further orders. Lu Hui, you will come with us to Yuan Guang Temple and wait for us outside the temple. As for Wang Chung, your lightness skill is decent tonight. Come with me to investigate the foundations of Yuan Guang Temple. Lin Rong arranged. Commander, are you suspecting that there is something wrong with Yuan Guang Temple? That can't be possible. They are all monks, not meddling with worldly affairs. Moreover, from what Qining said earlier, Yuan Guang Temple is quite effective and can help people have children. Wang Chung responded with confusion. In fact, along the way they had heard others discussing Yuan Guang Temple, all speaking highly of it. Help people have children. Yuan Guang Temple can indeed do that, but so can you. Lin Rong smirked. I can. Commander, you overrate me. I am deeply embarrassed. I do not possess such great powers. Wang Chung said with shame. Lin Rong could only cover his forehead with his hand. Yuan Guang Temple was located more than 20 li northeast of Xiantian town. However, the mountain roads were rugged, making the actual distance much longer. By the time Lin Rong and the others arrived, it was already afternoon. The temple was bustling with visitors. After arriving here, Lin Rong pretended to be a pilgrim, buying a few incense sticks and not knowing where to insert them. Young man, are you here to seek children as well? An old man nearby struck up a conversation. Just coming alone won't suffice. You need to bring your wife along too. Only sincerity yields results, he kindly reminded, casually pointing to a noblewoman not far away. Look at her, she is a noblewoman as well. She had been married for 7 or 8 years without conceiving, but after coming to Yuan Guang Temple to seek children, she has already given birth to 3. Now she is here to fulfill her vows, coming to offer incense every few days. Thank you for the reminder, old sir. Well, first see if it's effective before bringing my wife over. Lin Rong cupped his hands in thanks and quickly left. Yuan Guang Temple occupied a vast area aside from the main hall. In the front, there were several courtyards behind. They housed numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Soon Wang Chung noticed something was off. Since entering the temple, several gazes had secretly watched them. Commander, at least there are experts at the 5th layer of the acquired stage here, Wang Chung whispered. Not just that, there are also 2 innate experts. It's only normal for them to target us. After all, we are from an official family. Over time, the aura we cultivate is far beyond that of ordinary people, but we just haven't noticed it ourselves. Even though we have tried our best to conceal it, the surrounding crowd consists mostly of foolish men and women. Standing among them, we inevitably stand out and can be easily recognized as different. Lin Rong explained without revealing his emotions. This temple indeed has issues. Wang Qing's heart sank as worries arose. We have already been discovered. What should we do next? Are we going to forcefully surround and attack? Surround and attack. Lin Rong shot Wang Qing a glance. What can a temple have a few experts? Can monks not practice martial arts? Most importantly, do you know if there are hidden passages or traps here? If we forcefully attack, even if Yuan Guang Temple genuinely has issues, once the relevant people escape through the secret passages, we will have no evidence. At that time, we could be accused of destroying the sect and temple. If things escalate, even as Yinglong guards, it would be hard for us to retreat unscathed. After explaining, Lin Rong led Wang Qing on a tour around the temple, fully activating his 5 senses and breathing technique. He had already comprehended the architectural layout of the place. Thus they left as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until night fell that they transformed back into 2 shadows and re-entered the temple, hiding behind the statue in the main hall. By night, all the pilgrims had left, and the temple grew quiet. It seems there are sounds from below. Wang Qing suddenly changed his expression. It sounds like a woman's voice. What kind of woman's voice? Lin Rong asked with a strange smile. This is something you often hear in brothel. What you said, Commander, does sound quite plausible. Wang Qing suddenly realized, followed by shock on his face. The room below seems to be a Buddhist chamber for women seeking children, where they must meditate and worship for an entire day. Thinking of this, he silently climbed out of the hall through the window, gently pushing open the door to the Buddhist chamber and peering inside. In that room, 2 fat monks were restraining a woman engaging in an indescribable act. This is disgusting and has truly offended my eyes. Wang Qing finally understood why Lin Rong had claimed earlier that he could do it too, which normal man wouldn't be able to. Upon further thought, he realized why this secret had never been. With such incidents occurring, which woman would dare to speak out? What about their reputation? He quietly flipped back into the main hall, his expression extremely grim. This place has limited content. Let's go check the backyard. After a quiet investigation, Wang Qing whispered, Captain, we haven't discovered any secret passages yet. Could it be that there are none at all? Have you counted the monks in the temple during the day? I did. There were about 130 of them. But I just counted again, and including those on night watch and those meditating in their rooms, there are at least 30 missing. Lin Rong scoffed coldly. Be patient, let's continue waiting. If it comes to it, we can observe for a few more days. Approximately 2 hours later. Crack. A faint mechanical sound echoed, which naturally did not escape Lin Rong's ears. Yet he still did not take action. He waited until the number of monks in the temple had roughly matched that of the day before entering the room from which the mechanical sound had come. He did not want to alarm the snake by beating the grass. This was a storage room next to the temple's scripture vault. Although the lighting was quite dim with Lin Rong's eyesight, he could see everything clearly with just a bit of moonlight. Soon he noticed that the navel of the Maitreya Buddha carved on the wall was noticeably smoother. He reached out and gently pressed it. Indeed, the familiar mechanical sound echoed again. A tile on the floor at the corner slowly slid open, revealing a dark hole. Captain, I will go in first. Before his voice faded, Wang Qing had already slipped inside. Finding no danger, Lin Rong followed suit. The 2 of them carefully navigated through the secret passage. Soon a strong smell of blood penetrated Lin Rong's nose. Of course, the intensity of the odor was only significant to him. Wang Qing, go check the other branches. I will take this way, Lin Rong instructed softly. All right. Wang Qing quickly departed. Lin Rong soon arrived at a vast underground chamber. In the center stood a blood-red pool, bubbling ominously. A faint curtain of light enveloped the area. By the pool there were over 10 monks, each with a cultivation level no lower than the postnatal realm. They were continuously channeling their true energy into the pool, not knowing what they were doing. So among this group, there is also a powerful sorcerer, Lin Rong realized. If there were no sorcerer, it would have been impossible to set up such a place. He hit at a bend in the tunnel, closed his eyes, and fully activated his 5-sense breathing technique. Soon he captured traces of residual energy. Among them, there was an exceptionally dense smell of blood. Based on the aura, its owner had reached at least the 8th level of the innate realm, if not higher. That person must have been practicing here for a long time, which is why such a distinct aura remains. Could this be the lair of the blood-clothed elder? Lin Rong's heart soared with joy. Based on the existing information, this was nearly certain. Originally, his plan was to eradicate a powerful underground force and use that as a lead to uncover the group of water ghosts. But unexpectedly, he directly stumbled upon the lair of the blood-clothed elder. He quietly returned. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Wang Qing also returned. The 2 exchanged glances and quietly retraced their steps, leaving the Yuanguang temple. What is the situation? Lu Hui hurriedly asked. A great harvest. Wang Qing exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. I never expected that such a delicate tunnel would be discovered beneath the Yuanguang temple. There are two exits to the tunnel below, and inside those exits are two massive mountains with hollow interiors housing more than 100 people, all with considerable cultivation levels. Moreover, I also detected a strong smell of fish from them, and based on their conversations it's safe to conclude that they belong to a fishing gang. They are definitely the water ghosts. After finishing, Wang Chung bowed deeply to Lin Rong, saying, "Captain, we have landed a big fish this time. I will immediately send a message to Hu Bugui, instructing him to bring the Yinglong guards here for an encirclement." Lu Hui flipped his hand, and a light blue sparrow appeared. "Wait." However, Lin Rong quickly stopped him. "There is still one path that needs to be explored thoroughly. You two follow me." Naturally, he was referring to the exit on the other side of the pool. Besides, as far as he knew, practicing the blood-refining demon art does not simply involve slaughtering people to drain their blood. It also requires feeding the blood slaves many specially formulated medicines beforehand to convert their blood into an absorbable state. Moreover, after the blood slaves consume the pills, it's not about harvesting them all at once, but rather nurturing them and slowly draining their blood until their value is fully extracted. And neither he nor Wang Chung had discovered the presence of any blood slaves in the secret passage. Most importantly, the blood-clothed elder was not in the temple. He strongly suspected that the blood-clothed elder was the abbot of the Yuanguang temple. Based on some conversations he overheard during the day, many people wanted to ask the abbot to consecrate Buddhist artifacts, even to the extent of offering substantial amounts of money. However, the temple had refused, stating that the abbot was in closed-door meditation and would not emerge for several days. Presumably, this person was refining those blood slaves somewhere. He began to compare the terrain in his mind. Lin Rong led the two to a sheer cliff behind the Yuanguang. "Let's go climb across." In the end, they indeed discovered a cave at a very inconspicuous spot on the cliff, and upon entering it led directly to the blood-colored pool. They must usually use a suspension bridge to come and go. I wonder what lies below the cliff. Below was filled with mist, and since it was nighttime, the cliff was quite smooth with few points to grip. With Lin Rong's current lightness skill, he could indeed go down to investigate. However, Wang Chung and the others could not. Just then, several sharp bird calls came from below. Then footsteps echoed from within the cave. "Hurry, that guy below is coming up." Not daring to hesitate, Lin Rong swiftly lifted both of them and fully applied the snow without traces technique to return along the path they came. "Wow, Captain's lightness skill is truly awe-inspiring." Wang Chung was shocked. Carrying two people, yet moving like a floating feather, this level of lightness skill was something even some masters would struggle to achieve. Lu Hui sent a message for Hu Bugui to bring all the Yinglong guards that can be mobilized here. But remember one thing, come in plain clothes, and do not reveal the slightest bit. After the main force arrives, they should first stay near Xiantian town, and only the person in charge needs to see me. Bringing those people would only slow us down. Over 100 Yinglong guards should be sufficient. Lin Rong rejected without a second thought. Bringing those people would only slow us down. Over 100 Yinglong guards should be sufficient. Lin Rong rejected without a second thought. The cloud-breaking sparrow flew into the air. At dawn the next day, 4 trial officers arrived before Lin Rong. "We greet Captain Lin." They all cupped their hands, each being of innate realm cultivation. Although Lin Rong was merely a captain, they still showed him great respect. After all, the edict from Lung Qianlu had substantial weight. "Brothers, I have come to Taoxian County to handle a case. You wouldn't blame me for stealing your credit, would you?" Lin Rong said with a smile. "Senior Lieutenant Lin, you flatter us. After all, we are family. Surely your solving the case is far preferable to 6 doors resolving it, is it not?" said Wang Liang, a probationary 100 commander, bowing respectfully. The other 3 probationary 100 commanders followed suit, though their expressions betrayed faint resentment. After all, requiring Jiangbei Prefecture to dispatch investigators to clean up Taoxian County's sordid affairs was in a sense a public rebuke to their competence. It was indeed a rebuke and a warning. Lin Rong observed their reactions with quiet clarity, uttering no word before unfurling a detailed military map. The map had been drawn overnight by Wang Chung. Once he explained its contents, the 4 officers' lingering displeasure vanished instantly. They had previously been unaware that their target was the Bloodrobe Elder. They had assumed the operation merely involved purging a corrupt, lawless temple. Now apprised of the truth, their hearts swelled with exhilaration and profound gratitude. This was an extraordinary opportunity for merit. Even secondary participation would eclipse countless solo investigations in prestige and reward. "We are deeply honored by Senior Lieutenant Lin's trust in us. This grace shall be etched into our memory forever. Should you ever command us, we shall rush into boiling water or blazing fire without hesitation." All 4 bowed simultaneously in deep 90-degree reverence, a gesture reserved for the gravest acknowledgments. because Lin Rong, armed with irrefutable evidence, could have summoned reinforcements directly from Jiangbei Prefecture, rendering them entirely superfluous. This operation requires clearing numerous targets. Their exact numbers are marked on the map. Gentlemen, do you feel any pressure? Wang Qing asked. Well, the Bloodrobe Elder. I shall handle him personally, Lin Rong interjected firmly. Instantly the four officers' gazes sharpened with renewed awe. This man's future was boundless. Rest assured, Senior Lieutenant Lin, though our numbers are few, we guarantee the elimination of all remaining vermin, without flaw or failure. You may watch and see. Their confidence blazed. Commence the operation. Lin Rong nodded. Wang Cheng and one probationary 100 commander entered the temple with him, while Hu Bugui and Lu Hui each led 10 elite warriors to secure external perimeters. The remaining 3 probationary 100 commanders stationed themselves at alternate access points awaiting Lin Rong's signal. Once the Bloodrobe Elder's presence was confirmed, the assault would strike like thunder. Your Excellencies are no ordinary visitors, remarked a portly monk draped in saffron robes approaching them shortly after their entry. Having memorized Lin Rong and Wang Cheng's faces the previous day, the monks naturally grew suspicious upon seeing them reappear. We hail from the Chao family of Jiangbei Prefecture. We seek an auspiciously consecrated Buddhist artifact from your abbot on behalf of our prefectural lady. Though we heard he was in seclusion, Lin Rong replied, bowing politely. Oh, I see. The monk's anxiety dissolved. Yet Wang Cheng recoiled inwardly. This very monk had been one of the 2 who'd assaulted the woman in the subterranean shrine the night before. Your timing is impeccable. The abbot has concluded his meditation retreat and will soon emerge to expound the Dharma. This humble servant shall inform him immediately. He shall surely grant you audience afterward. After offering a formal Buddhist salutation, the monk departed. Roughly half an hour later, an elderly monk emerged, benevolent of countenance, robed in gem-embroidered saffron silk and bearing a 9-ring tin staff. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Gazing upon the assembled crowd already waiting in the courtyard, he intoned the sacred phrase, prompting reverent bows from all below. At that moment, a cold, imperceptible smile flickered across Lin Rong's lips. Though the elder radiated dense incense-scented qi and had clearly mastered advanced concealment arts, he could not evade Lin Rong's acute perception. Cross-referencing the aura with the crimson pool from last night, Lin Rong confirmed beyond doubt this was the Bloodrobe Elder. With subtle precision, he exchanged a glance with Wang Cheng, silent confirmation that the target was verified. Upon confirmation, Wang Cheng scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui and Lu Hui, observing silently from a high vantage point outside the temple, slipped away without a sound. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Compassion flows from the Buddha's heart. Through deep meditation, this humble monk has attained subtle insights. The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha once vowed great vows. Seated serenely, the elder began his Dharma discourse. Lin Rong felt a flicker of genuine astonishment. Damn it, this heretical sect remnant spoke the Dharma with unnerving authenticity. When the lecture concluded, the elder's gaze settled deliberately upon Lin Rong. Young layman, your youth belies profound understanding of such sublime teachings. A true blessing for the Buddha's Dharma, he declared, drawn to Lin Rong's unmistakable poise and bearing. He intended to showcase Lin Rong before the crowd, thereby magnifying the peasant's devotion. After all, if even such a distinguished guest sought his wisdom, his mastery must be peerless. This junior disciple harbors one lingering doubt. Lin Rong rose and stepped forward to the foremost row, merely 5 paces from the Bloodrobe Elder. Oh, pray share it. If this humble monk may illuminate your path, it shall be my highest honor. What baffles me is, how the hell can you feign so convincingly? Before the final syllable faded, Lin Rong shot forward like a released arrow, closing the distance in an instant. What a... You! The Bloodrobe Elder recoiled in shock. Before he could react, a crushing force seized his throat, as if his head might tear free at any moment. You dare defy death's Vajra finger. He retaliated desperately. Yet when he broke free from the grip, deep gashes scored his neck. Bone laid bare. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Rong yielded not an inch. His Shaolin Dragon Claw hand reached its zenith. Each collision of fist and limb echoed like thunder. Seize them. Wang Cheng roared, lunging straight at the portly monk. Chaos erupted instantly. Imperial Inglong Guard. Kneel and cover your heads. The probationary 100 commander brandished his official plaque and bellowed voice like rolling thunder. Within a dozen exchanges, the Bloodrobe Elder faltered. Lin Rong's close quarters combat mastery proved overwhelming. His perfected dragon claw hand struck with uncanny speed and precision. In mere moments, the elder's body was crisscrossed with wounds. Most critically, multiple joints and meridians had been shattered beneath those iron fingers. Agony seared through him, paralyzing his will. Blood-slaughtering chi, aura. His masquerade shattered. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Thick waves of metallic blood scent surged outward in all directions. From his body erupted spectral blood shapes, ghastly wailing phantoms hurtling toward Lin Rong. Clang! A resonant sword chime pierced the air. A flurry of silvery sword blades cleaved through the blood phantoms. Spear-breaking form. Lin Rong drew his longsword. Lightning fast, he reappeared beside the blood-robe elder. The elder swung his nine-ring tin staff, but against Lin Rong's blade it shattered within 3 strikes. His arm nearly severed, he staggered back. Exquisite swordsmanship. The blood-robe elder stared in abject terror. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, yet Lin Rong's cultivation level was demonstrably lower. Yet through sheer mastery of technique, he had rendered the elder utterly defenseless. Ultimate suppression strike. Desperation hardened his resolve. He had no choice but to unleash his final gambit. Upon thinking of this, the blood-clad elder's blood-colored true energy surged, resembling a crimson armor. As soon as Lin Rong's attack approached, he forcefully retaliated with overwhelming true energy. He believed that in no time that little brat would be overwhelmed by the true energy, allowing him to be slaughtered at will. Damn those Yinglong guards. After 20 years of hard work, my family business was destroyed in a single day. His heart bled. Bone elder, you fool. You don't even understand the principle of gradual accumulation. It must be you who sunk the Chun family ship, capturing a large number of strong men, thus attracting this group of Yinglong guards. He regretted it to the extreme. Had he known this would happen, he should never have collaborated with Bone Elder. Not only was he a fool, but also an insatiable fool. He hardened his heart. After he escaped, the first rule of his life would be better to conspire with a tiger than to associate with a fool. Kid, if 1,000 of you were to come, I would still be wary. I must admit, to find this place you are certainly clever enough, but your downfall lies in your arrogance. After a few more exchanges, the blood-clad elder felt assured and became arrogant once again. Breaking chi technique. This move specifically counters overwhelming true energy. Understanding it with divine clarity, it exists in the heart. Lin Rong transformed into a streak of sword light, swiftly flashing past. Pooh! The arrogance on the blood-clad elder's face instantly froze. He looked down in disbelief. His chi had actually been breached. The powerful force within him was draining away like receding tides. Oh no, this is impossible. How can there be such swordsmanship in this world? I refuse to accept this, the heavens are unjust. He let out a cry of despair. However, in the next moment, Lin Rong had already sheathed his sword and appeared behind him. With a series of cracking sounds, the blood-clad elder was completely disarmed, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Even dying was difficult. Pooh pooh pooh. Having dealt with the blood-clad elder, the remaining scum posed no threat. Lin Rong was no benevolent monk. He only needed to capture one living mouth from the blood-clad elder. The rest of the scum held no value. Keeping them would only waste rice. The steel sword danced through the air, blood waves surged. After slaying another 30 or so, the scene finally quieted down. Pooh! Wang Chung had also beheaded the fat monk. The scattered remnants could not escape. More than 20 Yinglong guards outside were no pushovers. In a short time, they had already stormed into the temple. Xiao Shiba, you stay here to clean up the scene. Hu Bugue, you come with me. He intended to head to the secret tunnel. The 3 quickly followed. They arrived once again at the secret chamber. A large crowd was scrambling to squeeze towards the cliff's exit. All other exits were blocked by Yinglong guards. This was their only escape. Unfortunately, there was only one rope ladder and efficiency was too low. After Lin Rong arrived, he immediately flew up, stepping on the heads of the crowd to reach the exit. With a swing of his sword, the rope ladder was severed. Those still hanging on the ladder only had time for a scream before they plummeted to their deaths. Let's fight them. With their escape route cut off, the group was incited to ferocity. They would rather die than fall into the hands of the Yinglong guards. Pooh pooh. 3 heads were severed, blood spraying over 3 meters high. These were 3 innate realm experts. After Lin Rong killed the top experts, the remaining people instantly lost their backbone. Do not hold back, leave not a single one alive. Lin Rong barked coldly. The remaining ones posed no threat to Hu Bugue and the others. He leaped lightly and actually jumped off the cliff. Along the way, he simply used the pine and cypress trees extending from the cliff for leverage, landing steadily on the ground. As soon as he arrived here, a pungent smell of blood and medicinal herbs assaulted him. Lin Rong quickened his pace. Ultimately, he discovered that there was actually a small village here. Those who had barely escaped here were killed directly by Lin Rong before they could flee far. Upon returning to the village, he found that everyone here was nothing but skin and bones moving slowly like zombies. Their faces were covered with a layer of dead gray. Most crucially, upon witnessing Lin Rong kill, their expressions showed not a hint of change. Even their gazes held no ripples. Without a doubt, these were blood slaves. Upon seeing this, Lin Rong couldn't help but take a cold breath. These people had completely become walking corpses. Their mental will had been utterly destroyed, compounded by the physical torment inflicted by the blood-refining cult. Even if rescued, it would be useless. He wandered around the village. At this time, Hu Bugue and the others had also descended using their ropes. Upon seeing this scene, their blood boiled. Damn it, that bunch of bastards died too easily. Captain, what should we do? Wang Chung inquired. Perhaps for them death is the best destination. Let's send them on their way. Lin Rong's voice was slightly somber. All right. The three nodded. Until the matter was settled, Lin Rong turned to Lu Hui. You remember the appearance of the strong men missing from the Qin family, right? I have already memorized it firmly. Do you see any of those people here? No, in such a short time those people could not have been tormented to such a degree. Lu Hui shook his head, and then his eyes flashed with brilliance. This matter is not over. In that room, gather all the belongings of the blood-clad elder, and then go treat the blood-clad elder properly. Lin Rong nodded. They retraced their steps. As soon as they came up, they met Xiao Shiba in the cave. Captain Lin. He was squatting by the blood-colored pool examining it, and hurriedly stood up upon seeing Lin Rong. Destroy it. As soon as Lin Rong's voice fell, Lu Hui took out a few packets of poisonous powder and poured them in. It was a highly toxic substance. After mixing it thoroughly, he took out a weapon and thoroughly dismantled the pool. Xiao Shiba, practicing martial arts must be done through the righteous path. Evil and heretical paths not only harm others, but also bring oneself endless harm without benefit. This world is balanced. To gain something, one must lose something in return. Even if practicing evil martial arts progresses rapidly in the early stages, one must pay it back in the later stages. Lin Rong glanced at him. No, I dare not, I dare not. Xiao Shiba was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just now he had nearly been bewitched. The main reason was that he had refined a drop of liquid from the pool, which contained pure heaven and earth primal energy. Fortunately, Lin Rong reminded him otherwise. Go bring the blood-clad elder to the backyard. Lin Rong said, then he smiled slightly. Xiao Shiba, once the encirclement is finished, you won't find it hard to discover that there are also fishing gangs involved in this. This credit will be given to you. Thank you, Lord Lin. Xiao Shiba was instantly overjoyed, and his address changed in an instant. Just as they stepped out of the tunnel, they heard a cacophony of curses. You are committing heinous acts, destroying temples, and exterminating lives. In such a grand court, can there truly be no place for a piece of pure land of Buddhism? A group of Yinglong guards drew their blades, glaring at the crowd. They were too few in number, and with the encouragement of certain individuals, if chaos erupted within the temple, it would be difficult for them to manage. Mainly because they were a group of deceived people who bore no guilt themselves, they couldn't directly slay them. They were the emperor's personal troops, representing the face of Emperor Shunren. Emperor Shunren was known for his benevolence and love for the people. If the reputation of indiscriminately killing innocents spread, it would have a severely negative impact on their future promotions and development. How can you continue to indiscriminately kill innocents? My husband is the chief judge of Jiangbei Prefecture. If you have the guts, start by killing me. Indeed, we are not afraid of you. Among the crowd, a few noble women stepped forward. They were all secondary wives, or even concubines of high-ranking officials. A mother cherishes her son, who wouldn't want to have their own children to secure their position. However, many of these high officials had long since been drained by indulgence in wine and pleasures, making it quite difficult for them to conceive. Thus, they had no choice but to take such risks. They understood the internal matters well. For this reason, they were worried about the situation here being investigated by the court. At that time, not only would their reputations be tarnished, but their luxurious lives would also vanish completely. Did you not see that this person practices demonic cult techniques with bloodthirst emanating from him? He is a remnant of the demonic cult. A small flag bearer shouted loudly, do not entangle yourselves recklessly, otherwise no matter your background, the dungeons of the Yinglong guards can accommodate you. That only indicates that this abbot is not a good person. What does it have to do with the other monks? Exactly, this villain must have infiltrated the Yuanguang temple. The other monks are innocent. If you kill innocents indiscriminately, I will ensure that my husband holds you accountable. Furthermore, you have killed so many monks while sparing the life of the true culprit. It is clear you have a guilty. What are we supposed to do, the Yinglong guards? Are we still required to explain this to you? The little flag bearer turned pale with anger. What, after being exposed by us, can you no longer hold back your desire to kill and silence us? Then let it begin with me. The chief judge's concubine sneered. Very well, then let it start with you. A cold voice echoed. Before the words fell, the concubine's head was already sent flying, blood spraying over a meter high. Her face was filled with terror and disbelief. Next, who will come forward? Lin Rong held the blood-stained steel sword, his gaze piercing through the surroundings. In an instant, the entire scene fell into silence. No one dared to meet his eyes. You kill innocents indiscriminately. Oh, I will surely make my husband hold you accountable. A noble woman whispered under her breath. Lin Rong glanced over, finding her somewhat familiar. Sir, this is the noble woman that the old man mentioned yesterday. I checked, and she is the wife of the magistrate of Xiantian County Wang Wu with a considerable background and has connections within the Yinglong Guards. Xiong Taisun is her cousin. She has already borne 3 children and still comes here periodically to repay her vows. Lu Hui explained softly. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong couldn't help but cough violently. Clearly he had tasted something he shouldn't have. Is the magistrate of Xiantian County, named Wang Jin? Is he truly that useless? No need to spare Xiong Taisun's feelings. Chop her down. Hu Bugawei said furiously. Old Hu, hold your hand. This is a treasure that must be left for Xiong Taisun and his family. Lin Rong quickly stopped him. Have someone keep a close watch on this group, register them all. Those with clean backgrounds can be released, those with unclear ties should be taken back to the dungeons for further interrogation. After stabilizing the situation, Lin Rong commanded loudly. After speaking, he headed straight for the back courtyard. The blood-clothed elder was soon brought over. Lu Hui, give him a few sets first. Lin Rong couldn't even be bothered to ask, and directly signaled Lu Hui. Got it. I will speak. I will speak. This official isn't even interested in listening. Lu Hui, why are you still dawdling? Lin Rong shouted coldly. This fellow must first roll around in hell a few times before they can start talking. The screams echoed incessantly, causing one's scalp to tingle. That's truly ruthless. Even Xiao Shibaihu couldn't help but glance over. Having not administered a bowl of recuperative soup, he would have every reason to believe that the blood-clothed elder had already perished. Total Commander, should we continue? Lu Hui asked. Have you thought of what to say? Lin Rong looked at the blood-clothed elder. I have thought it through. The blood-clothed elder hurriedly spilled the beans on everything he had done. He had already infiltrated Xiantian County and disguised himself as a monk for many years. As he spoke, Lu Hui hurriedly took notes. You should still have a practitioner of considerable skill here, right? Lin Rong asked again. Fan Jianxing, the aura of malevolence radiating from you is so heavy that even a fool can see it. You are no good person. I truly don't understand why they sent you to help me. Sai, the white bone man said softly. The heavenly evil art granted by the holy sect has been cultivated to perfection. I find it impossible to suppress this overwhelming malevolence. Your belief that I cannot assist you is merely due to your own foolishness. Fan Jianxing's voice was somewhat hoarse, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Surely you don't truly believe that everything you've done is without flaw. The Yinglong Guard has already set their sights on you, Fan Jianxing scoffed. I had already made plans for this. If not for the urgency from above, would I have allowed myself to be caught? However, none of this is a problem. They are not targeting me right now, but the blood-robe elder, With this, the white bone man couldn't help but burst into a self-satisfied laugh. All of this was within his plan. The blood-robe elder had been entrenched in Xiantian County for years. Once the Yinglong Guard investigates the blood-robe elder, who knows how much time it will take. By that time, he would have already completed what he needed to do. Even if the blood-robe elder cannot delay for long, as soon as there is a change at the Yuanguang Temple, he could leave at any moment. Who could possibly stop him? Do you think the higher-ups are unaware of your plans? It's only because what you're doing is significant and urgent. That is why they sent me to serve as your second shield, ensuring your complete safety, Fan Jianxing said. Oh, are you saying that you are here to help me draw the attention of the Yinglong Guard? The white bone man was quite astonished. You are a traitor to the Yinglong Guard. If you make one misstep and fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire. They wish to kill me, but do I not wish to kill them as well? Fan Jianxing replied, his face showing no fear. The heavenly evil art was all about fostering a heart devoid of reservations for killing. The stronger and more significant the adversary he killed, the faster his cultivation would grow and the stronger his combat power would become. This time, if a great upheaval occurred in Xiantian County, he might seize the opportunity to advance to the Master Realm in one fell swoop. Your betrayal is quite thorough. Aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will also grow suspicious of you? After all, if you can so thoroughly betray the Yinglong Guard today, you can just as easily betray the holy sect tomorrow. The white bone man's voice carried a hint of mockery. I only hold the path of martial arts in my heart, the strongest martial arts. Whoever can assist my martial advancement will have my loyalty, and that much is known to the higher-ups. Fan Jianxing was unbothered by the other's mockery, saying, If you have that much free time, you should worry about your own affairs first. I see it's quite easy for you to expose yourself here. Oomph. What do you know? Do you think you could come in so easily because you are strong? What a joke. With my mastery of formations, even a master would be trapped for half an hour. If I hadn't unlocked some restrictions, what chance would you have? The White Bone Man was a sorcerer and had great confidence in his abilities. It's worth noting that among thousands, or even tens of thousands of martial artists, it is hard to find even one sorcerer. If I didn't want to know existence below, any master would be able to enter my formation. The arrangement of formations here is indeed quite interesting. Luckily, I possess the 5 senses breathing technique, otherwise I might not have been able to enter at all, Lin Rong thought to himself. He cautiously approached an outer courtyard and heard an old man boast about his own abilities. With the 5 senses breathing technique fully activated, he immediately sensed a heavy aura of malevolence, as if it were a mountain. This person's combat strength far surpasses that of the Blood Robe Elder. Lin Rong was somewhat shocked. Even among martial artists of the same realm, the disparity in combat strength could be vast. Clearly that person was a standout among peak and Nate stage experts. I must eliminate you first, Lin Rong thought to himself. The next moment, seeing that the person had relaxed his muscles somewhat and his vigilance had obviously decreased, he shouted, "Ultimate move, die for me." He transformed into a beam of sword light, and in an instant a head flew into the air. Fan Jinxing. The fleeting awareness left him cursing the ancestors of the White Bone Man thoroughly. This sword strike, theoretically, he could have evaded it even at the cost of serious injury. However, upon hearing the White Bone Man's confident words about his abilities, he involuntarily let down his guard. As a result, in that instant did he just bite the dust. He was unwilling. Soon he was swallowed by endless darkness. The White Bone Man was utterly stunned. The slap in the face came far too quickly. Wait, this isn't just a slap in the face, it's a matter of life and death. He turned and dashed into the house. Unfortunately, how could his speed possibly match Lin Rong's? In just an instant he fell into Lin Rong's grasp. Oomph. The White Bone Man let out a muffled groan, activating his secret technique to sever his heart vein and die. He understood very well the fate of falling into the hands of the Yinglong Guard. Comparatively, he chose death. You died so decisively. Lin Rong furrowed his brow. He carefully examined the method the White Bone Man used to end his own life, which was identical to that of the 2 assassins who had previously attacked him. This was not surprising. Another one from the Blood God cult. He crouched down to search the corpse. Then he inspected the White Bone Man's residence. There are only 300 or 400 taels and silver notes. How can he be so poor? He was quite dissatisfied with this. He then retrieved a jade token that had been taken from the White Bone Man. Placing his true energy into it, the jade token began to glow slowly, revealing a strange rune. There's something unusual here. I should keep it for now, Lin Rong thought as he stored it away and walked toward a stone slab at the edge of the courtyard. With one foot stomped down, the stone slab shattered into pieces, revealing a cave below. Upon entering, he found it to be a subterranean palace filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. He kicked open a door. So that's how it is. Lin Rong exclaimed in delight. The room contained various precious herbs. The ginseng inside was at least 500 years old. The silver notes on the White Bone Man must have all been used to procure these items. Among the collection of herbs, there was also a jade box. When Lin Rong opened it, he found another ginseng, but it was particularly special. It looked like a complete tiger whip. Yang ginseng. Just inhaling its scent ignited a strong urge within him. His second brother spontaneously revived, standing tall, as if to tell him that he was ready to embrace the fiercest battle at any moment. Just from a whiff, it has such extraordinary effects, I can hardly imagine what would happen if I actually consumed it. Lin Rong thought, secretly astonished. This treasure only grows in extremely young locations, requiring at least 2,000 years to attain such a form. Once a prominent figure offered 300,000 taels of silver just to obtain this item. Even an unfinished one would suffice. But in the end it came to nothing. Collecting it, he exited and continued down the passage. Finally, a massive prison cell appeared before him. Inside were the missing people from the Chun family's ship. Task completed. The task is complete. The 6 Meridian Divine Sword Great Perfection has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Lin Rong was a bit surprised last time the system acknowledged the task completion only after receiving the royal rewards. After all, the previous capture of the traitor had been ongoing for quite some time. This task was simply to investigate the sunken ship case and capture or eliminate the mastermind behind it. It was evident that he had completed it now. He walked back to the room where the precious medicines were stored. Claimed the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. The light gradually absorbed. Pure true qi coursed through his meridians like swords and dragons, with the veins and acupoints in his hands crackling. The true qi of the sixth meridian divine sword was growing stronger at a terrifying speed. Once everything settled, Lin Rong pointed his finger, and a beam of pure sword energy shot out. Clang! The pile of iron chains in the corner of the room shattered into pieces. The power of the attack was evident. At the same time, his cultivation level increased by 2 small realms. Now he was a 7th-layer innate realm expert. With the Duga 9 swords combined with the 6th meridian divine sword along with his internal power and movement techniques, he could fight against masters. Open the blind box. Lin Rong rubbed his hands and thought. The host opened the blind box and received 2 innate pills. The host opened the blind box and received 1 spatial ring. The host opened the blind box and received the mountain opening fist technique manual. By the time all blind boxes were open, Lin Rong had 4 innate pills and over 20 washing marrow pills in hand. He refined the innate pills directly, but it was just a drop in the bucket, far from breaking through to the next realm. The most valuable item was still that spatial ring. He eagerly took it out, refined it with true qi, and with a thought he saw a space measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height. As far as he knew, this world also had spatial rings. A martial saint could create a space once they found a jade of absorption. However, those spaces were very small, at most 10 square meters, far inferior to the one he held. This is truly a good item. Lin Rong continuously stuffed the valuable items from the room into it. The system space was only meant for temporarily storing rewards, and this spatial ring was a great help to him. As for the other items he opened, they were of little use. He even found a diaper in the blind box. Inside the room, there was also a medicinal furnace with a gentle flame, wafting boiling something. Lin Rong opened the lid and was immediately hit by a pungent smell. It almost made him stumble. Those precious medicines couldn't possibly have been used by the White Bones man to brew this, could they? Lin Rong felt quite pained. It was obvious that the precious medicines he had acquired were merely those the other party hadn't had time to use. Of course, excluding the yang ginseng, which the White Bones man likely only had 1 of. He took out some liquid as a backup and confirmed that there was nothing else here before leaving the room. After retrieving Fan Jiansheng's corpse, he began to set people free. He naturally recognized Fan Jiansheng. The 3 departments had a bounty of 8,000 taels of silver regardless of life or death. Although he didn't know why the other party was entangled with the White Bones man, it was no longer important. After all, the person was already dead. It was unrealistic not to kill him earlier. It was merely 8,000 taels of silver. A group of strong men on the ship stared at Lin Rong with trepidation. Lin Rong swung his steel sword, severing the chains on the prison, then went inside to untie the ropes binding several people. I am Lin Rong, the commander of the Yinglong Guard. You are free now. Thank you, my lord. We are saved. The strong men expressed their gratitude, bowing repeatedly after coming out. No need for excessive courtesy. Oh, I will take you out now. Lin Rong raised his hand. He stepped outside the courtyard, and the 6th meridian divine sword shot forth. In just a few breaths, the formation was broken. He released the Cloud Piercer to notify the Yinglong Guard in Taoxian. This was already 3 days later. It was only now that the Yuanguang Monastery was fully cleaned up. Meanwhile, the Yinglong Guard in Taoxian had also seized the opportunity to begin eradicating the Fisher Gang. Commander, this Hehe. In the room, Hu Bugui and the others sneakily brought out a stack of silver notes. Upon roughly counting, there were over 13,000 taels. Among them, 3,000 taels came from the Qin family, and the rest were naturally embezzled from Yuanguang Monastery. The Yinglong Guard has a hidden rule for handling cases. That is, they are only allowed to take 10%. No one would say anything within that 10%. After all, risking their lives for the court, did they really expect to live off their salaries? Those few coins seemed substantial, but for warriors it was merely a drop in the bucket. The upper management understood this principle as well. The greater the ability, the more cases solved, and the more spoils seized, the more one could take. However, exceeding that threshold meant bearing the risks alone. According to the distribution rules of the Yinglong Guard, like this time's raid on Yuanguang Monastery, the local Yinglong Guard in Taoxian would only dare to take half of that 10%. In other words, the total value of the items seized from Yuanguang Monastery amounted to over 200,000 taels of silver. Commander, indeed the monks make money. Hu Bugui licked his lips, feeling emotional. Those precious medicines, these things are not silver, they are countless, brothers understand. As for whether the missing people have safely returned home, have Zhang Renjie confirm it again. Once everything is settled, we will return. Lin Rong instructed. After all, the matters with the Fisher Gang were not resolved yet, they could only wait. Halfway through the tasks, they couldn't even write the records upon returning. What is the situation with Bai Yuntao now? Lin Rong asked again. According to the county magistrate, he was originally writing a memorial, but when the news of Yuanguang Monastery being raided and the blood-clothed elder being captured came, he immediately fled in embarrassment. 10 days later, the four finally rode the green-maned horses leisurely heading towards Jiangbei City. As for the blood-clothed elder, he had naturally been sent to the Jiangbei Prefecture's prison. Want to die? Not so easy. Inside the West Street Tavern, a man with a white face and no beard put down a volume of records and quietly disappeared. Zhang Xiaocai stepped out casually, picked it up, and began to flip through it. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, finding it increasingly interesting. Brilliant, brilliant, truly brilliant. Detailed and methodical, neither hurried nor anxious, advancing step by step, following the clues. Tisk, if it were not for witnessing it firsthand, I truly wouldn't believe that boy's thoughts could be so intricate. He's truly a rare talent. Lin Rong and the others returned to Jiangbei Prefecture and went to report to the Thousand House immediately. Lin Rong said, "Uncle Lung, once the documents are ready, we will archive them right away." Lung Qianlu nodded, though his expression was somewhat grim. "Uncle Lung, I understand that this major case was solved entirely thanks to your strategic planning and decisive leadership," Lin Rong said, noticing no one was around, and discreetly handed over a package. Inside were 3 types of precious medicinal herbs along with 8,000 taels and silver notes. "Who told you about this?" Lung Qianlu, feeling somewhat irritated, instructed Qi Yu to put the items away without even looking at them. "Originally your promotion to Baihu had been approved by Commander Jiao, but due to some complications the appointment was retracted," Lung Qianlu explained. "What's the big deal? It's just a Baihu position. With you around, even if I only act as a trial Baihu, what significant matters can't be accomplished with your word." Lin Rong was unbothered. Whether as a trial Baihu or a Baihu with a few more cases, in this connection with Lung Qianlu, he was essentially guaranteed to become the deputy Qianhu. The court's influence only tightens its grip, no doubt about it. It's not as simple as you think. What I want to tell you is that someone will come tomorrow, a trial Baihu, who is the nephew of the Minister of War. Commander Jiao is holding off on your appointment due to the Minister of War's influence, but he hasn't made a clear statement. Lung Qianlu explained, "This is very clear. It means we need to find a way to suppress this person ourselves. So this isn't just a personal matter for you. It concerns the entire Wangzhou Yinglong Guard. Do you understand now?" Lung Qianlu fixed his intense gaze on Lin Rong. "Am I to be the scapegoat? I won't let you be a mere scapegoat. Commander Jiao is aware that establishing this merit will count for at least 3 major contributions," Lung Qianlu stated. Lin Rong fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly exhaled the pent-up frustration and looked at Lung Qianlu with solemnity. Overall, Lung Qianlu was a very upright person. Not only was he honest, but he was also willing to take on responsibilities. While he wasn't without flaws compared to other court officials, he was already far superior. Moreover, he was currently Lin Rong's support. Some things needed to be said. Otherwise, if the other party fell into a pit, Lin Rong would be dragged down with him. "What expression is that on your face?" Lung Qianlu frowned. "Uncle Lung, what I'm about to say, if you agree, just listen, if not, pretend I never said it." "Go ahead," Lung Qianlu replied, feeling an inexplicable chill. "Commander Jiao is very dangerous. You need to prepare in advance and be aware." After Lin Rong finished speaking, he turned to leave, saying, "Uncle Lung, see you tomorrow." It was a long time after he left that Lung Qianlu suddenly felt a shiver, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Lin Rong's silence made him realize he hadn't considered this aspect. What kind of place was the Yinglong Guard? The Emperor's personal army, monitoring all officials, executing first and reporting later. His Majesty essentially wanted you to offend the officials. Yet now Commander Jiao was hesitating due to the Minister of War's influence, playing a game of Tai Chi. Shouldn't he have directly refused and rebutted? The Ministry of War, the Ministry of War. Since the battle in the north, the Ning King had taken the opportunity to seize control of the ministry. Damn, that was close, very close. Lung Qianlu's breath became heavy. He could no longer be blindly loyal to Commander Jiao. He needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. He looked up, his gaze distant, watching Lin Rong's departing figure. This kid is so sensitive to the court's situation. With such remarkable insight, he might climb to the position of the commander in the future. As for tomorrow's matters, my attitude must be resolute and firm. Lin Zongqi, since you have some free time tonight, how about? Lin Rong was feeling frustrated and had forgotten to collect Fan Jian's reward until he saw Hu Bugui and his companions. Instantly, his furrowed brow relaxed. Since today is uneventful, let's go to the brothel and listen to some music. Lead the way, and I'll cover all expenses. Lin Rong's mood brightened. Ever since he was kidnapped by the Hahuan sect last time, it was quite a relief to not have to say indeed. Although he felt uncomfortable about associating with others, it was still quite a feast for the eyes. Studies in his past life indicated that looking at beautiful women could contribute to longevity. Passing by the West Street Tavern, you 4 must have earned great merits again. Come in quickly, the private room is ready, and the fine wine is already warmed up. Scholar Zhang hurriedly called out. Scholar Zhang, your wine is indeed fragrant and rich, but unfortunately it lacks flavor, ha ha ha. Hu Bugue laughed heartily and declined. Nonsense. If my wine isn't flavorful, then there's no good wine in the world. Scholar Zhang glared. He couldn't believe that there was any wine in the world that could surpass his immortal drunk. At best it could Don't leave yet. Tell me whose wine can surpass my immortal drunk in flavor. Scholar Zhang was insistent, pulling Hu Bugue to demand an answer. The wine from Xiantian Pavilion is surely better than yours. Hu Bugue smirked. Aye. Scholar Zhang was left speechless. Well, come again another day. Lin Rong waved goodbye. Watching the four of them leave, Scholar Zhang's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Especially when he looked at Lin Rong, it seemed as if he wanted to devour him. This is simply an insult to culture and a harm to the nation's integrity. He was so angry his hands trembled. Is it really that serious, shopkeeper? Which of those officials doesn't go to brothels? Moreover, Lin Darren is merely a commander. Even if he wished to harm the nation's integrity, he wouldn't have the qualification, would he? The waiter tried to mediate. But that Lin Rong is different. What's so different about him? Forget it, just go about your business. Scholar Zhang had no choice but to angrily throw down his sleeves and went inside to drink his sorrows away. The next morning, the four of them arrived at the Thousand House yawning. In an instant, Lin Rong felt an unfriendly gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiantian. Although he had broken several bones before with the help of excellent healing elixirs, he could now move freely. Oh, isn't this Lin Zongqi who just achieved great merit? It seems you had quite the fun at the brothel last night. You aren't celebrating your promotion to Baihu in advance, are you? So Xiong Zongqi has recovered so quickly. Let's enjoy some music together next time. I just worry that last time you didn't injure any important parts, otherwise you'd only be able to listen to music. Lin Rong chuckled coldly. You. Xiantian was immediately enraged. The last time Lin Rong had beaten him, he indeed suffered significant blows to all three of his legs. Lin Rong, don't get cocky. Don't think that just because you achieved great merit your position as Baihu is secure. Let me tell you, you're not worthy yet. It makes no difference. I may not be promoted to 100 Commander, but acting 100 Commander is all but assured. Don't forget to pay your respects to your new superior when the time comes. Lin Rong remained utterly unruffled. You fine. Lin Rong, remember this, our feud is far from over. Let me inform you, Deputy Thousand Commander Lu has returned. New orders for Jiangbei Thousand Commandery will arrive imminently. As he spoke, his gaze darkened, sweeping coldly over Hu Bugue, Wang, and Lu. The implication was unmistakable. If I cannot best you directly, surely I can still crush your three subordinates. What? Not satisfied? Then come strike me if you dare. Xiantian's eyes burned with venomous resentment. Finally, a bitter weight lifted from his chest. He refused to believe Lin Rong would dare remain arrogant now that Deputy Thousand Commander Lu had returned. Old Wang, old Lu, what are you waiting for? Lin Rong's gaze swept across the three men, and in one fluid motion he launched himself forward. Crack! A whip kick struck Xiantian squarely across the face. In the next instant, he drove a brutal kick into the man's groin. F! Xiantian screamed, blood and broken teeth spraying from his mouth as his body curled inward like a shrimp. Lin Rong, you dare strike me? How dare you? Deputy Thousand Commander Lu has returned. Xiantian roared, utterly bewildered. Though he knew Lin Rong held some connection with cold Qinlu, surely even the strongest bond paled, beside his own ties, to Deputy Thousand Commander Lu. There was no other reason. He possessed the privilege of arrogance because his elder sister was Deputy Thousand Commander Lu's second concubine. With such kinship, even cold Qinlu would hesitate to oppose him out of deference to Lu's authority. He had every right to boast, yet Lin Rong defied all convention. He truly struck without hesitation. Hu Bugue and the others joined in immediately. When an enemy openly declares intent to ruin you, why show restraint? They were seasoned interrogators, expert at targeting places excruciatingly painful yet non-lethal. More crucially, heavy blows to those areas left deep, lingering ailments. These three men struck with ruthless precision and utter darkness. Fellow officers scattered at once, lifting their gazes skyward to admire drifting clouds, anything to avoid entanglement. After all, this clash implicated none other than cold Qinlu and Lu Gue. Fine weather today. The clouds roll and part in serene elegance. Indeed, the oriole's songs drift into the ear, the grass's fragrance fills the senses. Exquisite. Exquisite indeed. All right, let us retire to the inner hall for tea. And they fled. Xiantian stood paralyzed, numb. You struck me before Deputy Thousand Commander Lu returned, and you still strike me after he returns. Was his return utterly meaningless? Enough. A thunderous bellow shattered the air. A gust of wind heralded the arrival of a black-robed, long-bearded man, a massive iron spear slung across his back. He landed squarely in the courtyard. Lu Gui, Lin Rong. In broad daylight before countless witnesses, you assault a fellow officer. Is there no law? No justice? Lu Gui's voice boomed with icy condemnation. Crack. Lin Rong delivered one final kick, sending Xiantian tumbling straight to Lu Gui's feet. He offered no further words. Cold Qianlu's entrance was long overdue, and he'd been watching from the shadows for quite some time. Cough, cough, cough. With a dry cough, Cold Qianlu appeared, teacup in hand. Now then, Lin Rong, you've gone too far. Before so many witnesses, Thousand Commander Cold speaks falsely. This courtyard held only ourselves until your arrival. How then can you claim countless witnesses? Lin Rong countered. Perhaps you're right. Cold Qianlu nodded, clearly inclined to let the matter drop. Cold Thousand Commander, that's beside the point. If no one sees it, does violence become permissible? Lu Gui interjected coldly. Your point stands. Lin Rong, explain yourself. Cold Qianlu sipped his tea, slowly feigning detached neutrality, though inwardly he smiled with quiet contempt. Lu Gui, did you truly imagine I remained ignorant of your meeting last night with acting 100 Commander Zhao Jing? Before Lin Rong's reminder, silence was tolerable. But now that clarity had dawned, Cold Qianlu's stance, like that of the dragon-like faction, must be unequivocal. Respected Thousand Commander, no explanation is needed. This was Xiong Zongqi's own request. You may verify it with any of our colleagues. Lin Rong bowed respectfully. You claim no one saw it. Lu Gui's temples throbbed with suppressed fury. Words are heard, but blows unseen. Feel free to ask our colleagues. Lin Rong added calmly. Opft. Xiantian spat a mouthful of old blood. Absurd as it sounded, it was in fact precisely true. Lu Gui was rendered speechless. Cold Qianlu had already signaled his position. How could others possibly resist the tide? Ask. How? Thousand Commander, this is inappropriate. The truth of the matter lies plain between us. Lu Gui pressed relentlessly. Indeed. Cold Qianlu nodded. Lin Rong, this marks your second assault upon a fellow officer. Regardless of justification, your penalty shall be tripled. 1/2 month's salary forfeited. Now, let us attend to official business. The 100 Commander's post remains vacant. Today we must reach a decision. With that he turned and strode into the main hall. Xiantian's eyes flared wide, humiliation blazing across his face. Last time he was beaten, Lin Rong received only a 3-month salary deduction, a punishment already outrageous enough. Now with penalties tripled, he faced merely a 1/2-month forfeiture. Worse still, last time he'd at least received a medicinal pill. This time, nothing. The more he raged, the angrier he grew. The angrier he grew, the more he seethed. Another gout of blood erupted, and he collapsed unconscious. Lin Rong smoothed his robes and strode confidently into the Thousand Commandery's main hall. Soon all assembled. A man clad in a dragon-embroidered robe sat with regal bearing beside Lu Gui, his long saber resting at his hip. Several deputy Thousand Commanders and 100 Commanders sat in solemn silence, eyes lowered, breath steady, awaiting Cold Qianlu's opening word. Let us now hear opinions on filling the vacant 100 Commander post. I shall begin, to cast the first stone as it were. I nominate Lin Rong for the position. That concludes my remarks. Speak freely, all who wish. If no objections arise, we shall jointly submit our recommendation to the Garrison Surveillance Office. At these words, Lu Gui and 200 Commanders instantly darkened. Has Cold Qianlu never held high office? Does a senior leader ever speak first? He might as well have declared, all who oppose, step forward now. Speak freely. Freely indeed. Lu Gui could bear it no longer. As the former Thousand Commander's most trusted confidant, he too had suffered demotion when his patron was recalled to the Garrison Surveillance Office for reflection, relegated to cold obscurity. His future advancement thus hinged entirely upon cultivating loyal followers. Only then could Cold Qianlu hesitate to move against him. Otherwise, the entire Thousand Commandery's operational efficiency would suffer severely, precisely why he accepted Zhao Jing's banquet invitation last night. Such ambition demanded corresponding strength. The rank of Deputy Thousand Commander spanned a vast spectrum of power, from those elevated merely upon reaching peak prenatal cultivation to masters like himself, a S-rank martial sovereign. Respected Thousand Commander, Commander Zhao's instructions appear to differ. Reporting to you, Sir Qinhu, it seems that Commander Zhao did not mean it that way. Lu Gui directly brought up Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao's ambiguous attitude became his leverage. At the same time, he was also warning Lung Qianlu. The selection of Baihu can only be decided by the Zhenfu division, and your rank is still insufficient. Then what do you think Commander Zhao means? Lung Qianlu asked coldly. I believe that Commander Jiao means to choose the worthy. Lu Guo continued. I also believe that Commander Jiao means this. Two Baihu stepped forward to agree. Lin Rong just captured the blood robe old man and solved the sunken ship case in Xiantian, which is enough to prove his capability. Is this not choosing the worthy? Lung Qianlu heavily set down his teacup. If we consider past merits, then in terms of Baihu Zhao Jing, he wouldn't be inferior to Lin Rong, so looking at the past it might not clarify the issue. Then what do you propose? Why not have the two of them compete? Clearly Lu Guo was well prepared. At this point he produced two paper balls from his hand. Inside are two cases of comparable difficulty. One is the Ko County the Peach Blossom Young Master case. The other is Fan Jinxing, who has been spotted in Taoxian. The Peach Blossom Young Master, a remnant of the Hahuan sect, has harmed countless young girls, possesses peak innate cultivation, and his ultimate skill is the Hahuan sect's Buddha Demon Joyful method, as well as the 100 Flowers sword technique. There is solid evidence that he has committed 3 crimes in Ko County. As for Fan Jinxing, everyone is naturally familiar with him. He was originally a trial Baihu of our Yinglong Guard who defected 7 years ago. Before leaving, he brutally slaughtered the entire family of Baihu Li, employing extremely cruel methods. He is also at peak innate cultivation. Lu Guo briefly introduced the situations of both. Afterwards, the expressions of those present varied. Although it sounded like the Fan Jinxing case was much more difficult, in reality, it was not so. It was simply because after Fan Jinxing appeared in Taoxian, he secretly contacted some people from the Yinglong Guard, intending to persuade them to defect. Fortunately, the contacted individuals reported the situation immediately. To capture this person, one could completely use the tactic of inviting the guest into the urn. However, the Peach Blossom Young Master, the debaucher, is the most difficult to deal with. He changes locations after every crime, and if he perceives any danger, he will flee thousands of miles at the first opportunity. Everyone sighed. Imagine you have just begun to uncover the case, and before you can pursue further, news arrives that yet another wealthy young lady from Lin County has fallen victim. You can only follow behind in pursuit, but the pursuers remain silent. For the two cases, let Lin Rong and Zhao Jing draw lots to decide. Whoever finishes the case first will take the Baihu position. In this way, I believe all parties will be satisfied, and our Yinglong Guard will not offend anyone. This method. Lung Qianlu's lips twitched, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the two paper balls in Lu Gui's hand. There must be something to this. If Sir Qianhu is worried that I will cheat, you can appoint someone to supervise the drawing. Lu Guo directly placed the paper balls on the table. Lung Qianlu frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Just as he was pondering how to handle the situation, Lin Rong's voice came out first. I will capture the debaucher. Brother Zhao, you are the trial Baihu, while I am just a general flag. You will surely let me go first. Lin Rong said with a smile and cupped his hands. It was clear that when it came time to draw lots, Lu Guo would definitely use the name of fairness to let him go first. In truth, both paper balls contained the name of the Peach Blossom Young Master. The sudden change caught both Lu Guo and Zhao Jing off guard. They had been on edge, fearing someone would notice the clues and that the Peach Blossom Young Master case would fall into their hands. Now, unexpectedly, Lin Rong had proactively come forward to seize the case. Lin Rong, why don't you reconsider? Lung Qianlu frowned. There's no need to consider. Lin Rong's mind was filled with anger at the Hahuan sect. Since he had decided to clean them up, he would start with the Peach Blossom Young Master. After all, he could not possibly. If that's the case, then I will go along with Brother Lin's intention. Zhao Jing nodded. Those who did not know would think he had suffered a great injustice. Silently, the gazes of the crowd towards Lin Rong held a hint of sympathy. The young man is overly impulsive. Of course, more importantly, Lin Rong had just returned from handling a case and was still unaware of many circumstances. They thought to themselves, since both sides have no objections, let's proceed in this manner. Sir Qianhu, what do you think? As Lu Guo spoke, the two paper balls turned to ashes. Very well, let it be so. Lung Qianlu could only nod. Afterwards, following a round of bureaucratic niceties about friendship first and competition second, everyone dispersed. As Lin Rong was walking out, get in here. Lung Qianlu appeared with a dark face. Uncle Lung. Lin Rong had no choice but to follow him back inside. Do you already have confidence in capturing the Peach Blossom Young Master? Lung Qianlu asked. I haven't even looked at the case file yet, no? Lin Rong said honestly. Do you know that we already have a plan to capture Fan Jinxing? You. Uncle Lung, just wait and see, it won't be a loss regardless. Lin Rong assured. Alright, if you need any assistance, just let me know. After Lung Qianlu finished speaking, he quietly handed over a hand edict. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary, so I won't be accused of favoritism. Undoubtedly, this was also an edict allowing him to freely mobilize the local Yinglong Guard. Do you still care about this little reputation? Lin Rong glanced sideways. Take your men and head to Ko County immediately. I hope the Peach Blossom young master is still there. Lung Qianlu waved his hand. Until Lin Rong left, he checked that there was no one around, then knocked on the table. Immediately, 2 Yinglong guards walked out from behind the screen. Mobilize all available secret agents and closely monitor any information regarding the Peach Blossom young master. If there is any movement, immediately inform Lin Rong. Mission issued: crack the Ko County debaucher case and capture the Peach Blossom young master. Reward: 18 dragon, subduing palms, great perfection. Based on the perfection of task completion, a corresponding number of blind boxes will be rewarded. Lin General Flag, we are ready. Outside the room, Hu Bugue and his companions had already brought the horses over. Lin Rong was carefully reviewing the case file of the Peach Blossom young master. Let's go, I'll read while we walk. Lin Rong changed into plain clothes, mounted his steed, and leisurely headed towards the city gates. He appeared just like an erudite scholar who could not part with his books. The Peach Blossom young master, actual age unknown, appears to be around 20 years old, possessing a charming demeanor likened to a jade tree, standing tall, with a smile that can captivate the hearts of young ladies in their boudoirs. Not only is the Buddha demon joyful method incredibly powerful, but the 100 Flowers sword technique is also fierce and ruthless. His lightness skill is among the top ranks in the martial world. Despite such descriptions, there is not even a single relevant portrait among the Yinglong guard. This guy is hiding very deep. After discussing the details with Hu Bugue and his companions, nightfall had already arrived. Let's stay at the inn for the night, Lin Rong said. He needed to integrate the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield is a form of external martial arts practice. It is the most difficult to master, as cultivating this divine skill is accompanied by unbearable pain for ordinary people. All of one's skills are acquired through beating the body, causing it to undergo a cycle of damage and recovery, gradually enhancing strength. One could say if there exists anyone in this world who can cultivate the Golden Bell Shield to perfection, they would undoubtedly be a formidable person. Of course, once this divine skill is perfected, the benefits are immense. Activating the Golden Bell Shield envelopes the entire body in a protective aura, rendering it impervious to blades and swords. Moreover, a significant advantage of mastering external martial arts is the qualitative leap in bodily recovery abilities and strength. In the end, as the golden bell-shaped sphere in his mind slowly merged into his body, every part of Lin Rong's blood, flesh, and bones underwent a dramatic transformation. When it was all over, he circulated his true energy, and his body emitted a faint golden glow. At that moment, he felt incredibly solid, truly solid. Grabbing a teacup, a gentle squeeze shattered it into pieces. With a light flick of his fingers, the ceramic turned to powder, falling like dust. Now he had absolute confidence. Any part of his body could easily puncture a hole in the wall. Such was his confidence. Xiong Tyson is truly a good person. He has activated system tasks for me twice, bringing me warmth. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Lin Rong stored away the Golden Bell Shield, quietly reflecting. After a night of silence, the four continued on their journey at dawn. Guangzhou is vast, ranking among the top 3 in area within the entire Great Wu Dynasty. Its core is naturally the Guangzhou Prefecture. Jiangbei Prefecture is also a crucial area of Guangzhou. This is because Guangzhou Prefecture is the last major city on the way north to the Demon Suppression Pass. Mountains surround it. To the left is the Taihe Mountain Range, and to the right is the Xiantian Mountain Range. These two ranges form a narrow passageway leading north. This is also the lifeline of the Demon Suppression Pass. Kaohsian County lies at the western foot of the Xiantian Mountain Range, perfectly fitting the description of being nestled among mountains and rivers. The water is good water. However, the mountains are not good mountains, for the eastern part of the Xiantian Mountain Range falls under the jurisdiction of Yin Mountain Prefecture. With towering peaks, steep cliffs, and few plains, the roads are difficult to traverse, only slightly better than the Shu Road. Due to the harsh terrain and poor water conditions, the imperial court has struggled to maintain control, making it a chaotic region throughout history. After the battle in the northern desert, the Great Wu Dynasty's national power greatly waned, leading to even weaker control over that area. As a result, many notorious and malevolent cults, as well as numerous evil deities and demons pursued by the Great Wu Dynasty, have taken that place as their paradise. The remnants of the Hehuan sect surely have a foothold there. Lin Rong knew very well that he had to be extremely cautious with this mission. If he did not take action, he would avoid trouble, but once he did, he must achieve results. Otherwise, if the Peach Blossom young master escaped to Yin Mountain Prefecture, no matter how many skills or strategies he possessed, he could only watch in vain. Kaohsian County is not like Taoxian County. It is too far from Jiangbei Prefecture. They spent 5 whole days traversing mountains and rivers before finally arriving at the county borders. Annie, could you please spare some water? Help! The lecher has arrived. Lin Rong knocked on a courtyard door, but hadn't finished speaking when a robust ant inside screamed. Immediately after, a basin of foot-washing water came flying towards him. Fortunately, Lin Rong was agile and dodged. Around him, young men and women emerged wielding hoes and sickles, watching Lin Rong and the others with guarded expressions. Lin Rong was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Seeing the hostile gazes of the crowd growing increasingly unfriendly, he turned and ran. This officer will not argue with you, a group of unruly peasants. He stopped by the riverbank, spitting vehemently. Then he turned to Hu Bugui and the others, a look of suspicion on his face. Do I really look like a lecher? Sir, do you want to hear the truth? Of course. With your appearance like a jade crown and your exceptional demeanor, I must say you truly have the potential to be a lecher. It is absolutely true. If Sir takes a liking to any young girl, she would easily lose her soul to you. Old Wang, I'll take your words as praise. You better be praising me. Lin Rong said with a dark expression. Damn it, going around now I've become a lecher. Is being handsome a crime for this officer? It's simply outrageous. However, those unruly peasants are indeed unreasonable. You hadn't even finished speaking. Forget it, being vigilant is never wrong. Helpless, the group led back the Qingzong horse and continued towards the county town. To reach Kaoshan County, they had to cross the Rounds Mountain River. My lord, once we cross that bridge, we'll be less than 20 miles from the county town. Hu Bugui glanced at the map and pointed ahead. Just as he folded the map, his expression suddenly changed. On the bridge, two figures leaped down hand in hand. Someone has jumped into the river. Hu Bugui exclaimed in shock, quickly pulling Wang Chung. Old Wang, your lightness skill is good. Hurry and save them. The river at the bridge was relatively narrow. Consequently, the water flow was also much more turbulent. If they were late, the person would be swept away by the undercurrent, and there would be no time to do anything. Actually, without Hu Bugui's reminder, Wang Chung had already spurred his horse and leaped out. By the time Lin Rong and the others reached the riverbank, Wang Chung had already pulled the person ashore and was using true energy to expel the water from their bodies. It was a mother and daughter wearing coarse clothing. The mother was in her 40s or 50s, looking quite frail. The daughter was about 16 or 17 years old. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a unique purity and sweetness typical of a village girl. Wow. Lin Rong also took action, injecting a strand of innate true energy, quickly expelling the river water from the two of them. Gradually, they began to open their eyes. Is this the Yama Palace? The mother trembled, muttering to herself as she looked at Wang Chung and Hu Bugui with concern. Are you two the ox head and horse face? Are you confused? Which part of us looks like an ox or a horse? Hu Bugui rolled his eyes, clearly displeased. We saved you. What were you thinking to seek death? Lu Hui asked. Whoa. After realizing the truth, the mother and daughter embraced each other and began to sob uncontrollably. Hey, don't cry. Hu Bugui was at a loss. Why did you have to be so troublesome? Why did you want us to save you? My husband was taken by a fierce tiger in the mountains while gathering firewood. I struggled to raise my children alone. But who would have thought that just recently my child was swept away by the river dragon, and now my only remaining daughter? Oh. Heaven is blind, heaven is blind. Why do these hardships always fall upon honest people like us? Gentlemen, please allow us to die. Whoa. Wang Qing's mind was quick. Upon seeing the young woman's beauty, he immediately understood. Most likely she had fallen victim to a lewd scoundrel. A clue has arrived. He was about to ask, but after several attempts he didn't know how to start. The person was already seeking death. How could he inquire about the details? Wouldn't that be adding salt to the wound? My lord, look at this. Wang Chung awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This sister-in-law, it is better to live than to die in vain. Lu Hui managed to squeeze out this withered sentence. Live. Now my daughter has been violated by that despicable lecher, and the betrothal that was once set has been revoked. Poor my daughter. What meaning is there in living like this, say? The woman could not stop crying. Living in itself has no meaning. Lin Rong also let out a gentle sigh. The thin rope breaks at its weakest point, and misfortune seeks out the unfortunate. Those who have not experienced various hardships cannot understand. Meaning is created by the living themselves. For example, sister-in-law, if you are willing to tell us in detail what happened back, then allowing us to capture the culprit, this would serve two purposes: avenging you and preventing others from suffering the same fate. That is meaning. Lin Rong spoke softly while sitting on the ground. Are you officials? Both mother and daughter were startled. We are the Yinglong Guards, the imperial army, here to specifically capture the lecher who harmed you. Wang Chung revealed his badge. The mother and daughter were momentarily stunned, looking at each other for a long time before finally making up their minds. It is said that when a person's life is at stake, their words become kind. When a bird is about to perish, its cries become sorrowful. Since they were going to die anyway, they could not let that damned lecher have it easy. Sir, we will tell you right away. The mother and daughter began to recount. They had no cultivation, and even as victims their knowledge was extremely limited. The events that transpired were conveyed in just a few words from their mouths. However, one point was very important. Are you saying the lecher assaulted you twice? Lin Rong frowned. Yes, the young woman nodded timidly. Was it on the same night, or was it? Lin Rong hurriedly pressed on. Not on the same night. The first time was 7 days ago, and the second time was 3 days ago. The young woman blushed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Hu Bugue and the others lit up. From the information they had gathered so far, it was known that the Peach Blossom young master practiced the Buddhist demon joyful method. This method has a characteristic: at the critical moment of breakthrough, it requires a very high frequency of yin-yang union. Otherwise, with too much yang energy, the balance of yin and yang would be disrupted, leading to a rapid decline in cultivation. Judging by the past actions of the Peach Blossom young master, he would never seek the same woman a second time. Now the other party had broken this rule. There could only be one reason: the other party was at a critical breakthrough period. This was good news for them. Cao County is at least 3 days away from the nearest big city on horseback. Arriving in a new place does not mean one can simply find someone and take action. Before that, they needed to scout for suitable targets, analyze various forces, determine who could be acted against and who could not, arrange escape routes, and so forth. All of this requires a significant amount of time and effort to prepare. If they acted recklessly, it wouldn't be long before they were captured by the 3 divisions. After all, the forces of the 3 divisions were not to be trifled with. In other words, the Peach Blossom young master was unlikely to leave Cao County in the short term. With that, their chances of capturing the Peach Blossom young master increased. Lord General, what do you see as the next step? The eyes of the 3 fell on Lin Rong. However, Lin Rong had no time to pay them any mind for the moment. He looked at the mother and daughter. You see, you have already found meaning in living, as since that is the case, there is no need to seek death anymore. Saying this, he took out 300 teal silver notes and stuffed them into the young woman's embrace. Since ancient times, idle gossip can weigh as heavy as a mountain, killing without compensation. You should not stay in Cao County any longer. Take this silver, and I will have Wang Chung help you find a merchant caravan to accompany you. Don't return home, or just move to another place to live. Remember the principle of keeping wealth hidden. When you reach another place, try to live in the city for safety. After Lin Rong finished explaining, he finally stood up. Wang Chung took his orders and quickly left with the mother and daughter on his blue mane horse. He was experienced and well-connected, and with his arrangements, it would not be a problem for the mother and daughter to live simply. Let's go, we are heading to the county town. The 3 mounted the blue mane horse and sped away. Cao County, the headquarters of the Yinglong Guards. Their first stop was here. The Qianhu division had already informed them via a message bird about their arrival. Therefore, accommodations had been prepared in advance. Please come in, a junior flag bearer led the way. Brother, could you please send someone to retrieve the relevant documents of the victims in the city? Lin Rong instructed. This I must report to you, my lord, there are no relevant documents within the Yinglong. The junior flag bearer explained. We have only confirmed that the Peach Blossom young master arrived in Cao County less than 10 days ago. Normally we should investigate, but we were instructed that someone would specifically look into this case, so we were told not to stir up trouble. Lin Rong understood. The matter regarding the bed of the 100-house position must have been schemed for a long time by Lu Gui and Zhao Jing. However, the government office should have relevant documents. The junior flag bearer added. Indeed, if a family had a daughter harmed, the family would certainly report to the government office at the first opportunity. Hu Bugui, go to the government office. After giving his instructions, Lin Rong had already arrived at a small courtyard for rest. He stopped the junior flag bearer. Brother, can you tell me how you determined that the lecher was indeed the Peach Blossom young master? Although the documents reported all the relevant details, he still habitually wanted to ask again. There are often discrepancies between what is written and what is orally expressed. Reporting to the general, I can only tell you everything I know. Go ahead. Actually, the confirmation that it was the Peach Blossom young master who committed the crime is based on 2 points. Initially, the 100-house lord encountered a flying thief while carrying out a task. After a confrontation, the latter executed the 100-flower sword finger. The 100-house lord was injured and immediately reported it, issuing a warning to the various departments in Cao County to be on high alert. But unexpectedly, he still committed a series of crimes in the county. Hearing this, Lin Rong nodded. Continue to speak. Secondly, after the young lady of the Go family was assaulted, it was confirmed that the lecher was indeed the Peach Blossom young master. This is something that the entire city knows. The entire city knows. Lin Rong became interested. Yes, the Peach Blossom young master was so audacious that he openly struck while the young lady of the Go family was enjoying the scenery on a pleasure boat in broad daylight. At that time, many fishermen on the river and people on pleasure boats witnessed that scene, and the young lad's screams were like waves one after another. However, due to fear of the Peach Blossom young master's notorious reputation, no one dared to step in and rescue her. Hearing this, Lin Rong nearly bit his tongue. This is outrageous. What a display of audacity. It's not just arrogant, it's simply blatant. No wonder that when he first arrived outside Cao County that sister reacted so strongly by offering foot baths. Very well, thank you for your efforts. You may go about your duties. Lin Rong dismissed Xiaoqi. In the matter of the Go family's young lady had undoubtedly already ignited a wildfire of gossip. It seemed he would have to personally visit the vicinity of the incident. And perhaps from eyewitness descriptions, he could even sketch the true likeness of the Peach Blossom gentleman. Though the odds were exceedingly slim, interviewing witnesses thoroughly might yet yield unexpected insights. Nu Bugue returned with an expression dark as storm clouds, reporting to Captain that wretched Wang Jin has turned heaven and earth upside down. When our Yinglong guard went to retrieve the case files, he dared to defy us outright, claiming the documents were still unorganized and would only be delivered once fully compiled. I then ordered them to transcribe the incomplete files on the spot, but he merely replied, "Wait for our summons," and sent us away. Preposterous. Nu Bugue slammed his fist repeatedly onto the table in fury. And upon hearing this, Lin Rong's brow furrowed faintly. And he knew full well that owing to Xiong Taison's influence, Wang Jin would inevitably seek to undermine him covertly. Yet he had not anticipated that a mere county magistrate would so brazenly humiliate the Yinglong guard in broad daylight. "And did you not strike him outright?" Lin Rong asked. This junior officer longed to. But within the county yamen stood a deputy battalion commander named Yin Dang, who openly shielded him. With no recourse, I was forced to withdraw. Yin Dang, Lin Rong murmured, puzzled. So he claimed himself, a deputy battalion commander of the Yinglong Guard stationed in Qingzhou, currently home on leave for familial visitation. But I suspect it is not so simple. Most likely Zhao Jing deliberately dispatched him to obstruct and vex us. Hu Bugue declared, seething. Very well, let the case files be. And you have journeyed far and labored hard, I rest for a day. Once Wang Chung returns, we shall stroll along the riverbank, rejuvenate ourselves in spring's embrace. As Lin Rong spoke, he turned to retire to his chamber. Excellent. Spring strolls are splendid. Wait, hold on. Captain, time is short and the task urgent. Setting aside the Peach Blossom gentleman for now. If Xiao Jing completes his mission before us, your appointment as 100 Commander will vanish into mist. And should we not without delay begin questioning the victims one by one? Hu Bugue urged loudly. After handling cases for so long, may one not savor a moment's reprieve? Rest when told. Surely even a mill donkey is granted a full night's slumber. With that, Lin Rong shut his chamber door with a sharp resounding thud. And since the county yamen refused to supply first-hand materials, he would gather intelligence himself. Moreover, even if they had provided records, he would not accept them uncritically. He would still need to verify every detail. Only after attaining a comprehensive understanding of all circumstances would he proceed to interrogate the victims and cross-check testimonies. Otherwise, such efforts would be little more than futile labor. And the following day dawned clear and radiant, spring light spilling across the land. On the branches, male birds chattered merrily, inviting their mates to inspect their nests. For men clad in civilian attire stepped beyond the 100 Commandery outpost. Brother Lin, please forgive me. I was occupied with official duties elsewhere yesterday and could not greet you promptly. Surely you bear no ill will toward your elder brother. Captain Jin Baichuan approached, smiling broadly. A burly man with a thick beard exuding rugged charisma, though his left shoulder moved stiffly. Clearly that was the wound inflicted by the Peach Blossom gentleman. Captain, how can you speak thus? This junior officer intruded upon your county uninvited. Your forbearance alone brings me profound satisfaction. Lin Rong replied with a courteous smile. Junior officer, Captain. Nonsense. Call me Brother Jean, old Brother Jean, and I shall call you Brother Lin. While in Kaoshan County, name your need. I shall grant it without hesitation. Jin Baichuan declared magnanimously. In truth, he well understood that Lin Rong stood under the patronage of Lung Qianlu. And more importantly, Lin Rong had captured the blood-robed elder, an achievement implying martial prowess surpassing even his own. His future prospects were boundless, certainly not confined to the rank of 1,000 Commander. And though Jin Baichuan was also aware that Lin Rong had already entered into open rivalry with Lu Gui, and with Zhao Jing, whose ties reached deep into the Ministry of War, yet he cared not for ministries or court factions. And he was Yinglong Guard through and through, preferring only straightforward, uncomplicated commerce in arms. In those entangled in complex webs of power he instinctively avoided. I am just setting out for a spring stroll. Brother Jean, if you do not disdain the company, might you change into plain clothes and join me? In Lin Rong, unfamiliar with the terrain, sorely needed a guide. A sorcerer stood atop it conducting a ritual sacrifice. In Brother Jean, does this river harbor an imperial decreed river god? Lin Rong asked mildly. All were sizable craft. In the smaller boats, however, remained uniformly moored along the shore. Not a single one ventured onto the river. In amidst them rose a raised platform. A sorcerer stood atop it conducting a ritual sacrifice. In Brother Jean, does this river harbor an imperial decreed river god? Lin Rong asked mildly surprised. Under the Great Wu Dynasty's ironclad decree, only deities formally enshrined by imperial edict were permitted to receive incense offerings and devotional qi from the populace. Brother Lin is unaware this stretch of the Raoshan River did once possess a river god, but he was a malevolent deity slain in the 27th year of the Shunran reign by imperial decree, with the Astronomical Bureau and our Yinglong Guard jointly executing the judgment. To this day, no successor has been enshrined. Jean Baichuan added, somewhat embarrassed. A monstrous aquatic entity has since emerged, a fierce brute force geodragon. It capsized over a dozen vessels, not only in treacherous rapids or violent storms, but also dragged down more than a score of children one by one. Hence small boats dare not enter the river, large vessels sail only with extreme caution, requiring extra crew and scrupulously avoiding nocturnal passage. Women no longer dare wash clothes by the banks, fishermen have lost their livelihoods. The entire region gripped by dread and unrest. The investigation into this geodragon is my current priority. I had intended to enlist Brother Lin's aid, but knowing your own solemn commission, I deemed it improper to ask. Jean Baichuan explained. In a geodragon, Lin Rong recalled the mother and daughter who had leapt into the river, speaking of how their child had been seized by the water dragon king. And most likely it was this very creature. He paused, then asked as they walked, any leads? Roughly a month ago we laid a trap, but failed utterly, losing over a dozen brothers in the attempt. Jean Baichuan's face darkened with bitter frustration. Noticing Lin Rong's thoughtful gaze fixed upon the sacrificial rite, Jean Baichuan hastened to add in, this is not due to our Yinglong Guard's negligence. By law, such a malignant geodragon must be eradicated. Under no circumstance may it be venerated with incense or devotional qi. Yet this elder brother's incompetence has prolonged the failure, and thus I dare not forcibly suppress these superstitious folk. Their livelihoods, severed rebellion, might easily erupt. Before slaying the malign geodragon, all this elder brother can do is enforce strict vigilance, absolutely forbidding human sacrifice. Jean Baichuan sighed deeply. Mission assigned: investigate and resolve the case of the malignant aquatic geodragon. In reward upon completion, supreme lightness art. Qin Wang, Rao Zhu, grand perfection. Lin Rong blinked startled. This art bore an undeniably irreverent name. Brother Jean has done all that honor demands. I am merely observing. Pray do not trouble yourself further, he murmured softly. Jean Baichuan's conduct, after all, reflected necessity, not negligence. The five entered a tea house. Many laborers and boatmen normally overburdened now idled here, awaiting work. Zhang Laosan, spare us your boasting. White, we believe you. Supple. Humph. Did you touch it? What kind of question is that? I didn't touch it, but did I not see the peach blossom gentleman grasp it? White. Zhang Laosan, spare us your boasting. White, we believe you. Supple. Humph. Did you touch it? What kind of question is that? I didn't touch it, but did I not see the peach blossom gentleman grasp it? He plunged his fingers deep, right into the flesh, and hearing the description, a man nearby munching breakfast unconsciously clenched his steamed bun tightly, straining to imagine the sensation. Lin Rong exchanged a subtle glance with Wang Chung, who instantly understood. Striding confidently, Wang Chung stepped into the midst of the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, a handful of copper coins clattered onto the table. Oh, sir, are you hiring laborers? Where's the work? We'll go at once. Same terms as always, 10 copper coins per day. Eyes across the group lit up. Most among them cultivated only to the third rank level, stronger than ordinary folk, yet lacking the refinement for skilled labor. Unable to serve as elite porters, they could only take on menial hauling work, earning barely 10 copper coins a day. I do not need laborers. Wang Chung shook his head. Then what? The crowd fell into bewildered. Unhurried, Wang Chung carefully aligned the copper coins on the table, then selected a neat stack of 10 and pressed them into Zhang Laosan's palm. Look behind you. That is our master, a connoisseur of extraordinary tales, compiling them into a volume. Have you read notes from the thatched studio of subtle observations? He paused deliberately for effect. No, but we've heard the storytellers recount it many times. The crowd replied earnestly. Let me tell you, the author drew countless stories directly from our master. So, you understand now what our master seeks. Yes, yes, yes. Master wishes to hear tales. We have plenty. They hastily cleared space arranging stools, so Lin Rong and his 4 companions sat at the center. At present our master is solely interested in the story of Miss Go. Zhang Laosan, your fee is paid. Should your account prove sufficiently detailed and precise, you shall earn another 10 copper coins. Many thanks, master. Rest assured, I was aboard a nearby vessel at the time and my eyes are sharper than any here. No one observed more closely or clearly than I did. Zhang Laosan pledged solemnly. Around him, knowing glances, unspoken unmistakable, floated toward Lin Rong and his companions. At that moment I was raising anchor aboard my boat when a pleasure barge glided past. Nothing unusual, until suddenly a piercing scream tore through the air. Zhang Laosan spoke with fervent animation, spittle flying. His narration flowed without pause, evidence enough that he had rehearsed this tale countless times. Upon finishing, Wang Cheng spared no hesitation. Another 10 copper coins passed into his hand. Though embellishments and dramatic flourishes colored his telling, Lin Rong's party effortlessly sifted truth from artifice. Many thanks, master. Zhang Laosan beamed with delight. Who else will speak? Me. I saw it too. You saw nothing. You were whoring that day. I truly witnessed it. Zhang Laosan saw her back. I saw her profile, sir. And let me tell you, Miss Go's silhouette was nothing short of voluptuous. One at a time. Our master has ample copper coins, and none shall go unrewarded. An entire hour passed. Lin Rong remained silent, listening patiently as the crowd rambled and digressed. Only at last did he voice his true inquiry. Has anyone seen the face of the peach blossom gentleman? As he spoke, Wang Cheng slammed down a total silver ingot with a sharp resonant clap. The atmosphere chilled instantly. What do you mean? Haven't you all seen him? Speak up. Would you refuse? Wang Cheng grew agitated. Jin Baichuan furrowed his brow. If they'd scrutinized Miss Go so minutely, how could they possibly have missed the lecherous rogue? After a long hesitant pause, a timid voice ventured forth. Master, truly we did not see him. Pray consider in such a moment who would bother observing the face of a lustful criminal. Exactly. Shouldn't everyone have been gazing upon Miss Go? All nodded, as if stating self-evident truth. Lin Rong's breath hitched. He broke into a violent cough. He had anticipated everything, except this. Ask me to empathize. Had I been there myself, well, perhaps he too would have spared no attention for the rogue's features. Moreover, he had already reasoned that even if someone had glimpsed the villain's face, it would likely yield little practical value. So he let the matter drop. Once Jin Baichuan grasped the logic, he nearly choked, suppressing laughter, his mirth bordering on internal injury. Leaving the tea house, the 5 wandered nearby, gathering further intelligence on the river-dwelling evil dragon. Jin Baichuan pointed toward a modest dwelling. Brother, a victim of that lecherous rogue resides just there. Shall we pay a visit? Let's go. Inside the young woman's chamber, Lin Rong's brow furrowed instinctively. A faint pungent odor hung in the air, not overpowering yet unmistakable even without activating the 5-sense breathing technique. Their cultivation rendered it impossible to ignore. It resembled the scent of fresh seafood. That same aroma had clung to the girl who'd leapt into the river earlier, though Lin Rong had dismissed it then. After all, she'd been fished from the water. Such a smell was perfectly plausible. Her account matched the earlier girl's almost verbatim. Having concluded their inquiries, they returned to the Bahu office. How many vessels capsized by the evil dragon? Is each recorded in official archives? Lin Rong asked. Bring the case files immediately, for my brother Lin to review. Jin Baichuan beamed with delight, and felt a quiet swell of gratitude. Brother Lin is truly noble. He sets aside his own investigation to aid mine. With his support, slaying the evil dragon shall be effortless. Little did he know Lin Rong sought the records only because he'd overheard that the Go family operated a shipping enterprise. Of course, he also coveted that suspiciously unorthodox lightness technique, Qin Wang Rao Zhu. The king of Qin circles the pillar. Yet it was imperial martial lore, worthy of acquisition unquestionably. Though Jin Baichuan's cultivation stood at merely the 7th level of the innate realm, the meticulous detail of his archival records revealed an exceptionally capable officer. Indeed, he must be highly competent to have been appointed sole magistrate of Cao County. Cao County lay directly adjacent to Xiantian Prefecture. Every detail concerning the river-dwelling evil dragon was documented exhaustively: number of sunken vessels, ownership date, and location of each incident, the Yinglong Guard's underwater investigations, and even vessels merely harassed, all meticulously preserved. Upon finishing the files, the scenes unfolded before Lin Rong's mind's eye as vividly as memory. Brother, What insights have you gleaned? Jean Baichuan asked, voice taut with anticipation. Lin Rong picked up his brush and spread a sheet of blank paper, preparing to compile statistics. We'll set aside small private boats and fishing vessels, focusing only on large merchant ships. 6 major shipping powers operate within this county: the Dai Gang, the Boat Guild, the Go family, and the Huang family. Here are their respective numbers of sunken vessels and harassment incidents. Take a look. As Lin Rong completed his tally, Jean Baichuan's expression contorted violently. These figures, buried deep within voluminous archives, had escaped notice. Yet laid side by side, they exuded the unmistakable stench of conspiracy. Send someone. Immediately fetch the navigation logs of all factions since the evil dragon's emergence. Jean Baichuan bellowed. A Zongqi officer rushed off to execute the order personally. Within moments, a ledger appeared. Naturally, the authorities maintained official records of all commercial. They flipped through pages, urgently cross-referencing data. The Go family is suspect. Jean Baichuan stroked his thick beard, his face darkening with palpable murderous intent. Among these 6, only the Go family suffered no sinkings. Merely 3 minor harassments, negligible losses. And despite the dragon's escalating rampages, their sailing frequency has doubled. From this alone, it is highly plausible that the malevolent water dragon has vested interests entangled with the Go family, or rather that the Go family is profiting from the beast. Brother, please remain calm. This is merely a hypothesis, not admissible evidence. Lin Rong interjected, quelling the other's surging murderous intent. In truth, by the Yingliang Guard standard procedure, such a hypothesis alone would suffice to detain and interrogate suspects. Yet he sensed the matter ran deeper, and thus haste was perilous. Absolute certainty was paramount. You speak wisely, brother. The Go family is the preeminent clan of Cao County, boasting the strongest martial foundation among all local powers. With other factions exercising extreme caution in navigation, commerce has naturally gravitated toward them. A plausible enough explanation. Jean Baichuan nodded in agreement. Brother, it seems our 2 cases may well be investigated as one. Lin Rong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though accounts from the tea house varied wildly, one detail remained consistent: the physical bearing and postures of Miss Go. He reconstructed them mentally, piece by careful piece. She bore no resemblance to an unmarried noblewoman raised in seclusion. Of course, clad in proper attire and feigning decorum, such incongruities would easily vanish from view. Moreover, the victims bore a pungent fishy stench. Thus, you suspect the malevolent water dragon is the peach blossom gentleman. Jean Baichuan paused mid-sentence, then shook his head vigorously. Impossible. If so, how could Miss Go herself become a victim? If we connect both cases, whether the Go family is truly a victim becomes profoundly uncertain. Lin Rong smiled enigmatically. But wait. Chief Banner, Miss Go's screams rose in crescendo, lasting nearly half an hour. Countless witnesses heard them, there can be no doubt. Indeed, the Peach Blossom gentleman is said to be a remnant of the hedonist sect. Surely. Well, I mean to say, he ought not even be human, should he? Wang Chung and the others exchanged baffled glances. When was the hedonist sect eradicated? Lin Rong asked. The first year of the Shunren reign. Then might it not be possible that a colossal mountain serpent, through sheer fortuity, inherited the sect's forbidden legacy, and thereby ascended into demonic sovereignty? After all, dragons and serpents share the same lineage and innate lustfulness. Thus, the hedonist sect's teachings align disturbingly well with their nature. Perhaps it is precisely our ingrained assumption that the Peach Blossom gentleman must be human that has allowed him to slip through our grasp time and again. Lin Rong offered a faint knowing smile. Brother, you possess a truly astonishing imagination. Jean Baichuan raised a thumb in genuine awe. I cannot fathom how your mind arrived at such a notion. I am utterly astounded. Investigation rests on 2 pillars: bold conjecture and meticulous verification, to forge an unbreakable chain of evidence. We stand now at the threshold of conjecture. So why constrain our thinking? Let it roam freely. Lin Rong explained calmly. Yet Miss Go's screams still defy explanation. The others murmured, shaking their heads. Are you certain those were screams, and not the kind one hears within pleasure quarters? Lin Rong's words struck like thunder. Well. Cold sweat broke across their brows. They gazed upon him, as if beholding a deity incarnate. To speak plainly, brother, I too frequent such establishments. But tell me, where does one find a scream, sustained for half an hour, unwavering in pitch, that isn't born of agony? Jean Baichuan still refused to yield. What if the perpetrator possesses extraordinary vigor? Lin Rong's face twisted into a roguish grin. Could a water dragon possibly be small? Not in this life, and certainly not in his last. His worldly experience had been vast, even if much of it came via handheld devices. Some shameless performers emit cries so piercing that upon hearing them one might swear the neighbor was committing murder. I still find it implausible. Miss Go is a paragon of refinement, never stepping beyond her inner gates, masterful in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, renowned for virtue and grace. Her reputation spreads far and wide. Jean Baichuan insisted, shaking his head once more, convinced Lin Rong's theory bordered on madness. Were it not for Lin Rong's proven record, solving the Taohua County shipwreck case, he would have dismissed him outright as a corrupt, ignorant official. Such unbridled speculation risked condemning the innocent. How old is she? Just turned 16. Now reconsider carefully. Were her physique and movements truly normal? Lin Rong asked, his tone edged with quiet irony. If the culprit sought such indulgence, why target only unmarried maidens? And more simply, if that were his desire, why not pay coin and indulge freely within licensed quarters? Wait, oh, by the heavens. Jean Baichuan and the others suddenly snapped awake. A paragon of refinement, never crossing her inner gates. As if I've never laid eyes on a woman. This alone cannot serve as irrefutable proof, but it is undeniably a vital clue. At that moment, awe flooded their hearts, boundless reverent awe. There remains one fatal inconsistency. If the malevolent water dragon is the peach blossom gentleman, and if he conspires with the Go family, why expose himself aboard a vessel? And why report the crime afterward? Jean Baichuan pondered aloud. To preserve the family's honor. Such a scandal left unexplained would stain the Go name for generations. Moreover, you had already identified the peach blossom gentleman, and even clashed with him. They seized this chance to deflect suspicion, while executing a perfect, lamp under the darkness stratagem. As for why they chose exposure, that lies precisely where our investigation must dig deepest. Uncover the evidence, either the hypothesis stands, or collapses utterly. Lin Rong rose to his feet. Let us go. First to interview the remaining victims, then to the Go residence. Since the peach blossom gentleman's identity was confirmed and reported, he had committed over a dozen further crimes. Most victims suffered repeated violations, yet none ever glimpsed his true visage. The common folk, though seething inwardly, dared not utter a word against him. They bowed and smiled to the officials' faces, calling them honorable sirs, then slammed their doors shut and cursed them relentlessly. A pack of worthless parasites fattened on the people's blood and sweat. The Yingliang guards' faces darkened with shame. It took Lin Rong 3 full days to complete the interview. No wonder it was agonizing. The women, having lost their virtue, were hysterical, some threatening suicide. Questioning them proved excruciatingly slow. Still, Lin Rong emerged with a clear working understanding. Only the Go family remained. Chief Banner, I have a breakthrough. Hu Bugue strode forward, clutching a sheet of paper, his face flushed with triumph. Jean Baichuan, Wang Cheng, and the others immediately crowded around, astonished that this burly, unsophisticated man, famed only for his axework, had actually unearthed something useful. Following your methodology, I compiled a list of all major factions in the county, regardless of whether the peach blossom gentleman succeeded or merely attempted intrusion. Guess what I found? I wager the peach blossom gentleman never troubled the Qin family, the retired prefect of Yingzhou who withdrew to his ancestral home. Lin Rong rolled his eyes heavenward. Indeed, Chief Banner, you are truly divine. I'll assemble my men at once. Whether it's a retired prefect, or even a sitting one, if ironclad evidence exists, the Yingliang guard acts first and reports later. Hu Bugue bolted for the door, only to hear Lin Rong's exasperated command return. Is this not suspicious? Retired prefect Qin governed with impeccable integrity. Though his estate is vast, he keeps only a dozen guards, and no maidservants whatsoever. His 2 sons, one serves elsewhere in office, the other studies diligently at home, unwed, famed for virtue. His sole remaining female relative is his aged mother, bedridden, sustained only by daily decoctions, her life flickering like a guttering candle. Tell me, what precisely would the peach blossom gentleman seek there? Air. I hadn't considered that. Hu Bugue deflated instantly, shoulders slumping. Brother Jean, have you already dispatched messengers to inform the Go family of our visit tomorrow? Lin Rong asked. In truth, it was less notification and more warning. Should any eligible member of the Go family fail to appear tomorrow, it would betray guilt beyond doubt, warranting immediate arrest and confinement in the imperial secret prison. No appeals would be heard. Rest assured, I've stationed watchers. Even if the Go family wields influence, they dare not oppose the Yingliang guard. Jean Baichuan spoke with unwavering confidence. The next day, Lin Rong and his 4 companions set out lightly and arrived at the Go family early in the morning. Esteemed officials, please come inside. Go Li, dressed in splendid attire, was already waiting at the entrance. Go family head, we apologize for the intrusion. Lin Rong slightly bowed. It is our honor that the esteemed lord of the Yinglong Guard is willing to visit our Go family. How could this be an intrusion? Please come in quickly. Everyone in the Go family is already waiting for you. Go Li hastened to lead the way. Lin Rong arrived at the reception hall of the Go family. His gaze swept across the room. Go Li's several concubines, including an elderly matriarch's son's daughter-in-law and a little grandson in open crotch pants, were all present. Seeing Lin Rong's gaze upon them, they all instinctively lowered their heads. This was understandable. After all, Lin Rong was an official, and they were commoners. Moreover, the aura emanating from Lin Rong was extremely strong, and naturally, they did not dare to meet his eyes. My little granddaughter is ashamed and has not eaten a grain of rice for days, as she is now bedridden and unable to meet you esteemed officials, the matriarch of the Go family explained, trembling while leaning on her dragon head cane. After our inquiries, my son will surely take you to my granddaughter's loft to ask her questions. I hope you won't take offense. Such a deplorable incident is indeed a failure on the part of our court. How could there be any blame? Lin Rong slightly cupped his hands, appearing very courteous. He employed the 5 senses breathing technique, and within a short time, he had gathered all the information in the room. These people had a faint smell of blood. Very faint indeed. Undoubtedly, this deepened his suspicions. If there is anything you wish to inquire about, please feel free to ask, Go Li urged. Lin Rong nodded, casually asking a few questions before saying, I have no further inquiries. Please directly take us to your daughter's loft. This way, please. After sending his family away, Go Li led the 5 of them towards the backyard. They arrived before a loft, and Go Li's eyes suddenly turned red. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Esteemed officials, my daughter has lost her virtue. There is no need for decorum anymore. Please, just come in. As the door opened, Lin Rong's eyes subtly brightened. The faint smell of blood here was no longer merely faint. Under the 5 senses breathing technique, there was an aura lingering in the room that could not dissipate. Father, let me die. Oh, I can no longer face anyone. A weak voice like a flickering candle came from the bed. My daughter, my precious daughter, do not think such thoughts. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Go Li hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, his old tears streaming down. As Lin Rong shifted his gaze, Lu Hui immediately understood and stepped forward, saying, Go family head, do not be sad. I am proficient in medicine. Your daughter is suffering from accumulated grievances. She has not eaten rice for days and is weak. Why not let me take her pulse and diagnose her? If that is the case, it would be the best outcome possible, Go Li exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly uncovering his daughter's arm from the bed. Her skin was delicate and pale, yet lacked luster, a typical sign of malnutrition. Lu Hui took her pulse, slowly releasing his true energy to probe into her body. After a while, he said, she should consume more ginseng. That was all he left behind. Lin Rong understood. The girl was indeed suffering from accumulated grievances, her body weak and frail. He personally checked as well, and it was not certain he would be as meticulous as Lu Hui, who was an experienced practitioner. Miss, may I ask, how many times has the Peach Blossom young master visited you? Lin Rong asked. Will let me die? Oh, I can no longer face anyone. Father, please let me die. The response was only a sound of weeping. Esteemed official, do you wish for my daughter to die immediately? Go Li's voice was laced with anger. Answer the question. Hu Bugue glared, his robust figure exuding a strong sense of pressure. Once it was on the boat when we reported the case. I already mentioned it. Go Li could only respond. After the report, did the Peach Blossom young master come again? Lin Rong asked again. No. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Go Li replied angrily. I apologize, let us leave. Lin Rong nodded, a faint sense of foreboding growing within him. Go Li naturally continued to lead the way. Just as they were about to reach the front yard, Lin Rong paused again. Do you have any other questions? Please do not trouble my daughter any further. I know everything. Just ask me directly. Go Li pleaded, handing over a stack of silver notes. What do you take us for? Hu Bugue scolded directly. He could distinguish what money could be taken and what. Go family head, you misinterpret. I am merely curious. According to geomancy calculations, that should be your Go family ancestral hall, correct? Lin Rong pointed to a wooden hall. Precisely. However, I do not understand why you locked it up. Is there a thief who would dare to enter the ancestral hall to steal? Lin Rong's eyes were fixed firmly on Go Li's face. Yet the other party showed no signs of discomfort, only laughing heartily as he said, Esteemed official, you are unaware. My Go family has been a prominent family for hundreds of years, with many ancestral tablets worshipped. Now, with more young children in the family innocent and ignorant, we fear they might inadvertently intrude and disturb the ancestors, which is why we have taken such precaution. Oh, since you are a prominent family for hundreds of years, I assume you wouldn't mind if I also received some blessings, would you? Hubugue, let's go and light some incense. Without caring whether the other party agreed or not, Lin Rong led his companion straight to the ancestral hall. Goli maintained his usual expression and directly had someone open the doors of the ancestral hall. Instantly, a strong scent of incense wafted towards them. Lin Rong entered the ancestral hall. Indeed, as expected of a prominent family for hundreds of years, the tablets were densely arranged and filled the space. Lin Rong's gaze was sharp as he quickly scanned the surroundings, finally pausing on one tablet in the second row from top to bottom. That is the tablet of my Go family's second-generation ancestor, Go Li explained. Everything seemed reasonable. Lin Rong nodded, completed his incense offering, and left. As they were leaving, Jin Baichuan was still joking. Your Go family has been doing quite well in shipping business recently. Alas, this is also a coincidence. Thanks to my wife's family support, we learned that there were water monsters troubling the county, and since they run a bodyguard agency and have no shortage of experts, they sent another batch over to help, so we dare to take on so much business, Go Li explained. Jin Baichuan had naturally investigated the relevant situation, and everything the other party said matched up. After leaving the Go family, brother, I feel that the Go family is not at fault. It must be those laborers who, in order to earn a few coins, spoke carelessly and misled us. He had been pondering all the way and only spoke at this moment. In the young lattice boudoir, did you smell anything unusual? Lin Rong asked. There was a faint odor. This is quite normal. After all, the Go family young lady has not eaten for so many days and is this weak, so she naturally would not have changed her clothes. Indeed, it seems very reasonable. Lin Rong nodded. What shall we do next? Hu Bugue and the others were anxious. Withdraw the experts monitoring the Go family in secret and concentrate all manpower on other families with young ladies or beautiful daughters. All right, I will act immediately. Jin Baichuan sighed. Currently, this was the only course of action, hoping that when the Peach Blossom young master reappeared, they could capture him in one fell swoop. He did not notice that a faint smile always lingered at the corner of Lin Rong's mouth. The soul-chasing incense had already been sprinkled. They simply needed to wait for the rabbit to come. By the way, Brother Jin, please prepare some items to carry with you at all times. Sure thing. Time flowed like water, and before one knew it, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the area around Kaohsian County was unusually calm. Hu Bugue and others kept vigil day and night, visiting various places in hopes of finding any clues. Even the slightest hint would suffice. The result, of course, was nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Rong spent his days appreciating flowers and strolling with birds or savoring the river delicacies from the winding mountain river, living a rather comfortable life. One day, while he was enjoying tea, a secret envoy from the Yinglong Guard approached him, his face darkened, slamming a letter onto his table. Read it yourself. Upon opening it, it was indeed in the handwriting of Long Qianlu. Kid, do you have any leads, or are you just idly passing your time? Get on with the investigation. If Zhao Jing seizes the position of the 100 households, it would be akin to shoving a pile of feces into my pants. I swear, I will flay you alive. With such curses, no wonder they're not using the cloud-hopping sparrows for messages. They fear being seen by us. After all, cloud-hopping sparrows do not seek out individuals. They fly to fixed locations and are retrieved by designated personnel for further transmission. Lin Zongqi, please give me a clear answer, so I can report back. The envoy said, snatching the letter back and crumpling it into shreds. Tell Sir Qianhu that there will be no loss, it will be steady. Lin Rong replied lightly. Sigh. The envoy left. Inside a manor. On a round table made of sandalwood, a feast was laid out. The portly Wang Jin was drinking with several imposing figures. One of them had 2 black long swords beside his chair, radiating a chilling aura even through their sheaths. On a round table made of sandalwood, a feast was laid out. The portly Wang Jin was drinking with several imposing figures. One of them had After this drink, we need to get busy. Yin Dang slurped, savoring the fine wine. Various signs indicate that the Peach Blossom young master is on the verge of a breakthrough, and he has already been inactive for 7 days. The next crime will surely occur in the coming days. No matter what, this person must not fall into Lin Rong's hands. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Dang said solemnly. He was here to ensure that Zhao Jing was inserted into Jiangbei Prefecture. This relates to future arrangements from above. That is not very clear. Wang Jin shook his head. He truly could not comprehend what more he could do. Fool. With the lecherous scoundrels causing unrest, shouldn't your county office be doing something? Are those constables of yours just useless? Yin Dang was immediately filled with anger. Are you suggesting we launch a large-scale hunt? But if we do that, it will be as if we are openly opposing the Yinglong Guard. I have an elder above me and children below me. Wang Jin's face turned pale with fear. The Yinglong Guard was lurking in the shadows while they openly conducted a manhunt. Wouldn't that be signaling the Peach Blossom young master? If the Yinglong Guard got angry, the fate of a mere county magistrate was not hard to predict. We are all loyal to the Emperor. He does his thing, and you do yours. What do you want to do? Moreover, do you think that I and these brothers from the Six Doors are just here to drink? Dang snorted coldly. In a dim underground palace, a group of figures cloaked in black robes gathered once more. Has the situation in Tao County been clarified? It's been clarified. It was that Lin Rong. The responder ground his teeth. The Bone Elder was far too there were not many sorcerers of this caliber within their sect. What they did was directly related to the success or failure of the holy cause. Thus, such a valuable gem reached Tao County accomplishing nothing and perishing. This truly pained them to the core. This Lin Rong to uncover the situation in Tao County in such a short time is simply unbelievable. I have a very strong premonition that this person will inevitably deal a devastating blow to our sect in the future. He is currently investigating in Xiantian County. Just right, let's end him directly. The voice that emerged from beneath the bronze mask was particularly cold. Yes, this servant will directly summon the wailing ghosts and the blood-crying seven swords near Xiantian County to act together. With their strength, they can even assassinate a master, so I can rest assured. On a luxurious merchant ship upon the winding mountain river, a sharply dressed man in purple stood by the window gazing at the river scenery. Has it been clarified that Fairy Mingyu is in Xiantian County? Huang Yingxing asked without turning his head. My subordinate has already clarified it. Recently, the Peach Blossom young master has been rampant in Xiantian County. Fairy Mingyu is in grave danger. I should provide her protection. Send my words out if there are any leads on the Peach Blossom young master. The nearby heroes of the rivers and lakes should inform me, and I shall reward them. Understood. Xiantian County suddenly became lively, changing from the calm of recent days. The Six Doors personnel leading the county constables turned the entire Xiantian County upside down. In addition, many heroes from the rivers and lakes for reasons unknown also appeared in Xiantian County searching for the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom young master. Damn it, isn't this just stirring up trouble? Hu Bugawei slammed the table. With this, even if the Peach Blossom young master were foolish, he could no longer show himself. Everything they had done previously would be in vain. The county office is definitely being manipulated by Dang, and that Wang Jin fellow must be harboring ill intentions, wanting to take revenge on Xiong Tyson. Zongqi, if this continues, it will not end well. Should we notify Sir Qianhu to intervene? No need. Lin Rong shook his head. These matters were all out in the open. Oh, how could he not understand? The other party was looking for trouble. Even seeking out Lung Qianlu would be useless. It would merely lead to a confrontation with the Six Doors, and by the time the matter was clear, all would be lost. Then I will immediately lead the Yinglong Guard to expel those river and lake figures. At the very least, we cannot let them continue to stir the pot. Wang Qing stated. Not advisable. Jin Baichuan was startled, then smiled wryly. Several of you have come from Jiangbei Prefecture and do not understand the situation in Xiantian County. This place is right next to Yinshan Prefecture, and those river and lake figures are capturing the Peach Blossom young master. This is a righteous act. If we forcibly suppress and expel them, it will give us a reason to be embroiled in chaos for years to come. Few could understand his predicament. Do not mind this, since everyone is so keen on this case, we should be grateful. Lin Rong said calmly. Moreover, this was a good thing for him. If these people did not cause trouble, it would be harder to lower the vigilance of that vicious dragon. Now calculating the time, it should be about time. 2 days later. Night rain. A gust of foul wind blew through, eventually sneaking into the young lattice loft of the Go family. Beauty, I've missed you so much these days. It was a rather ordinary-looking man. However, as he slightly stretched his limbs, his physique quickly reached nearly 2 meters tall with arms as thick as pillars exuding a powerful presence. Miss Go heard the sound and quickly got out of bed with a face full of joy. Then she pretended to be angry. It's all your fault. You insisted on being on the boat, ruining my reputation. Fortunately, young Master Tao Hua has been seen in this county. My father, being wise, took the opportunity to wear a Li Dai Tao Guan. Otherwise, how could you expect me to live on? If not for this, not only would I be unable to lift my head again, but our entire Go family would be forever shamed. Miss Dongjia pouted. But that's all in the past, isn't it? The burly man looked impatient. What do you know? To cover up this lie, the Yinglong Guard came to search our house, and I was scared to death at that time. Fortunately, my father is cunning, otherwise our whole family would have suffered. I'm angry with you. Miss Go huffed, pushing the burly man away. Hey, I won't be on the boat anymore. Is there a future then? No, there won't be a future. The boat sways and is not fun at all. Oh, let's stick to the carriage in the future, going to crowded places. All right, whatever you say, just come here. I've missed you to death these days. You should stop. You haven't spared other girls either, so why pretend with me? Nonsense. That was all young Master Tao was doing. I merely went along with it, and took the opportunity to relax. Don't worry, young Master Tao will take the blame, they won't trace it back to me. In the later half of the night, the jade bottle in Lin Rong's hand suddenly brightened, then slowly dimmed again. The five of them were not at the Thousand House, but at an inn outside the Go family. From the riverbank to the Go family, as long as one does not deliberately avoid it, they will pass by here. At this late hour, Miss Go definitely would not come out. Then there is only one possibility. The evil flood dragon went to find Miss Go again and is now retreating after the deed. He was waiting for this moment. Lin Rong quickly slapped the table and said to the four, "Let's start moving." Move? Jin Baichuan suddenly woke up looking puzzled. When he saw the item in Lin Rong's hand, his eyes lit up. "Brother, what kind of treasure is this?" "Follow it, and we can capture the evil flood dragon." Lin Rong smiled mysteriously. Upon hearing this, the four instantly became alert and swiftly followed Lin Rong as they vanished into the night. Lin Rong did not see any relevant figures, and the soul-chasing jade flickered erratically. After all, the soul-chasing jade can cover 100 zhang radius. How much is 100 zhang? About 300 meters. In the rainy night, amidst such a complex environment with uneven terrain and trees and bushes obscuring the view, one could hardly see each other within the 100 zhang. They could only follow the guidance of the soul-chasing jade and some traces on the ground. Luckily, the other party was unaware that they were being tracked, so their speed was not very fast. About half an hour later, they arrived at a very secluded small valley by the riverside. At the end of the valley was a cave large enough to accommodate a water buffalo with a stone wall above it. At this moment, the foul stench had intensified tenfold. Meanwhile, the light of the soul-chasing jade had reached its peak. This foul smell is identical to that in Miss Go's room. So that's it. Everything was under your control. Ooh, I truly admire you, brother. Jin Baichuan immediately understood everything and gave Lin Rong a thumbs up. The purple-black grapes do not deceive. We only have one chance, we must not let it escape. Lin Rong knew this was the lair of the evil flood dragon. Brother Jin, you have kept the things I asked you to prepare on you, right? He turned and asked. Never left my side. Jin Baichuan set down his beast skin bag. Upon opening it, there were several iron lumps inside filled with gray-black powder. This was the specialty of the Great Martial Dynasty, gunpowder. The gunpowder technology of the Great Martial Dynasty had matured considerably. It was precisely because of its power that the 5 ferocious tribes from the northwest and the dual divine demon kingdom from the northeast could not invade. In terms of martial power alone, the Great Martial Dynasty could easily crush any of them. However, facing these two simultaneously along with other forces lurking around, it became a different story. One could say that without this substance, the territory of the Great Martial Dynasty could only defend about 1/3 of its current holdings. The reason he had Jin Baichuan prepare this was due to his confidence in the flood dragon's habits. This long creature loves to dig. Moreover, given its affinity for water, its lair must have an exit leading to the riverside. Naturally, he was not afraid to confront the evil flood dragon on land. However, once it was beneath the river, he could only watch helplessly. Therefore, the first thing to do was to destroy the passage leading to the riverbed. Needless to say, the four understood his intentions. When the fight starts, we three won't be of much help, so leave the task of blowing up the exit to us. Hu Bugawei and the three of them stripped down completely to increase their maneuverability underwater. Be extremely careful, oh, do not startle the snake. If uncertain, do not act. Come back and inform us. Lin Rong reminded. All right, don't worry, Captain. Oh, we are not reckless people, Wang Cheng and the three assured. As for the ignition source, it was simple for them. They could just rub their chi. Remember, your safety comes first. After giving one last reminder, Hu Bugawei and the three silently submerged into the water. Jin Baichuan also took off his weapon, a double-handed mo knife. He wiped the rain off his face, his eyes somewhat red with excitement. Capturing the evil flood dragon and gaining this merit would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the innate realm. Not to mention that the evil flood dragon itself must be a treasure trove. Once he reaches the master realm, if there are any gaps, with a bit of maneuvering, he will become the esteemed Thousand House Lord in others' mouths. Brother, when the time comes, he'll attract the beast's attention, and you can launch a surprise attack. He willingly took on the most dangerous task. If not, he would feel too embarrassed. All right, surprise attack is... Lin Rong nodded quickly. This was also very much to his liking. As time passed by, about 2 incense sticks later, the ground suddenly trembled. Then came the second and third sounds. Following that, huge bubbles emerged from the river. Alo! The next moment, a high-pitched scream echoed. Jin Baichuan had long been ambushed at the exit. Before long, a gigantic snake head adorned with a single horn burst out from the cave. The evil flood dragon was very agitated now. After finishing its business, it had been peacefully sleeping when suddenly half its home collapsed. Who could it reason with? Now its furious eyes were red. Mountain-cleaving blade. Jin Baichuan, being able to rise to the rank of 100 house, was certainly no ordinary opponent. His strike was not only powerful but also flawlessly timed. With one blow, he struck precisely where the heart of the evil flood dragon was. Clang. Unfortunately, it did not sever the evil flood dragon in two. The dark green scales on the evil flood dragon were thicker and more solid than armor. Jin Baichuan's strike instead left his arms numb. However, the evil flood dragon emitted a painful scream, and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Brother, be careful. The blood is poisonous, Lin Rong hurriedly warned. The hue alone betrayed it, though in this dim gloom Jin Baichuan might not notice. Jin Baichuan heard the warning, but showed no fear. He pressed his blade through the poisoned blood and struck again at an adjacent spot. Blade chi exploded outward, flashing like a streak of lightning. A thunderous impact, the Jiao howled in pain, convulsed, and slammed Jin Baichuan over 10 meters away, finally pinning him against a huge tree. The tree shattered on contact. A fierce fighter. Lin Rong could not help but give a thumbs up. Six Veins Divine Sword. He launched his own attack, sending streaks of sword chi surging forward. Clang clang. The creature's body burst into sparks of fire. The sword chi tore through its heavy scales and penetrated deep into its flesh. Hissing madly, the Jiao erupted with force and smashed the exit to pieces. From the stone wall above, boulders thundered down. At last the Jiao emerged from the cave. Lin Rong took in its size as thick as a barrel and some 17 or 18 meters long. Piled up, it would form a small mountain. Its aura was but a hair's breadth from the Grandmaster tier. Yet Lin Rong felt no fear. He blocked the valley mouth. So long as it did not slip into the winding river, he had no cause for worry. Jin Baichuan charged again, chi roaring through him. His mo blade glowed red-hot, like a branding iron. With a clang, the Jiao lashed its tail and met him in a brutal collision. Cunning as it was, the Jiao kept its narrow eyes fixed on Lin Rong, even while dealing with Jin Baichuan. That direction was its escape. Given an opening, it would plunge into the water and vanish. It had sensed far more danger from Lin Rong than from Jin Baichuan. Die. Jin Baichuan went berserk. The Jiao's tremendous force tore gashes in his skin, yet he hurled himself into the attack, as if he cared nothing for his life. The Jiao, forced to redirect its focus, recoiled. At that moment, Lin Rong drew his tempered steel sword and sprang into the air. Zongjua form. 1,000 sword moves condensed into a single intent. Man and blade became one. The sword's shadow coiled like a dragon and surged forward with relentless momentum. No place ahead escaped his aim, yet every place was a target. What terrifying swordplay! Even knowing it was not aimed at him, Jin Baichuan was taken aback. Gooseflesh rose on his arms. Such exquisite technique he had neither seen nor even heard of. The Jiao felt a mortal threat. Its scales flared outward, the plumed armor, making its body appear a full size thicker. Gray mists billowed from beneath those scales, rolling along its length toward the horn atop, its head coalescing into a near-spherical mass. Chi-breaking form. Lin Rong changed his strike mid-course, condensing into a pure focused blade light that shattered the spherical gas cloud outright. The Jiao looked up, unbelief flooding its eyes. Its final expression. Hissing, 2 shafts of sword chi from Lin Rong's left hand flashed forth and pierced its great eyes. The Jiao emitted an agonized, ear-splitting wail and instinctively curled its head inward. Before them, the sight was like a mountain of serpents writhed in torment. Jin Baichuan surged forward with a flurry of cuts. Once the scales split, blood and flesh flew. A moment later, a sudden, overwhelming force burst forth and flung him another 20-odd meters. Condensed sword chi radiated outward in all directions, striking indiscriminately. Lin Rong was also blasted high into the air by the terrifying force. He emerged unscathed, however, merely using the blast to vent power. The incoming sword chi dissolved within the weave of his own sword shadows. Jin Baichuan, by contrast, received 2 more penetrating wounds. The Jiao was a giant python that had cultivated into a demon. Such beings differ profoundly from humans. Among thousands of pythons, scarcely one might ascend to a demon. Those that succeed are either extraordinarily gifted or blessed by a fateful encounter. Each such creature is a paragon among its kin, almost always wielding its own sorceries, what mortals call divine arts. If benevolent, they might strike a pact with the court and be infeft as a deity blessing a region. That last maneuver was unmistakably one such divine art. Yet in this world, divine arts are grand merely in name. They are not intrinsically stronger than martial cultivation. Like martial skill, they come in degrees. Seizing the chance, the Jiao stretched its length, listened, and located the exit, then lunged for the winding river. Seeing this, Jin Baichuan ignored everything else and forced his chi to spring forward. At once a dozen chains strapped to his body shot outward, anchoring themselves to trees and boulders in every direction. One end of the chains remained fastened to him. 2 coils wrapped the Jiao's tail. With both hands he clamped onto it and would not relent. You fiend still trying to flee. Return the lives of my fallen brothers. Brother, I have it. Finish it. Jin Baichuan bellowed. From his lofty perch, Lin Rong unleashed another cascade of sword chi like rain. He had pushed the 6 veins divine sword and the Duga 9 swords to their pinnacle. 2 green streaks suddenly shot from the Jiao's maw. Jin Baichuan's eyes widened. Its venomous fangs had been launched like flying swords. Lin Rong had nowhere to plant his feet and could not dodge. A direct hit would be unthinkable. Watch out. Oh. He summoned his strength, clutching the serpent's tail and wildly swinging to disrupt the Jiao's control of its fangs. Despite his efforts, a fang struck Lin Rong. No. Jin Baichuan felt his heart drop. Losing Lin Rong would be an unbearable loss. To Jin Baichuan, not even 5 Jiao could be traded to replace Lin Rong. With a ringing clash, the fang that had struck Lin Rong was flung aside. Brilliant sparks scattered in 2 great showers. Jin Baichuan nearly popped his eyes out. The golden bell shield. He whispered, seeing golden light envelop Lin Rong as if in a dream. It was not merely a golden bell shield, but one perfected to consummation. Otherwise such terrifying defense would not be possible. Yet Lin Rong's delicate appearance hardly suggested a practitioner of brutal arts. With a soft puff, his sword plunged through and pierced the Jiao's skull. The Jiao emitted a final gurgle. The fight had not lasted long up to now. Hu Bugui and the other 2 still had not managed to surface from beneath the water. Coughing blood, Jin Baichuan staggered over to Lin Rong. Brother, I would never have guessed. You are truly ruthless. To have refined the golden bell shield to perfection so young sent shivers through him. Then again, without such ruthlessness, how could one rise so far above the rest? He now admired Lin Rong utterly. Lin Rong, showing no sign of strain, tucked the 2 dagger-like venom fangs into his spatial ring. This Jiao's body was full of treasures. They would first extract every last value from it, then haul the remains back to report their success. Jin Baichuan naturally observed Lin Rong's actions. He pretended not to notice. This was exactly what Lin Rong deserved. Otherwise, even if he encountered the evil flood dragon, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. The flood dragon would swallow him and would be only half full. He hurriedly jumped into the river, washed himself thoroughly, and then took a large amount of detoxification medicine before he began to bandage his wounds. That one doesn't work well, use this instead. At that moment, Lin Rong had already taken out a pearl. This item was originally a snake gallbladder, but it had long been refined into an inner elixir by the evil flood dragon. This item had remarkable detoxifying effects, and in addition, it was equivalent to the effect of several innate pills. He didn't cherish it at all, and casually tossed it to Jin Baichuan. The other party had also exerted their full strength, so the benefits that should be given must still be given. In the Jianghu, beyond fighting and killing, there was much more to human emotions and social customs. Even though he would leave after the case was resolved, the mountains may not turn, but the waters will. You never know when he might need the other party's help. Mola. Little brother, this thing is a treasure. You really giving it to me? Jin Baichuan surely knew that the inner elixir of the flood dragon was the real detoxifying treasure, but he never expected Lin Rong to be so generous. What's this? You put in great effort to slay the flood dragon. I estimate that there's still relevant evidence in the cave, so I'll leave that to you, big brother. The evidence he spoke of was nothing more than feces. This flood dragon had carried off children, and it certainly had consumed them. As long as some corresponding bones could be found, it would count as evidence. He didn't want to do such dirty work. This is simple. I'm very professional, big brother. Jin Baichuan quickly assured him, and after taking a few more mouthfuls of the inner elixir, carefully put it away. Afterward, he entered the cave to search. Hu Bugui and the others had just swum ashore when they saw the corpse of the flood dragon, and they were greatly shocked. Their gazes towards Lin Rong changed repeatedly. Jin Baichuan certainly did not possess such battle prowess, so it could only be attributed to his commander. How strong is Commander Lin? The Fei Yunke had already set out in the rain. By dawn, a large number of Yinglong guards arrived, and Jin Baichuan spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, returning with evidence. It stinks down there, and there's nothing good. Jin Baichuan was very dissatisfied. Naturally, collecting evidence shouldn't take this long. He rummaged for treasures, but ended up with nothing. There are treasures, but they must not be here. Lin Rong smiled. Smack. Jin Baichuan slapped his forehead, right? The good stuff must be at the Go family. Immediately, he became furious. The flood dragon was dead, and without solid evidence, he couldn't act against the Go family. What a hassle. This is evidence that the flood dragon eats people. Keep it safe. Jin Baichuan handed a package to one of his subordinates, a commander. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in Lin Rong's mind. Task completed, top-level lightness skill. Qin Wang Rao Zhu Great Perfection has been stored in the system space. Big brother, have your subordinate immediately carry the flood dragon's corpse to the Go family. We'll go ahead first. Lin Rong said. All right. At this moment, Jin Baichuan admired Lin Rong greatly. Whatever Lin Rong said, he would follow. Although he couldn't think of a legal way to take down the Go family, Lin Rong definitely had his plans already. No need to worry, following along was definitely the right choice. What he didn't know was that his journey of thought mirrored that of Hu Bugui and the others from back, then not exactly the same, but quite similar. On the way to the Go family, Lin Rong merged that lightness skill. Lightness skills differ from one another. For instance, the treading snow without a trace, he currently mastered, excelled in being as light as willow fluff, extremely enhancing speed and conserving a tremendous amount of stamina over long distances. In contrast, the Qin Wang Rao Zhu, this imperial martial skill, emphasized short-distance arc movements. It allowed one to instantly shift their body and even draw a circle in an instant, slipping behind the enemy to stab. Both evasion and surprise attacks were superb. To master it, one would first need to set up a pole and run around it using the techniques of this lightness skill, pushing speed to the limit, and once proficient, gradually narrowing the radius, repeating the process to continuously improve. Of course, he was receiving the Great Perfection inheritance. He could completely achieve the state of having no pole in sight, but having one in mind. Little brother Lin, this time you not only solved the Flood Dragon case, but also the case of the Peach Blossom Young Master's debauchery. Such achievements, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, the rank of 1,000 households is assured. On the road, Jin Baichuan continuously envisioned Lin Rong's future. It's probably not that simple. Lin Rong gently exhaled the turbid air from his chest, but you big brother should soon be in for a big opportunity. Ha ha ha, it all depends on you, little brother. I'll remember this kindness in my heart. Ha ha. Speaking of this, Jin Baichuan became spirited. The Go family was already surrounded by the Yinglong guards, yet no further actions were being taken. Everyone in the house wore expressions of fear. What's there to panic about? Goli shouted coldly. He first glared fiercely at his daughter, then reviewed his plan from start to finish. After confirming that there would be no problems, he finally felt at ease. As the largest family in Kaohsiung County, the Go family naturally had its connections. Thus, when he learned of the internal strife within the Yinglong guards, he sent generous gifts to Yin Dang and others at the first opportunity. With this layer of guarantee, the Yinglong guards would never act recklessly. As long as they didn't act recklessly, he was not afraid. Sure enough, not long after, Yin Dang arrived in plain clothes accompanied by Wang Jin and several experts from the 6 doors. Yinglong guard stopped those who come. 2 trial 100 households exchanged glances and stepped forward together to block everyone. Seeing this, Yin Dang's heart sank. Could it be that the Peach Blossom Young Master case has already been cracked? Remembering how the Yinglong guards had received urgent orders to mobilize, it was likely true. However, he maintained a calm demeanor. If it were really the case, he would stir up 3 layers of waves regardless of whether they were justified or not. He had to find every possible way to look for loopholes and buy time. He was extremely anxious. He didn't know what was going on with Zhao Jing and Lu Gui. Inviting the king into the urn, capturing the turtle in the urn, such a simple strategy, and yet after so long there were no signs at all. Truly, they were just eating dry rice. At this moment in Peach County, Zhao Jing couldn't help but sneeze several times in a row. He didn't know what was going on. The local Yinglong guards had been particularly cold since their arrival. On the contrary, whenever Lin Rong was mentioned, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, they adopted a policy of complete disregard. This nearly drove him mad. Fortunately, he could still call for experts from elsewhere to come to his aid. But then, damn it, Fan Jinxing, do you really have a plan or not? You just cut off contact without a word, huh? I hate people like you who lack credibility the most. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Could it be that there is a traitor leaking information? But no, that wouldn't be right. Those who could know about Fan Jinxing's affairs were being monitored the whole time. They had to wait until the case of Fan Jinxing had a result before that monitoring would be lifted. This was, after all, a major case. Could it be Lin Rong? Thinking of this, he shook his head fiercely. This was impossible. This was a crime that warranted the extermination of 3 clans. Lin Rong had a bright future ahead and wouldn't commit such an act for just a mere position of 100 households. At this moment, Lin Rong also inexplicably sneezed twice. Which rogue is plotting against me? Do you know who I am? Yin Dang stepped forward with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the 2 trial captains. Yes, you are a deputy 1,000 households from Qingzhou. One of the trial captains replied blankly. Then why do you not pay your respects upon meeting the superior? Dang's voice turned slightly cold. Unaware of why the superior has come here, what is your business? If it is merely a social visit among colleagues, we can receive guests on normal occasions. If there are matters related to the case, you should go to the 100 Households office and explain to Lord Baihu. If neither applies, then the Yinglong Guard does not entertain idle talk with outsiders. The trial captain's tone was very stern. There is nothing more to it. These matters had been conveyed by Lord Baihu long before Lin Rong arrived in Xiantian. Although their Jin Baihu appeared to be big-headed and thick-necked, he likely did not possess much intelligence. Yet they all understood why Jin Baihu had risen from a family of poverty to his current status. Was it because he dared to fight and was unafraid of death? Loyalty to the emperor. They all had that. However, that was merely a minor detail. The main reason was their sister-in-law, who was a true female zhuge. Upon learning of the situation, she had already analyzed the pros and cons clearly. Therefore, they would naturally not take any detours in this matter. In short, as members of the Yinglong Guard, they ought to faithfully align themselves with the old emperor. Even if the old emperor were to fail, all their actions could merely be seen as fulfilling their duties, and no one could find fault. If the new master were to disapprove, they could simply resign and return to farming. However, if there were any treachery, the old emperor, regardless of his condition, could easily crush a few ants. Dang immediately felt a surge of anger. Damn, it is the Yinglong Guard of Jiangbei, all this unreasonable. Esteemed officials, Wang Jin interjected, smiling and cupping his hands. The Go family is a major household in Xiantian, contributing 1/10 of the county's revenue in tribute taxes. If we do not distinguish between right and wrong, that would genuinely put me in a difficult position. Just because they pay more tribute taxes, can they act without restraint? The trial captain retorted coldly. If the Go family truly breaks the law, they shall be severely punished. Wang Jin replied earnestly, however, as the magistrate, I cannot completely turn a blind eye. Otherwise, if this spreads, and other forces within the county become aware, how shall I maintain my position in the future, and how shall I continue to serve the emperor? What do you want exactly? The trial captain frowned. It is quite simple. We need to be present throughout the proceedings against the Go family to ensure that law enforcement is fair and just, so that the common people will be convinced. Wang Jin stated. This was their true objective. At this point, Dang glanced at several captains from the 6 doors. They immediately responded with an understanding look. They must pick faults and use every means possible to do so. The Taoxian sunken ship case and by Yuntao's matter had served as a resounding slap in the face for the 6 doors from the Yinglong Guard. This grudge could not be easily settled. While we cannot make decisions on this matter, you all wait for Jin Baihu to arrive before a decision is made. The 2 trial captains had no choice but to say so. We are all here for the public good, wholeheartedly serving the emperor. Since you have such concerns, you can watch from the sidelines. In the distance, Jin Baichuan's voice came. This was naturally to inquire about the results after Lin Rong's arrival. Very well, since that is the case, Jin Baihu certainly will not mind. Shall we also enjoy the show from the side? Suddenly a voice that was neither male nor female with a duck-like croak resounded. The crowd's hearts leapt at these words. It was the people from the factory guard. Everyone quickly turned to look. A palanquin was slowly approaching. As the door curtain was lifted, a middle-aged eunuch with a kind smile stepped out. This humble servant bows to Lord Chao. The crowd immediately bowed in greeting. The arrival of the factory guard was enough to startle them. What they never expected was that this time the factory guard was actually the emperor's trusted companion, a grand eunuch who had grown up alongside the emperor. Currently, he is the chief eunuch of the Great Wu Dynasty, the grand commander of the factory guard. Just the title of grand commander of the factory guard placed him at the same level as the commander of the Yinglong Guard and the head of the 6 doors. Though stated to be of the same rank, in reality his power far exceeded the latter 2. After all, this person followed the old emperor closely every day and was the one he trusted the most. No one would doubt that this person was the most loyal to the old emperor, even more so than his own sons. While that is not entirely accurate, the old emperor has no sons, only 3 daughters. As everyone's thoughts raced, Dang was drenched in cold sweat within this short period. The demon suppression pass is in need of money. Yes, it is indeed in need of money. Upon recalling this crucial point, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, this person had come here with the Go family's wealth in mind. Although the Go family was neither a prominent family nor a noble house, they were nonetheless a long-established family, and a few million taels of silver was not a significant problem. Are you Lin Rong, the chief banner of Lin? Lord Chao walked up to Lin Rong, his gaze suddenly turning somewhat peculiar. Reporting to you, my lord, I am Lin Rong, the chief flag of the Yinglong Guard, Guangzhou Jiangbei Prefecture. Lin Rong hurriedly bent his body slightly, not daring to look up. These eunuchs were physically deformed and psychologically twisted, making him uneasy as they could easily find any reason to ruin him. Better to endure. For now I will cling to the imperial court's thigh, and once I have developed I can have other thoughts later. Oh, Chief Lin is too humble, please rise quickly. Lord Chao became anxious and quickly had someone help Lin Rong to his feet. Jin Baihu, shall we now begin to examine the Go family's case? Lord Chao then looked at Jin Baichuan. No, this case is merely something I lent a hand with. The credit mainly goes to Chief Lin. I would not dare to take credit. He quickly shifted the responsibility onto Lin Rong, while simultaneously giving him a look that conveyed the message, brother, I really have no choice, you better step up. Then Chief Lin, can we start now? Lord Chao asked again. Lin Rong nodded, indicating his acknowledgement. The Go family's door was opened, and naturally the Yinglong guard would enter first. Jin Baichuan tugged at his clothing, trying to reveal as much of the bandages on him as possible, and then limped inside. Behind him, Hu Bugue was utterly confused. Wasn't he just walking briskly a moment ago? I wanted to help you rebandage, but you had arrogantly refused, claiming it was merely an external injury that would heal in a few days due to your robust physique. Why are you in this state now? Lin Rong shot a glare at Hu Bugue. In truth, he was also secretly disdainful of Jin Baichuan. Damn it, this guy had even sneakily licked a few drops of the poisonous blood, as evidence earlier. Are you that eager to improve yourself? In the courtyard of the Go family, a crowd began to deliberate on the case. Lin Rong sat at the head, while the members of the Go family stood in the center, their eyes focused intently. Lin Rong remained silent, waiting for the corpse of the evil serpent to arrive. Reporting to the Grand Governor, the Yinglong guards outside wished to present evidence, a young eunuch announced. Approved. Uncle Chao nodded. As the massive corpse, nearly 20 meters long, was brought in, a wave of gasps erupted in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered. However, they had already screamed in shock earlier, so they now remained relatively calm. Uncle Chao hurried forward to inspect it, and upon seeing its split-open abdomen, a glimmer of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Although he looked down upon the innate energy within the inner core, this kind of core was essential for refining many precious pills. Lin Rong subtly glanced at Jin Baichuan, who felt a pang of regret in his heart. It seemed the inner core had to be turned in. After the screams subsided, several younger members of the Go family fainted on the spot, whether from fear or tension. Some were so scared that they lost control of their bowels, filling the air with a foul stench. Master Go, do you recognize this creature? Lin Rong asked indifferently. This. Go Li pointed at the corpse of the evil serpent, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, though his face showed delight. Could this be the water monster from the rounding mountain river? Sir Lin, your might is extraordinary. This is a great relief to the people, and we the residents of the county no longer have to live in fear. Thank you, Sir Lin. Thank you, Yinglong guards. This is all the Emperor's grace, of vast imperial favor. In the end, he expressed his gratitude for the Emperor's kindness. What a good act you put on, old fox. Lin Rong remarked calmly. It seems Master Go does not recognize this creature. Very well, please bring the young lady here. Miss Go feigned shyness, saying, My lord, I am afraid. Afraid? Lin Rong snorted coldly. What a good act you put on, old fox. Lin Rong remarked calmly. It seems Master Go does not recognize this creature. Aye. Miss Go was at a loss for words. Sweat beads formed on Go Li's forehead. He was cunning and had seen many situations. He was a seasoned tactician. Now he feared that his daughter could not withstand the pressure. If she passed this test, everything would be easier to discuss. Fortunately, Yin Dang spoke up to break the tension. Look at what Jin Baichuan said. The young lady has come to terms with it, which is a good thing. She had long suffered from a melancholic illness due to not eating, which caused her weakness. Once she understood the situation, a few bowls of restorative soup and a return to normal diet would naturally lead to her recovery. Must Miss Go hang herself for you to be satisfied? This? Jin Baichuan was left speechless. Uncle Chao merely sat aside, silent, with the demeanor of an onlooker. Master Go, is that so? Lin Rong asked with a cold smile. Yes, that is so, Go Li nodded. Very well then, if I can find evidence proving your connection to this creature, what will happen? Lin Rong fixed his gaze on him. The law of Da Wu must be upheld. Very well then, please accompany me. Before Lin Rong's words had faded, he headed straight for the backyard. Uncle Chao, Yin Dang, Wang Jin, and Go Li closely followed. Upon arriving before the ancestral hall, he yanked off the door lock and strode inside. Go Li lowered his head, his gaze only flickering for a moment before returning to normal. I wonder, sir, why you are so interested in my family's ancestral hall. Did some ancestor of mine have a grievance with your ancestors? This is just an ordinary ancestral hall dedicated to the ancestral tablets. There is nothing strange about it. Indeed, I see no issue here. Could there be some evidence hidden here? Yin Dang and the others walked around, all looking bewildered. To confirm, they even carefully examined each character on the tablets. Lin Zongqi, stop playing coy and present whatever evidence you have. Wang Jin urged. All right. Lin Rong suddenly extended his hand, drawing forth a tablet with a surge of qi. Lin Zongqi, you are being unreasonable. Yindang was about to rebuke him, but Lin Rong slowly revealed the back of the tablet. The last time he was here, he had noticed that the dust around this tablet was different from other places, indicating it had been moved frequently. Who would be idle enough to move ancestral tablets every day? Thus he had thought of this point. Everyone focused. On the back of the tablet, there was indeed a red lacquer finish, and it was engraved with an image of a serpentine dragon. This was one of the means of honoring deities. The Go family had privately worshipped a deity, which was a serious crime under the rule of Emperor Xiantian of the Great Wu Dynasty. Of course, the laws of Great Wu did not prohibit worshipping deities. Rather, any deity being worshipped must be reported to the government. If the deity had merits, the court would even grant official titles and rewards. It was clear that what the Go family worshipped had never been reported. It was obviously the corpse outside. Master Go, which ancestor of your family is this long worm? Lin Rong suddenly shouted coldly. Bold. Uncle Chao instantly reprimanded. Go family, are you trying to rebel? He was well aware that the emperor despised such matters the most. Aye. Go Li trembled, his gaze shifting rapidly, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, the deity I worship is the Songlong god of Yunhe County in the north. Nonsense. This is clearly the long worm from outside. How dare you quibble? Jin Baichuan was furious. He had never expected this old fellow to hold on despite the situation reaching this point. I did not lie, the long worm outside is dark green, while this one is red. Go Li insisted stubbornly. He had always been cautious in his actions, so he had not left any written records regarding the worship of the evil serpent, making it difficult to use this as conclusive evidence. Lin Rong was thoroughly impressed. Both were painted red. Could they not be the same color? However, he could not entirely dismiss the point made by the other side. The main issue was that the evil serpent was already dead, making it impossible to determine its direction using spiritual energy. That Songlong god is indeed a good deity. If you wish to worship, why do it so secretly? Lin Rong asked again. I plead guilty. Go Li knelt down with a thud. Although the Great Wu Dynasty had abolished the kneeling ceremony, this did not apply to criminals. The Great Wu Dynasty has clear laws that prohibit worshipping deities outside their jurisdiction. My family relies on shipping and often passes through Yunhe County, so we hold that Songlong god in high regard, but we cannot always add incense, so we dared to. Worshipping deities from different regions was indeed not permitted. The Great Wu Dynasty was concerned that deities might conflict over the offerings. Such matters are as sensitive as the government handling cases across regions. This was a minor offense that most they would receive a beating, and it would be over. This old fellow was truly capable. Such evidence could defuse the situation. Son-in-law. The royal eunuch's eyes lit up with interest as he eagerly pulled Lin Rong's sleeve. Lin Zongqi, quickly tell us what is the matter. Lin Rong was at a loss for words. Even eunuchs can be so gossipy. Do not rush, I will explain this right away. Lin Rong shot a sarcastic glance at Go Li before he began to recount the story. Your Go family's young lady has been in cahoots with this vile beast for a long time, hasn't she? You might have been furious when you first learned of this, but seeing the vile beast's abilities, your greed has suppressed your moral compass. Not only did you tacitly agree to this matter, but you also secretly supported this monster, all for the sake of using its power to suppress your competitors and profit for your Go family. Am I right or not? Lin Rong briefly recounted the events that had transpired. This humble commoner knows not what Lord Lin is speaking of. My daughter is pure and innocent. It was only not long ago that she was wronged by the peach blossom young master. Alas, I never expected my daughter to suffer such misfortune, and now you want to label her with such a vile reputation. Go Li's face was full of grievance. My lord, do you truly have no conscience, all for your own promotion and wealth? How dare you still speak defiantly? What persecution by the peach blossom young master? It is clear that your daughter, without any sense of shame, was caught in a scandalous liaison with this vile beast on a boat, and not only did she feel no shame, she even took pride in it. And now you dare to slander this official. Do you really think this official lacks concrete evidence to back up his claims? Lin Rong shouted furiously. You say your daughter is pure and innocent, and was harmed by the peach blossom young master not long ago. Very well, shall we have the Yinglong guards find some midwives and female coroner to come and examine your daughter? It wouldn't be difficult to ascertain the truth. After all, there is a significant difference between someone who has just lost their virginity and one who is experienced in such matters. At this point, Go Li truly panicked. No, that scream was heard by many. Yindang added. When you have some free time, consume 2 pounds of spring medicine and then visit a brothel. You'll understand then. Lin Rong was too lazy to explain. All the men present quickly grasped the implication. In an instant, Yindang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. A lewd woman simply outrageous. Even we feel embarrassed hearing this, as such things should only happen in the land of the Woku. The royal eunuch couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could it be that my daughter is indeed? My lord, I truly did not know about this. Goli still wanted to feign ignorance, looking as if he was in a state of panic. Old Go, that's enough. Oh, I was prepared to give you some face, but you. Son. Lin Rong felt helpless. Jin Baihu, it's troublesome. You're limping. Sohu Bugaway, go to the Go family's young lattice attic, count 5 floorboards from left to right, smash it open, and bring the things inside here. This humble servant obeys. Hu Bugaway rolled up his sleeves and left. Jin Baichuan cast him a deeply resentful glance. Bang! Goli could no longer hold himself together, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Inside there lay their hidden accounts. The share with the vile beast was also recorded among those accounts. This ironclad evidence was something they could not deny. It's over, the Go family is finished, and they are finished. What troubled him the most was how Lin Rong had discovered such well-hidden things. He naturally did not know that under Lin Rong's 5 senses breathing technique, anything frequently touched by the vile beast would emit a very distinct aura. After all, it was a ledger, it couldn't possibly be hidden from the vile beast, right? Had he not been worried about alerting the beast and letting it escape, he would have retrieved it long ago. At this point in the case, it was unnecessary to even look at the ledger anymore. Clap, clap, clap. The royal eunuch immediately began to applaud. This was the most exciting case he had seen in years. He imagined recounting it to his master, who would surely be very pleased. Wonderful, wonderful, Lin Zongqi, your future is limitless. The royal eunuch unexpectedly began to compliment him. Dog official, may you not die a good death. My Go family's business, hundreds of years of effort. Dog Emperor, you will also have your share. In the past, such matters would have been of no consequence. Dog Emperor, you have offended the clans and families of the world, defied the divine way. Your reign is about to end, it will be over soon. I will wait for you down here. A family that falls apart, and I await a nation that crumbles. How delightful. How delightful. Goli had gone mad, suddenly bursting into wild laughter. Several Inglong guards hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him. Enough. Lin Rong shouted furiously as he saw the royal eunuch's complexion change drastically. You rabble, you are truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The current emperor has incorporated the divine way into the legal system, established the 3 divisions to quell the powerful disseminated knowledge, to enlighten the people, and imposed new taxes to relieve the commoners. These 4 great achievements, accomplishing any one of them, would qualify one to be known as an emperor for all eternity. Yet our emperor has managed to achieve all 4. Such accomplishments are unprecedented and will be unmatched in the future. Yet you rabble, while receiving the divine favor, still seek to harm the emperor at every turn. Do you not know that if it were not for the emperor's wisdom and martial prowess, your small factions would have to kneel and beg for mercy from any powerful family? Any clan could easily kill or seize your lives. How could you live like you do now? You traitors of Da Wu, the scum of the divine realm, having received 3 colors, dare to open a dye house, getting overly bold, bullying others too much. Pig noses inserted into green onions, pretending to be something. Lighting a lantern in a dung pit, purely seeking death. Wearing grass hats while munching on pigs' feet, unable to even distinguish a bit of difference. This official truly does not understand who our Da Wu emperor is, both cultured and martial, generous and loving, cares for the world, benefits the common people, skilled in both literary and military strategies, looking down upon the world, protecting our divine realm. How could he have raised such a group of scum that are even worse than pigs and dogs? After cursing for a while, Lin Rong finally stopped. With a wave of his hand, the admiring Wang Chung hurriedly presented a tray. Looking again at the royal eunuch, he had somehow pulled out a small notebook and was furiously jotting notes. He was also shocked. He could see that Lin Rong was using him to flatter the emperor. But the key issue was that this was simply too skillful. He had improved significantly compared to this supervisor. The stone from another mountain can be used to attack jade. I must take notes and study carefully for my own growth. Looking at Jin Baichuan now, his mouth was agape, as if he could fit a goose egg inside. Thinking back to how he had just shown off the bandages and pretended to be lame, he thought he had performed perfectly. But now, comparing himself to Lin Rong, he felt like, damn, even the royal eunuch might forget about him. Truly, it's infuriating to see how others are better. Lin Rong could only throw him an innocent look. I also want to improve. Yin Dang and the others were even more disgusted. With such flattery, one might think the old emperor is your father-in-law. Shameless, utterly shameless. We good men shall never associate with you. I have more to say. I have more to say. Just as he was about to be taken away, Goli shouted out in a hurry. We were merely covering up for family honor, fabricating a false case to appease the peach blossom young master. Do not think for a moment that the vile beast is the peach blossom young master. Right, this is the main issue. Yin Dang and the others finally reacted momentarily filled with joy. It was a relief that they hadn't captured the peach blossom young master. As for the Go family and the evil flood dragon, what do they have to do with them? Nonsense. At this time, do you still want to trip up the Grand Flag Master? Goli, I see you're unrepentant. Jin Baichuan shouted angrily. Don't be anxious, brother Jin, I believe that Goli has a point, Yin Dang replied. Goli, I see you're unrepentant. Jin Baichuan shouted angrily. Don't be anxious, brother Jin, I believe that Goli has a point, why can't he be a monster? Jin Baichuan countered. All right, brother, let's not argue. This evil flood dragon is indeed not the peach blossom young master. Lin Rong spoke up. Oh what? You this? Jin Baichuan and the other three were completely dumbfounded. Your previous reasoning and analysis were flawless. Moreover, the development of events indeed followed your expectations. But now you've completely turned the situation upside down. The most confused were Yin Dang and the others. They had come ready for a confrontation. Yet from start to finish, they only saw Lin Rong showing off. Finally, at such a critical moment, Lin Rong directly admitted that this was not the peach blossom young master. Truly, sincerity is the ultimate weapon, and it proved to be true. In an instant, they all fell into deep self-doubt. What exactly have we come here for? Master Chow, I believe you must have already made arrangements for what comes next. I take my leave now. Lin Rong cupped his hands. The demon suppression past lack of funds was no secret. Master Chow's purpose for coming here was something he didn't even need to ask about. So this time while investigating the Go family, the Yinglong guards would definitely not be able to benefit. Oh no, this is bad. Master Chow seemed a bit embarrassed. Since we arrived, the peach blossom young master will surely have fled far away. We have caused you trouble. Master Chow, don't mention it. As long as I put in some effort, I should still be able to manage, Lin Rong quickly replied. This grand eunuch was not someone to offend. Seeing this, Yin Dang and the others felt their hearts bloom with joy. It could be concluded that Lin Rong would not be able to catch the peach blossom young master. Who was Master Chow? If someone thought that he was merely a person of high authority, they would be gravely mistaken. On the list of experts in the Great Wu Dynasty, he could easily rank among the top 10. Once this person appeared, it would be strange if the peach blossom young master did not flee. Not to mention a mere peach blossom young master, even if the sect leader of the Hahuan sect were alive, he would have to run at the first opportunity. More than 100 years of cultivation as a youth is indeed so domineering. Although some events are about to unfold in Kaohsiung County, the peach blossom young master might still appear. However, that would at least be a matter of 20 days or so. With this time, Zhao Jing simply cannot afford to lose. If not for the inappropriate occasion, they would have really burst into laughter. Master Lin, safe travels. Master Chow sent him off with a quacking voice. On the way back to the 100 house, Jin Baichuan and the others could no longer hold back. Brother, what exactly is going on? I can't seem to understand. Jin Baichuan asked. Which part? Why are you so sure that this evil flood dragon is not the peach blossom young master? It's simple. Remember when we individually questioned the victims? I remember, but what's strange about that? The victims can be divided into two categories. The first category consists of those who were visited multiple times, and they all have the aura of the evil flood dragon. Lin Rong explained, the second category consists of those who were only visited once, and they do not possess such an aura. Those who were only visited once had their encounters much earlier. Initially, I thought it was just the passage of time that caused the scent to fade. But until I met the Miss of the Go family and confirmed that the evil flood dragon had only appeared once, and even their family members didn't have the lingering aura, I concluded that the evil flood dragon is not the peach blossom young master. You should know, after you discovered the trace of the peach blossom young master, the first case was the false report by the Go family, which was the earliest. I see now. The four of them suddenly understood. They also realized that the evil flood dragon had merely taken advantage of the peach blossom young master's momentum to commit these acts. Thus, the peach blossom young master himself no longer existed, and the notion of his cultivation reaching a critical breakthrough was simply unfounded. They couldn't help but admire Lin Rong's meticulousness. But I still don't understand. Couldn't the evil flood dragon have contacted the Go family halfway through? Jin Baichuan asked again. Do you have no confidence in our Yinglong guard's reputation? Lin Rong smiled faintly. To preserve the family name, they reported a false case. If the Yinglong guards were to catch on, would they still dare to make contact? Isn't that equivalent to seeking death? Moreover, the Miss of the Go family is already so weak. What could the evil flood dragon do by going there? It would only increase the danger, and no one would do such a thing. At this point, Jin Baichuan had no further doubts. However, Lu Hu's brow remained tightly furrowed. Master Lin, I still have one point I don't understand. I personally examined the miss of the Go family's condition closely back then. She was indeed suffering from depression-induced illness due to starvation, and there could be no mistake. Could it be that they took some related medicine to feign this? But that doesn't make sense either. Within such a short time frame, there would definitely be related symptoms from taking poison, Lu Hui said, scratching his head. He was confident in his abilities and firmly believed that there was no way he could have made a mistake at that time. You tend to complicate things. What's in your head is either poison or some martial arts technique. Lin Rong shook his head and said, This must be said, Go Li is indeed a remarkable person. Even if 100 different people were to examine her, the result would be the same. Could it be that a Grand Master set this up? Lu Hui was suddenly alarmed. Look, you're thinking too complicated again. The answer is actually very simple, and anyone could do it. Lin Rong smiled mysteriously and continued that as Go Li had already anticipated that the Yinglong guards would be difficult to deal with, and it was highly likely they would re-examine his daughter. To make the act convincing enough after reporting the false case, he truly didn't allow his daughter to eat even a grain of rice, using some nourishing herbal soup to keep her alive, starving until we showed up. I see now. Lu Hui finally understood completely. It must be said, if it were someone else, the Go family's trick would have been easily handled. Then they would profit from the evil flood dragon without any issues. It's just a pity he ran into Lin Rong. Sigh, this time it's my brother who has implicated you, Lin. You are truly too righteous. Jin Baichuan felt a warm current in his heart. It turned out Lin Rong had long known that the evil flood dragon case had nothing to do with the Peach Blossom young master, yet he still accompanied him, continuing with the capture. This kind of selflessness made it impossible for him not to feel touched. What he didn't know was that Lin Rong was merely juggling both matters. The lewd case was indeed very tricky, and waiting for a rabbit to come by would almost certainly be ineffective. He was still waiting for an opportunity regarding the Peach Blossom young master. Although this incident had occurred, even Master Chow had appeared, the Peach Blossom young master would surely not dare to commit any crimes again. However, according to internal news from the Yinglong guards, the Mingyu Fairy had already arrived in Kaohsiung County and would soon hold a sword dance competition here. Mingyu Fairy is renowned for her beauty. At that time, even if the Peach Blossom young master dared not act, he would surely find it hard to resist sneaking over to take a look. Right. The factory guards took over the subsequent matters of the Go family. The Go family profited from the evil dragon sacrificing to the dark god and causing harm, even killing numerous young boys and girls, disregarding human ethics, and the daughter had an affair with the evil dragon. Furthermore, they mocked the Yinglong guard with false accusations, which was akin to slapping the old emperor's face, tantamount to deceiving the emperor. Each accusation could lead to losing one's head. A simple message from Grand Supervisor Chow would prompt the Dali Temple to work tirelessly, delivering the verdict. All related parties shall be executed. The assets of the Go family and their in-laws shall be confiscated. No force associated with this case escaped. The factory guards were even more relentless in their actions than the Yinglong guard. Their modus operandi was to leave no trace, and even if they caught a stone, they would squeeze it for oil. When are we leaving, Captain Lin? The expressions of Hu Bugui and the others were quite grim. Damn it, I didn't expect Zhao Jing's side to win in the end. Alas, it is fate. However, we have also accomplished great deeds, and once we return, no one will Indeed, this achievement is not small. Not to mention the achievement itself, just helping His Majesty resolve the financial issues of the Demon Suppression Pass is of great significance. While the three were angry, their hearts were also filled with anticipation. Once this case was settled, their names might appear in the eyes of His Majesty. This is a breakthrough. The future looks promising. In this light, a small position as 100 households seems trivial. Where are we going? Lin Rong asked in confusion. Back to Jiangbei Prefecture. The three had an expression of course. Jin Baichuan was already preparing farewell drinks for them. Aren't we capturing the Peach Blossom young master anymore? Lin Rong asked. What? Can we still capture him? Jin Baichuan outside the door couldn't help but exclaim. He hurriedly pushed the door open, his chest thumping loudly. Brother Lin, as long as you have a way, I will follow your orders, even if it means borrowing power from nearby counties. Just say the word, and I will manage. Jin Baichuan quickly assured, then pulled out a small notebook. If you have any instructions, just say it. I heard that the Jiang near Mount is lively again. Indeed, after the evil dragon was removed, not only the fishermen, but also those rich young ladies and masters cannot sit still. The boats are particularly exquisite. We must thank you, brother. Now the people of the entire county give our Yinglong guard a thumbs up. Jin Baichuan said with a smile. Let's go, we will also take a stroll on the river. Lin Rong suggested. Since there was nothing to do, it wouldn't make sense to just sit around listening to music every day. After all, it was the breeding season for animals, and the scenery on the river must be quite pleasing. Since you have such an interest, I will naturally accompany you. The few of them changed into casual clothes and went out. They rented a small boat and Lin Rong grabbed a fishing rod sitting at the bow of the boat. The scenery on the river was picturesque, refreshing the spirit. Among the boats, the shy, rich young ladies were especially uplifting. Now they were no longer fearful. After all, the news of Grand Supervisor Chao's arrival had already spread. The dock was bustling like never before. Be careful, why are you so clumsy? With the sound of scolding, bundles of saplings were being carried onto the boats by laborers. The boatman's business is good. Lin Rong cupped his hands from across the water. Business has indeed been good lately. A plump middle-aged man replied with a joyful face, we must thank the Yinglong guard of the court. With the evil dragon removed, boats can pass normally and the backlog of goods has also arrived in heaps. Why are you transporting saplings? Lin Rong asked, somewhat confused. He had seen many boats transporting timber, but this was the first time he saw one transporting saplings. To his knowledge, the county didn't produce any precious trees. These are saplings of the Tsangbai tree being sent to Yunhe County in the north. The man finished speaking and hurried back to the cabin, continuing his busy work. You may not know, brother, that Tsangbai is a primary material for making long spears and other weapons combining flexibility and sturdiness. The Demon Suppression Pass is currently at war, so the demand is enormous. Jin Baichuan explained. Wouldn't it be better to send fully grown Tsangbai directly? Lin Rong couldn't help but rub his nose. War is not something that can be resolved in a day or two. The war there has lasted for over a decade. The surrounding Tsangbai trees must have long been cut down, so these are strategic reserves. It's not unusual. Jin Baichuan explained with a smile. Lin Rong's brow relaxed. That made sense. Captain Lin, why is it that with the same fishing rod and bait you can catch fish while I can't? Hu Bugue asked irritably. Ha ha ha, the others couldn't help but laugh. Your method of pulling up the bait every few minutes to check would only mean that if you caught a fish it must be brainless. Time passed quickly and it was noon. The few of them carried several large grass carp they had caught, heading straight to a restaurant at the dock. They naturally brought their own ingredients to enjoy the river's fresh delicacies. The waiter at the restaurant hurried out to greet them. Wow! Suddenly a cry rang out. In an instant half the street fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell into confusion. At that moment Lin Rong's skin crawled. Fortunately, the perfected Juyang divine skill instinctively activated circulating true qi towards the Baihui acupoint, and his vision quickly returned to clarity. In his view, a giant morning stick was now less than a foot away from his head. Assassination. Lin Rong immediately understood this. At the critical moment, King Qin circles the pillar. As the long sword was drawn, his figure turned into a remnant shadow, moving in a circular motion, instantly arriving behind an ordinary-looking man. The simultaneous activation of two light-body techniques made his speed reach an incredible degree. Morning Ghost. His smile froze instantly. What is happening? Just as he was about to succeed, he had not even landed before the opponent had circled behind him. At this moment, he could only do his utmost to evade the vital points. However, all of this was destined to be futile. Lin Rong's steel-long sword had already pierced through the heart. Who? The Morning Ghost grimaced. Even in death, he wanted to take someone down with him. The morning stick in his hand instantly changed direction, sweeping towards Hu Bugi's head. You dare! Lin Rong quickly exerted force, throwing the person with the sword into the air. The morning stick brushed past Hu Bugi's nose. Wake up! Lin Rong circulated true qi, giving a low shout. At this point, the four finally awakened. What happened? The crowd was first stunned, and when they saw Lin Rong's sword stained with blood, their scalps instantly went numb. He didn't die from this. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Rong's expression darkened again. The man he had pierced through the heart transformed into a remnant shadow, swiftly plunging into the crowd. He hurriedly activated his light-body technique to pursue. Alas, I was far too careless. Who would have guessed this man's heart lay on the right side? Lin Rong stood amid the endless tide of people, his gaze dark and brooding. The man before them was an exceptionally elite assassin. Not only was his cultivation formidable, his methods were seasoned and pitiless. Before he struck, he had surely prepared myriad escape routes. He had assumed the man was dead, and so let his guard fall to rouse Jin Baichuan and the others, only for the assassin to slip away. A line of words surfaced in his mind. Mission issued. Kill the assassin. Mission complete. Reward unsurpassed mastery of melody. A subtitle flickered in his thoughts. He was stunned for only a heartbeat before comprehension dawned. Many sound-based lethal techniques require an unsurpassed mastery of melody to be unleashed, such as the Tianma 8 tones and the like. Brother, what happened? Are you all right? Jin Baichuan and the others had also chased after them and arrived here. Beads of sweat streamed uncontrollably down their foreheads. The earlier incident had been far too perilous. Recalling it now sent shivers down their spines. Had that man directed his blade at any one of them instead of Lin Rong, they would have been dead before reaching the halls of Yama, unaware even of how they perished. It must be men from Xiantian Jiao, Lin Rong said in a low voice. Come on, we cannot linger here. Return to the Baihu Saw at once. Jin Baichuan hauled him away. The Go residence. Chao Gonggong sat leisurely in his chair sipping tea. The inventory of the Go family's assets would take several more days to complete. Eunuch Chao, something terrible. A young eunuch rushed in breathless. Commander Lin has been attacked. What? At those words Chao Gonggong's legs trembled, and he nearly soiled himself. What did you say? Say it again. He was incredulous. Others might not know who Lin Rong was, but he understood perfectly. If Lin Rong had truly been assassinated, the consequences were too terrible to imagine. Worse still, the incident had occurred while he himself was stationed in Kaohsiung County. It's over, it's over. He seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing limply into his reclining chair. The banner holder saw it with his own eyes. Commander Lin was stabbed, but Commander Lin's skill is extraordinary. He didn't die. He did not. Smack. On hearing that, Chao Gonggong flew into a rage and slapped the young eunuch so hard his teeth scattered. You little whelp, why are you panting when you speak? Trying to scare your overseer to death, are you? His delicate hand trembled as he spoke. Do you truly think that if I were frightened to death you would profit? Even if I died, the post would go to Yu Guotian, to eunuch you. The young eunuch lay on the ground, clutching his face, bewilderment wide in his eyes. It's only a mere Inglong Wei, Commander. Must you make such a fuss? You did not show this zeal when generals or even mid-rank ministers died before. Get out of my sight. Chao Gonggong barked. When only he remained, he still clutched his chest, breathing raggedly. Heaven preserve me, he muttered. Huh. So the world thinks me too old to move after 10 years of inaction. At that, murderous intent flared in his eyes like a blade. Report, Grand Overseer, many martial folk have been loitering near the Go ancestral tomb. They may have designs. A banner holder came to report. There must be great treasures buried in the Go ancestral tomb. Those people's noses are sharp indeed. Very good. I have pent-up anger with nowhere to pour. Let them be. Chao Gonggong snorted heavily. 3 days later, a sensational report broke. The Go ancestral tomb contained vast wealth, and the martial world coveted it. At the critical moment, Chao Gonggong acted personally. His terrifying Tiangang Yuanshi swept across the land, sending at least 300 to 400 wandering heroes to their deaths. At the Baihu Suo, where Lin Rong was still searching for clues about the assassin, he could not help but sigh at the news. Indeed, this grand eunuch was someone not to offend. Those men who sought the tomb were courting death. Where did they find the nerve to think they could take a share from someone like him? If the banner holders had not gone looking for trouble, they should thank their lucky stars. Chao Gonggong is merciless, Jin Baichuan murmured. Then more solemnly, Brother the Grand Overseer will likely depart tomorrow, shall we? Of course we shall. Lin Rong waved a hand, and Wang Chung promptly presented the gifts they had long prepared: 10,000 taels in silver notes and numerous precious medicines. Whether the gifts pleased him mattered less than the attitude. Jin Baichuan, grinning insolently, produced his own offerings as well. There was no doubt the inner Dan was among them. Let's go now. They returned to the Go residence. Upon hearing the report, Chao Gonggong came out beaming to receive them. Your might humbles me. My reverence for you flows like the river, unending like the Yellow River, in flood impossible to restrain. Lin Rong bowed deeply. Thanks to your intervention, the county will be at peace. Jin Baichuan quickly added, flattering, without, Oh Lord Lin, you are far too polite. Chao Gonggong said, taking the gifts and weighing them with a delighted, Lord Lin, our household returns tomorrow. Why not accompany us? Chao Gonggong suggested. Report, Eunuch Chao, I have a mission to see through and cannot abandon it midway lest I fail to report back. Nonsense. Chao Gonggong adopted a grave tone. You slew the malignant Jiao and relieved an urgent crisis for His Majesty. If anyone dares to mouth off, I'll tear their tongue out myself. Thank you for your kindness. The Taohua Gongzi has been a great scourge for the sake of the people and to ease His Majesty's burden. Indeed, I will not rest until my task is done. Lin Rong declared with fiery resolve. Chao Gonggong warned. In any case, you must be vigilant. Xiantian Jiao has been keeping an eye on you. If anything arises beyond your means, do not be stubborn. Contact the Inglong Wei to reach our Dongchang. Within our power, we will lend all assistance. After customary courtesies, Lin Rong and his companion took their leave. 5 days after Chao Gonggong departed, Lin Rong grinned cruelly and tapped a spot on the map with his knuckles. Though the man who tried to kill him had not died outright, Lin Rong had put a transparent hole through him. Severe, possibly mortal wounds. Now every exit from Kaohsiung County was manned by the Inglong Wei. Our entrants were thoroughly searched before passage. The assassin was therefore very likely still within the town. After careful inquiries and the elimination of suspicious locations one by one, Lin Rong fixed upon a certain spot, a branch of the Gaibong. The original land deity had been slain over 30 years ago for colluding with evil gods. After being abandoned, this place quickly fell into the hands of beggars. The original land deity had been slain over 30 years ago for colluding with evil gods. After being abandoned, this place quickly fell into the hands of beggars. With the appearance of the Yinglong guards, a cacophony of voices erupted from within the land temple. Gentlemen, do you really think we beggars have anything you desire? Has the court really become so destitute that they would target a group of beggars? The court's watchdogs will inevitably meet their demise through their own unjust actions. Has the court really become so destitute that they would target a group of beggars? The court's watchdogs will inevitably meet their demise through mainly because each of them possessed considerable cultivation. Especially the beggar clan, even the court found them quite troublesome. Firstly, the beggar clan has always acted under the banner of righteousness, and overall they indeed were so. Secondly, the court would rather eliminate a few large sects than deal with the beggar clan. This is mainly because in any dynasty beggars are never in short supply. If you do not allow them to join the beggar clan, these individuals, in order to survive, would only have one last path left to become bandits. That way it would lead to an endless stream of troubles. These individuals from the martial world, due to the establishment of the 3 departments by Emperor Xiantian to suppress the heroes of the world, harbor some resentment towards the court. Moreover, just a few days ago, Lord Chao had used ruthless means to suppress a group of martial experts, which made them even more indignant. With no reason to avoid conflict, especially now. The Yinglong guards are on duty, everyone step aside. Jin Baichuan shouted loudly, bringing order to the scene. The Yinglong guards rushed in. Lin Rong's gaze quickly swept across the faces of the beggars. Elder brother, have you found anything? Jin Baichuan whispered. When the other party attempted to assassinate him, that cry had caused them to lose their wits for a short time. Thus, the only one who had truly seen the person's face was Lin Rong. Let's observe further. Lin Rong stepped forward, slowly passing by each beggar. Logically speaking, his true energy should be quite refined. Back then, using the Duga 9 Swords technique, he had dealt a chilling blow to the opponent. Within such a short period, the opponent should have residual traces of energy. However, until the very end, he still did not sense anything. Gentlemen, may I ask where our beggar clan has offended? Indeed, if there is anything, please lay it out in the open. If any disciple of the beggar clan has committed a crime, we will immediately bind them and hand them over. You don't think that the Peach Blossom young master is hiding among us, do you? A hint of pride flashed in the eyes of the leading old beggars. They each had 4 pouches hanging from their waists, indicating they were 4-bagged disciples of the beggar clan, a position akin to the higher-ups in the local beggar clan. In the beggar clan of this world, identity is determined by the number of bags, with 1 bag being the lowest and 9 bags the highest. Reaching 7 bags means being an elder overseeing the affairs of the beggar clan in a state. 8-bagged and 9-bagged individuals are the core figures of the beggar clan. Generally, a county town is centered around several 4-bagged disciples. Lin Rong ignored their mockery, his gaze hurriedly sweeping around as his mind raced. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. After the original land deity was slain during the investigation, several secret chambers were discovered underground. Everyone take me to take a look. Lin Rong fixed his gaze on the 4-bagged disciples. Naturally, he did not know whether there were secret chambers here. But thinking about it, the land deity colluding with evil gods must have had a secret place for mutual dealings, right? Secret chambers. What secret chambers? This old beggar has been here for decades and has never known of any secret chambers. The several 4-bagged disciples exchanged glances, then waved their hands, pretending to be unfamiliar. Yet this feigned demeanor could hardly escape Lin Rong's keen eyes. Elder brother, please have someone dismantle that broken statue. The land deity has been slain. Oh, why keep this clay figure around? All right, come here quickly. Jin Baichuan hurriedly called for help. As the 3-meter-tall clay statue was destroyed, reporting to you, my lord, there indeed is a cave here. Several Yinglong guards were overjoyed. You all stay put, let me handle this. Lin Rong quickly said. If that person was indeed below, these Yinglong guards would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Elder brother, I'll lead the way for you. No need you wait for me up there. Lin Rong finished speaking, his body swayed, and he dove into the cave. The beggar clan disciples panicked at this sight. However, under Jin Baichuan's intimidation, they had no other choice. Below it was indeed a secret chamber. Woo! A fierce wind accompanied by a ghostly wail rushed toward the back of his head. The sound was peculiar, instilling a sense of mental disarray upon hearing it. Indeed, it's here. Lin Rong did not look back, hand forming a sword seal, and the sword energy of the 6 veins divine sword shot out instantly. If the opponent were at their peak, he would need to respond carefully. However, now the opponent was merely fish on the chopping block. Puff, puff, puff. The person's body was directly pierced with several large holes by the sword energy. Using the five senses breathing technique after discovering that there was nothing else here, he picked up the corpse and left. You killed our subtemple leader. You went too far? Our leader was only out for a stroll a few days ago, and was severely injured by your Lord Chao. Now you want to eradicate us completely. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, our beggar clan is not to be trifled with. In an instant, the beggar clan disciples outside were in an uproar. You seek death? How could I, Lin Rong, indiscriminately slaughter the innocent? Oh, I see, it turns out the one who attempted to assassinate me was your subtemple leader. Bring everyone here, not a single one shall escape. All of you are to be taken into custody. Jin Baichuan shouted. I want to see who is backing you. Elder Jin, calm down. This matter should not concern the beggar clan. Lin Rong, holding the corpse, shook his head. The organization of the beggar clan is extremely loose. It is easy for blood god cult members to mix in. It would be no easy feat for them to trace any clues from this. You must provide an explanation. The several four-bag disciples remained unyielding. What kind of injury did your leader sustain when he was out? Lin Rong inquired calmly. While he was injured by your court's inspector, it was certainly a fist and kick injury. One person thought about Lord Chao's methods and replied defiantly. Lin Rong, tired of wasting words, directly tore open the corpse's clothing, revealing an unhealed sword wound that pierced through from front to back. Do you understand now? Hurry and leave. Even if it's a sword wound, that doesn't prove anything. You can't just kill us without reason. Smack! Smack! Lin Rong's figure swayed, and he appeared beside those several people, slapping them a few times. My willingness to explain to you is out of duty, not out of fear. Speak again, and you shall die. The task is complete, and the rewards have been stored in the system space ready for the host to claim at any time. After returning to the 100 households, Lin Rong integrated the rewards. What he never expected was that after achieving peerless musical talent, his hearing became even more acute after performing the five senses breathing technique. Moreover, he had more means to utilize his hearing. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. For the time that followed, Lin Rong remained quite leisurely. He spent his days leisurely wandering through the mountains and waters with a few companions. Life was blissful. Soon the reward for solving the case of the monstrous creature in the water arrived. Lin Rong received a martial arts technique rewarded by the court. Unfortunately, it was of little use, so he had to put it away. Jin Baichuan received a resource for cultivation. As soon as he received it, he busied himself with closed-door cultivation. Seeing Lin Rong doing nothing every day, Yin Dang and the others could barely contain their laughter. He has given up, he has resigned himself to fate, ha. Clearly Lin Rong was just waiting for the result. What they did not know was that as the days passed, Zhao Jing had become so anxious that he had pulled out his hair. Inviting you into the trap, what a joke. The trap is ready, but the person simply stopped contacting us, What went wrong? He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way, even if it meant death. It had been 20 days since the case of the monstrous creature was cracked. At this moment, Yin Dang and the others could finally sit still. The fairy Mingyu had made all the preparations and announced that the sword dance conference would be held in 10 days. Little brother, truly blessed by heaven, that day is approaching. I hope Fan Jianxing won't be so foolish as to be caught within these days, and I hope the young Master Taohua can really come. Jin Baichuan now understood Lin Rong's plan. He hadn't thought of this before, mainly because he didn't believe that Zhao Jing's progress would be so slow. Congratulations, big brother, your cultivation has greatly improved. Lin Rong said with a smile. It's still little brother who has gained the most, a top-tier inner cultivation technique. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Jin Baichuan said with a beaming smile. At that moment, Hu Bugui and the others returned with mischievous smiles on their faces. My heavens, she's truly beautiful, just like a fairy from the Moon Palace. If I old who could marry such a fairy in this lifetime, it would be worth dying the day after the wedding night. Old who don't even think about it. Fairy Mingyu has beauty and background. With that background, she has skills, and with those skills she has means. What do you have? Countless young masters from prestigious families are still lining up. Those young masters are nothing in my opinion, only our great flag lord deserves Fairy Mingyu. The three of them bantered back and forth. I think what these three brothers said is absolutely right. Jin Baichuan nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Rong. Have you seen Fairy Mingyu? Lin Rong hurriedly stood up to ask. He thought he would have to wait for her appearance. Yes. The three of them quickly gathered around. General, you really missed out by not going out with us today. Hu Bugui kept gesturing. Fairy Mingyu was on the boat, and her figure TSK. Wang Sheng wasted no time, picked up the brush and ink from the table, and began to draw. Finally, the image of a captivating woman sprang to life on the paper, wearing a white veil that concealed her face, yet her overall aura was still highlighted. Not bad, old one, your hand for drawing maps. Can even create this. If you ever decide to quit the Yinglong Guard, you definitely want Starve as an erotic artist. Hu Bugue couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Get lost. Wang Cheng's face darkened, then he shook his head and pouted. Not quite right, still not quite right. Among the myriad skilled painters in the world, I can't capture a single graceful silhouette. Damn, I've suffered a great loss today. Is Fairy Mingyu still here? Am I still in time to go now? Jin Baichuan scratched his thigh in regret after seeing the drawing. If she is still here, how can we come back? How could you ask such a question? The three of them rolled their eyes. TSK tisk. Lin Rong took the drawing paper and nodded. No wonder, as she truly has exceptional beauty, or else you wouldn't have been driven to become a third-rate poet. General, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean to compete with you for a woman. Wang Chung quickly waved his hands. What nonsense. Lin Rong's face immediately darkened. Does the general not like her? The others were all taken aback. Wasn't it a matter of taste? How high were Lin Rong's standards? Could it be that he had his eyes on the old emperor's daughter? It must be the case. When it comes to beauty, perhaps only the three princesses of the old emperor could surpass Fairy Mingyu. Everyone knows that after Emperor Shunrin ascended the throne, he devoted himself entirely to state affairs. After the queen's death, he never took concubines, thus leaving him without offspring. Only after the great defeat in the Northern Desert War did he possibly feel disheartened, leading to the thought of cultivating the next generation. As a result, he had 3 daughters. The 3 princesses, although they had never seen them, everyone said they were exceptional without a doubt. They soon wore expressions of admiration. The ambitions of a great man should be like this. This girl at first glance looks very charming. Lin Rong stroked his chin. The 4 of them immediately wore mischievous smiles. I suppose little brother will definitely attend the sword dance conference, right? Let's go together. Jin Baichuan, however, little brother should still be cautious. Fairy Mingyu is a disciple of the Xiantian sect in Suzhou, and she is originally from the overseas Merman Kingdom. She has already held the sword dance conference over a dozen times within our Dou territory, as she must have grand schemes. I merely want to take this opportunity to capture the young Master Taohua. Lin Rong shook his head. The intentions behind I merely want to take this opportunity to capture the young Master Taohua. Lin Rong shook his head. The intentions behind Fairy Mingyu's actions were certainly deep. This could be inferred from the current situation facing the Merman Kingdom. These matters might even involve some internal struggles within Dou. It must be known that the Merman Kingdom is nominally a vassal state of Dou, and he is merely a small general who recklessly engaging in such matters would only lead to his own demise. As the sword dance competition approached, the number of heroes in Kaoshan County increased steadily. Due to the thunderous methods of Lord Chao, those in the martial world were filled with resentment. Of course, they dared not overly malign Lord Chao, instead turning their ire towards Lin Rong, blaming him for the unjust killing of the sub-leader of the Beggars sect. With the instigation of Yin Dang and others behind the scenes, the entire county was abuzz. Their aim was to make these martial artists resent Lin Rong, ensuring that he would be overwhelmed by the chaos. This was to continue buying time for Zhao Jing. Bang! In the 100 households office, Jin Baichuan slammed his palm down, shattering a table. Looking for death, this is simply looking for death. A mere barbarian dares to commit such heinous acts in our Great Wu territory, clearly showing no regard for our Yinglong guards. The members of the Yinglong guards ground their teeth in anger. Just last night, a village in Kaoshan County experienced a particularly heinous incident. Not only was the village plundered, but over 30 women had their purity violated. After urgent investigations, they discovered that a group of barbarians who had just arrived from Yinshan Prefecture were the prime suspects. Have we located the whereabouts of that group of barbarians? Yes, they are at the Xiantian tavern within the city. What? They dare to brazenly stay within the city. Jin Baichuan's anger caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Gather the troops and set off immediately to capture those scoundrels. Once they reach our Yinglong guards' prison, I will make them regret ever coming into this world. Jin Baichuan said as he drew out his battle knife. Lord 100 House, those people are not simple. They are likely to be difficult to deal with. A junior officer quietly reminded him. What is there to fear? This is our Great Wu territory. Even if the barbarian emperor comes, he must bow down before me. I fear no one. Understood. At that moment, a lark flew swiftly into the courtyard. A small flag was taken from its leg, which contained only a single sentence. Endure the matter of the barbarians for now. What a... Jin Baichuan could hardly believe his eyes. Endure. Look at this. Is this even human language? Lord 100 House, what should we do now? The junior officer asked quietly again. Endure, endure, I cannot endure. How can my Great Wu be bullied by barbarians? I need to think of a way. He scratched his head anxiously. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Shouldn't matters like these be discussed with his lady or Lin Laudi? Don't be angry, brother. The higher-up's intention is not to make us endure, but to say that if we want to act against them we need a reason that won't disrupt the overall situation. After all, the incident in that village left no solid evidence. They are merely highly suspected. Lin Rong shrugged and said, I see. Brother, you must already have an idea, right? Jin Baichuan's spirits lifted immediately. Indeed, although it was the same matter, smart people saw it quite differently. The Great Wu Dynasty is currently facing 5 fierce barbarian tribes and the dual spirit demon nations beyond the demon suppression pass. It is already struggling and cannot afford another strong enemy invasion. At present, the emperor is employing a strategy of appeasement towards the western nations, southern barbarians, the southern sea nations, and the barbarian country. This is determined by the nation's strength, Lin Rong continued to explain. I understand now. Little brother, you must have a plan, right? Jin Baichuan was overjoyed. Sure enough, although it was the same matter, it looked very different in the eyes of a clever person. That group of barbarians must have ulterior motives for coming here. Since that's the case, finding a reason should be easy, right? Lin Rong's eyes also glinted with killing intent. The barbarians will be dealt with first. Later I will think of a way to set fire to that mountain of yours. Jin Baichuan finally felt relieved. As for the suffering village, in addition to the government's consolation, he also allocated some silver from the Yinglong guards. Finally, the day of the sword dance competition arrived. At night, with the moon bright and the stars few, Kaoshan County's most luxurious Wangyue Tower. Little brother, we are ready, let's set off. The 4 of them also dressed carefully, each one standing tall and straight, looking quite impressive. Even Hu Bugue found a bathhouse, spending a large sum to get himself tidied up. However, that clumsy, big, and rough appearance was clad in a long blue garment, making him look rather comical. Old Hu, do you know how to open a folding fan? Of course. Whoosh, crack. Hu Bugue shook it vigorously, but he was too forceful, and the fan's surface broke into several pieces. Ha ha ha. Even Lin Rong could not help but burst into laughter. I say, you guys, it's not like you're going on a blind date. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? On the road, Lin Rong was quite speechless. Among these 4 guys, Jin Baichuan was already married, yet he was still so flamboyant it was truly inappropriate. Hee, I didn't see it last time, and this time I just want to take a good look. Old brother, you know that the sword dance competition has 2 stages. The first is a literary test, and the second is a martial test. As long as we pass the first stage, we can get closer to Fairy Mingyu. If we don't tidy ourselves up properly, we might not even qualify for the first stage, Jin Baichuan said, a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. Aren't you afraid your sister-in-law will find out and secretly take a pair of scissors to you at night? The recently embarrassed Hu Bugue muttered. She dares. I'll go tell my sister-in-law right now. Brother, don't. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please let me off this time, okay? Jin Baichuan quickly pleaded for mercy, then tugged at Lin Rong's sleeve. Little brother, even if the Peach Blossom Prince comes later, how will you make him appear? Have you heard the story of the iron pestle grinding into a needle? Lin Rong smiled mysteriously. I've heard it. Do you really think I haven't read any books? It is said that there was a scholar who during his youth was playful and encountered an old lady grinding an iron pestle by the river, which is a story about perseverance and persistence. I see. Little brother, what does this have to do with the Peach Blossom Prince? Jin Baichuan asked, his face full of pride as he finally got a show off. What does it have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Just think, if an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, then the Peach Blossom Prince. Lin Rong explained with a smile. Okay, I'm worried about your matters, and you're here cracking dirty jokes with me, aren't you? Jin Baichuan exclaimed in frustration. In front of Wangyue Tower, it was truly a sea of people. Those with status and standing were directly invited inside, while those with lesser renown in the martial world could only anxiously wait outside for their names to be called. They held neither high official status, nor were they high-ranking officials' offspring, thus they had little recognition in the official circles. As for their martial prowess, while it was not low in the martial world, it certainly wasn't at a notable level. With neither of these advantages, when they reported their names, they were completely unrecognized. Watch me. Jin Baichuan cleared his throat and suddenly shouted, Yinglong guards have arrived, everyone make way. Commander Jin, aren't you being rather ostentatious? Nu Bugue and the other 2 were startled. And damn it. Brandishing the banner of the Emperor's personal guard just to ogle a maiden. You truly have no fear. If we delay, shall be gone. And Jin Baichuan remained utterly unconcerned. After all, we're here to apprehend the Peach Blossom Gentleman, a matter of utmost loyalty to His Majesty. Naturally, we must first proclaim our presence with authority. Sigh. So will you accompany us or not? He felt no compunction about alarming the Peach Blossom gentleman. The latter had surely anticipated this. Even if the Yinglong Guard appeared openly, shadow agents would inevitably be deployed in secret. Yes, of course we'll go, and the three nodded frantically. At the sudden bellow, the assembled martial cultivators recoiled in alarm, then instinctively parted into a clear path. Such was the awe-inspiring reputation of the Yinglong Guard. Not only after the five strode boldly into the wine house did the elite martial artists finally regain their composure. Imperial hounds, what arrogance! Pa! And this sword dance assembly is meant for martial heroes of the Jianghu, not for your kind to intrude upon. Precisely. Do you imagine that invoking the Emperor's personal guard will earn you even a glance from Lady Mingyu? How naive. Even the Prince Ning's heir has been dismissed by her without a second thought. Upon entering the wine house, the five were greeted at once by an exquisitely beautiful maidservant who promptly seated them. And suddenly, a murderous aura surged from Jin Baichuan. His gaze locked onto the group on the second floor, bow-legged men with shaven foreheads, swords of varying lengths strapped to their waists. Arrogant, imperious, unmistakably foreign. They'll sever your heads one day. Jin Baichuan ground his teeth in silent fury. Baka. Sensing his killing intent, the foreigners instantly roared in outrage. They were imperial guards of the Hua Kingdom dispatched under direct orders from Prince Fushimi to seek out Lady Mingyu. At present, the Great Wu Dynasty teetered on instability, its strength waning. Along the southeastern coast, Hua marauders burned, slaughtered, and plundered with impunity, yet the Great Wu refrained from declaring open war against the Hua Kingdom. This restraint only emboldened them further day by day. You little baka, dare you insult the Yinglong Guard? Do you wish to die? Jin Baichuan shot to his feet, reflexively reaching for the Mo Dao slung across his back. But his hand met only empty air, no blade. And he hadn't anticipated encountering such vermin here. All he carried was a scholar's long sword, purely ornamental, intended solely to enhance his bearing. Its lethality likely fell short of a kitchen cleaver. Flustered, he turned urgently toward Lin Rong, only to see him already charging forward, sword drawn. You provoked us first. Let fists settle it now. Flustered, he turned urgently toward Lin Rong, only to see him already charging forward, sword drawn. You seek death. Miyamoto Heiji drew his katana with a metallic ring. Shink. At that critical instant, a lute note rang out, splitting into two razor-sharp sword energies striking toward both sides. The host of the establishment had intervened. Lin Rong reluctantly withdrew. Ni's true objective was never to subdue these Hua brutes. I beg each of you to grant this humble maiden a measure of courtesy. Should anyone raise arms again, I shall have no choice but to escort them from these premises. Lady Mingyu's voice chimed like jade pendants, crystalline, resonant, and serene. Such a rare moment, such exquisite company, yet you brandish blades like barbarians. Is this not akin to burning a zither to boil cranes? You Yinglong Guard shame the very name of Great Wu. From the second floor, Huang Yingxing rose and rebuked them sternly. And who, pray tell, are you, to presume authority over the Yinglong Guard? Bored enough to court a beating. How dare you? Lin Rong's brow furrowed sharply, retorting without hesitation. Insolent. Do you dare offend Master Huang? Apologize immediately. Such vulgar filth offends the ear. Lady Mingyu ought to expel you outright. The martial cultivators erupted in collective outrage. Their resentment toward the Yinglong Guard ran deep. Now, emboldened by Huang Yingxing's intervention, they unleashed it without restraint. Please remain calm. Should grudges persist, resolve them outside. The maidservant spoke again, whereupon all reluctantly acquiesced. Huang Yingxing cast one final penetrating glance at Lin Rong before slowly resuming his seat. Behind the silken curtain upstairs sat a young woman of 16, draped in a crimson gown beside a yakin. Her bearing was ethereal, like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Na white veil concealed her face, yet a tiny vermilion mole beside her left eye lent her an ineffable, delicate allure. Yet these two qualities, purity and allure, harmonized with uncanny grace. Madam, not only have envoys from the Hua royal court tracked us here, but the Yinglong Guard has also declared themselves outright, and that Huang Yingxing has pursued us relentlessly like a dog clinging to bone. The maidservant whispered, each seeks either to exploit our merfolk kingdom for his own ambition, or to possess your beauty. Not one offers genuine aid. Alas! Lady Mingyu sighed softly, weariness clouding her eyes. She knew this well. Yet the Hua pirates reigned unchecked upon the seas, and the merfolk kingdom stood on the brink of annihilation. Her only hope lay with Great Wu. She sought one person, someone capable of swaying Great Wu even if only partially, whether within the imperial court or among the Jianghu. At minimum, such a figure must serve as a counterweight to Wu aggression, thereby lifting the crisis threatening her people. And for this, she would sacrifice anything, even if that person had yet to fully rise. So long as he possessed potential, she would wait and invest everything in him. And she had already approached countless candidates, including even Xiantian heir to Prince Ning. Yet reason warned her such alliances were akin to bargaining with tigers. And thus, she deliberately held the sword dance assembly in Kaoshan County. Even a demon lord from Xiantian Prefecture would find her willing to offer herself as sustenance, if he could but aid her cause. Yet clearly disappointment loomed once more. "Shall we withdraw?" and the maidservant asked. And no, we've come this far. To leave abruptly would only offend these martial heroes. Let us wait. Regardless of whether others arrive, we shall begin as scheduled. Lady Mingyu spoke calmly, and then slowly the curtain parted, revealing her to the assembled crowd. And instantly silence descended, leaving only pounding hearts and ragged breaths. Outside the wine house, windows groaned under the press of onlookers. In Old Wong, what nonsensical scribbles were those? You captured not a trace of Lady Mingyu's essence. She's infinitely more radiant than your painting, Lin Rong muttered under his breath. I told you, it wasn't lifelike, Wang Chung grumbled crestfallen. I thank all esteemed elders and heroic masters for honoring me with your presence. NAS tradition dictates we begin with a literary examination. Those who pass may ascend to the second floor to navigate the Songhai Go Labyrinth. Lady Mingyu offered a gentle bow in explanation. And should one succeed in the Songhai Go Labyrinth, what then? Someone shouted provocatively from the crowd. Should one prevail, this humble maiden shall welcome him into my private chamber for an all-night discourse shoulder to shoulder. Lady Mingyu replied. An all-night discourse. Excellent. An all-night discourse indeed. Jin Baichuan and his companions nearly drew. Next, this young woman will present a melody for you all. If anyone can comprehend the heartfelt emotions within my music, I hope they will return the favor with a tune of their own. As Mingyu Fairy spoke, she returned to her guqin. What is this? Return a tune. The four of Hu Bugui exchanged glances, their faces filled with indignation. What is wrong with you? Lin Rong asked, confused. You should know that in previous sword dance competitions, the first round was always about composing poetry. Why has it changed to returning tunes this time? The four of them exclaimed in frustration. Enough. You can't even write poetry. How does this affect you? Lin Rong was well aware of their abilities. Alas, my 5 taels of silver. Hu Bugui clenched his fists, grinding his knuckles, and eventually couldn't help but pull out a note, crumple it, and chew on it. Lin Rong suddenly realized, you are so shameless. You actually hired someone to write poetry in advance, and now you act like big shots. Hee, we didn't mean any harm, we just wanted to get closer to see. He spent 5 taels. How much did you spend? What? You spent 10 taels. You 20 taels. Damn it, why did you come to me for this good thing? I could have written it for you. Lin Rong cried out in anguish. You all say we are on duty, risking our lives outside every day, getting blown by the wind and rained on. Is it easy to earn a bit of silver? To just throw it away like this? No wonder at your age you can't even afford to marry a wife. Lin Rong chided in a low voice full of righteousness. I have a wife, Jin Baichuan retorted. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui and the other 3 were too embarrassed to show their faces. Little did they know Mingyu Fairy had completely lost hope for this competition, which is why she deliberately increased the difficulty, wanting to finish early. Ding dong. The sound of the guqin rang out like babbling brook water flowing over a stone bridge filled with an indescribable sorrow. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the music ended. Lin Rong's eyes slightly closed, and after listening, he swept his gaze over the group of Japanese masters, instantly understanding. Once I go upstairs, I will showcase my treasure. I am not afraid that Taowai young master will not show himself. Lin Rong thought to himself, intending to use Mingyu Fairy to promote himself. I have a piece to share. May I ask the fairy for her appreciation? Huang Yingxing was the first to jump up, taking out a flute and playing a flurry of notes. It was as if he were expressing heartfelt emotions to a distant lover. After finishing, he proudly bowed to all sides, saying, Please forgive me. This guy plays pretty well. Chief, what should we do? None of us understand music. It's fine to listen in a brothel, but doing this. Hu Bugui panicked. What are you panicking about? Lin Rong scoffed. I say you all, when you have nothing to do, read more books. You should learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chief, can you play? The 4 of them were suddenly filled with astonishment. They wouldn't dare believe that Lin Rong actually had this skill. Isn't this the kind of thing only scholars can do? Then one by one, the self-proclaimed talented individuals began to showcase their skills. Is this it? Mingyu Fairy said, her face full of disappointment. May I ask the fairy to let me use the guqin? At this moment Lin Rong finally spoke up. Instantly a look of profound astonishment flashed in Mingyu Fairy's eyes. She had thought these few Yinglong guards were specially sent to warn the heroes of the martial world or to capture suspects. Perhaps it also carried a hint of warning. In response, if the fairy is unwilling, then so be it. Lin Rong, seeing the other party silent for a long time, shook his head. You Yinglong guards can kill a few people, but music? Haha, such noble matters are beyond your understanding, as mere killers. I say, my good sir, don't embarrass yourself here lest you disgrace the court's brilliance. Huang Yingxing sneered dismissively. Please don't mind, young master. I got lost in thought. Shall you quickly bring the guqin down for the young master? Mingyu Fairy, however, didn't bother with Huang Yingxing and spoke hurriedly. As the guqin was set up, Lin Rong carefully recalled the melodies he had heard in his previous life. In the next moment, zung, 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 with several notes ringing out, a chilling aura of slaughter filled the tavern. In an instant, everyone was covered in goosebumps. Even those who did not understand music felt as if they were on a battlefield. That tense atmosphere made their blood feel like it was freezing. Time swiftly passed. As Lin Rong played the last string, the music abruptly ceased. Does this tune resonate with the fairy's heart? Lin Rong asked calmly. It was only then that everyone snapped back to reality from the music. Huang Yingxing felt as if he had swallowed a dead rat. This tune was truly mesmerizing. But soon a hint of disdain surfaced on his face. Mingyu Fairy's music was mournful and pleading, while Lin Rong's was filled with killing intent. The two were fundamentally incompatible. The first place in this round undoubtedly belonged to him. May I ask, young master, does this tune have a name? To her surprise, Mingyu Fairy eagerly inquired. 10 Directions Ambush, Lin Rong replied nonchalantly. Quickly, young master, please take a seat. Mingyu Fairy said hurriedly. These 4 words directly conveyed her current predicament. It couldn't be more fitting. Her weeping music was a lament for the impending destruction of her nation, without a hint of romantic sentiment. Even if the other party could not become the final chosen one, she could still become close friends with him. Looking at Hu Bugui and the others, their mouths were agape, almost able to fit an egg. It seems Lin Chief really can do it. Lin Chief, what books do you usually read? Can you share your reading list with us? The 4 of them were filled with eagerness. If they learned this skill, wouldn't they have no shortage of women in the future? I read the spring and autumn annals. Lin Rong scoffed. Seeing the several people whispering quietly, not responding for a while, Mingyu Fairy felt a surge of urgency in her heart. It seemed she had been too neglectful before, causing the other party to be angry. She hurriedly said, Young master, I apologize for the earlier neglect. Please do not take offense, quickly take a seat. All right. Lin Rong was about to rise when he saw Jin Baichuan and the others looking enviously at him. Thus he halted his movements and with cupped hands said to the upper floor, Thank you for your kind intentions, Fairy. However, I share a brotherly bond with these few brothers living and dying together, and truly do not wish to seem above them. This place is good enough. It was my rudeness. Please let the 4 young masters come upstairs together. Mingyu Fairy slightly bowed again. Instantly Jin Baichuan and the others were so moved they were nearly in tears. What is brotherhood? This is what brotherhood is. It was only at this moment that Lin Rong and his group slowly walked upstairs under the envious and crazed gazes of the crowd. I believe you must be well-versed in both literary and martial arts. I wish you success in overcoming the Tsang high chess competition. Mingyu Fairy quickly invited them to sit. Rest assured, everyone knows that I am very formidable. Lin Rong nodded. It is time to unveil the treasures. Fierce. Xianzi Mingyu blinked in surprise. What I mean is, once I have successfully traversed the Shanghai chess trial, please prepare yourself in advance. A single person like you may well prove insufficient for an all-night discourse with me. Especially the words all night. He emphasized them heavily. At the same time, a knowing, subtly suggestive smile flickered across Lin Rong's face. One every man would instantly understand. Pak. Xianzi Mingyu inwardly spat in disdain, thinking this man is peerless in Qin art, surely a paragon of refined elegance. Yet how utterly vulgar he proves to be. Still she refused to yield in presence, and thus let out a cold snort. Just how fierce might your excellency truly be? Have you ever laid eyes upon an elephant? Lin Rong asked. An elephant? Xianzi Mingyu was instantly bewildered. Seeing her confusion, Hu Bugui burst into hearty laughter. Xianzi, you've never even seen an elephant. I old who once had the rare fortune of witnessing one. The trunk alone with a single lash could fell an entire tree. Ah, wait, what? Before he could finish, his face contorted in sheer horror as he stared at Lin Rong. Simultaneously, the onlookers suddenly grasped the implication, and for a fleeting moment gazed upon Lin Rong as if upon a deity. You're bluffing like mad. Then their expressions swiftly shifted to scornful disbelief. Doubt me? I possess a divine artifact. As Lin Rong spoke, he drew forth a jade casket from within his robes with a crisp rustle. Upon opening it, an intensely rich medicinal fragrance billowed outward in all directions. What extraordinary treasure is this? Why does merely inhaling its scent stir such a powerful impulse within me? Alas, this is the peach blossom, young master. It must be an aphrodisiac. Quick, cover your nose and mouth. Fear not, it is most certainly not. This is an exceptionally nourishing celestial elixir. Let me recall. Yangshan. It must be Yangshan, priceless beyond measure. Even its mere aroma exerts such miraculous effects. This specimen is undoubtedly fully matured. Once the crowd recognized the herb, astonishment and reverence mingled upon their faces. They were astonished that this man wielded such an extraordinary treasure so casually. Proof enough that his earlier boast held truth. He truly was formidable. And they revered him for daring to unveil such a thing before Xianzi Mingyu unflinchingly, like a true man. Unquestionably, any goodwill she'd previously harbored toward him had now vanished without a trace. Who knew whether this fellow was brilliant or utterly foolish? Only Jin Baichuan and his three companions understood Lin Rong's intent. So that was what he meant by grinding an iron rod into a needle. Who needs Yangshan most? Naturally, the lecherous rogue. Understand this, it is no crude stimulant that forcibly drains bodily reserves for transient arousal. Rather, it is a profound, fundamental tonic, a supreme restorative of boundless efficacy. With this spectacle now set in motion, the peach blossom young master would very likely seek Lin Rong out of his own volition. Most likely even now the peach blossom young master lurks somewhere, salivating in anticipation. Though astute observers knew full well that coveting Yangshan carried immense peril. Yet whether one accepts such risk hinges entirely upon whether the prospective gain justifies it. Lin Rong waited precisely for this opportunity. First lay the bait, cast the hook. Moreover, this grand assembly has drawn countless martial heroes deeply resentful of the imperial court. He would leverage that unrest to craft the perfect opportunity for the peach blossom young master. Please reserve such remarks until after you have passed the Shanghai chess trial. Xianzi Mingyu's gaze had grown piercingly cold. Crude, utterly crude. Huang Yingxing strode forward with a mocking smile. Xianzi, pray reveal your sacred artifact. These past days I have attained a new breakthrough in my martial cultivation. I am certain I shall succeed this time. Very well. Xianzi Mingyu nodded gently. With a graceful sweep of her hand, an ancient stone chessboard descended onto the central table. The surrounding crowd instinctively craned their necks, straining every sense to glimpse it. The board stood empty. Yet the moment Huang Yingxing's fan lightly brushed its surface, transformation began. Black and white pieces materialized upon it, forming a complex formation, then shifted rapidly, fluidly evolving. Commander, how skilled are you in chess? Hu Bugue hastily inquired. This is no mere contest of strategy. The pieces manifest only as projections of martial principles. Huang Yingxing now contends with the will embedded within the board itself. Lin Rong's gaze sharpened slightly. He perceived the mechanism instantly. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Repeated confrontation with the board's indwelling will could relentlessly temper one's martial spirit. Its efficacy surpassed ordinary martial training by more than tenfold. As time elapsed, fine beads of sweat began to gather upon Huang Yingxing's brow. Soon they coalesced and dripped steadily downward, quickly dampening his robes. Xianzi Mingyu remained perfectly composed throughout. Though Huang Yingxing hailed from the prestigious Huang clan's direct lineage, possessing exceptional talent and pedigree, she had long since dismissed him. Sure enough, after another 2 incense sticks time. Huff! Huang Yingxing reeled as if struck by a thunderclap, stumbling backward repeatedly. I beg your indulgence for my poor showing. Only after catching his breath did he offer a modest bow. I shall try. Another stepped forward, a rising star of the Jianghu. Yet within the span of a single teacup's time he faltered and withdrew. I shall try. A warrior from Hua Kingdom approached. Xianzi Mingyu. If I succeed, I ask only that you grant me an audience with His Highness Prince of Fushimi Palace. Alas! Xianzi Mingyu sighed. But before she could reply, he had already placed his palm upon the board and begun his trial in earnest. He was a ninja of Hua Kingdom, a prodigy chosen from among 1,000. His confidence ran deep. And indeed, he endured far longer than Huang Yingxing had. Yet still he failed. Xianzi Mingyu felt a quiet tremor of alarm. This man was merely a royal guard, yet possessed such profound foundation. Had Hua Kingdom not been so depraved, shameless, devoid of ethics, and steeped in bloodshed, perhaps the Jiaran Kingdom might even have submitted to them. Alas, there was no such possibility. After yet another succession of attempts, she finally turned her gaze to Lin Rong. This remarkably fierce young Master Lin. Shall you give it a try, eh? If not, this humble maiden shall take her leave now. She loathed this man who had dared to flirt with her from the very first moment. Of course I shall try. Lin Rong nodded. This was after all a rare chance to refine his martial path. With that he placed one hand upon the edge of the chessboard. As a subtle surge of qi flowed from his palm, his surroundings dissolved, and he found himself standing within a vast martial arena. Before him stood a solitary figure, sword drawn and poised. At Lin Rong's mental command, a long sword materialized in his grasp. Instantly the figure launched its assault. Duga 9 swords, sword-breaking form. Lin Rong responded with unruffled mastery, countering with peerless swordsmanship. In but 3 exchanges, victory was his. The Duga 9 swords, renowned for defeating all martial arts under heaven, were no empty legend. Then another figure emerged before him. This one wielding a spear, unleashing a ferociously dominant spear technique. Breaking spear style. Lin Rong effortlessly resolved the challenge in just a few moves. Subsequently, the whip wielder, the master of fist techniques, and the strong leg technique practitioners all stepped onto the scene. Lin Rong gradually began to feel some strain. However, the sword techniques in his hands remained steadfast, showing no sign of panic. After all, the sword techniques he possessed were of the great perfection level. With a casual flick, he could unleash its essence to the fullest. What he did not know was that at that moment Fairy Mingyu and Huang Yinxing among others were wide-eyed in astonishment. This was because the speed of the pieces on the chessboard was so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. As sweat began to bead on Lin Rong's forehead, Jin Baichuan and the others quickly stepped forward to guard him, preventing anyone from getting close. At this moment, Lin Rong must not be disturbed in any way. A full incense stick's time passed. Interesting, has the martial will of the masters throughout the ages of the Sharkman Kingdom been integrated into this? Lin Rong thought to himself. The figure before him remained steadfast, and they had already fought over 100 rounds with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, a tempest of emotions surged within Fairy Mingyu. That Songhai chess was a secret treasure replicated from the national treasure of the Sharkman Kingdom. When someone attempted to clear the challenges within, she could naturally see all the various changes. Clearing the challenges was not about who could endure longer. Rather, it was about who could clear the most challenges. Previously, Huang Yinxing had endured for a time similar to Lin Rong's current performance, yet the two were worlds apart. Huang Yinxing had only defeated 5 figures. In contrast, Lin Rong had already reached the final challenge. What kind of martial foundation must one possess to sustain such combat prowess? The person she intended to choose did not necessarily need to clear all challenges. After all, that was simply impossible for masters at the innate realm. Clearly, Lin Rong's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Not only is he unparalleled in the art of the zither, but in the martial arts within the same realm, he can also be considered unmatched. Why is such a talent so ostentatious? She harbored doubts and quickly instructed her maid to investigate. There was definitely more to this. Then she continued to watch Lin Rong's battle with full concentration. The Duga 9 swords in Lin Rong's hands gradually took on a strange charm. Lin Rong was completely immersed in the fight, oblivious to this change. He only felt that having an opponent of comparable realm who could match him was exceedingly rare. This battle brought him immense pleasure and exhilaration. He had no desire for victory, he was simply enjoying the fight. Let the strong be strong as the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge, let the arrogant be arrogant as the moon is embraced by the mighty river. No form surpasses form, understood in the mind, existing in the heart. Bring the wine. His martial will surged, and with newfound vigor, he suddenly opened his eyes. Without wine, how could one find joy? Quickly bring the wine. Fairy Mingyu hurriedly sent someone to fetch it. Although Lin Rong had opened his eyes, she knew the battle was still ongoing. At this moment, Lin Rong had entered a state of no self and no form. He was both the fighter, and soon a jar of wine was handed to him by Jin Baichuan. However, the moment Lin Rong took a sip, he spat it out. This has no flavor at all. Is this for women? Exchange it. Quickly change, bring the strongest wine. Before long, someone brought another jar of wine. Lin Rong popped the seal, embraced it with one hand, and gulped it down. Delightful. More wine. Not enough, bring more. Bring another jar. With the jars of wine crashing and shattering, Lin Rong's senses also became increasingly attuned. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on him. Deep within, they could not help but feel an intense premonition. Today, Lin Rong might create a miracle. The sword dance conference would thus be concluded by this person. The maid quickly returned and conveyed the information she had gathered to Fairy Mingyu. In an instant, Fairy Mingyu understood everything. Am I just a pawn to you? With her intelligence, she quickly pieced together the connections and could not help but roll her eyes at Lin Rong. At the same time, a sense of inexplicable loss emerged in her heart. It turned out that the other party had never aimed for her. Suddenly, the Songhai chessboard shook violently, and the rapidly changing pieces instantly vanished. The chessboard fell silent once more. He actually cleared it directly. Fairy Mingyu nearly exclaimed in shock. Looking at Lin Rong at that moment, his eyes sparkled brilliantly. Within them seemed to be the essence of stars. A profound will surged within. Sword intent, I have actually managed to cultivate my own sword intent from this. Only Lin Rong knew just how immense his gains were this time. Sword intent is a form of martial will. After obtaining sword intent, when he executed sword techniques, their power was significantly stronger than before. Most importantly, mastering martial will is the prerequisite for advancing to a grandmaster. Many peak masters spend their entire lives stuck at the peak of mastery. This is because they cannot comprehend their own martial will. Moreover, after obtaining sword intent, his mental strength had solidified like a sword. He could no longer be like before, instantly losing focus at the sound of a cry from an assassin. At this moment, Huang Yinxing naturally understood everything. A myriad of schemes flashed through his eyes, and then those schemes converged into a strong killing intent. The woman he had set his sights on, no one else could touch. The Huang family has always dominated the two northern states of Dawu, and he had the confidence. He quickly signaled to a person beside him with a glance. Lin Rong, you killed the gang of beggars leader without cause. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Indeed, the gang of beggars is known for their righteous conduct. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, do not think you can leave here. A large group of people immediately shouted angrily, their killing intent palpable. Fairy Mingyu, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to intervene. Do not panic, Fairy. I said I am quite formidable. Hic! Lin Rong let out a loud belch. Although his face was flushed and reeking of alcohol, his mind was remarkably clear. He did not want Fairy Mingyu to ruin his plans. He swayed over to the railing on the second floor, clutching the jade box containing Xiantian, and surveyed the experts around him. Is this how the gang of beggars has informed you? Regardless of the facts, you cannot casually kill a leader of the gang of beggars. Indeed, even if the gang of beggars is at fault, they should first present evidence be reviewed internally and then handled by the court. Do you really think we martial artists are just pigs and dogs for you to kill or seize at will? The young man of the Yinglong Guards, Fairy Mingyu, is the woman of our Fushimi Palace. I advise you to be cautious. A group of Japanese also gripped their swords tightly and pressed forward. Ha ha ha, what great courage. What does my court want to do? Does it need to pass your approval first? It's simply a joke. Arrogant. You do not regard my thunder fist at all. Baka, you are doomed. The crowd of martial artists and the group of Japanese were all furious. This was a blatant display of disdain. If they dared not act today, none of those present would ever raise their heads in the martial world again. Everyone surged out of the tavern. Jin Baichuan and his three companions were momentarily at a loss. They never expected Lin Rong to make such bold claims at this moment. No wonder, with so much strong liquor consumed. Can one not be muddled? No, Lord Lin, you are drunk. The Fairy Mingyu quickly stepped out to intervene, then coldly smiled at the crowd. You so many people, if you all attack a drunken Lord Lin together, do you not fear being ridiculed by the martial world? The experts here were not limited to the younger generation in the tavern. It was just that those older masters could not bring themselves to approach her. But Lin Rong's words dragged everyone into the mess. It should be noted that there were quite a few innate peak experts, and even half-step masters present. There were even hidden masters. No worries. Bring me the wine. Lin Rong directly declined Fairy Mingyu's good intentions, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he flew out with a jar of strong liquor. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived on the rooftop. The bright moon was like a disk, the moonlight like water. He took several hearty swigs, and roared, you little rascals, do you only have the ability to talk? The fairy saw this. He is seeking his own death, so no one else is to blame. Someone could no longer hold back and raised their hand, unleashing a barrage of poisoned steel needles. Unfortunately, as the sword shadow flickered, those steel needles returned along the same path, and that person instantly met their demise. What a ruthless poison. With such hounds in the court, one can only wonder how many heroes will suffer misfortune. Sanha's sect seeks counsel. An elder resembling a Taoist merging man and sword pierced forward. You bunch of useless trash, if you want to kill me, just do it directly, no need to find so many pretentious reasons. Lin Rong sneered, his steel sword vibrating as he unleashed the breaking sword technique. Merging with his sword, his form flickered rapidly, and in just 7 moves the elder's head was sent flying from his torso. The headless corpse fell with a thud onto the street below. The 5 wolves of Mabe, please enlighten me. 5 burly men leaped forward. Today counts as my turn too. Jin Baichuan shouted with great bravado, then looked at Fairy Mingyu. This esteemed one asks you to remain calm. If you act, Lord Lin will have to divide his attention to protect you, which would only be a burden. Fairy Mingyu quickly spoke to stop him. Thinking for a moment, she bit her teeth. At a critical moment, I will intervene. You. The eyes of Jin Baichuan and the others nearly bulged out. Then they felt a chill run down their spines. This woman was hiding her strength very well. You five are still not enough. I have said anyone who wants to come together. Lin Rong sneered, his face full of disdain. The Peach Blossom young master had truly inherited the authentic teachings of the Hehuan sect, and his combat power was indeed remarkable. The 100 Flowers sword was rarely met with opposition within the same realm. However, the people of this sect were a bunch of lowly scoundrels. If they did not grasp the situation well enough, they would not make a move. Therefore, he needed to create more chaos. Arrogant. 5 of us are enough to deal with you. The 5 charged up. Die. This time Lin Rong only used 3 moves to sever the heads of the 5. Now everyone was unable to sit still. A swarm of innate experts surged forward. What boldness! Such ruthlessness cannot be spared. Huang Yingxing also made his move. His palms glowed red, radiating terrifyingly hot true essence, casting out true qi like fire. Lin Rong immediately found himself in a bitter battle. As more and more strong opponents fell, his sword became slower and his movements grew increasingly laborious. It seemed he had reached the limit of his combat power. Of course, this was only intentional on his part. His current combat power could easily slay low-level masters. A pot of strong liquor, half a sword, 1,000 cups of courage under the moon. Galloping across 8,000 miles of the divine land alone, sword wanders freely. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Killing is exhilarating. He did not forget to drink while stirring the nerves of the crowd. Arrogant, so arrogant that my head is about to burst. Today, he must die. Brothers, let's charge together. The martial artist's eyes turned red. Lord Lin can indeed compose poetry. Pu Bugue and the others' eyes nearly popped out. They had thought Lin Rong was just boasting when he said he would write poetry for them. But now looking at it, the 4 exchanged glances, and they had made up their minds to buy several copies of Spring and Autumn to study hard upon returning. Seeing the Japanese still hesitating, Lin Rong was displeased. Damn it, today no matter what I cannot let you go. Wait until my military banner is raised across the world. I will ride to the Japanese emperor and reward him with cherry blossoms. With another gulp of strong liquor, he let out a low shout. Good brother Lin, well done. Instantly the blood of Jin Baichuan and his companions surged uncontrollably. A true man of Da Wu should be like this. Baka, you are treasonous. Kill him, kill him. To humiliate our Japanese emperor is a crime that cannot be forgiven. In an instant, a group of Japanese joined the battlefield. Die for me. Dugu Jiu Jian raising a wave of bloodlight. In the end, a group of Japanese was smashed into pieces. The scene was horrifying. Good kill, brother. Jin Baichuan roared. It's your turn now, Huang. Lin Rong thrust his sword directly into Huang Yingxing's arm. With the steel sword horizontal, that arm was instantly shattered. Then he prepared to behead him. Clang. At a critical moment, a figure flew in a heavy true qi, repelling the long sword, and then took Huang Yingxing and swiftly retreated. Lord Lin has great swordsmanship. My Huang family remembers this. It was an elder expert. Even he did not dare to engage Lin Rong in a life-and-death struggle. Aren't you coming yet? Lin Rong felt a bit anxious. The Peach Blossom young master had not yet made a move. However, those martial artists had already begun to waver. It should be noted that he was on the verge of throwing the Yang Shun to the ground, waiting for the Peach Blossom young master to pick it up. At a crucial moment, he gritted his heart and revealed a significant flaw. Bang! A sign black palm imprint was left on his back. Black nether palm. Instantly, all the martial artists felt a surge of joy in their hearts. The black nether palm is a martial art of utmost ease and poison. Being hit once, one will suffer from cold poison for life. Not only will the true qi within the body be contaminated, preventing any progress in cultivation, but the pain will also render one better off dead. Keek keek, it is indeed the black nether palm. Kid, you are too arrogant. This is all self-inflicted. A black figure swiftly retreated. It's time attack. The 7 blood swords immediately rejoiced and struck out. Due to the failure of the weeping ghost, they were now extremely cautious. They could not afford to strike prematurely. Obviously, this was a prime opportunity. 7 beams of bloodlight surged forth from all directions. Blood god cult. Lin Rong sneered inwardly. He shouted loudly, feigning a surge of true qi, and after a fierce battle, he finally managed to resolve the situation. At this point, the martial artists began to retreat one after another. Continuing to fight would be of little significance. After all, Lin Rong had already been hit by the black nether palm. Living would only be more painful than dying. Not convincing enough. Lin Rong was speechless and could only sheath his sword and return to the tavern. Jin Baichuan and Fairy Mingyu hurriedly followed. Brother, how are you? Jin Baichuan rushed to, I'm fine, just a bit cold. Lin Rong pushed him away. Young master, the black nether palm is extremely sinister. You cannot underestimate it. I have no way to relieve it here. I will immediately send you back to the Dawu imperial city. I believe there will be a solution there. Fairy Mingyu also wore a worried expression. However, Lin Rong did not pay attention, but focused his gaze tightly on the table where the Songhai chessboard was placed. On it was a letter tied with a peach branch. The Peach Blossom Young Master. When did this letter appear? Lin Rong asked. Hearing this, several people were taken aback and quickly focused their gaze. The Peach Blossom Young Master. Everyone felt a sense of embarrassment. He had just appeared in the tavern, yet they had not noticed him at all. It was not entirely their fault. After all, just moments ago, everyone's attention had been on him. Lin Rong did not linger on this and quickly opened the envelope. To the Peach Blossom Young Master, greetings from Lin Zongqi. I am deeply ashamed that the esteemed Zongqi has been thinking of me so much. Unfortunately, I have only one life and cannot directly offer it up. Actually, I have been in the county all along, never leaving. The Zongqi wishes to capture me, and I also desire the Yangshun from the Zongqi, and let us make a gentleman's agreement. Within 5 days I will commit another crime within the county, and after the crime I will remain for 3 days. If I fail to commit the crime, I will voluntarily surrender, or if I commit the crime, the Zongqi will capture me. If the Zongqi cannot achieve either, please willingly grant me the Yangshun. Yours sincerely. The ink was still wet, and it was written with the local pen and ink. Clearly the letter was hastily written after a fierce battle. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. After reading, Jin Baichuan was immediately furious. This was the most audacious rogue he had ever encountered in his life. He actually dared to inform them in advance that he would commit a crime in the county. How much did he look down on the Yinglong guards? Young master, do not be deceived by him. In my opinion, the Peach Blossom Young Master is delaying your treatment. You must know that with each passing day, the cold poison from the black underworld palm grows stronger. If this drags on, the consequences will be unimaginable, Fairy Mingyu said with concern. There will be plenty of time to catch this rogue. I have already had my maid prepare your belongings, and I will send you to the Great Wu imperial city immediately. I am the chief of the Yinglong guards, and capturing rogues is my duty. Lin Rong declared with righteous fervor, such a vile rogue having made his intentions clear, yet still wanting to commit crimes. How can I for my own safety watch as the common people suffer? Do not say more, I must personally bring this rogue to justice. At that moment, Fairy Mingyu became anxious. How about this? I will have Xiao Yu escort you to the imperial city, and I will stay here to guard Kaoshan County. Moreover, if you do not agree to the Peach Blossom Young Master's proposal, won't that solve the problem? She hastily urged. But I have already agreed. Lin Rong sneered. If he did not agree, wouldn't his black underworld palm be in vain? The other party must have seen this point and dared to be so reckless. Little brother, why are you so stubborn? Jin Baichuan was also anxious. If you do not go to the imperial city, then I will carry you there. No matter what, you must leave now. You cannot defeat me, Lin Rong casually said, and the other party immediately wilted. Jin Baichuan thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. It seemed that their only option now was to quickly capture the Peach Blossom Young Master. How do we inform the Peach Blossom Young Master that we have agreed? He asked. Very simple. Lin Rong wrote a few words and said, you will immediately send someone to hang this letter on the city gate, and the other party will naturally know. That's a brilliant move. Jin Baichuan nodded. This way the vigilance of everyone in the city would be heightened to the maximum. In that case, it would be much harder for the Peach Blossom Young Master to commit a crime. When the deadline arrives, regardless of whether the Peach Blossom Young Master keeps his promise, the face of the Yinglong guards would still be preserved. At that time, Lin Rong would likely agree to go to the imperial city for treatment. I will personally handle this immediately. Jin Baichuan hurriedly left. If Master Lin needs any help, feel free to let me know, Fairy Mingyu said again. Are you serious? Lin Rong's eyes brightened immediately. Surely Master Lin does not mean for me to lure the Peach Blossom Young Master into a trap, right? Fairy Mingyu looked surprised. Do you not understand my intention? Are you really willing to do that? What if the Peach Blossom Young Master succeeds? If that is the case, then that would be the best outcome. Lin Rong laughed heartily. Not good. Fairy Mingyu, angered, turned and left. She was completely convinced. Ha, Lin Rong laughed loudly as he left with Hu Bugui and the others. Soon the news spread throughout Kaoshan County. Instantly everyone was on edge. The wealthy families rushed to spend heavily to hire experts for protection. The Yinglong guards also increased their patrols. At Jin Baichuan's insistence, many of those who were out on assignments were urgently called back. However, the effectiveness of the patrols was not very good. Those martial artists always tried every means to find trouble hindering their actions. The next day, Lin Rong also stepped onto the streets, his face bearing an unhealthy iron-gray hue. Those with keen eyes could tell that this was the manifestation of the cold poison from the black underworld palm. After patrolling for a while, Lin Rong returned to the 100 households office, his gaze fixated on the map of the county's layout. Lin Zongqi, I have had the worst luck. Guess who I ran into on the street? Hu Bugui walked back angrily. Yin Dang and his group were not only indulging in food and drink at Minghua Tower, but they also did not help and went out of their way to cause us trouble, trying every means to obstruct our secret surveillance. It was evident that he was quite furious. Who else besides Yin Dang? Lin Rong asked. County Magistrate Wang Jin and those from the 6 doors, as well as the county's captains, they are all present. Hu Bugui was furious. Lin Zongqi, they are simply too arrogant. Why don't you send a direct message to Ling Qinhu? No need. Lin Rong shook his head and a hint of joy actually appeared on his face. Then I have no other way. Lin Zongqi, you continue with your work. I will take a nap. I need to be in good spirits for tonight's continued surveillance. Hu Bugui said, then returned to his room. It seems that the Peach Blossom young master will be captured tomorrow. Lin Rong relaxed completely. In fact, he had not been idle the previous night. He had nearly exhausted the soul-tracking incense. Fortunately, this item could still autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the loss would be great. I should also get a good sleep. With that thought, Lin Rong yawned. And suddenly a group of people filled with killing intent blocked the entrance of the 100 Households office. Lin Rong, get the hell out here. The leader was none other than County Magistrate Wang Jin. He reeked of alcohol, clearly having spent the entire day drinking and just coming out from the tavern. However, his face looked extremely grim, his corpulent body writhing and trembling. How are you handling the case, huh? You have been ordered to capture the Peach Blossom young master, and after such a long time, there is still no result. You incompetent fool. I will report you, and I will not rest until we settle this matter. Little brother, it's terrible. The county magistrate's house has been raided by scoundrels. Jin Baichuan rushed in, dragging Lin Rong up from the bed. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. Someone bring a basin of cold water to wake up Lin Zongqi. Jin Bai, take it easy. I am a seriously ill patient right now. Lin Rong said, clearly dissatisfied. We miscalculated. Who could have imagined that the Peach Blossom young master would be so audacious as to directly attack the county magistrate's house? What's most surprising is that he acted on the very first day after issuing the challenge. And even more unbelievable is that scoundrels usually operate at night. Jin Baichuan trembled as he spoke. Brother. Lin Rong said earnestly, don't be so anxious. With your urgency, I thought it was your sister-in-law who was attacked. He acted as if it had nothing to do with him. How can I not be anxious? Jin Baichuan gasped for breath. The Peach Blossom young master case has already been submitted to the Yinglong Guard. This is our responsibility, and the county magistrate's house has suffered, which is of great significance. The higher-ups will definitely punish us. Moreover, this case is particularly serious. Its severity is appalling. How severe can it be? Lin Rong's eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. You don't know Wang Jin's wife, including his 4 concubines, 3 daughters, and even his mother. Jin Baichuan struggled to say. Oh, Lin Rong suddenly became interested. Isn't Wang Jin's wife just about to give birth to her 3rd child? How are the daughters so grown up already? It's not that simple. Before marrying formally, Wang Jin was with a maid, so he already had a daughter. The youngest is only 14 and the oldest is 16. After marrying, due to excessive indulgence, he couldn't have children with his legitimate wife. Fortunately, the Yuanguang temple was effective, but you destroyed it. Jin Baichuan explained. The 3 children born to his legitimate wife are still in split-crotch pants, alas. That's not the point, little brother. Jin Baichuan was at a loss. Right, that's not the point. The point is the Peach Blossom young master's taste really that heavy? Even Wang Jin's mother. Lin Rong was astonished. His mother has some cultivation and is well maintained. Although she is older, I still see her charm lingering. TSK. No, I mean, little brother, what's wrong with you? This isn't the point either. Jin Baichuan was speechless. Lin Rong's questions left him dumbfounded. You're anxious again. See, you're anxious again, aren't you? Lin Rong remained calm. Firstly, although the case is in our hands, the county magistrate isn't idle. He can't maintain peace for the people, and now he can't even manage his own household. That's his own incompetence. What does it have to do with us? That's true. And aren't Yin Dang and the men from the 6 doors at his house? He is a deputy commander, and if he can't manage it, isn't it normal for us as 100 households and a total flag to be unable to handle it? The higher-ups won't blame us. If that's the case, then I'm really not anxious anymore. Jin Baichuan finally. That Peach Blossom young master must be having a great time today. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Hu Bugui and the others also calmed down, finding a place to sit down, and started chatting idly. The reason for this is that they felt a sense of relief. Aren't you impressive? Aren't you the one causing us trouble? Well, now you've put yourself in danger. So should Wang Jin just keep cursing outside? Jin Baichuan asked again, chasing away the guards and using foul language. What kind of decorum is that? Lin Rong waved his hand lightly. All right, I'll go. Hu Bugue directly led his men to clear the area. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and tomorrow we'll go capture the Peach Blossom young master. By the way, could you ask the guards to prepare some food for me and bring it to my room? There should be fish, meat, chicken, both vegetarian and non-vegetarian, with all flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. None can be missing. I'm currently a seriously ill patient. As Lin Rong spoke, he burrowed back into the blankets. Early the next morning, Lin Rong set off with a group of experts. The atmosphere in the county was far tenser than the day before. Lin Rong asked while walking on the road. The mother-daughters and concubines have all been through a few rounds of hanging. Fortunately, they were discovered in time and rescued, but is legitimate? Lin Rong asked while walking on the road. The mother-daughters and concubines have all been through a few rounds of hanging. Fortunately, they were discovered in time and rescued, but his legitimate wife Wang Wu is relatively stable emotionally. Lin Rong asked while walking on the road. The mother-daughters and concubines have all been through a few rounds of hanging. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, Lin Rong said calmly. Lin Rong, I won't let this go with you. After squatting the whole night, Wang Jin finally saw Lin Rong and rushed forward to grab his clothes. Jin Baichuan stepped forward. Wang Jin, you dare to touch my little brother, I'll cut you down with one knife. He is currently a seriously ill patient. I will definitely report you and heavily report you. Wang Jin's face turned purple with rage, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. All right, once we catch the Peach Blossom young master, we will call you when processing him. Jin Baichuan had no choice but to appease him. I must have him executed by 1,000 cuts. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Wang Jin's face contorted with rage. No need to go that far. After all, in a sense, he is also your false father's son-in-law, and I'm a fellow of the same path. Your family relationship is a bit complicated. Lin Rong, fearing that the other party would get too angry, couldn't help but comfort him. Apu. As a result, Wang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Lin Rong slowly strolled on the street, rubbing the small bottle of Soul Pursuit. As he passed by some doorways, he would knock on the doors to take a look. Until he reached a rather desolate courtyard in the east of the city, he couldn't help but stop. Whose house is this? He asked. This is the home of the former governor of Yingzhou, Old Master Qin, Jin Baichuan explained. Information about the Qin family quickly surfaced in Lin Rong's mind, and suddenly a rich smile appeared on his face. Zongqi, does this family have a problem? But I mentioned it before, and you said the Qin family was fine. Hu Bugue looked puzzled. The Qin family should be fine, but the Peach Blossom young master has a problem. After speaking, Lin Rong waved his hand, and several Yinglong guards immediately went up to knock on the door. Meanwhile, the hidden Yinglong guards quickly surrounded the Qin residence, pulling back the strong bows and crossbows. Not far away, Yin Dang and the others who had been following felt a sense of impending doom. Could it be that Lin Rong really found the Peach Blossom young master? No, absolutely not. The gate of the Qin family swung open. The Yinglong guard is here to investigate, and we have some questions for your master, Hu Bugue said, shaking the token at his waist. Yinglong guard. The housekeeper was startled and quickly replied, please wait a moment, my lord. I will inform the master right away. Ha ha, what a wind that brings the lords of the Yinglong guard here. Please come in, come in. Qin Xingyan, holding a scroll, hurried over to greet them. He was the former governor of Yingzhou. With little cultivation, his hair had turned gray, exuding an aura of scholarly righteousness. I apologize for the intrusion. I have come here mainly to seek someone from the former governor, Lin Rong said directly as he entered the courtyard. With his 5 senses fully activated, he could not be deceived by any movement in the Qin residence. Thus, he was not worried about the Peach Blossom young master escaping. You came here to find someone. Qin Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, then a cold smile appeared on his face. Everyone here knew the situation. This group of Yinglong guards must be out of their minds to come looking for someone. Of course, as he had nothing to hide, he would not obstruct them. Quick, summon everyone in the house who can move to come and listen to this lord's inquiries. He waved his hand. Soon a group of housekeepers and a scholar approached. This is my son Qin Zian. These are all the housekeepers of the residence. Oh, and I have an elderly wife, but she has been bedridden for many years, so you gentlemen are probably not here to look for her. Qin Xingyan introduced. Of course, Lin Rong said, clasping his hands as he began to let the housekeepers pass by him one by one, until only Qin Zian was left. Could I trouble young Master Qin to come over here? Upon hearing this, Qin Zian's expression showed no change, and after a slight bow he walked over. Everyone looked puzzled. Only Lin Rong knew that as soon as this person approached him, the light from the soul-chasing jade in his arms flared up to its utmost intensity. If the Lord has no other orders, I will return to my studies, the Peach Blossom young master said, bowing slightly, ready to leave. For some reason, as soon as he came near Lin Rong, his heart began to race. If it weren't for his strong cultivation suppressing it, he would have already revealed himself. Peach Blossom young master, I have long heard of your name like thunder in my ears. You previously sent a letter to my flag, and I have now come to meet you. Why not reveal your true appearance? Lin Rong asked casually. Peach Blossom young master. Where? The Peach Blossom young master feigned panic, quickly looking around. At this moment Jin Baichuan and other experts had already surrounded him tightly. They had seen such situations many times. What is going on? Are you saying my son is the Peach Blossom young master? Qin Xingyan reacted suddenly furious. My son has no talent for martial arts. How could he possibly be the Peach Blossom young master? You are talking nonsense. Although I have not been in the court for many years, you cannot slander me at will. However, the Yinglong guards paid no heed and directly pressed the Peach Blossom young master to the ground. Then Jin Baichuan personally went to check his face, wanting to tear off the human skin mask. After a flurry of grabbing and touching, he was stunned. Lin, my brother, this is not a human skin mask, it's his real face. Moreover, there were indeed no true energy fluctuations within him. Seeing this, Qin Xingyan grew even angrier. You can't capture the real Peach Blossom young master. Do you still want to use my son as a scapegoat? Old governor, do not be anxious. I will definitely give you a reasonable explanation, Lin Rong said as he approached the Peach Blossom young master. Clang! The steel sword was drawn, and then with one thrust he aimed to pierce the Peach Blossom young master's dantian. The Hehuan sect was no small sect, but its inheritance was certainly not simple. The opponent must have mastered a very high-level disguise technique, needing no human skin mask, able to change appearance and even body shape and height directly through true energy. As long as his cultivation was crippled, the opponent would immediately reveal their true form. Of course, his certainty came not only from the soul-chasing incense, but also from the fact that the opponent's concealing technique could deceive Jin Baichuan, but not his five senses breathing technique. You. Qin Xingyan was so angry he could not speak. Is this what you call an explanation? In an instant his eyes seemed to crack, nearly causing him to faint. Impudent. At a critical moment, Yin Dang leaped in, and a flying knife flew in an instant, deflecting Lin Rong's sword. Yin Dang knew very well that since Lin Rong dared to act directly, he must have sufficient evidence. However, he pretended to be confused. He absolutely could not allow Lin Rong to succeed. In the end, it would just be a misunderstanding. After all, Lin Rong was indeed stabbing the young master of the Qin family, Qin Xian. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Rong said, unfazed. He had endured Yin Dang for a long time. If it weren't for his intentional action, would the other party have been able to deflect his sword? Bang! Just then a tremendous force erupted. Even Jin Baichuan was pushed back repeatedly. Just now Lin Rong had drawn his sword directly, and the Peach Blossom young master knew that continuing to pretend was meaningless. The only option now was to escape. What? Qin Xingyan was completely stunned. Oh, everything before him exceeded his imagination. When did his son possess such a formidable cultivation? Yin Dang colluded with the Peach Blossom young master. His crime deserves to be punished. Yinglong guard, obey orders, kill without mercy. Lin Rong shouted furiously. Meanwhile, Yin Dang's heart turned to ice. Lin Rong had given him no chance at all, directly placing such a heavy hat on him. However, the next moment, he grinned wickedly. The only person he feared here was Lin Rong. Unfortunately, Lin Rong had already been affected by the Black Ming Palm, and it was fortunate if he retained half of his strength. Want to set me up for a slaughter? Not a chance. He gritted his teeth. At this point, he simply decided to assist the Peach Blossom young master. After all, it was Lin Rong who wanted to kill him first. There would be plenty of excuses to gloss over this matter. However, in the next moment, he felt a slight chill around his neck and realized his vision was rapidly right. In a brief moment of consciousness, upon realizing he had been decapitated, endless frustration surged in his eyes. What a swift sword. Was this really the effect of the Black Ming Palm? That felt good. Lin Rong sheathed his sword and then went after the Peach Blossom young master. With so many Yinglong guards outside, strong bows and crossbows were ready, or at least stalling the Peach Blossom young master for some time would not be a problem. When he finally chased outside, he saw the Peach Blossom young master being led by a woman in a white veil, strolling over. Lord Lin, since you are injured, it is better not to recklessly use your true energy. The Mingyu fairy's voice was crisp. The Peach Blossom young master had also had his cultivation abolished and had returned to his original appearance. My son. At this moment, Qin Xingyan also rushed out. Qin Xingyan rushed out of the mansion, hurriedly searching all around. What have you done to my son? Where is he? He quickly asked Lin Rong. Is that not him? Lin Rong pointed at the dead figure of the Peach Blossom young master on the ground. If you have released him, please kindly inform me, my lord. Qin Xingyan bowed, showing his restraint as a scholar managing to hold his tongue at a critical moment. This Peach Blossom young master used a disguise technique to make himself look like your son and has been hiding in your home. I am here to apprehend him, Lin Rong explained. Then does that mean my son is? At this thought Xiantian nearly fainted. Do not worry, old magistrate. Not all thieves are the same. A debaucher is not the same as a mountain bandit. Especially in your case, they are unlikely to kill. Lin Rong reassured him. Generally speaking, debauchers, especially those of the level of Peach Blossom Young Master, do not kill the original person when disguising themselves. They would only incapacitate and hide them. After all, if a murder occurred and the family reported a disappearance, it would expose them even more. Moreover, it would attract greater attention and pursuit from the court. A case of flower picking is not on the same level as a murder case. Furthermore, if he has been a flower-picking thief for years, adding murder to his record would make his life even more difficult if the court decided to send powerful masters after him. Lu Hui took action, and soon the Peach Blossom Young Master confessed everything. The real Xiantian was hidden inside a box in the house. Seeing Lin Rong busy, Mingyu Fairy couldn't attend to anything else, and had no choice but to leave first. Case closed. Lin Rong waved his hand. Mission accomplished. The 18 dragon subduing palms great perfection has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. Due to the host's outstanding performance in completing the mission, a reward of 20 blind boxes is given. Mission accomplished. The 18 dragon subduing palms great perfection has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. Due to having delayed too long in Kaoshan County, Lin Rong set off with his men on horseback the next day. Brother, you really are something, actually having a heart-protecting mirror prepared in advance, making us worry for so long. Jin Baichuan sent him off particularly impressed. Of course, this was just a fabrication from Lin Rong. In reality, he had the 9 Yang divine skill to protect him, and the black nether palm was nothing. Even after enduring a dozen blows, it would have been no problem. Arriving at the bridge, Jin Baichuan stopped, saying, Brother, since a beauty is here to greet you, I want to accompany you further. Remember what you promised me last night. Once you rise in rank, you must find a way to have me transferred under you. He bid farewell with a grin. On the other side of the bridge, Mingyu Fairy, accompanied by her maid, was riding 2 white steeds, gazing this way. Let's scout ahead. Pu Bugue and the others snickered and quickly urged their horses to leave first. Lin Rong quickly thought it over and then rode forward. Before he could speak, Mingyu Fairy took down her veil. What? This person looks incredible. Lin Rong's eyes widened instantly. He had never imagined there could be someone in the world so exquisitely beautiful. Her figure was graceful, full where it should be, slender where it needed to be, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. The perfect unity of elegance and allure, each smile and frown could deliver a powerful impact. Lord Lin, do I look good? Mingyu Fairy smiled coyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, making one's heart race. Your Highness, you should put your veil back on. I must attend to my duties, so I will take my leave now. Lin Rong hurriedly tried to leave. Knowing that I am the princess of the Mermaid Kingdom, I suppose, Lord Lin, you also have quite the background yourself. Mingyu Fairy was even more satisfied with Lin Rong. Your Highness, you think too highly of me. I am merely the general flag of the Yinglong Guard. As for your true identity, if after all this I still can't guess, then the Yinglong Guard should just disband. Lin Rong cupped his hands. Although he knew her intentions, he still held to his principle to keep his distance. Free cannons cannot be fired. This was a lesson he learned in his previous life. Either the other party is unwell, or there is a significant risk easily leading one to be trapped, or it could be a scam, or there might be a heavy price to pay later. Whichever it is not a good thing. He spurred his horse to leave, but surprisingly Mingyu Fairy continued to ride closely behind. Clearly her horse was far superior to his, and he could not shake her off. What is the point of this? Lin Rong had no choice but to stop and sighed, saying, Please, Lord Lin, you must promise me that if possible in the future, you will surely save our Mermaid Kingdom. Mingyu Fairy dismounted and directly knelt down, saying, I am willing to give everything for this, right? Our people of the Mermaid Kingdom have a special bloodline that can help others enhance their martial arts, she said as a red pearl slowly floated out from her mouth. This is a pearl that any girl from the Mermaid Kingdom with martial arts aptitude has cultivated since childhood. It can provide immense benefits to her husband for a lifetime. If someone can have a wife from the Mermaid Kingdom, their cultivation speed can be increased by at least 20%. I am just a general flag. Even if I return and get promoted, it would only be to 100 households. To save your Mermaid Kingdom, you should seek to befriend the Crown Prince. Well, even if our dynasty has no Crown Prince, you could still try to find Prince Ning. Lin Rong was truly speechless. This woman was completely a thunderclap. I'm not saying now, but in the future. Mingyu Fairy quickly replied. The Mermaid Kingdom can hold on for a few more years, or even 10 years, and the problem will still not be too great. For a country this time can be said to be near extinction. However, for an individual, it is not too long or too short. Lin Rong fell silent, and after a long while he turned his gaze back to Mingyu Fairy. Do you know why it is so difficult? Please instruct me, Lord Lin. Mingyu Fairy's eyes brightened instantly. The answer is simple because you always think of making deals that are— Do you know why it is so difficult? Please instruct me, Lord Lin. Mingyu Fairy's eyes brightened instantly. The answer is simple because you always think of making deals that are not of equal value. Do you think everyone who can help you in this world is a fool playing with fire and chaos? The Mermaid Kingdom cannot consider everything. No matter who you look for, you will have to sacrifice something, whether it be territory, soldiers, or sovereignty. Just you alone is far from enough. Given your current situation, you can only choose the lesser of two evils. Decide what you are willing to sacrifice and align with the corresponding force. You should deliberate on this. With that said, Your Highness, do not linger further. Farewell. After speaking, he flicked the reins and galloped away. That night in the inn, Lin Rong integrated the 18 dragon subduing palms. Having mastered this martial art, his strength reached the 9th layer of the innate realm. Not bad, him about to advance to the master level. Lin Rong felt quite pleased. Indeed, this renowned martial art lives up to its name. Of course, the greatest benefit comes from the increase in combat power. He then continued to open the blind boxes. The host opened a blind box and received 4 innate pills. The host opened a blind box and received 3 washing marrow pills. The host opened a blind box and received the complete volume of the Divine Foot Classic. The host opened a blind box and received 1 enlightenment pill. After all the blind boxes were opened, Lin Rong's face was filled with joy. Among the 20 blind boxes, many good items were revealed. First and foremost, it was the Divine Foot Sutra. This supreme internal skill is only slightly inferior to the 9 Yang Divine skill. Moreover, this internal skill has a significant advantage. That is its simplicity. Anyone can practice it, and the speed of progress after cultivation is exceptionally fast. Zhuang Juxian from the Tianlong world, who was just a third-rate character, became one of the top powerhouses in a short time after cultivating this internal skill. As for the wisdom pills, they are specifically for animals. After consuming them, animals can awaken a level of intelligence comparable to humans. In this world, animals that have gained intelligence are referred to as spirit beings. Once spirit beings cultivate to the point of being able to transform, they are called demons. Such entities are quite rare. The remaining valuable items are 7 innate pills. Unfortunately for him, at this moment these few pills were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If he wanted to use pills to achieve a breakthrough in his realm, he would need the more precious true essence pills. The 4 did not hurry back, but leisurely enjoyed the journey, trying out anything fun or interesting they encountered. After all, having worked on a case for so long, shouldn't they indulge a little? After a full 7 days, they finally returned to Jiangbei Prefecture. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, they found over 20 Yinglong guards led by Lung Qianlu waiting for them. Is this for a punitive expedition? Hasn't it only been a few days? Is it really necessary? Lin Rong muttered to himself. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was a new golden arrow insignia below the 4-clawed golden dragon on Lung Qianlu's left chest. Congratulations, Uncle Lung, you've been promoted. Lin Rong quickly dismounted to offer his congratulations. The golden arrow is a mark of a commander. Among the Yinglong guards, those above 1,000 households are commanders, but above the commanders, there is no grand commander. Instead, they directly report to their respective commandants. Although the ranks of commanders and grand commanders differ, there is no subordinate relationship between them. The only difference lies in the scope of their jurisdiction and its importance. In other words, a commander can completely disregard the grand commander's opinions. Good lad, you've made quite a name for yourself now, even winning the favor of the Mingyu Fairy. Impressive. And after the battle at Minghua Tower, it seems the entire Wang Prefecture is buzzing about you. You've hidden yourself quite well. Lung Qianlu came over and put an arm around his shoulder. Congratulations, Lin Zongqi. No congratulations, Lin Baihu. During this official trip, all the matters of the Peach Blossom young master are insignificant. What matters is that you have caught the Emperor's eye. Yes, it won't be long before Lin Baihu is promoted to 1,000 households, right? Enough said, you must treat us tonight. The others quickly surrounded him. The main credit still goes to the 1,000 households, no more precisely to the commander for his wise coordination and strategic planning. I merely followed orders and did my job, nothing remarkable. Lin Rong quickly replied seriously. You don't need to flatter me, those here to welcome you are all familiar faces, ha. Although Lung Qianlu said this, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. His initiative to come out and greet them was not standard protocol for subordinates. However, he had no choice. His position as commander was largely thanks to Lin Rong. This position was newly created, and it didn't mean that the Wang Prefecture Pacification Office was entirely under his command. Only the 5 prefectures in the northern Wang prefecture were separately assigned. The higher-ups' actions clearly indicated their lack of trust in Grand Commander Jiao. Without Lin Rong's earlier reminder, he would never have shown such determination in subsequent matters. Thus, he would not have been able to sit in this position. It should be noted that this time, in recognition of his loyalty, the rewards included not just an official title, but also additional techniques and a substantial amount of cultivation resources. In a short time, he had already reached the peak of the 6th rank master realm. A group of people chatted and laughed as they returned to the 1,000 Households office, which should now be called the Pacification Office. His colleagues were all waiting there. I suppose there's nothing more to say next. Regardless of the results of our previous wager or the authority I currently possess, I can directly appoint Lin Rong as a 100 Households officer. Long Qianlu walked to the front directly, pulled out a document, stamped it, and then handed it to Qi Yuyu for filing. Shortly after, the new identity token was also quickly delivered. Lu Guo and Zhao Jing stood to the side, their faces dark enough to drip water. However, they dared not provoke Long Qianlu any further. After all, he was now a commander. Only the 1,000 Households officer could not be freely appointed or dismissed. Someone like them could be swept out of the door with just a word. Lin Baihu is lucky, I admit my admiration. Zhao Jing clasped his hands, though he still felt 1,000 grievances inside, his words laced with sarcasm. Seeing this, Lin Rong merely cast a faint glance at him. He then stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Long Qianlu. Reporting to the commander, I have a bounty to present. Oh, show it to me. Although Long Qianlu felt puzzled, he still nodded. As Lin Rong spread his hands, a corpse fell out from the spatial ring. This display instantly evoked envy from many. This spatial ring must have been gifted by the Mingyu fairy. This was a shared thought among them. After all, spatial rings can only be forged by martial saints. They are exceedingly precious. Currently, only Long Qianlu possessed one in the entire pacification office, and it had just been awarded from above. Lin Rong had never concealed the existence of his spatial ring. After all, who doesn't have secrets? Such things are common, and no one would come to inquire. What bounty is this? 100 Households stepped forward and flipped the corpse over. What the hell, Fan Jiansheng? With this exclamation, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at Lin Rong, their eyes wide like saucers. They recalled the events that had transpired. The case documents of the sunken ship in Taoxian had never been filed. What does this indicate? Fan Jiansheng must have been dealt with by Lin Rong while in Taoxian. No wonder Lin Rong volunteered to take on the case of the lecherous criminal back then. When they looked at Zhao Jing again, sympathy flashed across their faces. They sincerely admired Lin Rong for this move. Poor Zhao Jing, he lost so much hair for nothing. This. Zhao Jing hurriedly examined the corpse closely. After confirming, he went into a daze for quite a while. Only then did he extend a trembling finger pointing at Lin Rong, but he couldn't utter a single word. Excessive, far too excessive. Lin Rong, since you killed Fan Jiansheng, you should have informed us. Winning like this is not honorable. A voice of discontent suddenly emerged from the crowd. Lin Rong turned to look. Xiong Taisan. Mission issued, new officer establishing authority, crush Xiong Taisan. Mission complete, reward golden crotch skill, great perfection. Golden crotch skill. Lin Rong felt a surge of joy within. Although this was not an exceptionally powerful martial art, it was undoubtedly very important. Especially for men. Is this how you speak to Shangwan? In the next moment, Lin Rong glared at Xiong Taisan, his voice cold as ice. Before his words fell, a whip kick landed squarely on Xiong Taisan's face. The familiar recipe, the familiar taste. However, this time he did not continue to strike. As a dignified 100 householder, he still needed to pay attention to his own identity. With a wave of his hand, Hu Buguwei and the others rushed forward and began to unleash a flurry of blows. In an instant, the air was filled with screams. The onlookers merely watched coldly. Fools, they had seen many, but those as foolish as this were a first for them. Wearing a straw hat and chewing on a pig's jaw, he couldn't even tell the difference between them. Lin Rong was now in his prime. Even if you felt indignant, you should hold it in. Lu Guo stood to the side, feeling a surge of frustration, but dared not utter a word. It was not until the end that Long Qianlu could no longer bear to watch. Enough, Lin Baihu, that should suffice. After all, we are colleagues. He intervened. Task completed, golden crotch skill, great perfection has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Hu Buguwei, Wang Cheng, Lu Hui, you three have contributed to the case. Effective immediately, you are promoted to trial 100 householders still under Lin Rong's command. Thank you, Commander. The three were overjoyed. Trial 100 householders were typically promoted from a however, they were merely postnatal cultivators. This was no small matter. More importantly, it was a cross-level promotion. Everything was due to Lin Rong. After arranging some matters, Long Qianlu concluded the formalities. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Rong, who naturally understood. In the back hall, a group surrounded Lin Rong, insisting he treat them. Hu Bugue arranged the Xiantian pavilion and make sure each brother is well taken care of. Lin Rong said as he pulled out 1,000 taels of silver notes and handed them over. Don't worry, Lord Baihu. Hu Bugue quickly accepted them, his face filled with excitement. Seeing Lin Rong's generosity, the others couldn't help but feel delighted. With 1,000 taels of silver, each of them could at least order 5 dishes. This Lin Baihu is quite generous. I'm heading to the inner hall for a bit, see you tonight. Lin Rong cupped his hands. Haha, understood. Has he arrived? Lung Qianlu set down the documents in his hands, a smile on his face. Uncle Lung, this time I couldn't get to the bag. That peach blossom young master is a miser, and the Hahuan sect's legacy isn't with him. Lin Rong spread his hands helpless. I didn't mention this to you. Lung Qianlu waved his hand dismissively. The benefits he had gained were already significant. The small profits from the case were hardly worth mentioning. I wanted to tell you that the 5 prefectures in the northern part of Guangzhou are now independent as the town patrol office, and the commander has added 3 more Qianhu positions, expanding the subordinate personnel. One of the Qianhu is designated from above. Oh, I don't know the background, and neither does the commander. As of now, no relevant information has been sent over. However, one thing is certain, that person's background is not shallow, and he is definitely one of the emperor's people. He has specifically named you to be under his command, so you should prepare yourself mentally for this matter. Does he want me to be his subordinate? Lin Rong frowned, racking his brain to understand the intricacies of, you killed Yin Dang, didn't you? Lung Qianlu asked again. He colluded with the peach blossom young master, and I had no choice but to take no prisoners at that time. Alright, that's not important, he's just a deputy Qianhu who doesn't even know his own name. He brought this upon himself. No matter the reason, if he's dead, there's no need to bring it up again. Lung Qianlu said indifferently. What matters is that your new superior is somewhat dissatisfied with this, and beyond that, he has some opinions regarding your slaying of numerous martial artists and making a name for yourself. Be careful yourself. Uncle Lung, can you think of a way to transfer me to another place? Even if it's just managing a county, that would be fine. Lin Rong urgently pleaded. It was clear that if this matter settled, his good days would come to an end. There's nothing I can do, he just arrived, and I can't refuse his first request. Moreover, since you are a newly promoted 100 householder, it is normal to be assigned to the newly established Qianhu department. But don't worry too much, no matter who he is, since the higher-ups didn't directly make him the commander, but rather assigned him under my command. It shows that I still have the final say here. You go first. If he intends to make things difficult for you, he'll transfer you out. This way I want to offend the relevant. Lung Qianlu said. Alright. Lin Rong was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Uncle Lung, is that person male or female? I don't know. Alright, I'll be taking my leave. That night, Xiantian pavilion was packed. The next day, Lin Rong emerged with dark circles under his eyes. He went home and slept the entire day. It wasn't until he was awoken by a rumbling stomach that he got up. Let's go eat something at the West Street Tavern. He freshened up and then slowly stepped outside. At this moment, in the tavern's back courtyard, the sound of a zither filled the air with a chilling intent. If Lin Rong were present, he would surely be astonished. For this was precisely the piece he had played at Wangyue Building 10 Sides Ambush. Amidst the fierce zither notes, eunuch Chao silently descended, carrying a corpse in his hand. This piece seems to have been composed specifically for me. It's exquisite, truly exquisite. As the music came to an end, a long sigh followed. Reporting to the master, I have brought the corpse of the black underworld ancestor. Eunuch Chao finally dared to speak. Find a place to dispose of it and feed it to the dogs. Additionally, are you certain he wasn't injured by the black underworld palm? The black underworld palm is exceptionally vicious. We cannot afford to be careless. Reporting to the master, that is confirmed. At that time, Lord Lin had deliberately set this up to lure the peach blossom young master, so he had preemptively placed a heart-protecting mirror under his clothes. Good, in that case I can rest easy. Master Lord Lin has arrived at the tavern. You may withdraw for now, do not let anyone know you are here. I understand, I will take my leave. Lin Rong ordered his dishes, and before long Zhang Xiaotsai came again, a wide grin on his old face. Lord Lin, congratulations on your promotion. Zhang Xiaotsai cupped his hands. I heard you've gotten involved with the Mingyu fairy. You must have seen her true appearance. Quickly tell me, what does she look like? He rubbed his hands, impatiently awaiting the answer. I say, you old lecher, you're a scholar. Can't you have a bit of... Lin Rong couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old fellow had truly revealed his true nature. Come on, what's there to say? You won't lose anything. Zhang Xiaotsai persisted. If I tell you that woman is a powder keg that could explode at any moment, so I kept my distance, would you believe me? Lin Rong scoffed. You who goes to Xiantian Pavilion every few days, do you think I would believe you? Zhang Xiaotsai immediately wore a look of disdain. The matter of immortal maiden Mingyu was not discussed further. Come, let us drink heartily together today, Elder Lin. Zhang Xiaocai beckoned the waiter and had another jar of immortal drunkenness brought forth. Lin Rong did not stand on ceremony. Only before this childhood friend, someone he had known since youth, could he truly relax. They chatted freely, bantered without restraint. After all, they had nothing pressing to do. As for visiting the pleasure quarters to listen to music, they had already done so the previous night. Returning today would hold no novelty. Moreover, he had never truly gone there merely to enjoy the melodies. Rather, he had attended with a critical eye, utterly unlike those who reveled in mere entertainment. As time slipped away, their tongues grew thick with wine. Elder Lin, my life has long settled into its course. To speak plainly, have you ever contemplated accomplishing something truly extraordinary in yours? Zhang Xiaocai asked, exhaling warm, fragrant fumes of alcohol. Extraordinary? What sort of extraordinary feat? Let us speak freely as drunk men do. If given the chance, would you accept the throne? Do you wish to be exterminated to the 9th degree? If you seek death, do not drag me along. Ha ha, have you not always relished heretical topics? Moreover, why should such thoughts remain unspoken? Does not every man harbor them secretly in his heart? Then let me tell you plainly, I would not take it. Lin Rong rolled up his sleeves and let out a thunderous belch before continuing. Zhang Xiaocai, listen well, do not imagine the imperial throne is enviable. There is an old saying, the heights are too cold to endure. Today I shall recount to you 100 ways an emperor may die. Let this broaden your horizons. Oh, tell me, quickly. Zhang Xiaocai hastily refilled his wine cup. First, let me recount the red pill affair. An emperor seeking to consolidate his authority ingested red pills, and though his health briefly improved, he perished within days. Second, consider the tale of Emperor Zhengde's drowning, an accident perhaps, yet surely engineered by those scheming scholar officials. Third, and this one will astound you, I shall unveil a sovereign who died of syphilis. You may scarcely believe it when you hear it. Unnoticed, dawn's pale light began to seep across the eastern horizon. Zhang Xiaocai, stunned speechless are you? Today I've delivered 46 methods of imperial demise, the rest must wait until next time. Lin Rong swayed unsteadily toward the door. Do not rush, the sky is not yet fully light. Zhang Xiaocai seized his arm. You have yet to declare your lifelong aspiration. To serve steadily as 100-house commander, and then find ways to amass wealth, marry, and raise a family. Something grander. To shatter the celestial vault. We asked for your vision, not a vow that invites heaven's thunderbolt. Zhang Xiaocai's face darkened. Then, let me linger a few more years, strive to ascend to Grand Commander, and ideally be posted to Suzhou, Hangzhou, or Jinling. Places of mist-wrapped mountains, limpid waters, and gentle, graceful maidens. Lin Rong staggered drunkenly. Zhang Xiaocai, you cannot fathom how splendid the south is, far surpassing the north. When the time comes, I shall bring you along too. You may reopen your tavern there, and I swear no one shall dare oppress you. So, you offer me your protection. Zhang Xiaocai tilted his head slightly, asking, what is that worth? We're old friends. This meal is on me and your protection is assured. Burp. Then what of my few modest acres, and my family members at home? Will you protect them as well? Then the next meal is also on me. It is settled. I shall take your words as a solemn pledge. I am off. Lin Rong staggered away. No sooner had he vanished beyond the threshold than eunuch Chao appeared, rushing forward to steady Zhang Xiaocai. Master, your body must not indulge so recklessly in wine. This humble servant shall expel the intoxication from your system. His face was etched with deep concern. That whelp's liquor tolerance rivals mine. He nearly laid me low right here. Zhang Xiaocai retorted, and instantly vomited violently. After retching for a long while, he straightened up and asked gravely, did you record everything he said? This humble servant has recorded it all. Elder Lin bears no treasonous intent. Eunuch Chao hastened to reply. Who bade you note that? Whether he harbors treasonous intent, is that for him to decide? An overwhelming aura of imperial authority suddenly suffused Zhang Xiaocai's countenance, yet vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Then summoning every ounce of patience, he explained earnestly, I meant the 100 ways an emperor may die. Record them meticulously, study them thoroughly. Vigilance is paramount. This humble servant understands, fully understood. Eunuch Chao nodded repeatedly. Thereafter, with no immediate assignment, Lin Rong remained at home practicing diligently each day. Meanwhile, Lung Qianlu busied himself deploying personnel across various divisions. As commander of the newly established Jinfu office, his responsibilities were immense. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, several Yinglong riders galloped back under cover of night. Reporting to the commander, we have traced them. The blood god sect's lair lies precisely here. A squad leader presented a detailed map. Lung Qianlu's face lit up with triumph. After such sustained planning and pursuit at last, results. Unfolding the map, he murmured. Yunluo Mountain. Excellent. Most excellent. Having just ascended to commander, I sought a great merit to present to the imperial court, and now opportunity arrives unbidden. He tapped the table lightly, lost in thought. Destroying the blood god sect's lair served not only to earn distinction, but to restore honor to the Yinglong Guard. The annihilation of 100 House Commander Zhao's entire detachment could not be dismissed so easily. Yet to ensure absolute certainty, Lung Qianlu ultimately resolved to verify the site himself and orchestrate preparations with meticulous precision. You have labored hard. Rest well. Before Lung Qianlu finished speaking, his figure had already dissolved into thin air. For the next fortnight, massive contingents of Yinglong guards converged secretly upon Yunluo Mountain from numerous Qianhu offices, except for Zhongbei Prefecture where no movement stirred. After all, it lay nearest to the target. Beneath an outward calm, turbulent currents had already begun to surge. Commander Long, by imperial decree we too have arrived to assist. Two slender, austere Taoist masters leapt down from the back of a colossal eagle soaring overhead, landing gracefully in the courtyard and bowing respectfully to Lung Qianlu. They were diviners from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Celestial Eagle Taoist, Five Mountains Taoist. Your reputations precede you. Pray enter. Lung Qianlu hurriedly ushered them indoors. After hours of intense deliberation around the map, orders finally began issuing forth from Zhongbei Prefecture. 100 House Commander Lin. The commander requests your presence. Hu Bugui and the others arrived to deliver the summons. A new superior officer has arrived. Let us go. Lin Rong concluded his cultivation session and rose swiftly. Upon entering Lung Qianlu's inner chamber, he found himself alone. No assistant, not even Shi Yuyu, was in sight. As for any new superior officer, it simply did not exist. Uncle Lung, what has occurred? Lin Rong asked aloud. Come, look at this. Lung Qianlu pointed to the map, now densely annotated with countless markings. The blood god sect's lair has at last been located. Ordinarily, you would accompany your direct superior, but he has yet to report for duty. Thus I shall assign your mission personally. Lung Qianlu explained. Yunluo Mountain. Lin Rong's gaze fell upon the map, beginning a careful analysis. It is also located by the river of the surrounding mountains, but on the western bank. Although the name of this mountain is pleasant, it is a desolate and treacherous place. The altitude is extremely high, the terrain is steep, and the summit is covered with snow year-round, rarely visited by humans. It is reasonable for the blood god sect to establish their stronghold here. As for the transportation of goods, Uncle Lung, have you investigated the relevant merchant ships? If this place truly is their stronghold, then the supply must be transported by water. We can roughly judge the number of bandits in the mountain by the quantity of goods transported. The corresponding merchant ships have already been investigated, but there are no suspicious activities. Their goods should be transported from Yunhe County, taking the Tongbei Avenue and entering through the Western Mountain Pass. Lung Qianlu explained. Seeing Lin Rong frown, he laughed heartily. You need not doubt I have personally surveyed the area. There is indeed a formation covering Yunluo Mountain. If it were not the stronghold of the blood god sect, who would be willing to incur such great costs? Then for this mission, where should I go? Lin Rong ceased his contemplation and turned to ask. Since Lung Qianlu had personally investigated, it should be without issue. Originally, we had enough manpower for this mission, but how could I forget you in a good situation? I am still waiting for you to be my deputy commander. This time we are besieging the true stronghold of the blood god sect. There will certainly be a grand battle among masters, so I won't let you go to dangerous places, Lung Qianlu said, pointing to a location north of Yunhe County. Taiping Town. There is already Jin Baichuan stationed there. I need not elaborate on who he is, you are also old friends. Moreover, among his men, there are a few trial captains who came from Taoxian, Lung Qianlu explained. You can go and take advantage of the situation to gain some credit. They surely won't say anything against it. Thank you for your support, Uncle Lung. Lin Rong quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Hu Bugui and the others also revealed knowing smiles. Taiping Town is the harbor of Yunhe County, located more than 30 miles from Yunluo Mountain, with steep cliffs and deep valleys in between, making it impossible to traverse. It is entirely unsuitable for the movement of large groups. Even if the blood god sect's monsters were to break out, they would certainly not choose this direction, unless they took the water route. But how could Lung Qianlu not have made arrangements for this? The task of guarding Taiping Town is not heavy. They are merely going there to play a supporting role. Once the encirclement is over, they can also take credit. However, it is not entirely leisure for you. If possible, handle these two matters in Yunhe County. Lung Qianlu tossed out 2 documents. Those evil cultists actually want to play the east and west diversion tactic on me, he said, unfolding one of the documents to explain. After we complete the encirclement of Yunluo Mountain, a logistics military post in Yuna County caught fire, damaging many military supplies. Clearly this is their desperate move to divert our attention. When you arrive there, see if you can investigate this case thoroughly. If you discover any infiltrators among the military, you can deal with them first and report later. Also, this case involves a group of mountain bandits north of Yuna County. If you have the time, eradicate them as well. It would also be a significant achievement. He said, searching through the documents on the desk behind him. After a while, he finally found another document and tossed it onto the table, too lazy to even open it. This is the corpse demon case, a rather elusive matter. Just take a look. It is probably just the ramblings of those foolish men and women who are seeing things. If you are interested, investigate. If not, forget it. Anyway, no one has been harmed, and the county office is worried it may be related to the evil cult, which is why they reported it. Alright, you should hurry and set off as well. After saying this, Lung Qianlu went back to his own affairs. Mission issued: assist in the eradication of the Blood God sect's stronghold to redeem past disgrace. Rewards will be distributed based on the host's specific contributions. Lin Rong collected the 3 documents, and along with Hu Bugui and the others exited the room. Then they visited the document repository and instructed to check for information possibly related to the 3 cases before finally leaving the town's administration. They were in no hurry, as they were merely going to play a supporting role. Although the distance from Jiangbei Prefecture to Yuna County is roughly the same as to Kaohsiung County. However, the former has a direct road, the Tongbei Avenue, which is the lifeline of the demon subduing pass. Thus their speed was not slow. They reached within the county territory in just 3 days. Lin Baihu, there is a merchant convoy ahead. I just inquired, and they are headed to Shiyao village. Wang Chung returned on horseback, reporting in a low voice. Shiyao village is the closest place to the bandit den in Yuna County. Then let us first head to Shiyao village to take a look. Lin Rong nodded. It is better to investigate the situation along the way, as this is something that must be done sooner or later. What are you transporting in your carts? Hu Bugui approached to inquire. Grain. The merchant convoy's members did not hide it. Business people are generally quite talkative. Moreover, with the demeanor of Lin Rong and the others, the merchants also intended to cultivate relationships, so both sides quickly became acquainted. These grains should be enough for 400 or 500 people for half a month, but can you sell them all this way? Lin Rong casually asked. I presume the distinguished guests have never been to Shiyao village. There are no good fields there. The villagers mainly survive by collecting herbs, hunting, and cutting wood, the leader of the convoy named Han Yang explained. They rely almost entirely on outside supplies for food, which is not the same as elsewhere, so the demand is very high. I see, Lin Rong nodded. Since I have never been to Shiyao village, let us go with you to take a look. That would be great. Right now this area is plagued by bandits. You distinguished guests clearly possess exceptional skills. If we travel together, we will have an extra layer of safety. Han Yang was immediately overjoyed. About an hour later they arrived at Shiyao village. It is a village located on the side of a hill. The terrain is steep with only a stone staircase leading up. Lin Rong and the others tied their horses behind a bamboo forest and walked up on foot. Who goes there? A cold shout came from above, followed by the sound of a bowstring being drawn tight. Hey Wu Laosan, don't be nervous. You don't recognize me. Which month do we not come to your village 2 or 3 times? Han Yang called up loudly. Oh, it's you guys, the person above laughed heartily. Then more than a dozen able-bodied villagers came down to help carry things. If the merchant convoy does not deliver grain, they have nothing to eat, so the villagers are always willing to lend a hand. Lin Rong and the others directly entered the village. The village was not large. After Lin Rong walked around, he found a tea shed to rest for a bit. Old man, I've heard that this area is not peaceful, yet your village seems so serene and everyone appears completely untroubled. Don't you fear those mountain bandits? While sipping tea, Lin Rong asked. Alas, the mountain bandits are causing quite a stir. Those wealthy families should be worried. Our place is poor and desolate, and the bandits seldom come here. The old man waved his hand dismissively while sitting at the table. That is true, your village is indeed easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if the bandits come, it won't be easy for them to conquer. Lin Rong nodded and continued, however, it seems there are very few able-bodied young people in your village. You four seem quite extraordinary. Are you people from the court? The old man's eyes flickered slightly. You jest, old sir. We are merely merchants collecting medicinal herbs. We heard that you can find rare medicinal treasures here, so we came to take a look. Lin Rong laughed heartily and inadvertently revealed the bulging pouch at his waist. Oh, I see. If you're here to buy medicine, you've come to the right place. The old man nodded, suddenly becoming much more enthusiastic, and began to clarify things for Lin Rong. He feared that Lin Rong and the others might overthink and delay their purchasing of herbs. The people in our village either gather herbs for a living or hunt and chop. These are all tasks that require going into the mountains. Young people can't afford to be idle. As for the mountain bandits, to be honest, we are indeed afraid of them. But no matter how scared we are, we still need to eat. The bandits may not necessarily come to kill, but those without food will surely starve. It's understandable that you noble ones, having not experienced the lives of us common folk, do not know our hardships. The old man sighed. Old man, since you noble ones are here to buy medicine, why not quickly bring out our good stuff for the nobles to see? An old woman walked out from the shed. She carried 2 rolls of dried snakes stretched on bamboo slips and hurriedly placed them on the table. In an instant, Hu Bugue stretched his neck to get a better look. This old woman surprisingly had 6 fingers on her left hand. Lin Rong quickly patted his shoulder, and only then did Hu Bugue shyly retract his gaze. The old woman also felt quite embarrassed and quickly pulled her hand back into her sleeve. Nobles, please do not laugh. I have had an extra finger since childhood. The old man accompanied her explanation with a smile. 6 fingers are a type of deformity and are not a big deal, but for these farmers it is hard for them to accept. Lin Rong didn't ask further. After buying some medicinal materials, he took his leave. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Lin Rong mounted his green-maned horse and finally spoke. That group of mountain bandits is quite interesting. Let's go take a look at their den now. Interesting. Wang Cheng pondered over this phrase. Has Lord Baihu already discovered something amiss? What do you think about Shiyao village? Lin Rong asked. There's nothing wrong, it's quite normal. Hu Bugue scratched the back of his head and affirmed. Wang Cheng and Lu Hui also looked certain. It's just a village, perfectly normal in every way. Alas, I told you to read more books when you go back. Have you done that? Are you busy every day reading that book I recommended, Spring and Autumn? Lin Rong said, speechless. Did you not hear what the merchant team said? They transport grain to the village 2 to 3 times every month. I roughly observed the village's population, including those who are away. It's about 400 to 500 people. The grain transported each time lasts about half a month, and the quantity varies with each transport. 2 to 3 times a month is completely reasonable. Lu Hui affirmed. Didn't you notice that the grain delivered is all fine grain? Lin Rong turned to glance at the 3 and asked again. What's wrong with fine grain? Isn't it still enough for so many people to eat? Moreover, they don't have fertile fields here, so they don't produce grain. Hu Bugue was confused. No grain, but they don't produce wild vegetables and fruits. Lin Rong shot him a glance. Do you think everyone is like you, eating lavishly every day? Ordinary villagers do not eat fine grain every meal. They usually have half fine grain mixed with wild vegetables. Even so, they can only have 2 meals a day. Plus, if they hunt, there will definitely be some yield, which also counts as food. Now calculate carefully, how many people can this grain feed? So that grain should be enough for about 12 to 1300 people. Wang Cheng suddenly realized. Indeed, he is Lin Baihu. How come they hadn't thought of this before? Now think from another perspective. If you lived in Shiyao village, would you really not fear mountain bandits? Would you dare to be so relaxed? Lin Rong smiled lightly. After all, these are mountain bandits. Who wouldn't be afraid? They are poor, so the bandits wouldn't bother to go there. Hu Bugue muttered softly. Old Hu, when you have free time, think of some ideas and use your brain more. If they were really poor, could they afford so much fine grain? Wang Cheng had now completely understood, and he chastised them with a mature tone. Moreover, if the bandits don't rob for money, do they not rob for women? Oh, I see now. Shiyao village must be in cahoots with those mountain bandits. The people in Shiyao village are probably the families of those bandits, and the grain they bought is mostly sent to the bandit den. Hu Bugue finally understood. Lin Baihu, I'll go get people right away to take Shiyao village first. Once we grasp the bandits' weakness, they won't dare to resist. Indeed, as expected of Lin Baihu, we can avoid a bloody battle and easily achieve merit. Hu Bugue was delighted and was about to ride off quickly. Come back. Lin Rong said, speechless, and quickly pulled him back. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Hu Bugue and the others looked puzzled. Have you ever seen a group of mountain bandits with so many families living in the same village? Lin Rong explained. That's not right. If that's the case, all the things you just analyzed were pointless. Hu Bugue was even more confused. That's why I said that group of mountain bandits is indeed quite interesting. After Lin Rong finished speaking, he spurred his horse and galloped away. Mission issued. Resolve the bandit problem. Mission complete. Reward blood blade technique, great perfection. Beside an extremely steep stone mountain in the dense forest, Lu Gui and Zhao Jing sat on the ground in a disheveled manner, their faces filled with frustration. Because the town guard office had added 3 positions of Qianhu, and only one was already determined by the higher-ups, Lu Gui naturally wanted to occupy one of them. His cultivation had reached the level, but unfortunately his achievements were still insufficient. Thus, he wanted to seize this opportunity before the encirclement and assault began. Originally, with his master-level strength, he believed it would be a piece of cake. However, the bandits turned out to be extremely tricky. They were caught off guard and ended up with a face full of dirt. Damn it. That group of bandits is definitely not to be underestimated. They have 3 peak innate realm experts, and they even mastered a combined martial art that could match me. Lu Gui slammed his iron spear onto the ground, his face full of helplessness. What's worse is that they even have firearms. How can mountain bandits have such things? Zhao Jing had a look of relief. Just now he had almost been shot. A firearm can inflict severe injuries on a postnatal master. As long as it doesn't hit the head or vital organs like the heart, death is nearly impossible, at least in theory. For innate masters, it is generally quite difficult to be killed outright by a firearm. Moreover, even a top-tier martial artist or a postnatal expert holding a firearm would find it extremely challenging to aim and lock onto an innate master from a distance. However, that is in an unknown scenario. If a dozen or even dozens of people wield firearms and fire simultaneously, especially with scattered iron pellets, an ordinary innate master would have to concede. Just now, if Lu Gui hadn't kicked him away in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I've heard that the 1,000 household from the logistics military station in Yunhe County is a complete fool, utterly useless, and now it seems true. Lu Gui gritted his teeth in anger. You must understand that the Great Martial Dynasty has extremely strict regulations on firearms. Even within the Yinglong Guard, 100 household is required to deploy them, and the procedures are extremely cumbersome. Every item must be checked and returned after use. Damaged ones must be reported, and lost ones are subject to strict investigations with related personnel possibly facing severe consequences. Not to mention firearms, even craftsmen skilled in relevant forging techniques are strictly controlled. The court supports them, providing money, grain, land, and housing, but grants no freedom. It is simply a fantasy for civilians to forge firearms privately. Thus, these firearms must have flowed out from the military station. As they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed for the 1,000 household named Zhu Zhichang. Even if you are in logistics, you are still part of the regular army, yet you were robbed of firearms by bandits. Why don't you find a tofu block and crash into it? If it weren't for the relationship that this guy's cousin's nephew has with the Ministry of Revenue, this incident alone would be enough for him to lose his head. It seems that without deploying a large army to encircle and suppress, we definitely won't be able to take this place. Lu Gui stood up, ready to leave temporarily. At that moment, Lin Rong and his 3 companions appeared in the distance. Moi. The 2 exchanged glances and a fierce look surfaced on their faces. No one has ever dared to toy with me, Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing snorted coldly, his fists cracking ominously. He had been unable to sleep for days due to anger over the matter concerning Fan Jianxing. His hair was even falling out in clumps. As for the hatred between Lu Gui and Lin Rong, there was no need to elaborate. Xiantian was still lying in bed. His favorite concubine was constantly demanding vengeance for Xiantian. What a narrow road for Lu Gui's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Baihu, it has been a while since we last met, and I truly miss you. The 2 swiftly moved to block Lin Rong and his companions. What are you doing here? Hu Bugui asked, astonished. He had seen the mission assignment map. These 2 should be among the main forces at the western mouth of Yanluo Mountain. Naturally, we are here to exterminate bandits, Lu Gui sneered. I suppose Lin Baihu is here for the same purpose. Perfect. My team is short on manpower. From now on, you will follow my orders. He wore a face of certainty, having already plotted in his mind. Directly letting Lin Rong take the lead as long as he could restrain one of the 3 peak innate masters in the bandit stronghold, the extermination would surely succeed. At that time, regardless of what happened, Lin Rong and his 3 companions would inevitably perish at the hands of the bandits. It was the perfect solution. Why should we listen to you? Wang Cheng sneered. It was obvious that these 2 fellows had no good intention. You dare to act this way in front of an officer. Get off your horse immediately, Zhao Jing shouted angrily. Officer? What officer? Lin Rong sneered. Lu Gui, have you forgotten your name? This 100 household is certainly not someone you can command. This is the distinction between a regular and an auxiliary position. If one were a regular 1,000 household officer, they could freely command subordinate 100 household officers. Even if the 100 household officer is not under their command, during a mission, the 1,000 household officer can directly call upon them. If the 100 household has no valid reason to refuse, they cannot. Auxiliary positions are different. The power in hand stems entirely from the authorization of the regular position, and once the task is over, it is revoked. To mobilize 100 household. Unless you have a good personal relationship, who would listen to you? Lu Gui couldn't help but snort heavily, his face immediately turning iron gray. This bandit group poses an unknown risk to the success of this overall mission, and I must eliminate them today. Lin Rong, you have only two choices now: either dismount immediately and obey orders to assist. The second option. As he spoke, the killing intent on his face was no longer concealed. If you refuse to help exterminate the bandits, I have every reason to believe you have ties to the Blood God sect, and I can exercise the authority of first strike, followed by reporting. Nonsense. Lu Gui, do you dare to touch us, fearing the wrath of the commander? Hu Bugui shouted angrily. I've long heard that you Hu Bugui are not very bright, and seeing you today it proves true. Just look at this place. If a few people die, who will know? Zhao Jing scoffed. Lin Rong, let me be clear today: you either lead us in a battle or die right now. You want me to lead the charge for you? I think I'll just kill you first. Before he finished speaking, Lin Rong leaped off. In the next moment, the sound of dragon roars echoed. A golden dragon-shaped palm force quickly gathered in his hand. What a powerful aura! Could he have already advanced to a master? Lu Gui's face instantly turned pale as he felt an icy chill in his heart. Just from the aura, he could tell how terrifying this palm technique was. Lin Rong, I was wrong earlier. Let's talk this over. He quickly executed his spear technique to defend while shouting. Whatever you have to say, save it for the King of Hell. A golden dragon violently surged forth. Lu Gui's iron spear was broken in an instant as the palm force surged through him, shattering his internal meridians in an instant. His cultivation was completely wasted. Lin Bai Huyu, Hu Bugui and the others were instantly petrified, their hearts filled with shock. They had not expected Lin Rong's strength to have reached such a level. Killing a master was like slaughtering a dog. Secondly, they did not expect Lin Rong to be so decisive. This was a deputy thousand household. No, don't kill me, my uncle is the Minister of War. Zhao Jing was already frightened, pale, quickly kneeling to beg for mercy. However, how could Lin Rong leave behind a future threat? At such a time, even if your father was the Minister of War, it wouldn't help. He swiftly retaliated with a palm, directly crippling him. Lu Gui and the others lay on the ground, coughing blood repeatedly, their eyes filled with fear. However, at this moment, Lin Rong was not in a hurry to kill them. He glanced at Hu Bugui and the others, then turned indifferently and returned to his horse. As Hu Bugui and the others felt his gaze sweep over them, they instantly felt a chill down their spines. They had never experienced such bone-chilling coldness. In the next moment, Wang Cheng and Lu Hui reacted. Lin Rong was forcing them to declare their stance. Realizing this, they slowly drew their weapons, their faces pale. After all, this was about killing a master-level deputy thousand household and the nephew of the Minister of War. You always say I'm not bright. I think it's you who are foolish, dawdling around for what? Hu Bugui had already stepped forward swiftly and stabbed fiercely into Lu Gui's chest. He was not foolish, he simply had a simple mind and not enough varied thoughts. In the face of great moral issues, he saw through things clearer than anyone. Wang Cheng and the others felt a surge of determination upon seeing Hu Bugui like this. They hurriedly rushed forward, surrounding Lu Gui and Zhao Jing, and launched a fierce attack. In the end, they were nearly turned into minced meat. Lu Hui, if I remember correctly, you are quite skilled in erasing traces of a crime, Lin Rong said calmly. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it thoroughly and efficiently. This time, I will use corpse disintegrating fluid, and even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't find a single clue. Lu Hui promptly began the subsequent operations. Once everything was dealt with, Lin Rong's gaze towards the three men changed. From now on, these three men were completely bound to him. In Lin Rong's heart, they were finally his loyal subordinates. It was also time to properly enhance their cultivation. Let's go to the mountain stronghold. Lin Rong gently patted the horse's back and led the way. Lin Bai, who should we discuss this further? Wang Xing suggested. From the earlier disgrace of Lu Gui and his companion, it was clear that capturing the stronghold would not be an easy task. No need. The four quickly arrived at the base of the cliff. Looking up, the stronghold was perched on a mountain over 100 meters high. The cliff had already been dealt with by the bandits. All the protruding stones above had been ground smooth, making it impossible to find any foothold even with lightness techniques. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Rong. He retrieved a steel nail from Lu Hui. This was a tool for punishment. With a wave of his hand, the steel nails fell like a rain of pear blossoms, swiftly piercing into the stone wall. You hounds below, I advise you not to waste your effort. Two have already come by, and they fled more disgracefully than dogs. Even if you gather 3,000 elite soldiers, you won't be able to capture our stronghold. Ha! Someone shower them with arrows. The bandits above naturally noticed them. In the next moment, arrows began to rain down like a storm. In addition, some had taken out firearms, the dark muzzles aimed downward, waiting for Lin Rong to climb to a suitable distance before they would open fire. Firearms. Lin Rong was momentarily taken aback. However, it was just a fleeting surprise. He pushed Hubugue and the others away with a swift palm. Then he moved like lightning, transforming into a blur, swiftly ascending using the steel nails. His footsteps left no trace in the snow, executed to perfection. With all his might, he unleashed the 18 dragon subduing palms, the dragon-shaped force swirling around him. The incoming arrows were directly absorbed, becoming part of his palm power. The 18 dragon subduing palms were fierce and unparalleled, truly domineering. Fire! With the command given, a series of booming sounds erupted from above. Qin Wang rounds the pillar. Lin Rong grasped a steel nail, his body suddenly swaying, and with an incredible speed, he traced an arc through the air, landing on a ledge several dozen feet away. He easily dodged all the iron pellets fired at him. This person's lightness skills are simply astonishing. Is he perhaps a mid-tier or even high-tier master? He's coming up, let's attack. Inside the stronghold, Yao Guang, Yao Zhong, and Yao Yi were all filled with astonishment. This person was far more powerful than the previous master. Attack together. As they spoke, 3 thick iron spears fell into their hands. Then as they executed their spear techniques, the 3 spears twisted like giant pythons, their profound energy interlinking greatly, enhancing their momentum. Kill. Thousands of spear flashes surged toward Lin Rong. Indeed, this is quite interesting. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rong's mouth. This spear technique was inherently impressive, fiercely dominating. Furthermore, these 3 had mastered an advanced joint attack martial art. This made it even more precious. He landed on the ground, spreading his legs to stabilize his form, while the true energy in his palms surged. The dragon rises with regret. Roar! With the sound of the dragon's roar, a golden giant dragon emerged behind him, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, Yao Guang and the others spat out blood, their bodies flying backward like fallen leaves. Do you want to keep fighting? Lin Rong fixed his gaze on the 3. We concede. Yao Guang struggled to rise, seeing that the others wanted to rush forward. He quickly smiled bitterly and stopped them, saying, "Don't struggle, it's useless." With just one move, Lin Rong had instilled despair in him. With such skills, you must be a master of the Yinglong. We 3 are the bandit leaders here. You can take us to claim credit. However, within the stronghold, many are captives we brought, and they do not wish to be bandits. They are merely forced by circumstance. In a sense, they are also victims. I hope you, my lord, can investigate this and let them return home. Yao Guang pleaded on his knees. Chief. Around them, many small henchmen suddenly teared up. Do you think I would believe what you say? Do you think I'm a fool? Shouldn't I pay more attention to the plea of the bandit leader? Lin Rong sneered. Moreover, where do you expect them to return? To Shiyao village. What a... Instantly, everyone showed shock. What have you done to Shiyao village? We will fight you, court officials. Brothers, even if we die today, we must take a piece of flesh from this dog thief. The bandits were filled with passion and fierce expressions. Even the 3 captured bandit leaders quickly picked up their weapons again. Indeed, Lin Rong had already made a definitive judgment in his heart. He had seen through this group. Their clothing, spirit, and the distribution of calluses on their hands indicated they were either herbalists, woodcutters, or hunters. They lacked the fierce aura typical of bandits. A small group among them did exhibit some military It puzzles me that you have so many families living in the same village. He unleashed his profound energy, making it impossible for anyone to approach. You need not rush with your skills. You are not qualified to contend with me. I have not harmed Shiyao village. If you have any grievances about becoming bandits, you can speak frankly now, and after I ascertain the truth, I can clear your names. Lin Rong explained. This group of bandits had not committed many outrageous deeds. Otherwise, the Yinglong Guard would have already resolved to eliminate them. Of course, he still needed to clarify how they acquired those firearms. There were no relevant case records on such. However, he could roughly guess the situation. After all, Zhu Zichang was notorious. It must have been this fellow who, after losing the firearms, was too afraid to report it, which was why no related cases appeared on the Yinglong Guard's desk. My lord, have you truly not harmed Shiyao village? Yao Guang hurriedly confirmed. In the current situation, does it make sense for me to deceive you? Lin Rong said coldly. We will believe the words of the Lord. Yao Guang threw down his weapon and sat down on the ground. Originally, we were refugees fleeing from Xiantian prefecture. I am sure the Lord knows the situation there. There is simply no way to survive. Even though we possess innate realm cultivation, we could wander freely on our own, but what about our family? Yao Yi began to explain. No, you are lying. At least 30 of you have military backgrounds. What exactly is going on? Hurry up and confess. You are formidable innate experts. Even if you bring your families along, even if your cultivation was not at the peak of the innate realm, you could still live comfortably in a place like Xiantian Prefecture. Don't you find it ridiculous to offer such excuses? I am only willing to give you a chance because I see that your sins are not too grave and there is still a way back. You better not be ungrateful. Lin Rong declared decisively. Second brother, forget it, these matters cannot deceive this lord. Yao Guang shook his head. We were a small family from Xiantian prefecture. We joined the military at 18 with the intention of serving the country. However, the Feng family coveted our wealth and colluded with the county magistrate to frame us. In a fit of rage, we led our willing brothers to set a trap, exterminating the entire Feng family and that dog of a magistrate. After arriving here, we intended to start anew, but the investigation by the Yinglong Guard in Jiangbei Prefecture was simply too strict. In desperation, we had no choice but to turn to banditry. After listening, Lin Rong understood. He shook his head again, still not right. With your cultivation, a mere magistrate should not dare to oppress. The highest combat power a magistrate could mobilize would be just 1 or 2 innate realm practitioners serving in the county office. The martial power of the Great Wu Dynasty is mainly in the hands of the 3 divisions and local garrisons. The county magistrate is not stupid. How could he dare to provoke these 3 men? What the Lord does not know is that at the time we committed our crimes, I barely stepped into the innate realm, and my brothers only gained their current skills through fortuitous encounters. Yao Guang explained. That makes sense. Please continue. Lin Rong nodded. According to Yao Guang's account, after arriving here, they quickly established a connection with Shiyao village. Nothing more, mainly because Shiyao village is poor. Who doesn't want to live a more comfortable life? Over the years, they have also intermarried with Shiyao village, thus further tightening their relationship. I will take your words as true. Lin Rong nodded. Do you still have the heart to serve the country? What? Does the Lord wish to recommend us? Instantly, the 3 were overjoyed. If you are willing, I can report your thoughts to the commander of the Yinglong Guard. With his intervention, this matter should not pose a problem. Lin Rong said. Mainly because Xiantian Prefecture is simply a cesspool. The magistrate there has long become a nominal magistrate of the court. The government's orders are almost impossible to convey downwards. Therefore, the death of a magistrate and his family is not a big deal. The court does not even want to hear about it. The court's attention is almost entirely focused on the demon suppression pass. These people are willing to fight. The higher-ups would be delighted. After all, the 3 of them together can battle a master. We thank the Lord for your great kindness. The 3 quickly knelt down in gratitude. Thus they would return to the right path and no longer live in fear. Bring me paper and pen. I will leave you a written note. If any officials trouble you again, this will serve as proof to dismiss them. After Lin Rong wrote the note, he took out a waist token and stamped it. The narrow edge on the bottom of the Yinglong Guard's waist token corresponds to the seal of the individual. By the way, tell me where you got your firearms. We stole them. Once Zhu Zhichang led a team to transport military supplies, and we took some while we had the chance. Zhu Zhichang led the team personally. Lin Rong looked surprised. Yes, if he hadn't led the team himself, we really wouldn't have dared to act. After everything was settled, Lin Rong prepared to leave. My lord, although we are not wealthy here, we do have some good wine and meat. Forget it, I am busy. After Lin Rong said this, he leapt down the cliff. Task completed. Blood saber technique, great perfection, has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. The 3 of Hubugue were observing from a distance at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Lin Rong return safely, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Baihu, is the matter resolved? Yes, the people here will be arranged once Captain Lung is free. We will head to Taiping Town first. After arriving at Taiping Town, the sky had already darkened. After finding a good inn, the 3 of Hubugue prepared to go back to their rooms to rest. Wait a moment. Lin Rong urged, come to my room. Your cultivation is too low and you need to improve. Improve our cultivation. The 3 were taken aback, then suddenly overjoyed. Lin Rong then directly used the 9 Yang divine art to cleanse their physical meridians. 2 full hours passed before everything was completed. I am already at the 9th level of the acquired realm. I am at the peak of the acquired realm. Lin Baihu, what kind of divine art have you been practicing? This is too miraculous. The 3 were all excited, their faces flushed. After Lin Rong's true energy cleansing, they felt that the innate realm was now within reach. Now that I think about it, those 2 from Lugui were truly valuable. You all go take a bath first, you are too filthy. Lin Rong hurriedly urged them out. No way, the room is too smelly. I need to change to another one. After arriving in a new room, Lin Rong fused with the blood saber technique. Although he had already comprehended sword intent, the strongest method of the supreme weapon was swordsmanship. But blades and swords share the same origin. Moreover, sword intent would only broaden his acceptance of martial arts. Therefore, the blood saber technique could completely serve as nourishment for the growth of his sword intent. Once Hubugue and the others tidied up, he also imparted the divine foot technique, blood saber technique, and the snow shadow lightness skill to them. Thank you, Baihu. We won't say anything more. We are already your people. Even if it is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we will follow you. The three were touched to the point of tears after reviewing the three martial arts. Mainly this was just too much. What do you mean, your people? I do not like big men. You all take these pills and quickly break through to the innate realm. Now go. Lin Rong felt goosebumps all over. After that he fell asleep immediately. Ha, little brother, you arrived at Taiping town, but didn't come find me right before I had time to congratulate you on your promotion. Early the next morning, Jin Baichuan's voice came through. Lin Rong could only get up. He then opened the door with a smile. Wasn't it late at night? I was worried about disturbing your sweet dreams. The commander sent you to come here. Besides guarding Taiping town with me, he must have also instructed you to investigate the fire incident at the military guard, right? Let's go, brother, we'll go with you and learn a few techniques for solving cases. After Lin Rong got dressed, Jin Baichuan pulled him along. I pay my respects to Lin Baihu and Jin Baihu. Hu Buguwei and the others had been waiting outside for quite some time. Lin Rong could afford to sleep in, but they could not. As subordinates, they understood the necessary attitude. Even if Lin Rong slept until midday, they would still rise early and wait. This was one of the reasons Lin Rong valued them. Without such attentive and understanding subordinates, he would be overwhelmed with work. Gentlemen, we are old acquaintances, so there is no need for excessive formality. Haha, you three look radiant and full of energy. Have you perhaps taken a new bride? Jin Baichuan teased with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Not at all. It's just that we've been promoted and the excitement hasn't worn off yet. Sorry to make you laugh, Jin Baihu. Wang Chung laughed, brushing off the matter. Let's go eat first. The group headed to the street and casually found a small restaurant to sit down. Boss, bring us 3 large steamers of meat, buns, millet porridge, pickles, and braised beef quickly. All right, please wait a moment, gentlemen. Soon the food arrived. The buns were freshly steamed, and the braised beef was flavorful. The group dived into the meal. Suddenly, Hu Buguwei let out a gagging sound. Old, who were eating here? What's wrong? Are you feeling? What did you see just now? That person bought sweet bean soup, stinky tofu, and fried dough sticks. Have you ever eaten like that? Wang Chun complained. Hu Buguwei explained with a face full of distaste. I just thought about it, and the texture and taste made me want to vomit. Do you think they ate all that in one sitting? Lu Hui rolled his eyes at him. Besides, they took it to go. There must be others at home. If you put it that way, I feel much better now. Stinky tofu, 5 pieces for a penny. Sweet bean soup, 2 bowls for a penny. Fried dough sticks, 3 for 5 pennies. The vendor shouted loudly. Stinky tofu is cheap, but the fried dough sticks are overpriced, Hu Buguwei muttered quietly. Just eat your meat buns. Lin Rong quickly stuffed a bun into his mouth, fearing that this guy would come up with some dark culinary combination. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the town was already bustling with activity. The merchant caravans were coming and going without pause. Lin Baihu, look. Those cypress saplings must have been transported from Xiantian County. We saw the caravan at the dock in Xiantian County before. They must have made 2 or 3 trips in recent days. This also shows the determination of the court, even willing to battle the dual god-demon nation for decades. Wang Chung pointed at a convoy of horse-drawn carts. Cypress trees take at least 20 years to mature. This is a strategic reserve material, and many issues can be discerned from this. Indeed, this is unavoidable. Even if we are willing to cease hostilities, the demon nation is not. Lin Rong nodded, letting out a long sigh. The Great Wu Dynasty is now also forced into battle. Whether it's the 5 fiends or the dual god-demon nation, neither wants the Great Wu Dynasty to recover from the bitter defeat of the Northern Desert War. As he looked further away, he could see a lot of grain being unloaded from ships. Clearly, most of this grain would also go through the court and be sent to the Demon Suppression Pass. Let's go check the military garrison. Lin Rong mounted his Qingzong horse. Every state in the Great Wu Dynasty has its own local camp with soldiers stationed in various military garrisons under the unified control of the court. During peacetime, military garrisons train and farm or produce and store firearms and other military supplies. In case of war, they are swiftly deployed to the front lines under the command of the relevant generals. They were heading to a garrison located south of Taiping town. The garrison had caught fire. According to the records, this incident occurred on the very night the Yinglong garrison had just completed the encirclement of Yunluo Mountain. It was suspected that the blood god cult was responsible, aiming to distract the Yinglong garrison's attention. The most suspicious person was named Han Bourgeois, a trial officer from a military household in that garrison. This person has now been imprisoned in the Yinglong garrison jail of this county. As the Qingzong horse galloped, the endless cypress forest soon came into view. They could still see some military households working among them, either irrigating or digging out dead trees to replant. Upon arriving at the garrison, Lin Rong immediately furrowed his brow. This place showed no signs of a proper garrison. The soldiers on duty were also lackadaisical. Some were gathered together chatting, while others simply leaned against the wall fast asleep with their spears. One could even hear their snores. This was enough to indicate the character of the officer in charge here. No wonder Yao Guang said that if it weren't for Zhu Zikang's words they wouldn't have dared to rob the supplies. It wasn't until the 5 of them had been inside the garrison for a while that someone finally noticed them. You must be the merchants looking for Lord Zhu. Did you make an appointment in advance? It was a dark-skinned, thin-bodied military officer with small eyes that revealed impatience and cunning. If you didn't make an appointment, you cannot meet Lord Zhu. He is very busy with official duties and is handling numerous matters, he said, rubbing his hands together lewdly. We are from the Yinglong garrison here to investigate the fire case at your garrison. Hu Bugue scoffed coldly, revealing his badge. I pay my respects to you, my lords. I did not know of your arrival, I apologize for not greeting you properly. The man was immediately startled, quickly bowing in respect. Take us to see the warehouse that caught fire. Lin Rong did not dismount, stating directly, Yes, please follow me, my lords. The man hurriedly led the way. Upon reaching the storage room, another officer from the garrison rushed over in a panic. My lords, please forgive us. Our captain is currently in the county interrogating suspicious individuals alongside Officer Li of the Yinglong garrison. We did not know you would come today, so. The officer wiped cold sweat while explaining. Although Lin Rong was also just a captain, he was from the Yinglong garrison, holding a higher rank. Moreover, the overall strength of the Yinglong garrison far surpassed that of various military garrisons. After all, it was the emperor's personal army. Therefore, this person did not dare to act presumptuously. Lin Rong merely nodded lightly. He then began to walk slowly through the already burnt ruins of the warehouse, observing carefully. According to our captain's investigation, this fire may have been caused by natural ignition. To preserve the scene aside from the captain, who came to survey the site, once no one else has entered here. The officer remained beside him, reading his expressions while explaining in a low voice. Lin Rong merely cast him a cold glance. In the next moment, he kicked out, releasing his true energy, sweeping aside the collapsed bricks and stones. He walked over and picked up a piece of cloth that had not burned completely due to being pressed under the bricks, holding it to his nose for a whiff. With such a strong smell of oil from the fire, you say it was natural ignition? Lin Rong's voice turned icy. Now the entire Yinglong garrison was focused on Yunluo Mountain. Thus, he was the first from the Yinglong garrison to arrive at the scene. If that's the case, then Han Bourgeois is indeed colluding with the blood god cult as an internal traitor. Thank you, my lord, for finding the new evidence. Your keen insight is praiseworthy. The officer hurriedly, Go and compile the inventory of the lost materials from this incident and bring it to us for review. Lin Rong instructed. All right, my lords, would you like to go to the records room directly with me? That works. Lin Rong nodded. After arriving at the records room, the officer quickly fetched the items Lin Rong requested. Lin Rong opened it and quickly skimmed through it. After just a few glances, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Are these figures the result of your meticulous inventory? Lin Rong asked. The battalion commander hastily nodded, then added, Senior Commander Zhu has personally reviewed and verified them. There can be no error. Excellent. Very well indeed. Lin Rong nearly laughed in exasperation. With a sharp slap, he slammed the inventory scroll onto the table and pointed at several entries. Were these matchlock muskets also burned to ashes? And yet there is no physical evidence of their destruction. During our count, these items were indeed missing, most likely consumed by fire. The man replied, head bowed, refusing to meet Lin Rong's gaze. Then bring me several matchlock muskets at once. And let this battalion commander demonstrate right before our eyes how he intends to reduce iron-forged firearms to ash. I for one am eager to witness such alchemy. At these words, the battalion commander froze in terror and collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. Your Excellency, these records were made by Senior Commander Zhu himself. I know nothing of their veracity. Enough, leave us. Lin Rong sighed softly and waved the man away. Brother, I suspect Zhu Zichang is deeply compromised. Only after the man had departed did Jin Baichuan speak. Whether matchlocks can truly be reduced to ash remains debatable, but firearms and the scorched Kangbewood gunstocks were never stored in the same armory. If the firearms depot caught fire, the implications extend far beyond mere conflagration. Recall, the firearms depot houses gunpowder. Once ignited, its detonation would unleash devastation so catastrophic it chills the very scalp to contemplate. Moreover, I glanced briefly through the muster rolls. The garrison's troop strength is conspicuously inflated. This man has clearly embezzled salaries on a grand scale, Wang Chung added. He is shouting thief, while standing knee-deep in stolen goods, setting the fire deliberately to erase discrepancies in his accounts. Were I the blood god cult, I would target the firearms depot without hesitation. Jin Baichuan voiced his conviction. Lin Rong paused in thought before replying, such a scenario is entirely plausible, yet we must refrain from hasty conclusions. Zhu Zhichang may be utterly incompetent, yet he retains the rank of senior commander. Such tenacity implies formidable backing. Moreover, the siege of Jinyao Pass rages fiercely, for the imperial court morale is paramount. Thus, any matter touching military affairs is a scorching hot chestnut, demanding utmost caution. A misstep could easily ignite calamity upon oneself. He resumed leafing through other documents, only to find them barren of insight. Enough. Let us inspect the remaining storehouses. Lin Rong departed with his entourage. Shall we arrest Zhu Zhichang immediately? Jin Baichuan could contain himself no longer, his voice low and grim. A wretch and a parasite. His execution would be wholly justified. Brother, do not rush. Without irrefutable proof, no action may be taken. Every decision must be weighed against the greater strategic picture. Lin Rong shook his head. One must always discern where true authority lies. Accompanied by 4 men, he conducted another thorough inspection of the remaining storehouses. Fortunately, the redcoat cannons matched the ledger entries precisely. He breathed inwardly in relief. He had no desire to face blood god cult operatives wheeling those cannons directly at him. Such ordnance was no trivial matter. Before departing, Lin Rong sought out the battalion commander once more. According to your submitted reports, someone among you identified Han Bourgeois. Thus the Yinglong Guard detained him. Deliver that individual to the Yinglong Guard's encampment immediately. I shall question him personally. Having issued his orders, he mounted and galloped away. Only after circling the entire garrison's jurisdiction did he return to the Yinglong Guard's temporary camp. Though Zhu Zhichang was undoubtedly corrupt, he was not yet irredeemably foolish. At least the cultivated Songbai pines within his jurisdiction remained intact. After all, they were plainly visible to any observer. And the men he had summoned were already awaiting him at the camp. Speak plainly. On what basis did you identify Han Bourgeois? Lin Rong asked. Is it not all recorded in the official dossier? One murmured timidly. I ask you, speak truthfully and without reservation. Otherwise you shall first experience the methods of the Yinglong Guard firsthand. The mere mention of dossier ignited Lin Rong's fury anew. Having witnessed this garrison's modus operandi, he trusted the scribblings of a dog over their official reports. Mercy, Your Excellency. We confess our error. We shall tell all. The men recoiled in panic. You have no idea how peculiar Han Bourgeois is. Reclusive to an extreme, speaking to no one, a silent enigma, who spends his days poring over tattered books. On the night the storehouse burned, he was absent from the garrison altogether. The following day, during our investigation, we discovered numerous hand-drawn maps in his quarters, dense with annotations, most of which eluded our comprehension. Neighboring residents later cross-referenced their observations and confirmed he habitually ventured out at night, a confirmed nocturnal offender. As Your Excellency knows well, the garrison strictly forbids nighttime excursions unless formal leave is granted. Taken together, this man is unquestionably suspect. After verifying each point, Lin Rong nodded and dismissed them. Under present circumstances, Han Bourgeois' arrest appeared thoroughly warranted. This garrison has rotted to its core. Someone must have seen Han Bourgeois come and go, yet they treat garrison regulations as mere air. Even if you cannot pinpoint his exact destination, you will certainly learn the direction he took. Investigate thoroughly within the garrison. At once, sir. Lu Hui departed swiftly. It is time I journeyed to the county seat, to meet Han Bourgeois in person. Lin Rong mused inwardly, when a junior officer rushed forward breathlessly. Your Excellency's intelligence has arrived from Jiangbei Prefecture. The very matter Lieutenant Lin instructed us to investigate before his departure. The officer respectfully presented a thin silk scroll, covered in characters no larger than mung beans, clearly delivered by a cloud-piercing sparrow. Lin Rong felt a flicker of surprise. He had dispatched that inquiry to the archive merely hoping for the best, never expecting tangible results. He scanned the text closely. Corpse ghosts. Lin Rong's astonishment deepened. So the rumors of corpse ghosts extend beyond this locale alone. He stroked his chin, sinking into profound contemplation. 7 years prior, an incident involving corpse ghosts had occurred near Jinyao Pass. A grain convoy was ambushed en route. The Yinglong Guard recovered only 2 survivors, pulled alive from a mound of corpses. Yet both men had lost their minds, repeating only the 2 words corpse ghosts over and over. The Yinglong Guard launched a full investigation, only to uncover nothing. If corpse ghosts are real, the ramifications stretch infinitely wider. Lin Rong reflected silently, when moments later new orders arrived from Long Qianlu. The main force stood ready for a full-scale assault. Commanders ordered all units to maintain maximum vigilance, permitting no lapse whatsoever. Though their role was peripheral, Lin Rong and Jin Baichuan dared not slacken their guard. They hurriedly inspected the Yinglong Guard's defensive deployments across every designated position. Thus 2 days passed in swift succession. Monitor all intelligence concerning corpse ghosts. Report any development to me immediately. After issuing this instruction to Wang Chung, Lin Rong finally set out for the Yinglong Guard's county-level battalion office. The map drawn by Han Bourgeois and all related materials had been sealed as evidence. Lin Rong could only view them upon arriving at the Baihu office. Meanwhile, in a tavern beside the Baihu office, a portly middle-aged man, his eyes nearly vanished beneath folds of flesh, was savoring fine wine and delicacies with evident delight. Senior commander, in this junior officer's humble estimation, that Baihu officer Lin is certainly not here with benign intent. The previous Baihu officer stood nearby, attending with meticulous deference. Not here with benign intent. A faint mocking glint flickered across Zhu Zichang's fleshy face. This senior commander has served with unimpeachable integrity for decades, loyal to His Majesty, diligent in duty, unwavering in discipline. Even if his intentions are hostile, what harm could he possibly do me? But we truly what? What, pray tell, do you understand? Zhu Zichang swept aside several empty plates, then portioned out rice from his own bowl into the others before him. Only when a single mouthful remained in his bowl did he lift his gaze again. Do you comprehend now? No, I do not. A consummate fool. Zhu Zichang snorted disdainfully. What I consume is but this modest portion. Yet anyone who dares move against me will confront not merely me, but an entire edifice far greater than one man. That Lin Rong is but a low-ranking Baihu officer. He knows full well his own weight and measure. How profoundly wise you are, senior commander. Indeed, the plan was already forged in your mind. This junior officer is utterly awestruck. You still have much to learn about the art of governance. Young man, observe closely and learn well. Satisfied, Zhu Zichang nodded, then added, first gauge Lin Rong's demeanor. Should he prove prudent, this senior commander sees no reason to slight him needlessly. What due courtesy and benefit he merits shall be duly granted. Lin Baihu's esteemed presence graces us at last. I failed to greet you properly at the gate. Pray forgive my negligence. Li Xiao, acting Baihu officer of Yunhe County, bowed deeply upon seeing Lin Rong. A local Yinglong Guard veteran stationed in Yunhe County, he continued, we've met before. Why stand on such formalities? Titles like superior and junior officer need not divide us. We may speak as brothers. Lin Rong dismounted, instantly bridging the distance between them. Precisely as Lin Baihu says. Please step inside. Li Xiao laughed heartily as he led the way, while 2 Yinglong guards swiftly stepped forward to take the reins. I presume Lin Baihu has come to examine the evidentiary materials. I had earlier interrogated Han Bourgeois myself, intending to apply severe torture, but found his bearing refined, his discourse insightful, and his strategic acumen unmistakable. He hardly seemed the sort of villainous schemer one might suspect, so I withheld further coercion. Li Xiao explained. Oh, insightful and strategically astute. Lin Rong's interest quickened. A mere Xiaoqi officer from a common military household. What strategic depth could he possibly possess? Lin Baihu may judge for himself once inside. His maps, and the troop deployments sketched thereupon, exhibit remarkable coherence. Moreover, we discovered numerous military treatises within his quarters. Upon entering the main hall, a Xiaoqi officer promptly brought forth the evidence. No offense meant, Lin Baihu, but some of those maps he drew, I confess I cannot decipher at all, Li Xiao remarked as he unfurled each piece. Lin Rong's gaze swept swiftly across the documents, then his brow knit tightly. Brother, have you found something? Jin Baichuan stood beside him, scrutinizing intently. Yet the more he studied, the more his head throbbed. A chaotic tangle of cryptic symbols left him utterly bewildered, not for lack of knowledge in cartography or tactics, but because the layered information rendered the maps impenetrable. Nothing conclusive yet. Let's go see Han Bourgeois. With that, Lin Rong strode toward the prison. This man was unquestionably extraordinary. Gaining precise insight into his character would spare countless missteps in the investigation. It was evident Li Xiao treated Han Bourgeois with unusual consideration, not only sparing him hardship, but assigning him a solitary, unusually clean cell. Inside sat a young man, straw still tangled in his topknot, absorbed in reading. He requested books, so I sent for several. Rest assured, none of the evidence was tampered with. Li Xiao hastened to clarify. So he's studying military treatises. Lin Rong's mind settled instantly into calculation. Arms crossed, he leaned against the cell door, a faint wry smile playing upon his lips. Han Bourgeois, Lin Baihu is here. Speak plainly and fully. This officer cracked the Taoxian sunken ship case, solved the Go family affair in Cao County, and captured the peach blossom gentleman. Li Xiao interjected sharply, "This is your chance. Do not overestimate yourself. Not even heaven's grace could save you now if you defy justice. You've said all you can say. Does that mean there remains much you will not?" Lin Rong asked, smiling faintly. Some matters in life are unavoidable, simply unavoidable. Bourgeois rose slowly, shaking his head gently. "You've said all you can say. Does that mean there remains much you will not?" Lin Rong asked, smiling faintly. Some matters in life are unavoidable, simply unavoidable. Though born to humble origins, I cannot bear to implicate others. Such a betrayal lies beyond my capacity. Han Bourgeois smiled bitterly. Lin Baihu, if this man could substantiate that his nocturnal excursions bore no connection to the blood god sect, we would release him without delay. As for the garrison's condition, I'll best left unsaid. Alas, he refuses to utter a word. Li Xiao sighed. What a... implicating others. Co-conspirators. Hu Bugui's eyes flared. Han Bourgeois, discard your arrogance. Confess now or suffer consequences no mortal endures under Ing Long guard interrogation. He loathed nothing more than pretense before Lin Rong. Old Hu, patience. Lin Rong waved calmly, then turned his gaze back to Han Bourgeois. So, you pride yourself on unyielding integrity. Tell me, Han Bourgeois, have you heard the tale of armchair strategy? Armchair strategy. Han Bourgeois' curiosity ignited instantly. Lin Rong recounted the story swiftly. Once in a cerulean world, two great states, Qin and Zhao, clashed. In Zhao dwelled Zhaoqua. Clearly, it was mockery. Yet Han Bourgeois fell silent, lost in deep contemplation. After a long pause, he slowly shook his head. Master Lin's tale suits children's primers. But to me it is fundamentally flawed, grossly inaccurate. Oh, where does it falter? Lin Rong asked. Pray Master Lin detail the comparative national strengths before the war, logistics, grain supply, population figures, and the Zhao sovereign's decision to replace the seasoned commander. Surely that was no simple act of folly. War's essence lies in national strength and living forces. Brilliant generals may sway battles, but never determine the outcome of war itself. Master Lin, tell me, is Zhao Qu truly laughable, or is his tragedy the grim necessity of a weakened state? I know you mock me, but first find a parable far better suited. A spark of subtle derision lit Han Bourgeois' gaze as he looked upon Lin Rong. How dare you presume to judge our Baihu officer? Hu Bugui erupted. I'll teach you respect, right now. Old Hu, enough. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Lin Rong threw back his head in laughter and walked away. This man possesses genuine generalship. Han Bourgeois stood stunned, utterly confounded. Lung Qianlu. Lin Rong returned to the camp of the Yinglong Guard. Soon Lung Qianlu launched a fierce attack on Yunluo Mountain. For 3 whole days the results were rather meager. This was mainly because Yunluo Mountain had been managed by the Blood God sect for a long time and had set up a large formation. The army was greatly affected, and once they entered they became disoriented. Of course, this time the Yinglong Guard did not aim to achieve military merit. Instead, they were there to assist the Xiantian supervisor in exploring the way. Once the 2 sorcerers from the Xiantian supervisor completely broke the large formation, Yunluo Mountain would soon fall. If the large formation could not be broken, they would have to conduct a long-term siege to starve the monsters inside to death. However, it was clear that unless there were no alternatives, the Yinglong Guard would never choose the latter. In the northern regions of Guangzhou, if the internal situation remained empty for too long, it was inevitable that chaos would ensue. Now Lin Rong and the others were once again at leisure. Lin Baihu, I have roughly figured out where Han Butchuo went last night. Lu Hui reported upon returning. It was evident that he not only inquired, but also conducted on-site investigations, which led him to this conclusion. Let's go take a look. Just as Lin Rong was about to leave the camp, Wang Cheng quickly rushed into the main tent. Lin Baihu, the corpse demon case, has shown signs. There are corpse demons in Taiping town, and they have even consumed a woman's brain. What? Lin Rong was immediately alarmed. If the existence of corpse demons were confirmed, it would undoubtedly be a sensational event. Moreover, Taiping town was so close to Yunluo Mountain that he couldn't help but associate it with the Blood God sect. The fire case at the guard station and the corpse demon case, which was more severe, was obvious. Task issued: solve the corpse demon case in Taiping town. Task completed. Reward: divine ability, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Eye of Breaking Illusions. When this divine ability is activated, it can see through illusions with specific effects determined by the host's cultivation. Divine ability. Lin Rong felt a sudden joy in his heart. Besides demons and gods possessing divine abilities, martial arts also have divine abilities. Thus, human martial artists could also possess them. This time the reward was actually a divine ability related to eye techniques. Once integrated, it would pair perfectly with the five senses breathing technique, offering endless uses. Quick, let's head to the scene. He set off immediately. The victim's body has been placed in the town's official residence, being personally guarded by Captain Xing. Which Captain Xing? Wang Cheng explained. It's the one from Xiantian County, the one we met before. It seems he made a mistake and was replaced by his apprentice. Since Yunhe County was short on manpower, he was transferred here. That Captain Xing, huh? Wang Cheng said. It was evident that being a captain in Taiping Town was not as favorable as being a captain in Taoxian County. This was a kind of demotion. Welcome, sir. Captain Xing hurriedly bowed when he saw Lin Rong and the others arrive. Why was the body moved? Why not secure the scene first and report to us in the Yinglong Guard? Lin Rong dismounted and asked. Report, sir. When we rushed to the scene after receiving the report, the site had already been disturbed by the victim's family. Those foolish men and women simply didn't understand these matters, so we moved the body back. Captain Xing lowered his head and replied. That's somewhat justifiable. Lin Rong nodded and then approached the body. The conditions of this official residence were certainly far inferior to those of a county magistrate's office. In a courtyard, there were only a few rooms, and now the body was laid on a mat in one corner of the yard. Understood, I will proceed with the autopsy immediately. Lu Hui began the examination. Lin Rong observed carefully from the side. So brutal, so brutal. The level of cruelty is simply appalling. There is no brain matter. Captain Xing stood to the side, murmuring quietly. Finally, as if he thought of something, he waved his hand to the subordinate constables. Hurry, go get a large gong to alert the townspeople that they must close their doors and windows at night to prevent the corpse demon from entering. And even during the day, unless necessary, they should not leave the town. Additionally, make sure every household prepares a bronze gong. If anything happens, they should ring it immediately. Eli will come upon hearing it. Speaking of which, he thought for a moment and pulled out some silver. Here, take this silver. If anyone cannot afford a gong, give them one. Captain Xing, you are truly selfless. Several constables were moved. For the sake of the people's safety, what is this little bit of silver worth? Captain Xing spoke with great righteousness while secretly casting glances at Lin Rong. Seeing Lin Rong wave his hand, he hurriedly dashed over. Sir, please command me. Information regarding the victim's family situation. The deceased was named Zhang Xiaolan from Mao Bamboo Alley in the west of Taiping Town. Her mother passed away early and her father also died 4 years ago. Before his death, he sought the town's clan elder and entrusted half of the family's properties and good land to her uncle to support her, while the remaining half was designated as her dowry. Captain Xing answered quickly. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, otherwise it could have affected his career prospects. What about her uncle's family situation? Her uncle is named Zhang Daiden, who cultivates a few acres of land and also runs a small medicinal herb business, often going out. Today he is not at home since the girl was murdered. As for her aunt Zhang Liushi, she is an ordinary farmer's wife, nothing much to say. Oh, and Zhang Daiden has a foolish son severely mentally disabled. Many doctors who have seen him could only shake their heads. Alas, misfortune tends to seek out the suffering. Captain Xing couldn't help but sigh at the end. Who reported this case? Lin Rong inquired again. It was Zhang Xiaolan's aunt Zhang Liushi. Captain Xing answered, whom you did well. Lin Rong nodded. Lin, by who the autopsy is complete, Lu Hui came over. This Zhang Xiaolan likely died about an hour ago. Her complexion was normal after death, so the corpse demon must have struck unexpectedly from behind, crushing her occipital bone before she could react at all. Furthermore, her brain matter is completely gone and the skull at the back of her head is shattered with a swift and decisive blow, likely delivered by a fist or elbow, instantly crushing it. Lu Hui reported. How about the distribution of bloodstains on her clothes? The back was stained with blood, likely from splatter, while there were large bloodstains on her neck and chest, likely from the blood flowing after the body fell. Lu Hui replied. Captain Xing, take us to the crime scene. All right, gentlemen, follow me. Captain Xing said while gripping the knife handle and hurriedly running outside. Give him a horse. Soon they arrived at a small creek outside the town. Here the water flowed gently, a common place for the women of each household to wash clothes. There was a large pool of blood on the ground. Lin Rong dismounted and gazed around. Wang Cheng, Lu Hui, Hubugui, what do you think a corpse demon should look like? Lin Rong asked. Since it is called a corpse demon, it must look quite terrifying. The three answered. They had also seen the information sent from Jiangbei Prefecture. Even though the soldiers escorting the grain had gone mad at that time, the fact that they could mention the term corpse demon instead of another name naturally corroborated this point. So this means that once this thing appears, it will be immediately discovered, causing people to scream and flee. In other words, it must be hiding from people most of the time. What do you think of this reasoning? Lin Rong asked again. Understood, we will immediately begin searching for any secret hiding places nearby. The three immediately sprang into action. Captain Xing, you should also go find some nearby villagers. They are familiar with this area. Bring them along for the investigation to ensure nothing goes wrong. My lord, I have lived here for decades and am very familiar with this area. Within a 2-mile radius, there are neither dense forests nor caves. That corpse demon must have come from the deep mountains. All right, please guide us. Let's search again. This is a reward for you. Lin Rong said as he took out a stack of copper coins and handed them over, then instructed Hu Bugui, everyone who comes to help will receive 10 copper coins each. Understood. Hu Bugui nodded. Soon the search was completed and the results were just as the old man had said. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Rong nodded. He stroked his chin, pondering carefully for a moment, then looked at Captain Xing. Are you certain there is only this one victim? I am certain. Zhang Xiaolan was attacked by the corpse demon while she was out washing clothes. Fortunately, it was in the afternoon. If it had been in the morning, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Captain Xing had a look of relief and lamentation. Why would the morning be so unthinkable? Hu Bugui was quite puzzled. In general, these women come to wash clothes in groups in the morning unless they are delayed by urgent matters. After all, they need to dry them quickly under the midday sun. If the corpse demon appeared in the morning, wouldn't there be more deaths? Captain Xing explained. Lin Rong nodded. This was indeed the case. Ordinary families barely had enough clothes to wear, and they all hoped to dry them quickly after washing. Everyone please return home for now, Lin Rong said to the villagers who had come to help. Thank you for your rewards. They thanked him and left in groups. Lin Rong and the others walked towards the town with the crowd. It's a pity for that girl Xiaolan. She was virtuous, capable, and beautiful. Many suitors were practically trampling the threshold of the Zhang family, but who would have thought? The old Zhang family must have committed some sins in their past life. Their only daughter, who had grown up nicely, fell victim to the corpse demon, leaving only a foolish son in the family. How pitiful. It's also the fault of the couple from the Zhang family. If they hadn't been so greedy and forced Xiaolan to marry up, or had married her off earlier, she might have avoided this disaster. The villagers sighed as they walked. Elder, are you saying that Zhang Xiaolan's uncle and aunt were not good to her? Wang Cheng spoke up at Lin Rong's gesture. You don't know, my lord, the couple from the Zhang family only see money. They wanted Xiaolan to be a concubine for those high-ranking officials, but Xiaolan refused to do so, which delayed her marriage time and again. Old Zhang, this can't be said entirely that way. If it weren't for the treatment of their son's foolishness, they wouldn't be acting like this. What do you mean they wouldn't? Is it enough to just have money to cure their foolish son? If the doctor had a way, they wouldn't have resorted to hiring shamans, or using all those unverified remedies, prescribing a bunch of medicines that make no sense at all. Lin Rong narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment a cold glint flashed across his face. Hu Bugui, go upstream and downstream of the creek, and look for deeper water, dive down, and see if there are any suspicious items. Wang Chengyu and Captain Xing immediately take people to Zhang Xiaolan's house, and bring Zhang Lu to the official office. I want to interrogate her immediately. Lu Hui, you take people to guard Zhang Liu's house. After they leave, no one is allowed to enter even a step. Also search the house thoroughly again, and if you find anything suspicious, bring it to me immediately. Brother Jean, please send someone to bring the shaman here. Just ask around a bit, and we will know who she is. Lin Rong hurriedly instructed. After speaking, he cracked his whip and the horse with the blue mane dashed away. Let's go, we need to see. This official must have discovered something already. Yes, from the official's tone, could it be that the corpse demon is in the Zhang family? Heavens, I must hurry home and secure the doors and windows first. Within the official office, Lin Rong sat in the Grand Master's chair with a dark red wooden table in front of him on which lay the gavel and other items. My lord, Zhang Lu has been brought here. Captain Xing entered the main hall with a woman. Outside the official office, the common people who had followed halfway were stretching their necks, looking at Lin Rong in confusion. Why is this official not catching the corpse demon, but instead questioning the victim's family? Surely he doesn't intend to force a confession and hastily close the case. Zhang Lu, what time did you kill Zhang Xiaolan? Lin Rong slammed the gavel and shouted fiercely. In the afternoon, boo-hoo. My lord, I am wronged. I am but an honest farmer. How could I dare to kill someone? How can you blame my niece's death on me? Zhang Lu was initially flustered, but she quickly reacted, collapsing to the ground and crying out, I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Everyone in the neighborhood knows this. Come out and testify for me. Then she quickly cast her pleading gaze at the onlookers outside. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd outside turned ugly. Some of them had just accepted Lin Rong's copper coins and were praising him. After all, such a generous and courteous official is rare. In the past, if the government needed them to do something, it would just be a matter of commanding them. Now this scene had caused their goodwill towards Lin Rong to drop to freezing point. My lord, you must be mistaken. When old Zhang is not home, this woman Zhang Lu asks my man to help her kill chickens. That's right. We can testify that Zhang Lu would never dare to kill anyone. Last time she saw someone slaughtering a pig, she nearly fainted from fright. The commotion outside began. Shut up. What do you foolish men and women know? My brother Lin will make you all convinced in due time. Whoever dares to shout in the court will have to face the consequences. Jin Baichuan shouted angrily, his burly figure coupled with his bushy beard exuding overwhelming pressure, immediately silencing the crowd. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, since Lin Rong had done this, it was clear he had a firm grasp of the situation. My lord, if you have something to say to the commoners, my wife has never seen the world. Please show mercy. At that moment, Zhang Dadong arrived outside the official office, jumping and waving his arms to signal. He had just returned from selling medicinal materials and learned of the disaster at home. Without daring to delay, he rushed to the official office. Let him in. Lin Rong lightly tapped the gavel. My lord, my wife absolutely did not kill anyone. Please see clearly. As soon as Zhang Dadong entered, he knelt on the ground and bowed. Oomph. Lin Rong snorted coldly and said, You stand to the side. Without my permission, you are not allowed to utter a single word. Do you understand? Little man Captain Xing, keep an eye on Zhang Dadong. If he dares to speak recklessly, slap him. Zhang Lu, for now I shall not discuss whether Zhang Xiaolan was killed by you. You are the informant and the first eyewitness. I ask you, when you discovered Zhang Xiaolan's corpse, in what position was she lying on the ground? Lin Rong inquired. She, my poor niece, was lying on the ground with a large hole at the back of her head. It nearly scared me to death on the spot. Very well, tell me again why Zhang Xiaolan went out today to wash the dirty clothes at home. Why didn't you go out to wash them in the morning? In the morning, Xiaolan helped my foolish son buy medicine, which delayed things. Zhang Lu answered tremblingly. Who bought the medicine? Is there a witness? Lin Rong asked again. I bought the medicine here, I can prove it. A clerk from a nearby pharmacy shouted loudly. Very good then, when you saw Zhang Xiaolan, was her clothing already cleaned? It was washed and placed in a wooden basin. The woman has already taken it home. How far is the wooden basin from the corpse? It is right beside it. Wang Qing, you go immediately and fetch all the clothes they washed today. Lin Rong ordered, and Wang Qing flew off at once. Before long, he returned with a pile of still dripping clothes. Check them out. Are there any bloodstains on them? Lin Rong instructed. Jin Baichuan saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to begin a careful examination with Wang Qing. There are no bloodstains. Suddenly his eyes lit up. If Zhang Xiaolan had just finished washing her clothes, wrung them out, and placed them in the wooden basin which was nearby, then, when she was attacked, it would be impossible for no blood to have splattered on these clothes. Zhang Lu explained why there are splattered bloodstains on Zhang Xiaolan's back, but none on these clothes. Lin Rong asked with a cold smile. This. Zhang Lu panicked immediately. Your Excellency, I do not know. Perhaps Xiaolan returned from relieving herself just as she was attacked, and there was some distance from the wooden basin. Still dare to quibble? Lin Rong interrupted with a cold shout. You just said the wooden basin was right beside Xiaolan's corpse, now it's suddenly at a distance. In my view, you must have taken the wooden basin first, then seized the opportunity when Zhang Xiaolan was unprepared and attacked her with a heavy object. Is that not true? No, that's not how it is. Your Excellency, you are wronging me. Zhang Lu continued to argue. If you say I killed Xiaolan, then where is the murder weapon? No, that's not how it is. Your Excellency, you are wronging me. Zhang Lu continued to argue. If you say I killed Xiaolan, then where is the murder weapon? Moreover, how could I alone take the wooden basin and kill Xiaolan? I have never practiced martial arts and do not possess such strength. The murder weapon I will naturally show you shortly. As for whether you can do it alone. Lin Rong sneered. Isn't there also the fortune teller who treated your son? With the fortune teller, the two of you should have had the capability, right? Lin Rong already had a clear idea. Hu Bugui returned ahead of Lu Hui holding a hammer in his hand and shouting from afar. Lin Baihu, I found this. Bring it in. Lin Rong ordered Hu Bugui to drop the hammer on the ground. At once Zhang Lu shivered in fear. Afterwards the fortune teller was found and brought in. Fortune teller Zhang Lu, does this hammer look familiar? Lin Rong asked. No, I have never seen it. Zhang Lu quickly shook her head. That's not right, Zhang Lu, that hammer belongs to your family. I have seen it many times. How can you say you have never seen it? A neighbor from the Zhang family spoke up. I said I have never seen it, so I have never seen it. Zhang Lu shook her head repeatedly. You are mistaken. Your Excellency, please investigate thoroughly. This has nothing to do with my old woman. I was just being kind-hearted, seeing their foolish son was pitiful, so I offered some remedies. The fortune teller also showed signs of panic. Remedies? Remedies are good. Lin Rong's gaze turned colder. Your Excellency, I really did not kill anyone. If you insist on saying I did, there must be a motive for murder. Zhang Lu cried out. Yes, there must be a motive for murder. Zhang Dadong also shouted, but as soon as he met the glare from Captain Xing, he immediately shrank his neck and quickly covered his mouth. A motive for murder, I will naturally present it to you shortly. After a moment of silence, Lin Rong grew impatient and said to Wang Cheng, why hasn't Lu Hui returned yet? He is probably still searching. Searching for what? Can't you see? Just bring over their family's medicine jar. The motive for murder is right inside. Lin Rong said helplessly. When the medicine jar was brought over, steam was still rising from it. Lin Rong opened the lid, and besides some medicinal herbs, there was surprisingly a cooked brain. This is a pig's brain. The fortune teller didn't even look at the medicine jar, quickly saying, as the saying goes, supplement the shape with the shape, my remedy. Did I not say this is not a pig's brain? Lin Rong cast her a faint glance. This? The fortune teller suddenly jumped in fright. However, why does this look more and more like a human brain? So your remedy is so good. Lin Rong changed the subject. On what grounds do you say it is a human brain? The fortune teller and Zhang Lu simultaneously panicked. You say this is a pig's brain. When did you buy this pig's brain? Where did you buy it? Lin Rong slammed the bench and questioned. Around noon today, just on West Street, from Zheng the butcher. Bring in Zheng the butcher. Zheng, I ask you, has Zhang Lu ever bought pig's brain from you? Lin Rong asked. Yes, she has bought it. Not many people want this, but she often comes to buy it for her son to supplement his brain, so I remember her. How heavy was the pig you slaughtered today? Hey, that was a fat pig weighing at least 100 jin. Zheng the butcher replied. In this world, commoners generally feed pigs wild vegetables and grasses. As for grains, there isn't enough for people, so how could pigs get any? So a pig weighing over 100 jin is indeed considered a fat pig. Afterwards, Zheng walked over to the medicine jar and looked. It's about this size for a pig's brain. Even butchers who typically can't sell pig brains would stew them themselves primarily because they cook quickly and save firewood. After all, firewood costs money, and there are specialized woodcutters who rely on this for a living. Only when making medicine would they boil everything together. Is there another pig's brain of the same size? Yes. The fat pig from yesterday was about the same size. If the pig brain didn't sell, I'll go get it right away. Soon a pig's brain was brought over. Wang Cheng, light the fire and cook it whole. Wang Cheng was puzzled but still complied. They usually wouldn't eat such things. The pot bubbled and churned, and soon Jin Baichuan and the others noticed something was amiss. The pig brain inside the pot was shrinking more and more as it cooked. Now, compared to the one in the medicine jar, a stark difference became apparent. It was only at this moment that Lin Rong's voice, calm and unhurried, floated out. What makes humans the most intelligent beings? It is because the proportion of their brain to body is far greater than that of other animals. Thus, the human brain is much larger than the pig brain, and this becomes evident after boiling it. Hu Bugue, take these 2 cooked brains and show them to the people outside. He instructed lightly. Oh my, so that's how it is. Then this brain in the medicine jar must belong to I understand now. Zhang Lushi killed Xiaolan for her own foolish son, using her brain as medicine. What nonsense is this about complementing forms with forms? It's absurd. A poisonous woman. This is a poisonous woman. How could she do such a thing? Outside the door, scornful shouts erupted. Meanwhile, standing aside, Zhang Dadong's face was already filled with disbelief. He looked completely stunned. Zhang Liushi, this is your motive for murder. Do you have anything to say now? Lin Rong's face was clouded with fury. If you disagree, come bring me a pig brain of the same size, and I will immediately let you go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liushi's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant, her face ashen. With the ironclad evidence before her, she was utterly speechless. No, it can't be. My wife wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Zhang Dadong finally regained his senses. Women are inherently weak, but when it comes to motherhood, they are strong. Before this, I believe this was a praise for all mothers in the world, but now placed upon this poisonous woman in your family, it is fitting, yet it tarnishes this good phrase. Lin Rong lamented. A corpse ghost. It was just a name used to frame someone. The poison in human hearts is far worse than that of a corpse ghost. Come here. Arrest this Zhang Lushi and send her to the prison to face trial. Lin Rong shouted again. Then my lord, the old woman will take her leave now. These matters have nothing to do with me. The witch promptly tried to flee. Stop. You think you can leave? Your crimes are far more than Zhang Liushi's. Lin Rong yelled, and Hu Bugue quickly stepped forward, grabbing the witch and tossing her back like a chick. You wicked witch. If it weren't for your manipulation, how could Zhang Lushi have gone down the wrong path? Moreover, during the time of the murder, did you not lend a helping hand? Should I have the court make Zhang Lushi recount it clearly to you? What nonsense about complementing forms with forms using pig brains for profit, that's one thing I can ignore. But you dare to set your sights on human intentions inciting cannibalism. The cruelty of evil gods and demons is no greater than this. I, as a commander of the Yinglong Guard, slay evil gods and demons, cleansing heretical doctrines, which is my duty. Zhang Lushi was led astray and fell into evil. Her crimes are unforgivable, but there are reasons that should be considered by the court. And you, which, although you lack cultivation, your actions are the source of all evils, spreading disaster widely. Your crimes are grievous. I cannot spare you today. If I do not execute you publicly, how can I awaken the world? If I do not execute you publicly, how will the world understand the emperor's sincere intention to abolish the cult of the gods and slay the evil gods? Your crimes are unforgivable. Come, capture the witch, parade her through the streets for 3 days, then send her to the county's execution ground for a public execution. Lin Rong slammed down on the judge's block. The case is concluded. Task completed. Eye of Breaking Illusions has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Then Lin Rong turned to the crowd outside the court. Listen up, do not trust those who incite chaos. If you seek the divine, just be sincere in your heart, and offer incense daily to the properly sanctioned gods of the court. The sanctioned deities of our dynasty, if they cannot meet your needs, will inform you through dreams. Regardless of circumstances, you will not have offered incense in vain. If you fall gravely ill, seek medical attention immediately, and do not meddle with evil spirits, otherwise today's Zhang Lushi, and which will be your fate. Lin Rong's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Dare not, dare not. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Oh, we understand now. We will remember this and never forget. The crowd quickly bowed their heads. Aye, aye. Zhang Dadong was already in a daze. Zhang Dadong, commoner present. He hurriedly stood up, trembling. Lin Rong had been observing his expression and was certain that this man was completely unaware of the matter. However, this did not mean he was blameless. Although you had no part in the killing of Zhang Xiaolan, it does not mean you are without fault. Not to mention that Xiaolan is your niece, but even according to your brother's dying wish, having entrusted you with half of his family fortune to care for his daughter, you should have treated her as your own. Yet you were greedy for power and wealth, forcing Xiaolan to serve as a concubine for the nobility. If it weren't for this, Xiaolan would have married long ago, and there would be no such calamity today. Lin Rong coldly shouted. Commoner knows his crime. Zhang Dadong was frightened and knelt down with a thud. Come here, give him 50 heavy blows as a punishment to teach him a lesson. Lin Rong slammed down on the judge's block once more. Soon Zhang Dadong's cries of agony echoed through the air. Lin Rong did not linger, standing up and leading the others towards the camp. This magistrate truly has great skill. Indeed, the case was just revealed, and it was resolved so effortlessly. If only he were our county magistrate. Unfortunately, he is the emperor's Yinglong Guard, and will leave after finishing his work. Throughout the journey, such discussions could be heard. Lin, my younger brother, you are truly impressive. Ever since I met you, I feel increasingly unworthy of my title as the Yinglong Guard. Even my wife pales in comparison to you. Back in the camp, Jin Baichuan lamented. The main thing was the disparity in intelligence, which was truly disheartening. Jin Baihu, to be honest, you shouldn't doubt it. The skills we the Lin Guard have displayed are less than 1% of his true talent. You are boasting for me. If one day I get struck by lightning, can you take responsibility for this? Lin Rong was speechless. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. I'm tired today, and let's investigate the matter of Han Bourgeois tomorrow. Lin Rong bid farewell to the others and returned to his residence. He looked out through the window. This was on the way to Yunluo Mountain, and the terrain was indeed too complex. Just the scout's exploration left him uneasy. Slap. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. With a flip of his hand, a cloud-piercing lark leaped out from his sleeve. With pale blue feathers and jet-black gem-like eyes that spun wildly, it appeared incredibly intelligent. Little guy, you've struck it lucky, but if you eat my things, you must do my bidding. He murmured softly, taking out a pill slightly larger than a peanut. Enlightenment pill. He pried open the bird's beak and forcefully stuffed it in. In the next moment, the cloud-piercing lark rolled, its eyes nearly choking to death right there. Fortunately, it managed to pull through. Lin Rong then channeled his true energy to help it gradually refine the pill. Before long, the cloud-piercing lark closed its eyes, resting motionless on the table, fast asleep. Transformation takes time. It'll also take a nap first. Lin Rong was tired too. After merging the Eye of Breaking Illusions, he dove into bed, and soon soft snoring could be heard. The sun is up, time to get up. After an unknown amount of time, a clear, crisp voice of a little girl rang in his ears. Who is it making noise before sunset? Lin Rong said with great dissatisfaction. In the next moment, he suddenly awakened. A lark landed in his palm. At that moment, the lark seemed to be enveloped in a faint glow, its feathers shimmering with spiritual energy. It bounced and hopped in his palm. Have you become a spirit creature? Lin Rong asked with delight. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tug at the little wings of the lark, wanting to inspect it closely. You rascal, have some decency and don't look where you shouldn't. The lark squawked, struggling incessantly. Haha, what could I possibly see on such a little sparrow? I'm not a male bird. Lin Rong scoffed. From now on you shall be called Little Sparrow, understood? Lin Rong then took out a cleansing pill. Do you want it? Yes. Little Sparrow nodded eagerly. Having become a spirit creature, it instantly felt the benefits that this pill could bring. Lin Rong opened the window and pointed to a range of mountains ahead. I'm assigning you a task. From now on, go to that area and thoroughly investigate all the terrain. Once you're done, this pill will be yours. That's easy. Safety first, don't go to dangerous places. Got it. Whooshed. The lark vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Rong was astonished. This speed was more than double what he could achieve at full effort. But then again, it made sense. It was so small and had wings. Moreover, the lark's speed was indeed extraordinary among all birds. What was he to compare against? Lin Baihu, you are up. Are we investigating Han Bujuo's case today? Hu Bugue and the others had long been waiting outside. Jin Baichuan had left early in the morning. He was probably on patrol with the Yinglong guard below. Since Lin Rong was busy investigating a case, he had to take charge of the Deliang here. He couldn't just follow Lin Rong around every day, could he? Let's go depart. If we don't clarify things now, when the battle starts, there will be no time left. Lin Rong nodded. Of course, they still had to go out for a meal first. The group arrived at the main street of Taiping town. As per usual, they ordered braised beef meat buns and millet porridge. Wang Cheng and the others went off to different small shops to buy some local delicacies to share. Boss, are you trying to cheat me? Last time stinky tofu was 5 for 1 coin. How come today it's 3 for 1 coin? Hu Bugi's voice came from beside a small stall. Oh, this esteemed elder, you look like a noble person. Why are you complaining that the stinky tofu is too expensive? The vendor scoffed. That's not the point. Last time you clearly sold it for 5 for 1 coin, and now you've raised the price so much. Are you trying to swindle me? Hu Bugue refused to back down. Just say whether you're buying or not. I see you just think I'm easy to bully. Hu Bugue, furious, started rolling up his sleeves. Old Hu, what are you doing? Wang Cheng hurriedly went over and pulled him back. You think it's worth it to argue with a small vendor? You're embarrassing us. He wants to swindle me and inflate prices. Price inflation is not your concern. If you have the ability, go report it to the county office. Lin Lauda doesn't even like stinky tofu. Fine, then I won't buy it. With that, the stubborn mule finally swallowed his pride. After finishing their meal, Lin Rong followed Lu Hui to the outside of the guard station. Lin Baihu, based on the investigation, I have conducted a field survey. Han Bourgeois goes out in this direction every night. If he really has ties with the blood god sect, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that they are here using a deserted area to exchange information. The second possibility is that we continue moving forward. Soon they arrived outside a manor. The second possibility is that they are meeting within that manor. Lu Hui pointed at the manor. The manor was not small, covering at least 300 or 400 acres. A long courtyard wall tightly surrounded it. A small river meandered through one corner of the manor, adding to its picturesque scenery. By the way, Han Bourgeois' family is about 10 miles east of here. However, based on Han Bourgeois' second-rate martial artist strength and the time he usually spends outside, he should not be going home at night. That's right, Lu Hui continued. Going home could easily be done during the day. There's no need to sneak around at night. Let's check his house first. Lin Rong turned his horse around and galloped away. Soon they arrived in a bamboo forest. A small fenced courtyard was nestled on a gentle hillside. This was Han Bourgeois' home. In the courtyard, an elderly woman was weaving a bamboo basket with a reed knife, muttering to herself as she worked. Lin Rong activated his 5 senses breathing technique and immediately captured her words. My son is not a traitor. My son is not a traitor. Madam, we are the Yinglong guard here to investigate matters related to Han Bourgeois. May we come in? Lin Rong inquired. Clatter. The woman's reed knife fell from her hand as she turned to look at Lin Rong and the others, her eyes filled with both joy and fear. Madam, if Han Bourgeois is not a traitor, we will certainly restore his innocence. Lin Rong added. The woman hurriedly opened the bamboo door and welcomed the 4 inside. Please sit, esteemed sirs, I will fetch you some water right away. Han's mother quickly entered the house and brought out a clay jar and several clay bowls. It was indeed just water. There was not even any tea. Please forgive the simplicity, esteemed sirs, Han's mother said with some embarrassment. She truly had nothing better to offer the guests. Water is fine. Lin Rong nodded and took a sip from a traitor. If a traitor were this poor, what kind of traitor would they be? Lin Rong thought to himself. Sir, please listen to me. Our family bourgeois could never be a traitor. We are military households. My son's grandfather died for the country in the battle at Ma Bay, and his father also died 7 years ago at the Demon Suppression Pass. Our family is one of loyalty and bravery. No matter how incompetent he is, he could never become a traitor. That's not right. If your family lost 2 members for the country, the government would have issued compensation and monthly support. Why do you live in such poverty? Wang Cheng shook his head and asked. This? Han's mother was momentarily at a loss for words. Compensation they have given some, but not much. As for monthly support, what is that? I have never received any. That bastard Zhu Zichang. Hu Bugawei suddenly understood, his fingers cracking with tension. With Emperor Rin of the Great Wu Dynasty being compassionate as a principle, even if one were poor, they wouldn't ignore the families of loyal soldiers. Otherwise, after the Ma Bei defeat, the Great Wu Dynasty would have collapsed long ago, and there wouldn't be so many people eager to enlist. Therefore, there must have been an issue in between. Zhu Zichang was definitely implicated. Auntie, is it convenient to go inside and take a look? Lin Rong sighed inwardly and asked again. Of course, of course. Han's mother quickly led the way. Entering the room, Lin Rong glanced around. Although it wasn't exactly bare, it certainly wasn't much better. Which one is Han Buchuo's room? This is it. Lin Rong pushed open the door, and 2 large stacks of books came into view. Flipping through them casually, they were all military books. My child just loves these useless things. Over the years, he has gathered quite a few from various places, but we can't understand them, Han's mother explained awkwardly. Lin Rong's gaze swept the room again, and found that besides the bamboo stool and bamboo bed, there were also several small bamboo boats placed under the bed. He bent down to take one out and examined it in his hand. That child, for over a year now, aside from working at the guard station, has either been reading or making these little boats. After finishing, he just stares blankly at them, sometimes chuckling to himself. Han's mother continued to explain. Interesting. After a careful inspection and finding nothing else, Lin Rong kept one small boat, left a silver ingot, and bid farewell to Han's mother. Let's go check out that estate. The Qingzong horse galloped as they arrived at the estate's main gate. Inglong, Lin Rong displayed his badge to the gatekeeper, saying, "Go in and announce my arrival. Just say that Lin Rong from the 100 House has business to discuss with your master. Please wait a moment, sir." After the gatekeeper made the announcement, a stout, middle-aged man quickly approached with a cheerful smile. Could this be the esteemed Lin Rong, the one who solved the Taoxian sunken ship case, captured the notorious Guo family, and just yesterday cracked the case of Zhang Xiaolan's death? Indeed, that would be me. Lin Rong dismounted and cupped his hands in greeting. Dong Dagawei pays his respects to Lord Lin. It is truly our family's good fortune that Lord Lin is willing to visit our humble abode. Please come in. Indeed, that would be me. Lin Rong dismounted and cupped his hands in greeting. Dong Dagawei pays his respects to Lord Lin. It is truly our family's good fortune that Lord Lin is willing to visit. Seeing this, it was clear that Dong Dagawei was a man who loved wealth and was very shrewd. You flatter me, Sir Dong. I have come here merely to verify some matters and have no time for a meal, so there's no need to trouble yourself. Lin Rong directly declined. Can you take us for a tour around your estate? Lin Rong asked again. Of course, why not? Please follow me, sir. Dong Dagawei quickly led the way. Soon a noblewoman also arrived quickly and greeted Lin Rong. This is my wife, Dong Dagawei introduced. I saw a small river flowing through a corner of your estate earlier, Lin Rong remarked. Oh, that is where our daughter's boudoir is located, if the sir is interested. Dong Dagua's face unconsciously showed a strong hint of delight as he quickly gestured to his wife. In an instant, the noblewoman understood. Her gaze towards Lin Rong completely changed, making him feel a chill run down his spine. I will have my daughter tidy up to welcome the sir. The noblewoman quickly called her maid and left. What's going on? Lin Rong was utterly bewildered. Hee Hu Bugawei and the others let out lewd chuckles. After a while, a shy maid came to inform them, and Dong Dagawei hurriedly led Lin Rong toward a place in the back courtyard. The small river flowed beside a pavilion. I am Dong Xiaoka. I have met Lord Lin. After entering the room, a young girl of 18 slightly bowed and greeted him. Lin Rong looked closely. The girl was quite charming, a delicate beauty that made one feel pity, yet there was an unshakable sorrow in her brow. Lord Lin can speak with my daughter. We will withdraw for now. Dong Dagawei bowed with a rosy face and was about to leave. Hu Bugawei and the others had already retreated ahead, standing by the door. It seemed they were ready to close at the moment Dong Dagawei and his wife left. Hu Bugawei and the others had already retreated ahead, standing by the door. It seemed they were ready to close at the moment Dong Dagawei and his wife left. Lin Rong continued taking out the small boat. Has the young lady seen this? Oh. Dong Xiaoka almost cried out, quickly covering her mouth, her face turning a shade of red. What's going on? Dong Dagawei suddenly felt a terrible premonition arise in his heart. It seems the young lady knows it. No, I don't know. Dong Xiaoke quickly sent a pleading glance. Everyone come out with me. Lin Rong walked outside, standing by the river, gently placing the small boat on the water's surface. As the gentle ripples spread, the boat swayed and slowly drifted toward the culvert of the courtyard. Young lady, is this the case? Lin Rong turned to ask. How do you know? Dong Xiaoke's face was filled with disbelief. Han Buchuo frequently went out at night, and recently there was a great fire at the military guard station. I suspect this is related to his collusion with the blood god cult. Han Buchuo has already been imprisoned in the Yinglong Guard's jail, and I have inquired many times about why he went out at night, but he refuses to say a word. If he cannot prove his innocence, I fear I will have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Lin Rong fixed his gaze on Dong Xiaoke, speaking with a smile that did not seem like a smile. No, he definitely did not collude with the blood god cult. Dong Xiaoke shook her head repeatedly. But without evidence I can do nothing. Lin Rong sighed. Evidence? Dong Xiaoke bit her lip, tears unable to be held back flowing down her cheeks. Crying won't help. Forget it, since the young lady is unwilling to speak the truth. Lin Rong set a cold expression, crossing his face. Lu Hui, where are you? I am here. Lu Hui replied. After returning, apply all 108 tortures of the Yinglong Guard on Han Buchuo. I do not believe that with our methods we cannot pry open his mouth. I will obey the command. No, I have evidence that proves his innocence. Dong Xiaoke's face turned pale with fright, unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this, Dong Dagui and his wife were both shocked and angry. It was clear to anyone with eyes that something was amiss here. What evidence do you have? Lin Rong extended his hand. Please wait, sir. Dong Xiaoke, having made up her mind, hurriedly entered the room and soon brought out a pile of letters. Then with a flushed face, she handed them to Lin Rong. He came out at night to deliver letters to me. Dong Xiaoke's voice was barely audible. That's more like it. Lin Rong carefully read through several letters. Surprisingly, Han Buchuo had quite a flair for writing. These love poems were indeed well written. Oh, I see that kid went out at night with this small boat to deliver love poems to the young lady from the Dong family, confessing his feelings. A toad actually ate a swan's meat. That kid is impressive, Hu Bugui exclaimed. However, speaking of which, Han Bourgeois can be considered a man willing to bear the death penalty rather than reveal this matter, fearing it would tarnish Miss Dong's reputation. I admit he is a real man. Hu Bugui once again gave a thumbs up. What a Mr. and Mrs. Dong trembled with anger at these words, their breaths heavy and their faces filled with disbelief. They'll kill you, shameless one. You've completely disgraced our Dong family's name. Mrs. Dong cried, pretending to strike Dong Xiaoke. You dead girl, I've told you long ago you are not allowed to associate with that little beast Han Bourgeois. Have you treated your father's words as mere wind? The Han family is just a fallen military household. What about them is worthy of you? You're truly going to drive your father to death. Dong Dagui also cried out in despair. Lin Rong couldn't help but glare fiercely at Hu Bugui. Even if you speak without thinking, there should be some sense, right? Both of you must not be angry. Just by looking at Miss Dong, it is clear she is still pure. Your family's reputation is fine, it's all good. Lin Rong had no choice but to speak up to comfort them. What the Lord says is true. Since ancient times, matters of marriage have been determined by the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. How can this little girl act recklessly? The Lord's visit to our humble abode today conveys a meaning we all understand. Our Dong family wholeheartedly agrees to this marriage. Even if our little girl is just to be a concubine, we will have no objections whatsoever, Dong Dagui hurriedly said. Stop. You misunderstand. I have come only to clear Han Bourgeois' name with no other intentions. Lin Rong quickly waved his hand. Lord, do you dislike my little girl? Not at all. I have never had any other intentions. Once this matter is settled, I will have to leave. Lin Rong put away the letters as evidence and was about to turn to leave. At the last moment, he turned back and looked at Dong Dagui. Have you ever heard a saying? Please tell us, my lord. Dong Dagui quickly bowed. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the poor youth. In my view, Han Bourgeois' achievements will be limitless. For your Dong family to have a daughter he admires is a blessing. Do not let it slip by. What? Does the Lord intend to promote Han Bourgeois? Dong Dagui hurriedly asked. After I clear his name, I will first transfer him to the Yinglong Guard as a junior officer. When the time is right, I will recommend him to the appropriate people. Lin Rong nodded. As 100 households, giving Han Bourgeois a junior officer position is just a matter of a word. Moreover, the town guard has just been established and is indeed in need of personnel. Once this person arrives, he can also help plan some matters. After all, not all brain work can be handled. You must know that once brain cells die, they do not regenerate. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. We will see you off, Lord Lin. Lin Rong arrived at the 100 households of Yuna County. Bring me Han Bourgeois' case files. I will sign off personally, Lin Rong said. Has the Lord already uncovered the truth? Li Xiao quickly stood up. At this time Zhu Zichang was also present and quickly walked over upon seeing this. Indeed, no matter how well Han Bourgeois disguises himself, he cannot escape the keen eyes of Lin Baihu. Zhu Zichang immediately offered flattery. What has Lord Zhu already thought of a way to turn the fire guns to ashes? Lin Rong scoffed. I have already determined that the fire in the warehouse was a feigned attack. Han Bourgeois colluded with the Blood God sect, and the arson was to steal the fire guns. Zhu Zichang had a serious look. Lin Rong was too lazy to respond. And those maps are further solid evidence of his betrayal of our military. You must know that among those maps, Zhu Zichang began to present evidence, pulling out several maps, for example these few. Even after leading troops into battle for many years, I still cannot understand them. They surely contain hidden messages that need careful investigation and deciphering. Those are from the demon-suppressing pass, a troop deployment, and simulation map. Lin Rong did not even lift his eyelids, simply stating. He had memorized these maps back then, and had naturally compared them afterwards. These are merely Han Bourgeois simulating the offensive and defensive strategies of the demon-suppressing pass. Just some conjectures, not facts. What the demon-suppressing pass? Zhu Zichang was momentarily stunned, then his face revealed wild joy. So this means I have caught a big fish this time. Based on my analysis, Han Bourgeois has been hiding in our army for many years, constantly colluding with the Blood God sect, which is undoubtedly a pawn of the dual gods demon nation. I did not alarm the snake at the first opportunity, but instead used a long line to catch big fish. This is a great achievement, and must be reported to the court immediately. Wait. No, Lin Baihu, why did you write not guilty release immediately on the case file? Zhu Zichang, lost in his dreams, nearly bit his tongue upon seeing this. Your analysis is excellent, but do not analyze further in the future. Lin Rong did not look back, and instead turned to Li Xiao. Li brother, please send someone to release him. After Han Bourgeois comes out, he must immediately report to the Yinglong Guards camp in Taiping Town, as I have recruited him. Understood. Lin Rong quickly returned to the camp. The case of the fire at the military guard has now lost its leads. Whether Zhu Zichang is a thief shouting to catch a thief or the Blood God sect's feigned attack is hard to say. Lin Rong can only temporarily set it aside. 2 days later. Little Sparrow draw, well, don't be lazy. Boss, it's truly difficult to get a pill from. Little Sparrow stood on the table, its body the size of a walnut, yet it held a brush in its beak, tilting its head as it sketched lines on the paper. That was indeed the map from Taiping Town to Yunluo Mountain. Finally, it sighed in relief, flapping its wings and placing the brush on the stand. Finally finished. Lin Rong picked it up and carefully compared it with the existing maps, muttering unhappily. It looks like it was chewed by a dog far inferior to what Wang Qing drew. I need to let him teach you properly when there's time. I'm just a bird, what more do you expect? Where's my pill? Little Sparrow was so angry it ruffled its feathers. To understand how to draw the map, it had studied for half a day, and it was painful. Lin Rong did not waste words and threw out a cleansing marrow pill. Little Sparrow flew up to catch it, swallowed it in one gulp, rolling its eyes as it choked. Also, that mountain is very frightening. Once I went in, I got dizzy and nearly couldn't come out. It spoke. Didn't I tell you not to go to dangerous places? Hey. I found someone inside carrying a liquid with a very pungent smell, irrigating the big trees there. Does that count as meritorious service? Give me another pill, don't be stingy. Go. Lin Rong waved his hand, shooing it away. The next day, Lung Qianlu launched another fierce attack. Lin Rong and Jin Baichuan stood atop a small hill, gazing into the distance. Before them flowed a rushing river, a tributary of the rounding mountain river. Beyond the river lay Yunluo Mountain. This was the only relatively flat area on this side of Yunluo Mountain. If a large troop were to pass through, they could only choose this place. Thus, this was also the primary defense location of the Yinglong Guard, with the majority of the troops stationed here. Jin Baichuan said, Commander Lung has launched a general attack again. There has been no movement here for so many days, which shows that this is definitely not the main exit of Yunluo Mountain. Lin Rong nodded and replied, that makes sense. Now those monsters in the mountain must all be focused on Commander Lung's side. Brother, do you dare to accompany me into the mountain to have a look? Jin Baichuan shrugged, saying, well, we have no sorcerers here, it would be useless to go in. Furthermore, if we get trapped inside, there will be no one to take charge here. Lin Rong explained, it's fine, we'll only take a look at the outskirts. There won't be any problems. To be honest, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. If we don't check it out, I really can't rest easy. With the eye of breaking illusion and the 5 senses breathing technique, he was absolutely confident that he wouldn't get lost inside. After all, even the little sparrow managed to fly out by itself. Since you've said so, I will naturally accompany you to the end, brother. Jin Baichuan took out a dagger and gave some instructions to his subordinates before following Lin Rong. As they reached the riverbank, a mist suddenly enveloped the area. Jin Baichuan licked his lips and remarked, "These sorcerers may not excel in direct combat, but their bizarre techniques are indeed quite strange. Just moments ago when they were looking out there was clearly no mist. The sunlight shone brightly here." Lin Rong closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a faint purple glow in his gaze. "Brother, let's tie the ends of this rope around our waists to prevent getting separated. Also, you must help me keep an eye on the back to avoid being ambushed." Lin Rong spoke in a low voice. This was also the reason he brought Jin Baichuan in. With the eye of breaking illusion, the mist had become very thin, almost unable to obstruct his vision. As he looked further, he felt even more astonished. The terrain here gave him an incredibly dreamlike sensation. It was as if the world's essence was being manipulated by an unknown method, forming a special force. Not only could it obscure the five senses, but it could also affect a person's spirit. "Leave the back to me, you can rest assured." The two then soared into the air, stepping lightly on the water's surface, quickly reaching the opposite bank of the river. Lin Rong took each step cautiously. About an hour later, the two exchanged glances, both looking utterly bewildered. They had returned to the original spot. They were now right at the riverbank. "Let's go in again," Lin Rong said as he set off once more. The sorcerer's formations must have a pattern. Not long after entering this time, Lin Rong stopped at several large stones. Amidst the large stones stood a large tree with dark purple-black foliage surrounded by denser mist than in other areas. Lin Rong approached, swung his steel sword to cut through the stones, and kicked them aside. Instantly, the mist thinned significantly, completely revealing the large tree. "Hey, we have a lead," Jin Baichuan exclaimed with delight. "What kind of tree is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Lin Rong asked, his face full of confusion. "I've never seen it either. It resembles a cypress, yet it also looks like a pine tree. If you ignore the leaves and just look at the trunk, it looks like a birch tree," Jin Baichuan said after carefully examining it, scratching his head. "This must be the formation," Lin Rong concluded. With a swing of his steel sword, he severed the tree. As the tree crown fell, Lin Rong began to examine the trunk closely. This tree's growth rings only show 5 circles, indicating it has only grown for 5 years. But what kind of tree can grow this large in just 5 years? Jin Baichuan was astonished. This was simply too illogical. Lin Rong's mind suddenly recalled the words of the little sparrow. Someone must be using some kind of liquid to nourish the tree. The secret must lie within that liquid. He hurriedly crouched down to inspect the soil around the roots. There were indeed signs of irrigation, but it had dried up, leaving no liquid residue, so he couldn't discover anything further. With a clue in hand, the next steps would be easier. Lin Rong led Jin Baichuan walking back and forth. They went in and out until noon the next day. "Brother, have you found anything?" At this point, Lin Rong had reached deep into Yunluo Mountain, and a glimmer of understanding finally appeared in his eyes. "What?" Jin Baichuan asked, puzzled. 341, Lin Rong explained softly. "It's just like that tree we saw earlier. 3 turn left, then 4 go straight, 1 turns right, repeating this way, and you won't get lost." If it weren't for the assistance of the 5 senses breathing technique and the eye of breaking illusion, he would never have discovered this pattern so easily. "What?" Jin Baichuan's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. After reflecting carefully, he realized it was indeed the case. In the next moment, he was flushed with excitement. "Brother, we have made a great discovery. This must be the key to breaking the formation. We cannot alert the snake in the grass. We must return immediately and relay this information to Commander Long. He has 2 powerful sorcerers assisting him. At that time, we can catch those mountain monsters off guard." A cold glint flashed in Lin Rong's eyes. As for exploring deeper, he had no such intention. Who knows how many members of the Blood God cult lurked within Yunluo Mountain. Just the 2 of them would not even be enough to be a snack for the monsters. As long as they followed the pattern back, they would naturally return the way they came. As they walked, Lin Rong suddenly focused his eyes. It seems that these trees weren't irrigated just now. Lin Rong was instantly overjoyed. He hurried over, took out a small vial, and collected the liquid from the soil. Jin Baichuan stood by up. Suddenly, he let out a scream. Lin Rong instantly snapped to attention, and then the 6 Meridian Divine sword shot out, killing 2 figures hidden in the mist. He quickly stored the bodies in his spatial ring and swiftly cleaned up the blood on the ground. Only then did he have the time to look at Jin Baichuan. "Brother, didn't I leave the back to you?" Lin Rong exclaimed as he supported him, displeased. Jin Baichuan now had a spear lodged deeply in his rear. Even though the ambusher had been killed, the spear remained firmly in place. "I'm sorry I got distracted just now. Luckily, it wasn't you who got hurt. I don't know what's wrong, on my head feels all fuzzy, and it's hard to concentrate. Brother, please check if there's poison on this," Jin Baichuan hurriedly added. Lin Rong was startled and quickly tore open Jin Baichuan's trousers to check. Upon seeing the vibrant blood, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. We can't stay here long, let's hurry. Lin Rong also reacted and hurriedly carried Jin Baichuan back in the direction they came from. Jin Baichuan was not poisoned, rather he was affected by the formation. After all, the opponent was not like him. He had sword intent protecting his body, so the formation had very limited influence on his mind, even to the extent that it could be said to have no effect on him at all. However, Jin Baichuan was different. After following him around here for so long, he was undoubtedly already overwhelmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed so easily. After returning to the camp, Lin Rong shouted, "Medic, come quickly. Jin Baichuan is injured." Everyone, Bugue and the others rushed over immediately. Upon seeing the large object impaled in Jin Baichuan's backside, their eyelids twitched violently. "Did it hit any vital parts?" they asked nervously. As soon as this was said, Jin Baichuan nearly wet himself from fright. He was a dignified Yinglong guard and didn't want to become a laughingstock for no reason. The medic arrived, carefully examined him, then stepped on Jin Baichuan's thigh and yanked out the long spear. At that moment, a spray of blood shot out. Lin Rong was so startled that he stumbled back several steps. Were these medics butchers before? Jin Baichuan screamed. "Don't worry, brother, it didn't hit any vital places." Hu Bugue quickly reassured him. I'm fine. Lin, my brother, the situation is urgent, don't worry about me. Quickly send a message to Captain Long. You killed 2 demon men inside and destroyed a formation tree. This matter won't stay concealed for long. If the formation's rules change, this will all be for nothing. Jin Baichuan lay on the bed, shaking one hand vigorously, displaying a spirit of rather sacrificing himself than delaying the battle. Good. Lin Rong was also deeply moved and quickly took out paper and pen, finding a piece of silk cloth to start writing while reading aloud. To Captain Lung, I, Lin Rong, along with Baichuan Jin, risked our lives to enter Yunluo Mountain for reconnaissance. Baichuan Jin selflessly led the way, undaunted by death, displaying great righteousness. Unfortunately, we were ambushed by treacherous men. We gathered the following intelligence. The message-carrying bird swiftly soared through the sky towards the western mountain pass. Finally, after the bandaging was complete and the message-carrying bird had flown far away, Jin Baichuan actually got up and said to a flag-bearer, "Get a crutch." "Wait, weren't you just screaming in pain? I thought you'd be bedridden for at least 10 days or half a month." Lin Rong was immediately shocked. Seeing that Lin, my brother, has sent out the intelligence, I suddenly feel invigorated. I realize this is just a surface wound, not too serious. I have a strong physique, I can handle it. Jin Baichuan laughed heartily. Instantly, Lin Rong and Hu Bugue raised their middle fingers in unison. You never miss an opportunity to show off. Lin Rong thought for a moment and then found another small flag, handing over a package. Inside were some branches and the liquids he had collected. Quickly send this to the Western Mountain Pass. Let Captain Lung have those 2 experts from the Xiantian Bureau take a look at what this stuff is. Lin Rong arranged. The message-carrying bird couldn't carry such heavy things, so they had to send someone instead. I will comply. The flag-bearer quickly set off. Outside the Western Mountain Pass of Yunluo Mountain, in a grove, Qi Yu ran over panting and handed a document to a dignified-looking man. Your Highness, I brought what you requested. What did you call me? Jiang Xinyue frowned, her face suddenly taking on an air of authority. I know it should be Jiang Qianhu, Lord Jiang. Qi Yu quickly corrected and then asked, when will you go to report to Captain Long? You've been here for so long, hiding like a thief. Oh, why? Why? Of course it's to save face. Those guys have always looked down on women. If I don't achieve some merit, how can I firmly sit in the position of Qianhu? Moreover, if I can't prove my abilities, I want put my father at ease. I want last 2 days before they forcibly send me back. Jiang Xinyue snorted coldly. After finishing her words, she began to review the documents. These were actually records of Lin Rong handling the corpse demon case in Taiping Town and the Han Bourgeois case. This Lin Rong is definitely a talent. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Great Wu in the future. Jiang Xinyu's face was filled with satisfaction. But Lord Qianhu, since you value Lord Lin so much, why did you specially send a message before to reprimand him for killing Yin Dang and fighting with Jianghu heroes, making unnecessary waves? I don't understand, Qi Yu said. This is the way of employing people you wouldn't understand. Strength and arrogance often go hand in hand. If you don't suppress him a bit, how can I as Qianhu command him in the future? Jiang Xinyue smiled confidently and waved her hand. You may leave, I no longer need you. But Lord Qianhu, listen, let's go together to report to Captain Long. I'm really quite scared of your eagerness to achieve merit, Qi Yu pleaded. What do you know? Jiang Xinyue said, holding up a jade token. I already have a brilliant plan. This thing is definitely related to Yunluo Mountain. And Yunluo Mountain can't be easily breached. To achieve merit, we must exert effort both inside and out. At that time, haha. Isn't this the item that the great hero Gua obtained after killing the remnants of the evil cult in Xiantian Prefecture? How did it end up in your hands? I stole it. I know it was given to me by great hero Gua. Are you leaving or not? If you're not, then final. After Jiang Xinyue finished speaking, she swiftly used her lightness skill to leave. Qi Yu hurriedly chased after her, determined not to let her act recklessly. If Lin Rong saw this jade token, he would surely be shocked into biting his own tongue. This item was identical to the one obtained from the corpse on the white bone. Soon the message-carrying bird returned with news. The experts from the Xiantian Bureau had found a way to break the formation through intelligence, and the Yinglong Guard army had launched another fierce attack at the Western Mountain Pass. A day later, battle reports came in. This time Lung Qianlu directly pressed on and attacked to the foot of Yunluo Mountain. They initially aimed to achieve victory in one go. However, the army was thwarted by a strong enemy, and the blood god cult seized this opportunity to change the formation again. As for that strong enemy, brother, the corpse demons really exist. Jin Baichuan limped over, staring at the battle report in disbelief. Indeed, it was the sudden emergence of the corpse demons from the mountain that had thwarted the Yinglong Guard's offensive. Not only were the Yinglong Guards caught off guard, but their losses were also significant. Lung Qianlu sent descriptions of the corpse demons to strengthen the vigilance of all parties. It is a type of humanoid creature. The Xiantian Monitoring Bureau initially speculated that the blood god cult had used some secret method to turn people into such monstrous forms. Their bodies are covered with eerie patterns, fighting without fear of death, as if they have no sense of pain. Even when their limbs are severed, they do not flinch. Moreover, their blood and saliva are poisonous. To kill these corpse demons, one must destroy their skull or pierce their hearts. Why do they resemble zombies? Lin Rong thought in horror. Fortunately, we are not at the main attack point, otherwise just thinking about fighting those things gives me a headache. Jin Baichuan sighed. Just based on the description, it's easy to see how terrifying these corpse demons are. That's right, Lin Rong nodded. At this moment, Lung Qianlu was sitting in the large tent, slowly removing his blood-stained armor. In this battle, he personally killed 2 masters. However, the more he fought, the greater his pressure became. Commander Lung, you haven't slept for 2 days. Please rest for a while, one of the Qianus said. All right. Lung Qianlu rubbed his dry eyes, and then instructed, tell the 2 gentlemen at the Xiantian Monitoring Bureau that the items sent by Lin Rong must be clarified as soon as possible. He fully recognized Lin Rong's investigative methods. One could even say he felt inferior. Therefore, he would take the matters Lin Rong sent seriously regardless of their usefulness. That kid always manages to come up with new tricks. To say nothing else, just in terms of the achievements made this time, Lin Rong deserves the credit. However, before he could lie down, the newly returned Qi Yu hurriedly brought another letter. Commander, a death order has been issued from the dispatch office. Quickly bring it here. Lung Qianlu got up and quickly unfolded the silk scroll. What a... The next moment, he slammed his palm on the table, his face turning ashen with anger. Jiang Xinyue, what the hell are you? Occupying the quota of my town protector's office, I won't say anything about that. You haven't reported for so long, I can understand you have someone behind you, so I won't make things difficult for you. But you not only did you not help, now you're even dragging me down. He clenched his teeth. Qi Yu was so frightened that she dared not say a word. This is because the news was spread by her, which led to the dispatch office suddenly issuing such an urgent order. Jiang Xinyue had sneaked into Yunluo Mountain during the previous battle, disregarding all her attempts to stop her. Originally, if she hadn't said anything, no one would have known. But if anything were to happen to Jiang Xinyue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, she had no choice but to act. Commander, the Xiantian Monitoring Bureau has issued a death order instructing us to break the formation and attack Yunluo Mountain within 5 days at all costs. The Tianying Daoist and the Wushan Daoist also arrived, their faces filled with panic and confusion. 5 days? How is that possible? Even the corpse demons have appeared, which signifies the terrifying nature of Yunluo Mountain. The same goes for me here. The higher-ups said we must not let Jiang Xinyue encounter any mishaps. Lung Qianlu slammed the silk scroll on the table. Gentlemen, do you know who Jiang Xinyue really is? Jiang Xinyue? The 2 exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Unintentionally, their eyes swept over Qi Yu, only to find her gaze evasive, causing them to shudder in fear. Commander Lung, no matter who she is, we can't wait any longer. We must return immediately to study the formation breach overnight, and you should organize the troops without any delay. Wait. Lung Canless' gaze shifted rapidly, and after a quick change of expression, he said, first clarify the items sent by Lin Rong. This is the most urgent matter. After all the achievements we've made so far rely entirely on his intelligence. We understand. The large formation was reset. It was no longer realistic for Lin Rong to find patterns using previous methods, mainly because the vigilance within Yunluo Mountain had reached an extreme level. He had entered twice, both times returning empty-handed. "Brother, you take charge here first. Do I need to return to Taiping Town for a while?" Lin Rong said. "Any clues?" Jin Baichuan asked eagerly. "No, I just feel that the previous numbers 341 seem somewhat familiar, as if I've heard them somewhere, so I want to go back and search for inspiration," Lin Rong pondered. "Leave this to me, you can rest assured." Jin Baichuan nodded. Soon the four returned to Taiping Town. Lin Rong strolled along the street deep in thought, while Hu Bugui and the others followed behind silently afraid to interrupt Lin Rong's train of thought. "Forget it, let's eat something before we leave." After a while, Lin Rong let out a long sigh and sat down in a small restaurant by the street. "We should also buy some other food to bring back," Hu Bugui and the others said, then left first. As Hu Bugui passed by the stinky tofu stall, he still felt angry and couldn't help but snort coldly. "Hey, how many copper coins have you sold today, you stinky tofu vendor? This esteemed customer, why do you always have to pick a fight with me, a small vendor? Can I apologize to you?" The vendor was completely stunned. If it weren't for Wang Chung pulling him back last time, he would have definitely been beaten. "Just answer my question," Hu Bugui shouted coldly. "1 coin for 4 pieces, do you want some, sir? Or should I treat you instead?" The vendor looked helpless. "Shameless merchant. The price changes so often, only a dog would buy your stuff." After speaking, Hu Bugui left with his hands behind his back. Soon several small dishes were served, and Hu Bugui and the others bought some food back and placed it on the table. "Old Wang, didn't I say that vendor selling stinky tofu is a scammer? I just asked, and his stinky tofu is now 1 coin for 4 pieces. What kind of decent businessman changes prices every few days?" Hu Bugui sneered. "Why are you arguing with a vendor selling stinky tofu?" Wang Chung said speechlessly. "Wait a minute." Lin Rong suddenly widened his eyes looking at Hu Bugui and asked, "What was the price of the stinky tofu last time?" "It started at 5 pieces for 1 coin, then became 3 pieces, and now it's 4 pieces. Oh, what's wrong?" Hu Bugui was puzzled. "Old Hu, this time you might have made a significant discovery." Lin Rong felt a sudden surge of clarity. So that was the source of familiarity. "Old Wang, old Lu, there must be a couple more vendors on this street, whose prices frequently change. Think quickly," Lin Rong urged. "Look, this sweet bean soup is 1 coin for 1 bowl now. Last time it was 3 coins for 4 bowls, Wang Chung shrugged. "And the vendor selling fried dough sticks too. Last time it was 2 coins for 1, now it's 3 coins for 4. Lu Hui added. After he finished speaking, everyone furrowed their brows. 341, isn't that the pattern of the formation at Yunluo Mountain? Oh, I understand now. Hu Bugui immediately wanted to speak, but Wang Chung was quick and covered his mouth. "Lin Baihu, I feel something is off. Isn't this method of passing information a bit too?" Wang Chung shook his head, still finding it hard to believe. If it were between certain individuals sharing information, it would naturally not need to be so. But if it involves a large number of unfamiliar individuals, then this method can definitely be considered ingenious. Lin Rong slowly began to explain. Think about it, would you ever eat stinky tofu with sweet bean soup and fried dough sticks at the same time? Old Hu nearly threw up just thinking about it. In other words, aside from those with extremely peculiar tastes, only their own people would actively choose to buy all these items at once. This means that we can now confirm the pattern of the large formation is indeed 414. Wang Chung said, but there's still something wrong. As mentioned earlier, this is a communication method aimed at a large and uncertain crowd, yet the terrain here is absolutely not suitable for large numbers of people coming and going frequently. Moreover, we have been searching vigorously for so many days, and the results we obtained completely corroborate that. Lin Rong stroked his chin, contemplating for a long time before saying to Wang Chung, let's send out the message first. Inform Commander Lung that the intelligence may not be entirely accurate and preparations must be made to avoid a significant loss. On that day, Commander Lung Qianlu launched a new wave of fierce attacks on Yunluo Mountain. Soon news arrived confirming the accuracy of the formation's pattern. Within the headquarters of the Yinglong Guard in Taiping Town, Wang Chung exclaimed excitedly, Lin Baihu, we've made a significant achievement again. Lin Rong's heart suddenly jolted. I understand now, if the intelligence is true, then there must be a secret passage in Taiping Town that allows members of the Blood God cult to pass through in large numbers. Lu Hui reacted and instantly turned pale. We still can't be certain. I hope it's not the case, Lin Rong said. Reporting to Baihu, the information you requested has come from Commander Lung. At that moment, a small flag was handed over with a piece of silk cloth. The content revealed the analysis results from the Bureau of Astronomy. So that kind of tree is the Yin cypress formed from the mutation of the Tsangbai. Lin Rong stood up abruptly. Could it be that the Tsangbai transported from the river is supplied to Yunluo Mountain? We need to catch those 3 merchants at once. The three were immediately alarmed and rushed to act. What's the rush? Remember, in significant matters, one must remain calm first. Rushing will only make things worse. Lin Rong quickly regained his composure. At this point, there are two possibilities. First, there is no secret passage here, and if those three vendors are captured and Commander Lung cannot achieve a decisive victory, we will lose our source of follow-up intelligence. The second possibility is that there is indeed an unknown secret passage here. If the three are caught, the demonic beings in Yunluo Mountain will instantly know that their escape route is about to be exposed, Lin Rong said as he stood and walked around analyzing. If it's the second scenario, then they would have been able to escape at the first opportunity, yet they chose to stay and fight. What does that indicate? It indicates that there is something extremely important to them in Yunluo Mountain that requires time to complete or to gradually withdraw. If they learn that their escape route is about to be exposed, they will instantly sever ties and seek to survive. At that point, all we could capture would be the empty shell of Yunluo Mountain. After all, with our current manpower, even if we discover a secret passage, we could not stop them. Lin Rong said decisively. Let's go confirm it first. Lin Rong spoke in a deep voice. How do we confirm it? Hu Bugui asked, puzzled. It's simple. The experts from the Bureau of Astronomy have already confirmed that cultivating cypress requires at least 100 songbai, and even that may not guarantee success. Therefore, they must need a large number of songbai saplings. We only need to verify whether those transported songbai saplings have left Yuna County, and everything will be clear. Lin Rong said quickly. If a large number of songbai saplings were transported from Taiping Town into Yunluo Mountain, they must have passed through a secret passage. Besides that, there's the waterway, but Commander Lung Qianlu has already investigated that there are no issues with the waterway. Lin Rong continued, but what if those songbai saplings are meant for the military station here? Hu Bugui still looked confused. We've already scoured the military barracks here. Do you think they lacked song? After finishing his words, Lin Rong immediately commanded set out from Taiping Town towards Tongbei Avenue. Yuna County is a necessary route. You must depart immediately to bring back relevant couriers or the city gate captain. I will personally inquire. The Qingzong horse darted like an arrow, swiftly heading towards the county town. Upon arriving at the city gate, Hu Bugui and the others dispersed to begin their tasks. Soon several couriers or the city gate captain were brought over. I am Lin Rong Baihu of the Yinglong Guard. Lin Rong displayed his badge, saying, listen carefully, the questions I am about to ask are very important. You must answer truthfully. If you dare to utter a single lie, don't blame me for being merciless. I will execute first and report later. We wouldn't dare? Please ask my lord. I will speak without reservation. Have you often seen merchant caravans transporting songbai, saplings passing through the county town? Lin Rong's gaze was fixed tightly on the faces of the group. Songbai. Upon hearing this, their faces reflected confusion. What would we want that for? Yes, this thing is only needed by major military stations, and even if the military station in Yuna County needs songbai, it wouldn't pass through our area, they continued. Exactly. Other military stations' needs can be fully met by land transport. After all, the road conditions on Tongbei Avenue have always been excellent. There's no need to use waterways to go through Taiping Town and then into Yuna County. Hearing this, Lin Rong finally understood. The unease he felt while approaching the county had completely dissipated. He threw out a banknote saying, take this money and buy some wine to drink. What happened today must not be spoken of to anyone, otherwise the Yinglong Guard's prison will be happy to welcome you at any time. We wouldn't dare. Lin Baihu, what do we do now? Wang Cheng and the others were already sweating. Even if there is a secret passage, it must be underground and very likely a natural cave. Find herbalists, they must know something. As Lin Rong spoke, he prepared to ride towards Shiyao village. Those herbalists knew about precious herbs, whether on cliffs or in underground caves. Yeah. At that moment, a small flag galloped over and stopped urgently in front of him. Reporting to my lord, there is an important situation with Jin Baihu. Please return to the camp quickly to respond. All right, understood. Wang Cheng, go to Shiyao village and check it out. Yes, I'll obey. Lin Rong arrived at the camp, dismounted, and swiftly used his lightness skill to rush towards Jin Baichuan's location. Before long, he arrived at Jin Baichuan's tent. Brother, thanks to your intelligence, Commander Lung has already breached Yunluo Mountain. Here's the battle report. Take a look. Jin Baichuan quickly handed over the letter. What? So soon? Lin Rong was shocked. It seemed that the blood god cult would begin a large-scale retreat in a very short time. Isn't quick a good thing? Jin Baichuan asked, puzzled. There's a secret passage from here to Taiping Town, and those demonic beings can completely escape through it. Lin Rong quickly explained. What? Jin Baichuan was instantly alarmed. In that case, even if we can't be blamed for this still. Lin Rong's face suddenly revealed a cold glint. The battle report clearly stated that the blood god cult was entrenched in the mountain's belly. The pathways were complex, and the disruptions from the formation were extremely strong. It would take Lung Qianlu some time to breach it. He still had time. Go bring that recently captured person who is suspected to be a scout of the blood god cult here. Jin Baichuan quickly commanded his subordinates, and then turned to Lin Rong, saying, "Brother, you interrogate him, and see if you can extract some useful information from him. Brother, is this truly your harvest?" Lin Rong exclaimed with delight. As the man was brought into the tent, Lin Rong focused his gaze and saw an elderly man in his 60s with graying hair, a thin and slightly hunched body, and hands covered in calluses. "You are an herbalist, aren't you?" Lin Rong asked. "My lord, I assure you, I am not a scout of the blood god sect. I am just an ordinary herbalist from Shiryao village." The man stammered, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Do not be afraid. I have been to Shiryao village and will not wrong you. I recognize the elderly couple who run the tea stall in your village. The woman has only 4 fingers on her right hand, having accidentally cut one off while cutting pig grass when she was young, and she managed to marry later. My lord, you must be mistaken. That woman clearly has 6 fingers on her left hand." The old man rebutted without a moment's thought, his words filled with conviction. At once Lin Rong understood. This man was indeed from Shiryao village. It was surprisingly effortless. "Elder, you are correct. You have been gathering herbs for years, so you must be very familiar with the area. Think carefully, is there any large underground cavern or passage nearby?" "Yes." The old man pointed outside the tent window down the mountain. "Not far after crossing the river, there is a valley with an entrance that is very concealed. Most people do not know about it. Inside, many excellent medicinal herbs grow. However, in recent years, that mountain has been quite strange. Once you enter, you may not be able to come out, so we have not gone there again." "Then do you know where that cave leads to?" "Who could possibly know? My lord, you do not understand. That cavern is a sinkhole, and no one knows how deep or long it is. Our ancestors said it might be a passage to the 9 nether underworld. Even when we gather herbs, we only dare to stay near the entrance and leave as soon as we finish. How could we dare to go deeper?" The old man shook his head repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Rong's face broke into a knowing smile. "Elder, take me to see the entrance of that passage, and I will immediately send someone to take you home afterward." "Is your word true, my lord?" "Of course. Not only that, if you are willing to take us there, this 20 taels of silver will also belong to you." "All right, I will take you there right away." The herbalist was overjoyed. After happily accepting the silver ingot, he hurriedly led the way out. Jin Baichuan also hurriedly followed, limping along. After about a stick of incense's time, they arrived again at the edge of Yunluo Mountain. The old man turned in circles, his face filled with confusion. "It should be around here. Why can't I find it?" he muttered softly. "Elder, do not rush. Please describe what that place looks like in detail." Lin Rong had no choice but to say. It was completely normal for an herbalist to be unable to find a place in his memory due to the interference of the Great Formation. As long as the place was nearby, he had a way. "My lord, it is a small valley with steep cliffs on both sides. At the innermost part of the valley, there is a huge rock, and beneath the rock, there is a crack wide enough for a person to crawl in. Once you crawl inside, the space below is quite large," the old man explained. "So it is there." Lin Rong immediately understood. He took the 2 men away, sent someone to escort the old man home, and then began to act alone. He had been to that valley before. Using his eye of broken illusions and the 5 senses breathing technique, he effortlessly traversed the Great Formation and returned to that place. This place was very much as the old man described. After crawling into the crack, he spent only a stick of incense's time exploring the nearby passages. He arrived at the upper reaches of the river beneath a rock cliff, looking across the river at Yunluo Mountain. This was the true entrance to the Blood God sect's secret passage. The guardian of this place was a master-level expert. He did not want to alarm the snake, but turned to explore the defenses of Taiping Town. The underground caverns were very complex. However, since people often moved about within, he quickly discerned everything based on the traces left behind. As for the guards in the secret passage, he only needed to employ a small trick to easily avoid them. The furthest exit of this secret passage extended directly south of Taiping Town, a good 6 or 7 li away. There lay the estate of a wealthy local merchant. Once he had everything clear in his mind, he quietly left through another exit that led directly around the mountain river. When he returned to the camp, Wang Chung had also returned. However, it was evident that the news he brought back was now of no value. "Paper and pen." Lin Rong extended his hand, and Wang Chung hurriedly presented the necessary items. His subordinates moved swiftly, and in just a short time, he had drawn a clear picture of the specific situation of the underground passage. "From the looks of it, we need to move our station location 3 li upstream along the river," Jin Baichuan said, wiping cold sweat that unconsciously appeared on his forehead. With their current dragon guards, it was simply a fantasy to block the monsters from Yunluo Mountain. The other trial captains also turned pale in an instant. Brother, right now we can either pretend not to know, and then the responsibility will not fall on us. Or we can immediately notify Captain Lung to gather troops to come over. However, if Captain Lung cannot make it in time, then we can only fight it out. If we die, we die, and if we survive, we survive. Jin Baichuan gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the trial captains exchanged glances. The situation had become quite clear. Lung Qianlu had already invaded the mountain. Would there still be extra troops to come? Even if there were, it might not be in time. In other words, when the time came, Lung Qianlu would, to maximize the extermination of the enemy, issue a military order for them to hold on until they could no longer endure. At that time, for everyone present, surviving would be a luxury. It would be a guaranteed 10 deaths without a life. Gentlemen, are you willing to fight to the death? Lin Rong had naturally noticed the changes in the expressions of the crowd, so he asked casually, Brother, I will follow your lead. Jin Baichuan immediately responded, The three of us are willing to live and die together with you, Master. Hu Bugawei and the other two immediately expressed their stance. The others all lowered their heads and said nothing. No one was willing to go to their death. Lin Rong could understand this. He smiled, picked up his pen, and drew a few more crosses on the map. There are not many guards in the underground secret passage, so we can completely eliminate them quietly. Then when a large number of monsters from the Blood God sect rush into the secret passage, we will immediately blow up all the exits. By the time they realize and want to retreat, haha. Lin Rong smiled coldly as his gaze swept over the crowd again. At that time, we will blow up this side's entrance, trapping them below. Jin Baichuan immediately understood. Everyone, can you calculate whether we will face more enemies by then? Lin Rong asked with a smile. This plan is ingenious. Lin, my dear brother, you truly deserve the praise. Such a grand strategy could only be conceived by you. Jin Baichuan was instantly overjoyed. After the Blood God sect retreats, they will surely head to that manor. After all, only there can they hide so many people. With a length of over 30 miles, it is absolutely enough to contain all the monsters from Yunluo Mountain. The worries on everyone else's faces were instantly swept away. If we succeed in this matter, this credit will be enough for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, this plan still has several loopholes that we must address first. Firstly, the amount of gunpowder needed to collapse those passages will be considerable. What we currently possess is definitely far from enough. A trial 100-man spoke up. Secondly, this place is secretive. Even if the Blood God sect wants to retreat, they will do so in batches, step by step. How can we ensure that we block the majority of their forces in the underground passage? It's quite simple, Lin Rong replied lightly. We just need to force them into a corner, and they will naturally rush in all at once. Look here, this is the topographical map. The cave of Yunluo Mountain is separated from the secret passage entrance by a river. We will station our troops on the high ground, and as soon as they begin their massive retreat, we will immediately bombard them with the red robe cannon while holding the cliff. They will surely think that a large force is rushing to their aid, and at that moment, they will recklessly dive into the passage. Brilliant scheme. Jin Baichuan couldn't help but slap his thigh excitedly, then looked at Lin Rong with an innocent expression. But where will we get the red robe cannon? Indeed, we barely have enough firearms and gunpowder, let alone the red robe cannon. That kind of heavy artillery is only available at the Western Mountain Pass, but we won't have time for that. That's right, a clever woman can't cook without rice. A group of people was once again faced with difficulties. Don't we have the red robe cannon and gunpowder near Taiping Town? Lin Rong chuckled. You mean the military depot? Everyone couldn't help but frown. The procedures to requisition those items are incredibly complicated and frustrating. By the time the higher-ups approve it, the food will have gone cold. What expression is that? Lin Rong scoffed. You aren't still thinking about how to go through the process, are you? What else could it be? We could borrow them. You mean steal? With that useless Zhu Zichang, it might be easy to execute, but who can bear the responsibility for such a serious crime? A group of people stared at Lin Rong as if they were looking at a deity. You really dare to do anything? What kind of looks are you giving me? Hu Bugawei retorted. It sounds as if the credit for the achievements won't include you. I old who believe that in urgent matters one must act according to the situation. As long as there is great merit, this little issue can easily be glossed over. Old who makes a valid point. Wang Cheng and Lu Hui exchanged glances and quickly agreed. You three just shut up. Lin Rong glared at them fiercely, feeling frustrated. These three guys have been with him for so long, yet they show no progress. Lin Baihu, we are following your lead. Nonsense. I have always acted according to the law, serving the emperor, loyally, diligently fulfilling my duties. How could I ever entertain such treasonous thoughts? Lin Rong was even more infuriated, gritting his teeth. We are stationed in Taiping Town under orders to prevent the Blood God sect's monsters from escaping. Commander Lung is a hero of unparalleled courage, having swiftly penetrated the heart of the Blood God sect's lair. The Blood God sect's monsters, in a desperate bid, even attempted to counterattack and brazenly sent people through the secret passage to forcibly seize the military depot of Taiping Town. Fortunately, Jin Baichuan's strategic foresight allowed him to see through the evil sect's cunning ploys. Without regard for his own safety, he charged forward, leading us in a desperate counterattack, and ultimately regained the seized firearms. Afterward, we followed this lead to find the location of the Blood God sect's secret passage. Due to insufficient manpower and not wanting to let a large number of monsters escape, we took the initiative to use the recovered firearms against the enemy without prior approval. Lin Rong calmly wrote the post-war report. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Impressive. The report was already written before the situation even began. The most crucial aspect is that it was written so reasonably and movingly, making perfect sense. In this way, even the dullest person, if they noticed the flaws, would not dare to point them out. Wouldn't that just be inviting trouble upon themselves? I am willing to lead a team to impersonate the evil sect's monsters. Oh, just watch me, Lin Baihu. A trial 100-man immediately jumped out to volunteer. Hiss, have you lost your mind? Lin Rong shot him a glance. This matter is top secret and can only be known by a few of us. We absolutely cannot allow subordinates to be involved, otherwise too many voices will spoil the plan, and if news of it leaks, we will be burying ourselves in danger. Do you understand? Thank you for the reminder, my lord. Do I understand now? But where do we find those evil sect monsters? The trial 100-man was left dumbfounded. I have my own plans for that. You will lead your team to wait here. Lin Rong pointed at the map and quickly arranged matters. Inform Commander Lung about the discovery of the secret passage, and finally, where is Han Bourgeois? He shouted again. At your service. Han Bourgeois quickly stepped forward, his gaze towards Lin Rong, filled with gratitude. Lin Rong not only cleared his name, but also transferred him to the Yinglong Guard. Furthermore, the Dong family had completely reversed their attitude towards him. In his heart, Lin Rong was as good as a second father to him. You previously said that you were not just talking big. I believed you. Now, I am entrusting you with the command of the defense against the enemy. Do you have the confidence to do well? Lin Rong inquired. In response to my lord, I have absolute confidence in this battle. I am willing to sign a military order guaranteeing with my head. Han Bourgeois realized that Lin Rong was intentionally cultivating him. After all, with Lin Rong present, there was no lack of strategists here. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of shame. The arrogance he displayed towards Lin Rong while in the prison now seemed like a child showing off a sword in front of Guan Yu. What kind of behind-the-scenes story about talking big could he not have imagined? Did Lin Rong not know? At the very least, he did not expect that the current situation could still be revitalized in such a manner. The little sparrow swiftly landed in the stronghold. Yao Guang, which of you is Yao Guang? Hurry and come out, a boss Lin has something to instruct. It squawked loudly, chattering away. Originally, the three brothers Yao Guang were drinking heartily, ready to show their skills at the demon town at any moment. Upon hearing this voice, they were startled and hurriedly ran outside. Your Excellency, I am Yao Guang. He quickly waved at the little sparrow. At the same time, a storm of emotions surged within him. This was a fine spirit, and now it was actually helping Lin Rong deliver messages and acting as a messenger. Lin Rong's methods are truly unfathomable. By the time Lin Rong arrived at the agreed location, night had already fallen. Yao Guang, leading a group of men, rushed through the forest without lighting torches. Commoners, pay their respects to Lord Lin. Whatever orders you have, we will face even a mountain of blades or a sea of flames without a frown. Yao Guang and his companions clasped their fists and spoke emphatically. Did anyone see you on the way here? Lin Rong asked. Reporting to you, my lord, absolutely not. We took the rarely traveled mountain paths. Yao Guang affirmed. Very well, hey, race the situation. Do you understand? Lin Rong quickly explained the matter. Since the Lord has spoken, we naturally cannot refuse. Moreover, the Lord will be going with us, so there's no question about it. The three of them nodded eagerly, clearly excited. They were quite adept at doing such clandestine tasks. Most importantly, even though such matters couldn't be made public, Commander Lung of the Yinglong Guard would understand this and would secretly appreciate their efforts. After all, they were counting on Lung Qianlu to help them turn over a new leaf. Despite Lin Rong's prior promise, Lung Qianlu owed them nothing. Why would he wholeheartedly help them? This was indeed their current dilemma. However, now that there was this matter at hand, everything would be stable. I won't let you work for nothing. After we seize the military depot, you will help fight against the blood god cult as righteous warriors. This way, not only will you completely clear your name, but you'll also have already earned merits in the military before officially joining. Lin Rong added. Thank you, Lord Lin, for your cultivation. The three of them were ecstatic. If they weren't bringing a large group of brothers with them, they would definitely be thinking about how to join Lin Rong's side right now. After all, the recruitment standards for the Yinglong Guard were extremely high. Working under such a superior promised a bright future, which went without saying. All right, then I ask you now, who are you? We are the righteous army temporarily recruited by Lord Lin, and we are willing to go through fire and water for you. Where's your brain? Where's your brain? Huh? Where did your brain go? Oh, I got it. We are the demons of the blood god cult. We burn, kill, and plunder, committing every evil deed. We are here to steal the military depot's weapons. Quickly change your appearance and cover your faces tightly. Follow me. At the military depot, it was still the same lazy demeanor. Lin Rong glanced around and immediately let out a strange laugh. The military depot of the Great Wu Dynasty has decayed to this extent. This is a sign of a fallen nation. This is heaven's assistance for me. Who the hell isn't sleeping at this late hour? Go laugh somewhere else, don't disturb my sleep. The few sentry soldiers shouted angrily. This reaction left Lin Rong momentarily speechless. Was this their response? And then was it over? He looked at Hu Bugui and Yao Guang with suspicion. Wasn't I just laughing? You were already quite wicked. Ooh, I almost had goosebumps. Yao Guang replied with a serious expression. Honestly, if I didn't know your identity, I would definitely think an old demon had arrived. Forget it. Don't worry about that. A charge in. Red-clad cannons, guns, gunpowder. Grab as much as you can. Lin Rong waved his hand and ordered. Only when Yao Guang and the others rushed forward did the sentries finally regain their senses. In the first moment, they dropped their weapons and crouched down with their heads covered. Good sirs, just now was a little man dreaming. We saw nothing. Feel free to do whatever you want. Yes. And remember to knock us out when you leave. Good sirs, if you don't know where the things you want to steal are located, I can guide you. Damn it. Lin Rong felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn it. Do they even lack the courage to run? That son of a bitch Zhu Zicheng really deserves to be tortured. This is fine. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't really want to do it this way. After all, if the military depot was looted of a large amount of supplies, the relevant military commander would be in serious trouble. However, when it came to Zhu Zicheng, it didn't matter how he died. He felt no guilt whatsoever. Who are you? Today, Zhu Zicheng was actually within the depot, trembling with his corpulent figure hastily making his escape. We are from the blood god cult. Zhu, if you are sensible, get out of the way to avoid losing your life. Yao Guang shouted arrogantly. What? Blood god cult? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zicheng's face turned incredulous, and then boundless anger surged in his heart. You blood god cult are truly going too far. I have never interfered with you. Why do you want to make things difficult for me? Didn't you say that burning down your military depot was done by my cult? So here I am with my people. Lin Rong chuckled coldly. Oh, I see. Zhu Zicheng understood. I admit that I did use your name to do some things. But for you, what's the use of having a reputation? How about this? I am willing to offer 30,000 taels of silver as compensation. You retreat, and from now on we will have no intentions against each other. How about that? I suppose you wouldn't want to change to another capable officer in this Taiping town, would you? Indeed, the thief shouts to catch the thief. Lin Rong immediately understood everything. The 9E manual muscle refinement chapter has been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it anytime. Forget him, just grab it. Lin Rong couldn't be bothered to waste more words and directly ordered Yao Guang to take action. You guys. Zhu Zicheng was genuinely panicking. Throwing away some firearms was one thing, but these people were heading straight for the red-clad cannons. He was so scared that a large patch of his pants got wet. You can't do this. If you do this, he'll be dead. Please, I will give you silver. As long as you leave now, all these silver notes will belong to you. Fool. Even if I rob your military depot, these silver notes still belong to me. Zhu Zicheng, oh Zhu Zicheng, you're really a pig's intestines. Lin Rong walked over, kicked Zhu Zicheng away, and then grabbed the silver notes to store them in his spatial ring. Then as he turned his gaze, Hu Bugui and the others instantly understood, packing up all the gold and silver they could carry. In a mountain forest. Bold. Blood god cult demons, you dare to rob the military depot. You are simply courting death. 100-man captain leading over 50 brothers charged out. Oh no, the Yinglong Guard has discovered us. This is really bad luck. They are outnumbered. Everyone charge together and kill them. Kill my ass, this is the Yinglong Guard. You think everyone in the Great Wu is like Zhu Zicheng. Retreat quickly. Forget the goods, just retreat. And so the military supplies were effortlessly handed over to the Yinglong Guard. Bah, the blood god cult is nothing like this. A bystander unaware of the circumstances spat contemptuously at the fleeing Yao Guang and others. Sure, what should we do with these firearms? Should we return them to the garrison immediately? Asked a chief flag bearer. While we must first report to Lin Baihu and Jin Baihu, we cannot act on our own authority, replied Shi Baihu, pondering and pretending to be serious. At that moment a figure rushed in, swiftly stepping on the branches. It was Lin Rong. I have seen Baihu, sir. We come here, under Jin Baihu's orders, to search for the demons of the blood god cult. Indeed, those demons are audacious. Return? What do we need to return? We owe them nothing. Shi Baihu pretended to ask. Their garrison suffered a robbery due to their own incompetence and should report their losses. We fought bloody battles to repel the demons of the blood god cult and reclaim these firearms. Hence we should report it as a seizure. This is our trophy, our possession. Do you understand now? Lin Rong scoffed. I understand, sir. Perfect. I have brought the latest deployment orders from Jin Baihu. These firearms are a form of assistance. You should take all of them and head to these locations on the map immediately. Speed is of the essence, and you must complete this within the specified time. Even if you break your legs or exhaust your backs, there must be no delays, not even for a moment. Lin Rong ordered loudly again. The crowd hurriedly took the map, but those who were unaware displayed difficulty in their expressions. Given so many firearms and so little time, they simply did not have enough manpower. It's all about human effort. Mobilize all the citizens of Taiping Town and the surrounding villages. Here are 5,000 taels and silver notes as compensation. Hurry and get it done. Lin Rong tossed out the silver notes and added. As for the situation in Taiping Town, he had already made related arrangements. He had previously used the excuse of investigating evil cult demons to have Captain Xing gather all the able-bodied men in the town under the pretext of patrol. They could be called upon at any time. Finally, he glanced at Shi Baihu again, who immediately returned a knowing look. The assisting able-bodied men must wait until the battle was over before they could return home, to avoid leaking the information. The firearms are in place, and the evil cult demons have not yet begun their full retreat. We have caught up with them. In the command tent, everyone trembled with excitement. Everything was prepared, just waiting for the blood god cult to fall into the trap. Great wealth was within reach, and they could not afford to hesitate. Thinking back, they were originally just bystanders. As a result, the main forces at Zheshanku had been attacking for so long, and the biggest achievements would fall into their pockets. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Lin Rong looked outside again. This was a cliff. Below was the river, and the entrance to the blood god cult's secret path was not far from the cliff on this side of the riverbank. With the high ground and ample firearms, this battle was absolutely certain to succeed. Brother, here is a letter from Commander Lung that was sent by the Cloud Lark, sealed with wax for your personal reading. Jin Baichuan handed over a wax seal. Lin Rong moved to the side, crushed the wax seal, and unfolded the silk inside. Lin Rong, this mission is no longer about annihilating the demons of the blood god cult, but rather to quickly break through Yunluo Mountain. I am currently entangled with the army of corpses in Yunluo Mountain. If anything goes wrong, there will be heavy casualties, and I cannot spare any forces to assist you. Whether to advance or retreat at Taiping Town is entirely up to you to decide based on the situation. Regardless, you will have contributions and no faults. Commander Lung Qianlu. Commander Lung is indeed considerate of his subordinates. Lin Rong thought to himself while doubt arose in his heart. How could such an important mission change? Never mind. Anyway, when the time comes, bury those demons thoroughly. That would not go wrong. The sky was starting to brighten. Lin Baihu, there's movement at the entrance of the secret path. Wang Chung flew in and reported. Good, proceed according to the original plan. Han Bourgeois, you must perform well in the next segment, and never let those evil cult demons suspect anything. Lin Rong instructed. If they let the other side catch a hint and choose to fight back instead of entering the trap, all their efforts would be in vain. I accept the order. Han Bourgeois cupped his fists and said. Immediately the army began advancing to the designated location. Let the first batch of demons enter the secret path first. Han Bourgeois quickly made arrangements. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, a loud shout suddenly came from the distant mountain. There are evil cult demons over there. They want to retreat from the secret path. Quickly signal and get someone here. The shouter was Lu Hui, and his voice sounded both surprised and panicked. At the same time, the scouts of the blood god cult also discovered the presence of the army and quickly signaled. On the other side of the river, a master strongman slightly perked up his ears, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, they've discovered our secret path. How is this possible? The experts of the blood god cult were all filled with disbelief. Do not panic, they must have just happened upon us, and the enemy cannot be many. Soon a man with a pigtail braid emerged from the cave. He carried a spear, his gaze steady, and his voice carried the kind of pressure only someone in a superior position can possess. Elder Wu, lead 30 innate experts to take action immediately and eliminate them at once. Remember, not a single one should be left alive. I obey. Elder Wu's true energy erupted like flames burning fiercely. With a wave of his hand, a group of innate experts appeared behind him. But before they could reach the riverbank, a rumbling sound echoed from the other side of the mountain. Following that, red-hot iron balls fell rapidly from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. The range of the red cannon was sufficient. It didn't even need to be pushed up the mountain, or it could reach from the mountainside. Red cannon. A Lin Bao panicked upon seeing this. Protect the master. More than a dozen innate experts hurriedly shielded Lin Bao and quickly retreated into the cave. Master, what should we do now? I just overheard that there are at least over 40 red cannons over there. Based on the military configuration of the Great Martial Dynasty, that army must have at least 2,000 men. In my view, they must have been ambushed for a long time. Cold sweat dripped from Elder Wu's forehead. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. If I were them, I wouldn't need to lie in ambush here. Directly blowing up the secret path and trapping us in Yunluo Mountain would be the best choice. So this cannot be an ambush, it must be a chance encounter. Moreover, what we're encountering is precisely their divine machine camp. Lin Bao analyzed rapidly. After a long while, he lifted his head, his face fierce, and asked, how many people did we lose from the previous round of shelling? Reporting to the master, there were almost no casualties. They missed their shots. Ha ha ha, very good. Just as I thought. Elder Wu, hurry and take your men up. Lin Bao instantly regained all his confidence. From this, it could be seen that the other side had fired in a rush. His judgment was absolutely correct. I will not disgrace my mission. Everyone follow me to kill. He felt a great sense of certainty and charged out with more than 30 innate experts. As soon as they emerged from the cave, dozens of red-hot iron balls fell into their midst at an incredible